Yo no oigo. Ah, ya. It's a beautiful morning in Tijuana, a working morning with happiness. Our program is going great. We have excellent guests, so please tell us who is joining us on this A Tiempo y Bien, on time and well. We are really happy because we have Dr. Juan Jose Parcero Valdez. He's a cardiologist, clinic and interventionist, and he's the director of the Center of Heart Studies Medica Norte and stem cells in cardiovascular diseases and COVID-19. Hi, doctor. It's so nice to have you here. Good day, Don Jose, and congratulations on this great event. And on top of this, we have our public accountant. He's the director of the Development Council in Tijuana, which is one of our sponsors, who have always believed in us in Tijuana Innovadora through the CDT and FIDEM. Hi, Aaron. Hi, Claudia. Hi, Don Jose. Doctor, good morning. Thank you so much for the invitation. Well, Dr. Parcero, you got to Tijuana as myself, and I'm going to tell you my story. I got here when I was 9 years old with 20,000 people in the city. It was just a small town. San Diego had 50,000 people. We were getting over Second World War. It was a city that depended absolutely on Marines and soldiers who came here to have fun in Tijuana. And we were also going out of a time where there was some food control. We wouldn't get butter or here. You would have to get them with a card. I came from the big capital, and for me, this was very weird that, houses had their doors open, and there was a store called Zona Libre or Free Zone, which belonged to the Fimbres family. How was your arrival here, doctor? Well, I got here a little after that. I got here around 67, 68, just about. No, maybe before that, 1965. I was 5 years old, and my dad is a doctor. He's retired, but he's a doctor, so he came here because he did his social service here in the north, in the Mexicali Valley, and he liked it. He came to Tijuana, he liked it, and he saw the opportunity of coming to work here. So he went back to Mexico to get his title, his final diploma, and then we came back, and so I lived in different communities in Tijuana since I was 5 years old. And I remember that I used to live at the Hipódromo community, and it was really nice because we could walk to see the horse races, and it was a very nice city. And Don Aron, how was your arrival to our city? I got here exactly when I was 9 months old in 1975. I am 100% born in Tijuana from Rosarito, proudly. And I grew up in Rosarito. I have never lived in Tijuana, but I was born here. And we have to remember that back then, Playas de Rosarito, Rosarito was just another municipality in Tijuana. Just another county in Tijuana. Now it has become a municipality. Claudita, what about you? Where did you get here? I've been here for a while in the north region. And truly, what really surprised me was this relationship between Mexico and the US. Because, well, when you get here from the center of the country, you have other uh, problems which you seem bigger. And then this relationship between Mexico and US is so important here, and that has been one of the main focuses that we have had here in Tijuana Innovadora, which has a lot to do with this immigrant personality. And now that we're going to have the book presentation that's called The Third Country, which is um, compounded of a lot of interviews from people in the region that resulted on the final product, which was the book. And they're all going to talk about the border and this immigrant quality in the region. Some of our sponsors have helped us. I don't know if you would like to mention some of our sponsors, Claudia, please. Yes. In fact, one of our greatest sponsors is our autonomous university in Baja California, who has always been worried about how the region is working and what they have to be offering to their children. It is a leader institution on education, and they always promote science, art, and culture that is always a part of Tijuana Innovadora, art and culture. And I would like to also mention that TV Azteca, Uniradio, and Frontera are also part of our sponsors, and they're helping us with transmitting the signal. Add-on, a really interesting topic is the city, and we're going to have two panels about cities of the future. We're going to have Carlos Ratti with us from Italy to talk to us, and then there are also Scandinavian people that are going to join us to talk about cities of the future. And we're also going to have the director of the most important construction company in Mexico, Cemex, and he's also going to be sharing some of his thoughts and ideas with us. So, what do you think? It's super interesting. Cities of the future. Tijuana is already one of the main cities in the country. We have always had dialogues for many years as where would like to see Tijuana move forward to, and there had been so many efforts as to how to get to that future that we envision. And all these panelists have a global vision, which is really interesting, which is going to help all of our efforts. And we have to remember that all of the efforts that have been done from in Tijuana to move towards the future are really good. We have so many good practices that we have found not only in our country, but that we have imitated from other parts of the world. And you better than anyone know that on the very first exercises of a vision of the future that were done in Tijuana on behalf of the private sector are some good examples of how following examples from other parts of the world really help us out. We really have to see where we're positioned, and all these panelists will definitely bring, I'm sure, a lot of ideas that we might take and put into practice, adding to what we're already doing. And definitely moving towards accomplishing what we want, a great city in our metropolitan area and a better quality of life for us, our kids, and our families. It's a super interesting topic within this Tijuana Innovadora framework. Now that our slogan is Tijuana is the future, all of these dialogues are really important. I just wanted to add that it has always been a topic that CDT has included within their dynamics, which is developing smart cities. And since 10 years ago, through Tijuana Innovadora, we've seen that there are many companies that have dedicated their efforts to this. We were talking about the need of continuing investing on technology. We were talking to people from Arcus Nexus. They develop software and they have headquarters in Monterrey, Aguascalientes, as well as in Irvine, California. And these are basically technology companies. Doctor Parcero, you've been a part of a miracle. Tijuana used to make a living out of the uh, horse racing, and that was the only um, really good income that they had. And then you were here when the medicine revolution started here. and all of a sudden we became leaders medical
Ahora,
tourism. What do you think
realmente yo
about
creo que
this?
por
You nailed it.
también
I
por
mean,
la posición geográfica que
because of the
tenemos,
geographic position
se
that we
aprovechó
have,
al
we
máximo
took
y esta cercanía con
advantage
Estados Unidos,
of the
Tijuana es la ciudad
closeness with
fronteriza
the
más grande que hay con
US.
México y Estados Unidos.
Tijuana is the biggest
Además, es la
border
cuarta
city
ciudad más importante
between
del
Mexico
país.
and US. It's the fourth most
Se
important city
generó
in our country.
una demanda, una
And
oferta de servicio de salud
we
muy
generated
interesante para
a
todos
very interesting medical service offer
habitantes o
to
los
all
residentes de
of
Estados
the
Unidos que
residents
en un
in the
momento dado
US that at a
prefieren
certain
atenderse con su gente, todos los
uh,
migrantes que viven allá,
point
que prefieren venir aquí y a
like to
pesar de tener
come
seguros de gastos
here
médicos, muchos no lo tienen, pero muchos lo
even if
prefieren
they have
porque prefieren tener
insurance
una
in the
atención
US
de
because
más
they
calidad, de más
found
humanismo,
a really
menos
good quality
mecanizada
attention,
y
more
eso es algo
human, not
que en
so
medicina creo que
mechanized. And
cuenta
that's
mucho.
something
Yo
that
creo
in
que
medicine
Tijuana se
counts and it
aprovechó
counts a lot.
en
I
parte esa
think that
situación,
Tijuana
fue
took
la que
advantage of that
detonó
situation. That's what
el boom
triggered
y luego viene pues
this boom on
viene el
medical
desarrollo
tourism. And
de
then
las
development
especialidades,
came
viene
on
el
the
turismo
different
médico a través de ya
specialties,
manejar los medios de
thriving
comunicación
medical tourism
y
through
aprovechando pues
media,
la
and
gran
again
cantidad de
taking advantage
especialistas en todas las
of all
áreas,
the
especialistas de altísimo nivel,
specialists in all the different
se aprovechó pues
areas,
la
and we
posición
took
geográfica y
advantage
Tijuana hoy por hoy es
our
el
geographic
segundo
position, and
destino
Tijuana
turístico,
today is the
médico del
second
mundo.
touristic
Capta
destiny
alrededor de
in the world. We
1.050
get
millones de
around
dólares al año de
uh,
turismo médico.
over a
Y
thousand
bueno, es
million
una verdadera industria
dollars from the
muy bien representada
medical
por varios grupos.
tourism, and
Hay algo que
this
me llama la
industry is very
atención,
well
doctor.
represented by different groups.
Y
Something
yo
that calls my
apuesto
attention,
que
doctor,
la
is
cantidad de
I
Turismo
bet
Médico
that
que hay hoy
the
día, ya
amount
sé
of
que
medical
bajó por la
tourism we
pandemia,
have, I
pero
know
ya
that
muy pocas
nowadays
de
it
las
went
médicas
down
que
because of the
teníamos
pandemic,
antes.
but it has
Y
gone
yo lo
up
que
to
veo es
the levels that
notar
we used to
que
have
lo que hay ahorita,
before. I say
siento que
that
en
it's
10
going to
años va a estar
explode.
5
I
veces
think
más
that in
grande.
10
¿Usted
years
qué
it's going
opina?
to be five
Pues
times bigger. What
definitivamente
do you
porque
think?
tenemos, Leo, por un lado la
Definitely,
ventaja
because we have,
de
on the one
de
hand, the
esa
advantage
calidez
of
de
that
atención, de ese humanismo,
warmth, that
y por otro
human
lado
quality
también, que es
that
algo
characterizes us.
contundente,
And on the
la
other hand, that's something
oferta de
very
precios. Todos
important
los
is
servicios
the
médicos
price
de altísima calidad,
offers that we
yo creo
have
que
with really
comparables
good
con
quality,
lo que se hace
comparable
en
with
Estados
what is
Unidos,
done in the
aquí
US.
su costo es mucho
Here, the
menor,
cost
de tal
is a
manera
lot
que
less. So,
esas dos son los elementos
those
clave para
two
que se desarrolle
elements
el
are
turismo médico,
key
para que a
for the
pesar de
development
pandemia
of the
la
medical
gente
tourism so
quiera
that
seguir viniendo.
despite the
Y como bien
pandemic,
usted dice,
people
ya esto se
will
está
continue
regularizando.
coming. And
Si
as
bien
you
se
well
detuvo por
mentioned,
motivos obvios, ya
this is
ahorita
getting back on
ya
track,
empieza a haber ese flujo
and we start
de gente
seeing
que viene
flow of
en la
people
búsqueda de
that
servicios
come
y eso
looking
de alguna
for
manera nos
medical
obliga
services. And this
a estar al
forces
100%.
us to be
Hoy vamos a
uh,
tener
up
paneles
and
y,
going at
y vamos a
100%.
hablar
We're
de
going
esas
to have
cosas y
panels
vamos a
today. We're going to
platicar.
talk
Voy
about
a
things like
preguntarte,
that.
Claudia,
And
¿qué
I'm
opinas
going to
de las
ask you, Claudia,
juventudes
what do you think
vulnerables y
about
vulneradas que
the
vamos a tener un
vulnerable
panel increíble?
young communities?
También donde
Because we're going
vamos a
to have an
discutir
incredible
y vamos
panel
a
in which we're going
analizar
to talk about
cómo
and
resolver
analyze
estos
how to solve
problemas
these
de las
problems
juventudes vulnerables.
that
¿Cómo,
our
qué
youth,
opinas?
our
Sí,
vulnerable youth
bueno,
groups are facing. What do
ese
you
es uno
think
de los
about this?
temas que ha
That's one of
tenido
the
Tijuana
topics that
Innovadora
Tijuana
a
Innovadora
nivel
has
el tema de
always
turismo de salud,
addressed,
porque pues
just
es algo
as the
de
medical
cuidar el
tourism,
cuerpo, pero
because
también se
it has to
trata
do with
de
taking
cuidar
good care of
el
your
alma, ¿no?
body, but it
Si
also
me
has to do
permites,
with
Oscar,
taking good
quisiera
care of your soul. So,
comentar
if
esto
you will
porque
allow me to,
uno de nuestros
Mr. Calcud,
patrocinadores
one of
precisamente que
our
son
sponsors
las farmacias Roma,
is
como
Farmacias Roma,
también mucha gente de Estados
Roma
Unidos
drugstores, and a lot of
disfrute
people
sus medicinas
from
aquí
the US
precisamente en esto
come
porque
here to
es
get their
una,
medications because
no solamente por el precio,
not
sino
only
además
because of
porque
the price that we
ellos
offer,
pueden
but
venir y
also
tener un
because
trato
they can come
diferente
here and
el
receive
que se
a
tiene
different
generalmente
treatment that
en Estados Unidos, ¿no? Es algo
they would
muy, muy personal
get in the
que hemos
US
platicado
because
mucho
we
en estos
have a
paneles
very, very
de salud y
personalized
de
service,
turismo
and that's
médico. Y bueno, regresando a lo que
something
me
that
estabas
plays a key
comentando
role
sobre las
in medical
juventudes
tourism. And as
vulnerables o
far as
vulneradas,
your
el tema de
question
prevención lo
on
hemos
vulnerable
tocado en
youth,
Tijuana Innovadora y siempre, como saben,
prevention is a
insistimos
topic
en un
that we
momento
always touch
de mucha
upon in Tijuana
violencia
Innovadora.
y
You know that it is we're
pusimos manos
living
a la
very
obra
violent
para
times, and
cuidar y
we
prevenir y no tener que
started
estar
taking
trabajando ya
care of
en lo que le llaman
preventing.
enforcement, ¿no? Vamos a tener a
So
Alejandra Bello,
we
vamos a tener
didn't have to
a
be
Nelly
working on
Flores,
enforcement. We're going
Danger,
to have
Yair
Nelly
Hernández y Tico
Flores,
Orozco, que son los
Tico Orozco,
especialistas de
among
Tijuana
others
Innovadora que se
specialists,
dedican
within Tijuana Innovadora that are focused on prevention. Young people have always been the cross-cutting community in Tijuana Innovadora. Now we're going to have Mr. Unkia with Rebecca Greenscan and other important personalities on global economy. What do you think about that panel? Incredible, those personalities. When you think about the background of Jose Angel Gurria, you're talking about a whole institution. What better panelist than that? I think it's going to be very interesting to see the perspective of the economy that they will show us. I think it would be very interesting that he could share some data as far as how he uh, forecasts economy in Tijuana, because it has been one of the really important sectors in the last years, not only on medical services, but also on medical devices. And that impacts our local economy greatly. And evidently, the economy that we generate towards the exterior, everything that we generate around us, everything that this health topic generates around the different economies, restaurant industry, tourism, hotels. It's a really virtuous circle that's really interesting, that's generated through these tourism. So it would be, for me, a great experience and very interesting to see and listen to his ideas with all of the experience that he has and how he sees the future for our city. And I think also that what Claudia was saying about vulnerable young people, that's another topic that goes hand in hand with the economic topic. At the end of the day, there are opportunities that we have to be generated in the city in order to accomplish that future city that we're foreseeing. And it's complemented by other sectors to support all these initiatives so that we can reduce or eliminate these vulnerable young communities. As Claudia was mentioning, there are topics that we have addressed in Tijuana Innovadora through different spheres and areas, and we have to put all these topics together because they're important for our city, and we have to solve them in order to finally get that future city that we're looking for. We're going to have very interesting panels, and we have to be paying attention to them. It's a pleasure to have Dr. Parceo. Today we're going to play tribute to you guys, the doctors, who have made an effort. The Walk of Fame gave a tribute because you have dedicated a lot of time fighting the pandemic. This goes to all the institutions that have put together their efforts. What can you tell us about this and the effort that we're celebrating and giving tribute to? How has this fight been? It feels better from our trenches because it's different when you feel it on your skin, because we started not only helping and serving patients, we started organizing because we were not ready for this. And through friendships and different people and businessmen with a really good heart, we were able to get great quantities of donations in order to get equipment. That's how we started working on this pandemic. And this pandemic said a before and an after, because it was not only helping the patients, but we also realized that we did not have the resources and we could not be waiting to receive them from other parts, because this was a global chain of resources. So we organized ourselves, and fortunately we were able to get some contributions from different donors and to the General Hospital, the Red Cross, and even to the EAMS. Those resources got to them later, but it was impressive to learn what a virus such as this one can cause the human beings, because there were many people that died in the beginning because it was something new. We didn't have a treatment for it, and it quickly motivated us to create a protocol to utilize stem cells, and it really worked out with our patients. It was an extraordinary experience, and I can tell you that it was worthwhile helping so many people. And the fear, because we were always afraid of getting home and, practically get naked outside before going in, and put everything in a bag so that those clothes could be washed. It was an extraordinary experience. And what I take from it, well, there are a lot of things, but what I really learned is that anything is possible if we get well organized. Now, today on the different panels, you're going to see great colleagues of mine. They're going to share their know-how. People just like James, which I think is going to talk about the STEM. I think he's going to talk about open heart surgeries. Anyway, I think it's great that we're doing this. We're very thrilled about this. We have an area that's very sensible. Um, it's the cinematography, the movies. And together with this, we have two interesting events. One event is the movie as a tool for social change. And we also have a very dear friend of us, and he has always helped us in Tijuana Innovadora, and he has dedicated his efforts on um, unjust um, injustice. Injustice is a topic that can be addressed from different points of view, and now we're going to look at it from the perspective, from the legal perspective, and how you can address it from the cinema industry, how you can work and intervene to give back justice to people who have suffered injustice. Our dear Justin Brooks, who is from Innocence Project, is going to be with us. Last year, he had a movie who was on a person that was presumed guilty, but a really good group of lawyers were able to get him out of this. And we're going to talk about this, the movie, as a social change tool. And let me tell you just a little bit more about the COVID and the Walk of Fame and how Tijuana Innovadora has been. Before, we used to be the image committee, but we have been acknowledging the different organizations and people that work to make this region a better place. The General Hospital, this is about humanity. The International Community Foundation, Jewish Family Services, Border Philanthropy Partnership, volunteers from INS, just as Juan Jose was mentioning, and the Mexican Red Cross. They're the organizations that have been heart and soul working throughout the pandemic and COVID, and Tijuana Innovadora, and would like to acknowledge all of them. We have something very magical. There's a company that's called Motivo, and through different sensors on your clothes or on your skin can detect diseases. And they have just closed a deal with Global Qualco. We're going to have overalls for workers to take care of their health so that they instantly can find any medical problem that they might have. And we're going to present this here. We're going to talk about something that's uh, uh, ahead of our time. This is incredible. Technology has been uh, advancing a lot and how everything has been changing as far as medical topics. That's something that would be unthinkable before, but it's incredible and really interesting that it's going to be presented here today. But that also give us the chance for what you've always said, all the things that are presented in Tijuana, but also the things that are done here. The people, sometimes the people from the region are not familiar with everything that's done in Tijuana, and that's the spirit of Tijuana Innovadora. Come out and mention everything that we're doing and everything that we make here for the rest of the world. Now that you're mentioning this new technology, it's really incredible that we're going to have within our program in Tijuana Innovadora, and it's really it's a really good
Esto que
topic
estamos
because goes
haciendo
hand
ahora
in
ha
hand
sido
with Tijuana is the
un
future.
cómplice desde el
Everything that we're
principio.
doing, Aaron, because you
CDT
have
ha
been with
estado
us from the
siempre de la
beginning,
mano
and
con Tijuana
CDT has
Innovadora, porque
always
Tijuana
worked
Innovadora
hand
lo
in hand with
formamos
Tijuana
todos
Innovadora
los que
because
estamos
Tijuana Innovadora
trabajando
is all of us
juntos
that are
bueno,
working
como
together,
Toyota, por
and
ejemplo, que es
as
la
Toyota, for
productora de
example,
la
which
Tacoma, que
is
es la pick-up mediana más vendida por 14 años
we
consecutivos.
produce
Es uno de
Toyota
nuestros
Tacoma, which is
inversionistas
the
seriales
most
que
sold
todos
pickup,
de la mano. Esa es
and
la verdad que
together
Tijuana
hand in
Innovadora
hand,
es
that's
lo
the
que es
truth.
por el
Tijuana
apoyo
Innovadora
de
is what it is
personas como
thanks to the
ustedes.
support of people like you guys.
Tenemos también un
We
evento
also have
que
an
es
event that's
interesantísimo,
super
que tú
interesting
lo tienes que presentar,
that
Claudita,
you
que es
have to present
Tijuana San
that,
Diego,
Claudia.
un relato de
Tijuana,
dos
San
ciudades.
Diego, a story
¿Qué es eso, Claudita?
of
¿Qué
two
vamos a
cities.
presentar de
What's
dos
that,
ciudades?
Claudita? What's the story of these two
Tenemos ahí
cities?
a la señora
We have
embajadora
the
Mejía.
ambassador,
Con Marcela.
the
Pues como les
I know
comentaba,
Marcela, as I
después de
was
la presentación
telling you,
de la presentación del
um,
libro del tercer país,
when we present
hicimos
the
6
book of the third
paneles
country,
y el
we
colofón del día de
created
hoy se llama
6
Tijuana
panels.
San Diego,
The one that we're
un
going to have today,
relato
it's
de dos
called
ciudades. Va a
Tijuana
estar con
San Diego, a
nosotros
story
Alan
from
Bersin, que es
two
del Wilson
stories.
Center,
Alan
increíble
Bersin is going
persona
to
que
be
además
with
fue
us from the
Cruzar de
Wilson
la Frontera,
Center, and he was
secretario de
the
Educación,
border
etcétera,
czar,
Marcela Celorio,
education
embajadora
secretary, Marcela
ahorita y supervisor
Celorio,
en Los Ángeles,
ambassador
México,
now.
Los Ángeles,
She's
Luis
a
Herrera, que fue
consul, a
también cónsul de
Mexico's consul
México
in LA. Luis Herrera, who
en
was
San Diego,
also a
Daniel Millán, que
former
es el director general de
consul in
Comunicación
Mexico,
Social
Daniel Millán,
de
who's
la
the
Secretaría de
social
Relaciones Exteriores
communications
y que
from
está pues
Foreign Affairs,
el
from the
formato
Ministry of Foreign
institucional,
Affairs,
y Jorge Chabón, que es
and
uno de
Jorge
los
Chavon,
académicos
who's
más
one of the
reconocidos
most
en las
recognized
relaciones México y Estados Unidos, y también va a estar con nosotros.
Unas
professors
palabras,
who's also
doctor,
going to be
finales
with us.
para
Some
nuestro auditorio.
final
Empezamos un
remarks,
día de
Doctor.
jornadas largas,
We're going to
interesantes,
start a
bellísimas,
day
de las que
of
hemos comentado.
very
Un comentario, doctor.
interesting panels. A closing remark, Doctor, please. I add to all the congratulations, and I thank you for bringing so many important people in the health area. Please follow the dialogues. I think it's going to be a very good experience for you. You're going to get to see a lot of interesting things, robotic surgery, a lot of things on medicine, the transformations that this sector has gone through, a lot of things that are worthwhile seeing for you to enrich your medical culture and so that you understand your doctors better because we're fighting for you guys day in and day out. Congratulations, Claudia, Aaron, all the people from the committee. This is a big event, just as every single one that has been before. And I thank you for having me. We have just a few seconds, Don Aran, to close this. Thank you, Don Jose. I would just like to invite everyone to take advantage of all the conferences that we're going to be having and the panels during the day. They're super interesting, all of them. As Dr. Parcero was saying, please take advantage of this, join us, and thank you so much for being a part of this experience. With this, we close and we say goodbye. Please do not forget to drink coffee. The Volada coffee is 100% from Tijuana, so we're going to get started with our program. Let's. Okay, congratulations, everyone. It was so glad to have you here. We are finishing right on time, so we're starting a beautiful day. So thank you, each one of you has participated. Thank you so much. See you.
Arcus Nexus es una empresa punta de lanza en la industria de desarrollo de software. Hoy tiene presencia en Monterrey, Aguascalientes, Irving y su sede principal en Tijuana. Nuestra pasión es trabajar con proyectos que nos reten a ser creativos e innovadores. Orgullosamente tijuanense, Arcus Nexus se suma al movimiento de Tijuana Innovadora, con la firme convicción de que el talento mexicano no tiene fronteras.
Welcome to Baja California, Mexico, where Toyota produces the popular Toyota Tacoma pickups and employs over 2,000 team members.
This region, 30 miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border, is considered a high-risk area for water availability. Toyota has a long history of water conservation here, and recently, this facility has tested and implemented some advanced technology that has taken water management to a whole new level.
This water recycling process here in Toyota Baja California is pretty unique in Toyota North America. We utilize this new membrane bioreactor to remove solids from water we have already used in production. Then, this filtered water is run through a reverse osmosis system to eliminate any dissolved solids.
The result? 23 million gallons of water saved per year. Plus, the quality of the recycled water through the use of these advanced systems meets or exceeds the purity of the incoming water.
Reducing the amount of water we use to manufacture our vehicles is an environmental priority for us here in North America, as we do our part to support the Global Toyota Environmental Challenge 2050.
These systems not only represent a significant savings here at the Baja plant, it also provides real-world data and expertise that can be shared with other Toyota facilities. So the opportunity for impact is enormous.
Want to know more about Toyota's ongoing efforts to reduce water usage, especially in water-stressed areas of North America? Visit Toyota's Environmental Ideas and Actions page.
Grupo Cadena es el contacto más continuo con la información, el entretenimiento, noticias, deportes, música, activaciones, conciertos y televisión. Grupo Cadena, líder en medios, está totalmente identificado con los bajacalifornianos a través de toda su programación. Durante más de 84 años, Grupo Cadena ha forjado la integración de marcas y productos a través de sus plataformas, impactando a más de 1 millón de usuarios diariamente.
Es un hecho. Telemundo es líder en horario estelar en español. Y cuando tu serie favorita termina, comienza el noticiero local de mayor impacto en la región.
Tener la mejor información y llegar hasta los hogares de nuestro público.
De una manera distinta y más joven, más atrevida que otros canales.
Estamos creando una relación con nuestra comunidad, con nuestros televidentes.
Noticiero Telemundo 20, de lunes a domingo, en Tijuana o en San Diego. Cuenta con nosotros.
En el año 2002 se dan los primeros pasos para establecer lo que sería, en agosto del año 2004, la planta Toyota Motor Manufacturing de Baja California, mejor conocida como TMMBC, siendo la primera planta armadora de Toyota en México. En diciembre del 2004, iniciamos con la producción del pick-up completo con producción de 30,000 unidades anuales producidas para el 2005.
En el 2007, nuestra Tacoma se convertiría en la ganadora del reconocimiento J.D. Power otorgado por ser la mejor pick-up mediana. Continuamos con los logros y en el 2008 obtuvimos un reconocimiento J.D. Power por ser la planta con la mejor calidad a nivel Toyota, cerrando el año con un incremento de producción a 50,000 unidades. Cumplimos nuestro 10º aniversario en 2014, obteniendo el reconocimiento por excelencia en seguridad a nivel global. Continuando con más logros, obteniendo en 2015, por segunda ocasión, el premio J.D. Power por ser la mejor pick-up mediana. En abril del mismo año, iniciamos con un nuevo esquema productivo de 3 equipos de trabajo en 3 turnos diferentes rotativos, siendo la primera planta en Toyota en implementar este esquema exitosamente.
Durante 2016, se lanzó el rediseño del Tacoma, y así incrementamos el volumen a 105,000 unidades. Nos fue confiado el incremento de capacidad más retador en la historia de TMNBC. El reto consistió en incrementar la construcción e instalación del equipo sin detener la producción diaria y aumentar en un 60% la producción anual.
Actualmente somos más de 2,000 empleados directos en TMNBC, con más de 1,700 empleados de proveedores en sitio.
Destacamos por ser una empresa que fomenta la diversidad, teniendo como indicador en 2016 14% de población femenina y 86% población masculina, aumentando para mayo de 2018 a 18% de población femenina y 82% población masculina.
Comprometidos con el medio ambiente y teniendo como prueba de ello la certificación ISO 14001, así como la industria limpia otorgadas por el gobierno federal mexicano a empresas con alto desempeño ambiental, además de tener nuestra propia planta tratadora de agua, donde reciclamos el 100% del agua que consumimos y la tratamos para riego.
Como empresa socialmente responsable, TMNBC participa en actividades comunitarias durante el año. Somos TMNBC.
We are, during our second day of transmission of Tijuana is the Future, the largest online event in Mexico, celebrating a decade of Tijuana Innovadora. This forum is an opportunity to explore and debate worldwide trends in innovation. This is where everyone comes together to see what we contribute to the world under this new circumstance. These are the discussions of the future, and we are coming to you thanks to the sponsorship of CIDEM, CDT, Televisa, Mujer Actual, Tijuanotas. And technology brings several questions. Where are the cities of the future going? How do we use the new tools to develop cities? How do we foster more functional and friendlier cities? We have one of the most notable urbanists of our time to give us his vision about the cities of the future. We welcome Carlo Ratti, an Italian designer who is the founding member of Carlo Ratti Associates, founded in Turin, Italy in 2002. Ratti is one of the top 50 most influential designers in America, and he is also on the list of the 50 people that will change the world by Wired, Massachusetts. He is a professor of urban technologies at MIT, where he runs the Sensible City Lab, where they explore how new technologies are changing how we understand, design, and live in cities. Welcome to Tijuana is the Future. Buenos días a todos y todas, un enorme placer acompañarles. El día de hoy lo que les voy a compartir es cómo están evolucionando las ciudades y esa convergencia entre el entorno natural y el artificial. Pero para ello me gustaría hablar de la convergencia en las últimas décadas, comenzando con el ser humano y la fusión entre el ser humano y lo artificial. Por ejemplo, con los cyborgs. Ahora algo interesante está ocurriendo en nuestra ciudad. Nuestras ciudades están cubiertas de capas digitales. El Internet de las cosas se está integrando Y tenemos una nueva ciberdimensión, como ven aquí. Y esto abre nuevas posibilidades. Por cierto, debo confesar que en este año de COVID, hoy tengo que hacer un viaje. Estoy en un aeropuerto, por lo que escuchan el ruido de fondo, algunas voces, avisos. Así que tenemos la convergencia entre estos datos y nosotros en el medio. Ese es el Internet de las cosas. ¿Y a qué me refiero cuando digo natural y artificial? Siempre utilizo las preciosas definiciones de Herbert Simon, un increíble investigador, laureado Nobel del siglo XX. Y en las últimas décadas hemos explorado, como había mencionado, esta hibridización entre el mundo natural, el mundo humano y el antropogénico, el artificial. Pero hoy lo vemos al revés. ¿Cómo podemos integrar lo artificial a lo natural? Y esto es uno de los retos principales en la arquitectura hoy. Pasar de este mundo antropogénico de inmuebles, de edificios, de objetos, hibridizarlo con el mundo natural. Y para ello comienzo con un proyecto de Antalya. Sensores inteligentes son parte central de esta hibridización y en este proyecto que les estoy presentando, esto fue en la Bienal de Viena hace como 15 años y en este proyecto por primera vez buscamos datos en tiempo real. En este caso la ciudad de Roma, en este caso de las redes celulares, de taxis, de transporte público, mandando esa información a la nube, con una nube inicial a través de nuestros servidores en MIT y luego devolviéndolo a la exposición en la Bienal de Viena. Así que era una respuesta en tiempo real a través de sensores para presentar en tiempo real información. Y se convirtió en algo más factible con la mayor penetración de celulares. Y aquí vemos la visualización de la penetración celular en Roma y Pedro Cruz de nuestro laboratorio en MIT hizo esta visualización y que después se exhibió en MoMA, el Museo de Arte Moderno en Nueva York. Y estos son miles de millones de puntos de datos de la red celular y nos permite ver la ciudad desde el aspecto artificial como algo vivo, en movimiento. Con los sensores podemos medir una vida que antes no era posible en nuestras ciudades. Y con estos datos los puedes analizar y encontrar cosas interesantes. De nuevo, estos son datos de taxis en Nueva York. En los puntos amarillos es un taxi recogiendo una persona, en azul dejando una persona. Aquí tenemos el aeropuerto de John F. Kennedy. Aquí está en la parte inferior, haciendo un alejamiento, y aquí vemos Manhattan y todas las delegaciones de la isla. Y puedes utilizar analítica interesante. Por ejemplo, una de las preguntas que nos planteamos es cuántos recorridos de taxi podrían compartirse en Nueva York. Entre estos dos puntos tenemos un sinnúmero de recorridos en el trayecto de un año. Así que la cuestión sería si se pudieran compartir sin generar incomodidad a las personas, sin demoras adicionales. Así que la analítica nos permitió crear redes para compartir recorridos. Y esto lo descubrimos antes de que se lanzara Uber o Uberpool o algo similar. Pero en ese entonces lo que descubrimos fue que en Nueva York todas las personas podrían llegar a su destino más o menos un par de minutos que si lo hicieran solos. Aquí vemos el delta en la demora, pero es una demora muy leve. Pero se reduciría el número de taxis en 40% compartiendo estos viajes con esta demora mínima. De nuevo, Uberpool no existían en aquel entonces. Pero comenzamos una colaboración entre MIT y Uber cuando lo lanzaron por estos datos. Y como lo saben, Uberpool es precisamente lo que hace. Toma personas que van más o menos en la misma dirección para compartir el recorrido. Y eso genera menos congestión vehicular, menos consumo de combustibles, un menor número de vehículos potencialmente en nuestras ciudades. Y esto partió de nuevo tratando de entender a la ciudad como un organismo vivo a través de datos y luego analizar los datos y a través de la analítica de datos plantearnos cómo podríamos reprogramar la ciudad de distintas formas, que es algo que también estamos haciendo. Aquí tenemos un artículo que tuvimos en Nature, donde analizamos de nuevo las redes de la ciudad de Nueva York para ver cuál sería la flotilla mínima vehicular. El número mínimo, en otras palabras, de vehículos que permitirán que Manhattan siguiera operando, sin compartir recorridos, simplemente con un mejor despacho de vehículos. Y lo mismo puedes utilizar en otras dimensiones, en nuestros inmuebles, nuestras ciudades. Por ejemplo, hace unos años comenzamos a analizar el consumo energético en el plantel de Universidad de MIT. Y por cierto, si tienen interés en estos documentos de investigación, están en el portal de la Universidad de MIT. Y lo que descubrimos es que, de hecho, no hay correlación en absoluto entre el consumo energético y dónde se encuentra la gente. Es decir, desperdiciamos mucha energía por calentar o enfriar inmuebles que se encuentran vacíos. Y decidimos crear un nuevo paradigma para la calefacción de los inmuebles. Le llamamos calefacción local. Y empezamos en el plantel de MIT, creamos estos haces de luz infrarroja que podían crear una burbuja de calefacción para las personas que ingresaban al plantel de MIT. Esta burbuja se puede modificar, configurar en función de tus preferencias, así que no tienes que calentar todo el espacio, sino dirigirlo a las personas, que es donde importa. La instalación tuvo mucho éxito. Algunos de los visitantes a MIT se espantaron, no los alumnos o los investigadores que estaban muy acostumbrados a que ocurran cosas raras en el plantel universitario. Pero eventualmente ampliamos el sistema de nuevo a la Bienal de Viena. Es una bienal increíble, como su nombre lo indica, se hace cada 2 años y ahí tratamos de ampliar los límites de nuestra disciplina. Aquí vemos un video de la instalación para la Bienal de Viena. Y aquí vemos a todo el equipo de MIT, vemos a los proyectores de haces infrarrojos que siguen a la gente para crear esta burbuja de calefacción. De nuevo, según las preferencias de cada quien. Esto fue en una exposición en la Bienal de, digamos, en la Bienal de Venecia, y también podemos considerar cómo integrarlo de manera más sutil en entornos de oficina. Y lo que hemos hecho en años recientes, de hecho, es que en la oficina central de una fundación en Turín, Italia, instalamos estos haces infrarrojos que responden en función de cuántas personas están en el inmueble y la iluminación. El inmueble entonces es inteligente, sabe cuánta gente hay ahí y lo procesa a través de inteligencia artificial y responde modificando las condiciones internas de temperatura. Aquí vemos los espacios internos del edificio, aquí vemos los paneles que instalamos que controlan el enfriamiento, la calefacción y la iluminación. Y esto fue en la parte antigua del inmueble, tiene una parte antigua y una más moderna, pero lo hicimos en la parte antigua. Pero puedes usarlo en todo el inmueble con los mismos tipos de sensores para entender las condiciones actuales, en este caso en el inmueble, y a través de inteligencia artificial responder de manera dinámica a estas condiciones. Aquí tenemos otras imágenes del edificio. Y en otros casos podemos utilizar simplemente proyecciones y píxeles en movimientos para que cobre vida en nuestro espacio. Este es un proyecto en un pequeño departamento que diseñamos y tiene un proyector en su parte central que permite potencialmente proyectar a un espejo rotante que puedes recalibrar para poder proyectar a 360 grados. Así que cualquier superficie se puede convertir en un espacio interactivo con un solo proyector. Y cuando todo está apagado, se ve así, pero al encenderlo, cada superficie, cada pared puede cobrar vida con información digital. En este proyecto exploramos otra dimensión de cómo aprovechar la tecnología para que nuestros edificios, espacios sean más interactivos. Esto fue en la exposición mundial, la Feria Mundial en Milán, en 2015, exactamente hace 5 años, y el tema de la exposición fue alimentar al planeta. Así que teníamos un pabellón de New Holland, un proveedor de productos agrícolas, y el pabellón de al lado era el distrito del futuro de la alimentación. Y estas ferias mundiales son excelentes lugares para explorar el futuro y explorar nueva tecnología. Y se nos pidió tener un pabellón con supermercados vendiendo alimentos con el tema general, de nuevo, o el lema general de la convención fue alimentar al planeta. Así que imaginamos un supermercado del futuro. Y sabíamos lo que no queríamos hacer. Aquí tenemos una imagen de Andrea del supermercado del siglo XX y obviamente no queríamos hacer esto. Y aquí tenemos una cita de Italo Calvino que habla del señor Palomar, que es un personaje provincial y un día va a París y va a comprar queso y entra a una tienda y para él se convierte como en un museo. Él dice que se parece al Louvre cuando entra. Y con esta inspiración podemos pensar que podemos ver más allá para analizar de fondo el producto. Aquí tenemos un óleo de Goutus donde vemos la interacción que ocurre entre las personas y los productos en un mercado tradicional. Pero ¿cómo hacerlo en el marco de un supermercado moderno? Bien, la manera de hacerlo es, antes que nada, colocar todo sobre mesas. Las mesas son interfaces increíbles. El ser humano lleva miles de años utilizando mesas para comer, para convivir. Y en la mesa colocamos muchos sensores que detectan cuando se acerca una persona a la mesa. Y lo que hicimos es que en cuanto te acercas a un producto, el producto comienza a desplegarse, presentando información del producto. Si compras una manzana, como puedes ver aquí, en cuestión de un segundo aparece la información de la manzana. Y si tienes 10, 15 segundos para seguir observándolo, se va desplegando nueva información, incluso, por ejemplo, de la operación agrícola donde se produjo. Así que el supermercado se convierte en un teatro en algún nivel. Aquí vemos el ingreso al supermercado y con distintas capas de información, una capa física, pero también una capa digital y distintas capas agregadas de datos. Y aquí ven el pabellón una vez que lo finalizamos, que resultó ser uno de los más visitados en la Feria Mundial. Además de ser un pabellón de exposición, era además un supermercado donde en realidad estaban vendiendo productos y ocurrían todo tipo de interacciones con distintas capas de información, como les mencionaba anteriormente, y a la gente le encantó, a los niños sobre todo, brincaban de un producto a otro para ver qué se desplegaba, porque había una plétora de información que se les presentaba. Y de nuevo, en los primeros segundos es información básica de la huella de carbono, el precio, el contenido calórico, pero mientras más tiempo te quedes, más información se va revelando, vas descubriendo del producto. Aquí tenemos un breve video donde ilustramos la experiencia dentro de este supermercado. También les quiero mostrar cómo podemos atraer lo natural a lo artificial y hacer una fusión de manera distinta, que es integrar a la naturaleza en sí a los espacios. Lo primero que nos planteamos cómo fusionarlo utilizando sensores, inteligencia artificial, actuadores o interruptores para volver el mundo artificial, antropogénico, urbano, a algo que se parezca mucho más al entorno natural. Pero podemos traer también el mundo natural al diseño antropogénico. Este es un inmueble, por ejemplo, un edificio que se está construyendo en Singapur. Va a ser uno de los rascacielos más altos de la ciudad y estamos integrando a la naturaleza. Hay un espacio en los pisos intermedios donde la gente puede convivir, es un espacio público, la gente puede incluso trabajar desde ahí, pero es casi como una selva tropical al recorrerla. Y está básicamente flotando sobre la ciudad de Singapur. Y aquí tiene mucha tecnología también para poder tener una selva tropical en Singapur o en Italia, en donde se necesitan muchos controles y sensores para que los parámetros ambientales sean los correctos. Pero a lo que ilustro aquí es que podemos integrar, como decía, el mundo natural al antropogénico, un inmueble. Desde aquí podemos ver incluso el ingreso al edificio en la parte inferior. Ahora tuvimos otro proyecto en la Semana de Diseño de Milán hace un par de años. La Semana de Diseño de Milano es uno de los principales eventos en materia de diseño. Se reúnen personas durante una semana, por lo general en abril, en la ciudad de Milano. Este año se canceló por COVID-19, pero esperamos que se presente nuevamente el año entrante. Y hace 2 años se nos pidió dar la apertura al evento de la Semana de Diseño de Milano y los organizadores nos pidieron reflexionar respecto de los principales retos para el diseño hoy, que son precisamente lo que estamos comentando. El primero es esa hibridización, cómo atraer más naturaleza a las ciudades, integrar ese mundo artificial con el natural. Otro reto importante es el clima, cómo lo podemos mejorar a nivel mundial, el cambio climático, pero también de manera local en nuestras ciudades con mitigación climática. Y lo que hicimos en este caso es crear un pabellón en el que podíamos desarrollar estas dos temáticas. El pabellón que ven aquí, estos son básicamente las ilustraciones antes de su construcción, las ilustraciones de diseño. Y pueden ver el domo, la catedral de Milano y la plaza central de Milano. Y instalamos un pabellón que podía traer un jardín mágico al centro de Milano y con sensores y controles e inteligencia para poder crear 4 temporadas del año en el mismo espacio. Así que en el pabellón podías pasar de primavera a verano, a otoño, a invierno, en cuestión de unos metros. Y al recorrer el pabellón es casi como recorrer el tiempo al pasar de una temporada a la otra. Esto quiere decir, por ejemplo, que en el otoño teníamos el cambio de colores de las hojas y asimismo para el resto de las temporadas del año. Y esto es en la Piazza de Romo, que es la plaza central, enfrente del Palacio Real. Y el diseño de esta plaza se llevó a cabo en el siglo XVIII. Y aquí tienes mucha energía del sol y puedes utilizar celdas fotovoltaicas para aprovecharlo. Y así puedes controlar de manera muy precisa la calefacción y el enfriamiento. Como en el refrigerador, una cosa interesante es que al enfriar de manera interna, generas calor en la parte externa. Y aquí de manera inteligente generas enfriamiento para el verano y utilizas el calor resultante para el verano. Así que tienes un intercambio circular, que es algo que está haciendo cada vez más. Antes, aire acondicionado y calefacción no estaban conectados, pero hoy en la mayoría de los supermercados, el área de refrigeradores que genera calor excesivo se puede utilizar, por ejemplo, para calefacción en otros espacios, por ejemplo, donde está la gente. Así que en el pabellón presentamos estos dos temas importantes para el diseño hoy en día. El primero es la convergencia de lo natural y lo artificial, y el segundo, cómo podemos abordar el control climático y la mitigación climática en nuestros municipios, sobre todo en función de lo que está ocurriendo con el cambio climático global. Aquí vemos ahora el pabellón ya construido, la catedral del lado izquierdo, el Palacio Real del lado derecho, y al frente vemos el pabellón desde el otro lado, sobre el eje del Palacio Real. Y aquí pueden observar los veranos, un verano muy cálido. Para invierno teníamos, de hecho, nieve real, aunque en abril en Milano hace mucho calor, pero era nieve que se estaba generando realmente en el lado de invierno. Y en otoño, de nuevo, las hojas cambiando de color y cayendo. Y en el verano, también cálido, presentando. Y aquí tenemos un breve video para presentar la experiencia al interior de este pabellón, y fue una forma de hacer que la gente reflexionara sobre estos dos temas importantes. Uno, la naturaleza, y segundo, la remediación, adaptación y mitigación del cambio climático. Pero también se convirtió en un pabellón muy popular durante la Semana de Diseño en Milano. Y todo lo que utilizamos en el pabellón lo podemos reciclar, entre ellos todos los árboles que después de la Semana de Diseño se sembraron alrededor de la ciudad de Milano. Tenemos otro proyecto en la Feria Mundial también, en este caso en España, y esto fue antes de la de Milano. Y el tema de la exposición, en este caso, no fue alimentando al planeta, sino agua en sí. Y el presidente municipal de Zaragoza se nos acercó y nos dijo, ¿cómo podemos aprovechar la tecnología hoy para el consumo de agua? Para aprovechar este preciado elemento de mejor forma. Aquí vemos una tubería que abre y cierra por computadora para poder crear un muro vivo donde puedes reproducir imágenes incluso, pero uno que deja de producir agua para que lo puedas cruzar y de nuevo cobra vida. Y el presidente municipal de Zaragoza también nos pidió diseñar la entrada a la Feria Mundial. Es el pabellón digital del agua, es uno de los pocos inmuebles que permaneció después de la Feria Mundial. Tienes una cortina de agua que se interrumpe cuando la cruzas y también es ampliable en función de cuántas personas están en el espacio y puedes subdividir las salas, hacerlas más grandes, más pequeñas en función de cuántas personas hay presentes. Y de nuevo es una cortina de agua y si hay mucho viento, puedes bajar el techo para reducir las salpicaduras y puedes también bajar el techo hasta que se desaparezca por completo. Time Magazine lo puso en su listado de mejores invenciones del año. Lo tuvimos que construir de manera muy acelerada, fue cuestión de meses porque venía la exposición mundial y aquí pueden ver el pabellón antes de que se inaugurara. Y esta imagen me gusta porque hay una persona que viene, que tenía que tomar el trolebús, pero se perdió el tren porque pasó demasiado tiempo viendo qué era el pabellón y qué estaba ocurriendo con la cortina de agua. Esta imagen también agregaba píxeles de luz con los píxeles del agua. Tenemos la combinación de ambos. Y soy yo tratando de no mojarme, poniendo a prueba todos los sensores, verificando que el sistema interrumpiera el agua para que puedas ingresar sin mojarte. Y de hecho, una noche, todos los sensores dejaron de funcionar y estábamos aterrados porque el edificio empezaba a hacer cosas de locura. Ya no respondía a la gente. Y esa noche, de hecho, fue una de las más divertidas. Miles de niños y niñas de toda la ciudad fueron al pabellón para jugar un nuevo juego. Ya no era un pabellón que abría la cortina de agua para permitirte el ingreso, pero un pabellón en el que tenías que entrar como pudieras. Y hay muchos videos en YouTube sobre eso. Ves a los niños jugando y gritando. Ahorita por si no les puedo reproducir el sonido. Pero nos dio una lección muy importante porque como arquitectos, ingenieros, siempre anticipamos que sabemos cómo va a usar la gente lo que diseñemos, pero la realidad siempre te sorprende. Sobre todo cuando hibridizas un espacio natural con un antropogénico. Ahora les voy a decir lo que ocurrió una noche. El edificio comenzó a alocarse y comenzó a crear lo que quería sin responder a la gente. Pero esa noche, de hecho, resultó ser una de las noches más divertidas de todas. Esa noche, miles de niños y niñas se presentaron al pabellón para jugar un nuevo juego. Ya no se trataba de un pabellón que abría la cortina de agua para que ingresaras, pero un pabellón con el que tenías que interactuar como estuviera. Aquí no se escucha el sonido. Hay un montón de videos en YouTube si los quieren reproducir, pero eran niños jugando y gritando, interactuando con el pabellón de manera distinta. Y para nosotros nos dio una lección importante, porque como arquitectos, ingenieros, siempre pensamos que sabemos cómo va a utilizar la gente lo que diseñemos. Pero la realidad, y sobre todo la realidad humana, siempre te sorprende. Y sobre todo cuando se trata de inmuebles. Porque en ese caso tratas de crear un límite entre lo natural y lo artificial. Ahora quiero cerrar mi presentación con un proyecto más que les quiero compartir. De nuevo, analizando la investigación que estamos haciendo en MIT en Boston y en Singapur y con nuestro despacho de diseño en Turín y en Nueva York, y en nuestras operaciones a nivel mundial, respecto de cómo podemos desdibujar ese límite entre lo artificial y lo natural a través de tecnologías, sensores, inteligencia artificial, interruptores, pero también atrayendo el material natural al espacio antropogénico como agua, árboles, etc. Y les dejo con una última reflexión. Para quienes nos están viendo ahora, nos están escuchando, que están estudiando arquitectura, que acaban de graduarse, porque los meses recientes han sido sumamente difíciles. En los meses recientes, alumnos de MIT con la pandemia han tenido más dificultades para encontrar pasantías o empleos durante el verano. Y les presento también esta reflexión porque es muy mexicana. Es un personaje muy famoso de México, ustedes lo conocen, Luis Barragán, uno de los arquitectos más celebrados del siglo XX. Aquí tenemos a una imagen de Ciudad de México en su casa, oficina. Y lo curioso de Barragán es que trabajó por muchos años hasta que tenía más de 50 años de edad, primero en Guadalajara y luego en Ciudad de México, pero haciendo proyectos para clientes que en realidad no respetaba mucho. Pues generó cierta independencia económica. Creó muchas cosas a mediados del siglo XX en México, pero después de cumplir los 50, en su diario escribe: estoy cansado de escuchar a los clientes hablando de sus gustos. Voy a renunciar a todos mis clientes y ahora solo trabajaré para un cliente, para mí. Y de ahí en adelante empezó a diseñar solo unos cuantos inmuebles, Casa Quilardi, Casas del Pedregal, el convento, pero con esos pocos inmuebles se ganó el premio Pixar, que es el premio Nobel de la arquitectura, y se convirtió en uno de los arquitectos más influenciales de la segunda mitad del siglo XX. A lo que voy con esto es que si ustedes acaban de graduar, hoy pueden hacer lo que hizo Barragán, pero sin tener que esperar a que cumplan 50 años de edad. Lo pueden hacer de manera mucho más rápida. La diferencia es que hoy puedes apalancar la red que no existía en los tiempos de Barragán y comenzar con esa idea, ese sueño, y buscar apoyo en línea, comenzar con el sueño. Sueña primero, los clientes después. Hay plataformas de crowdfunding o de financiamiento en masa que te lo permiten. Y con eso vuelvo a la exposición en Milán, estima que ya se vaya presentando, donde convertimos la fachada en un despliegue digital enorme, mostrando rostros, información, pero al hacerlo, también creamos una versión más pequeña que ahora tenemos en nuestra oficina. Tiene un par de cables y la gente lo empezó a hacer para crear selfies con el robot pintándolos en la pared como mural, y la gente que venía a la oficina, al despacho, lo pasaba a ver. Y cuando lo llevamos a la oficina no sabía qué haríamos con él. Así que no le dimos un enorme valor a tratar de hacer una campaña para generar fondos. Por ejemplo, está Kickstart, digamos $10,000. A menos que tengamos $200,000, y muy pocas campañas llegan a ese monto, a menos que llegáramos a 200,000, no podemos hacer nada como proyecto con esto. Pero creamos un video. Este es el principio, pero lo pueden encontrar en línea. Y lo lanzamos a Kickstarter y se convirtió en una de las campañas más grandes en Kickstarter. Hace año y medio, creo que el monto total fue casi $3 millones que recaudamos en línea con este tipo de financiamiento en masa. Y por ello, Scribit, que es como le pusimos al robot, lo tuvimos que producir, hacemos la versión final, así que decidimos venderlo, ofrecerlo al mercado. Y obviamente se ve mucho más sexy que el que aparecía en el video. Y acaba de ganarse el premio Red Dot al diseño y algunos otros galardones de diseño. Y puede convertir cualquier pared en un respirador, en un espacio donde puedes crear imágenes a través de un robot para tu casa. Y esa idea inicialmente, que estaba en la pared en que utilizamos de la oficina, lo convertimos en un proyecto comercial y lo hacemos realidad a través de las redes con Kickstarter. Así que ustedes pueden hacer, si acaban de graduarse, lo que hizo Barragán, pero ahora, sin esperar a que tengan 50 o más años de edad. Pero no inicien buscando clientes o clientes tradicionales. Primero generen un sueño y encuentren una comunidad que les apoye en línea y que les permita convertir esos sueños en realidad. Después, Y les dejo con esta reflexión precisamente de hacer lo que hizo Barragán de forma distinta que puede hacer ahora que se gradúan de la universidad, empezando con un sueño buscando clientes después. Y les dejo con un poquito de esperanza. Espero que la próxima vez nos podamos ver en persona en la preciosa ciudad de Tijuana. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias. ¿Me podría comentar cómo puede la arquitectura diseñar las tendencias o las ciudades del futuro? ¿Cómo va a incidir la arquitectura en este sentido? Creo que el diseño arquitectónico está en una encrucijada. Para utilizar las palabras de Parkinson Fuller, podrías decirle que es utópico o incluso que es algo que terminará en desuso. Y terminará en desuso si no hacemos nada al respecto. Pero si queremos abordar las grandes problemáticas del mundo hoy en día, la segregación en nuestras ciudades, el cambio climático, como mencionaba, entonces podríamos crear algo utópico. Y ahí el diseño, la arquitectura es donde debe de incidir, abordar estos grandes retos y buscar nuevas y creativas formas de abordarlos y resolverlos. Eso debe ser parte medular de todo lo que hagamos todos en el planeta, no solo arquitectura. Profesor, ¿dónde encuentra inspiración para su trabajo? ¿Sabe? Hoy en día podemos encontrar inspiración en cualquier lado. Y gracias a las redes sociales, puedes conocer lo que hace la gente alrededor del mundo. Así que es un espacio inmenso. Si lo comparamos como trabajaba la gente hace 100 años, que tenías que buscar algo que se publicara meses después o años después en un libro, en una revista. Hoy lo puedes ver de manera instantánea, así que tenemos muchísima inspiración. Lo más importante no es solo la inspiración, sino cómo distinguir entre una buena idea y una mala idea. Y es tratado que tratamos de instruir a nuestros alumnos en MIT. Necesitamos un detector de patrañas. Un detector de patrañas es lo que te indica que estás sobreexpuesto a nuevas ideas, información y cómo distinguir entre las buenas y las malas. Y la última pregunta, para esta generación, ¿cuál sería el elemento clave que necesitan desarrollar nuevos arquitectos, nuevas generaciones para el diseño de ciudades? Bien, creo que es un punto sumamente importante que debemos tomar en cuenta hoy en día. No puede tratarse de que solo un diseñador, un planificador, un arquitecto aborde las complejidades de una ciudad moderna. Cualquier cosa que hagamos debe de ser colectiva. Y por colectivo me refiero a que tenemos que trabajar con toda una serie de disciplinas de manera transversal, interdisciplinaria. Mucha gente. Y esta es una perspectiva distinta versus esa idea heroica del arquitecto único que teníamos en el siglo XX, una persona que por sí misma podía diseñar toda una ciudad, solo o sola. Necesitamos que las personas cuando se gradúan de la universidad tengan una gran pasión y que sean buenos en lo que hacen y que sea una educación con forma de T. La parte vertical es la parte convencional, pero necesitamos la parte transversal de la parte superior de la T, el poder integrarse con otras disciplinas. Y esas disciplinas definitivamente deben incluir en este tema, por ejemplo, programación, ciencias de cómputo, inteligencia artificial, naturaleza, biología, sociología es esencial en el caso de un espacio urbano. Así que tener la capacidad de tener esas conversaciones con los demás expertos va a ser vital para crear la ciudad del futuro. Y el arquitecto se convertiría en el conductor de la orquesta. Sería el arquitecto conductor que armoniza a las distintas voces. Bien, muchas gracias, profesor Ratti. Y Tijuana le esperará, profesor, el año entrante con brazos abiertos y definitivamente nos encantaría verle una vez más y mostrarle en qué hemos estado trabajando en nuestra región, en nuestra ciudad, en nuestra comunidad. Fabuloso.
Es buena hora para desayunar. hablar un poco. Ya tienes tu acceso a Zoom.
Bueno, pues lo que ustedes acaban de ver forma parte de una idea que tuvo nuestro productor general Jorge Izquierdo para de alguna manera ilustrar la realidad que hemos estado viviendo durante los últimos 7, 8 meses, no solamente aquí en Tijuana, sino en todo el mundo, que es el trabajo
Not
desde
only,
casa. En esta ocasión, Tijuana Innovadora,
but
en un
to Tijuana
esfuerzo
Innovadora, in
especial,
a
ha
special
querido que
effort,
el proyecto que se
wanted
tenía para llevar a cabo
for
el
this
evento
project
Tijuana es
that
el
we
futuro en
had so
este
that we
2020
could
siguiera en pie.
have the
No de manera
Tijuana is the
presencial porque
future.
las condiciones no están
Not
dadas
in
este año,
person because the
pero
conditions were not
seguimos de
there
frente
for
el
this,
equipo de
but we
Tijuana
keep on
Innovadora, como les
going,
digo,
the
en un
team of
esfuerzo
Tijuana Innovadora, on this
todavía
effort
mayor,
that is
decidió
even
que esto
bigger.
se hiciera de
And
manera
we
virtual, de
decided that
manera
this would be
digital,
done
convirtiéndolo en el evento digital
digitally
más grande de México.
online,
Y pues bueno,
becoming the
esto que
biggest
ustedes han
online
estado
event in
viendo
Mexico,
el
and
día de
everything
ayer,
that you
el
have
día de
been
hoy y a lo
watching
largo
yesterday,
de
today,
las
and what you
próximas
will be
jornadas,
watching
pues
on the
ilustra
next
algo
days
que tiene que ser
illustrates
familiar para
something
todos
that
ustedes. Las contingencias, las
has
situaciones
to
que
be
vivimos en casa
new
cuando
for all of
estamos
you
haciendo
and
nuestro trabajo
familiar for
precisamente
all of you.
desde
Everything
aquí.
that we
Y
have
en
to
este caso,
be
pues bueno,
faced
también
with
las conducciones
um,
que durante los
during
eventos
these
anteriores
months,
se tenían el derecho de
and
realizar frente a un público
the hosting
en
that I had the
diferentes sedes que ha
privilege of
tenido Tijuana
doing in
Innovadora.
front of
Pues
an
bueno, ahora lo
audience in the
estamos
different
haciendo
venues that
también
Tijuana Innovadora has
desde
had, now
casa,
is going to be
como la
done
mayoría de ustedes
from
trabajando
home,
desde
just that
casa.
most
Y
of
bueno,
you
vamos a
working
continuar esta
from
conferencia que
home.
acaban de
So we're going
escuchar
to
del
continue
futuro, de
this
las ciudades del
conference
futuro con el
about
arquitecto
cities
Carlos
of the
Ratti.
future
Ha
with
llegado a
architect
ustedes
Carlos
gracias al
Ratti.
patrocinio
Has
de
gotten
Toyota
to
de
us.
Baja
Thank you to the
California. Toyota Baja
sponsoring of
California
Toyota
es
Baja
la planta
California,
productora
is the
de
producer
Tacoma,
plant of
la pickup
Tacoma,
mediana
the
más vendida
top-selling
por 14
mid-size
años
pickup in
consecutivos.
14 consecutive
Continuamos.
years. Let's continue.
Arcus Nexus es una empresa punta de lanza en la industria de desarrollo de software. Hoy tiene presencia en Monterrey, Aguascalientes, Irving y su sede principal en Tijuana. Nuestra pasión es trabajar con proyectos que nos reten a ser creativos e innovadores. Orgullosamente tijuanense, Arcus Nexus se suma al movimiento de Tijuana Innovadora, con la firme convicción de que el talento mexicano no tiene fronteras.
¿Ya encontraste tu lugar favorito en el mundo? Puedes pensar en muchos lugares, pero no hay nada como el hogar. En casa tienes espacios para relajarte, cenar con quien amas, disfrutar los amaneceres, tener desayuno en la cama. Encuentra tu lugar favorito en el mundo en Avento by Frasa, The Place to Live.
Al caer la noche, cuando llegas a casa.
Entérese de lo más relevante del día de ambos lados de la frontera.
Info 7 Noche. Toda una jornada de noticias. Un noticiero de TV Azteca, Baja California.
Lunes a viernes, 9 de la noche por AMAS.
21.2 de tu televisión abierta. Es un hecho. Telemundo es líder en horario estelar en español. Y cuando tu serie favorita termina, comienza el noticiero local de mayor impacto en la región.
Tener la mejor información y llegar hasta los hogares de nuestro público.
De una manera distinta y más joven, más atrevida que otros canales.
Estamos creando una relación con nuestra comunidad, con nuestros televidentes.
Noticiero Telemundo 20, de lunes a domingo, en Tijuana o en San Diego. Cuenta con nosotros.
Adaptarnos a los cambios continuos
requiere que estemos informados
para tomar las decisiones que benefician
a nuestra familia y a la comunidad.
Lo que hagamos o dejemos de hacer
me afecta a mí y a mis seres queridos.
También a mí.
Y a mí. Y a mí.
Lo que importa es que nuestro esfuerzo sea unidos. Noticias Ya, frontera San Diego-Tijuana.
Gerardo Mora, que muy buena idea lo del desayuno. Acabamos de escuchar a
We
los
just
integrantes
heard
de la Sinfónica
members
Juvenil, una de
of
las
our
esferas
youth
de Tijuana
symphony,
Innovadora y motivo de
one
gran
of the
orgullo para
areas
todos
of
los que
Tijuana Innovadora,
conformamos
and a source of
este
great pride
movimiento
for those of
Tijuana
us who are
Innovadora
part
y
of the
que
Tijuana
esperamos que
Innovadora
también muy
movement.
pronto
And we're
sea
hoping
otro
soon
motivo más de
it will
orgullo para
be
todas las
another
edades.
source of pride
Ya lo
for
está haciendo,
everyone in
esperamos que
Tijuana.
pronto
It's
se
already
convierta con
doing
todavía
so,
más
and I'm
integrantes,
sure
más
more and more
para el
people will get to
crecimiento
know
de
them,
nuestra ciudad.
and they
Y
will
antes de
bring
continuar,
more and more
agradecemos al
awards to our
patrocinio de
city.
Telcel.
Before we
Parte de
continue,
Quedan
we
todos
want to
ustedes que están
thank
conectados con
Telcel for their
nosotros. El
sponsorship.
evento digital
If you are
más
connected
grande
with
de
us
México,
today to this,
Tijuana
the
es el
largest
futuro. Si estás con
online
Telcel,
event
sabrás
in
que
all of
la red
Mexico,
y con
Tijuana
su
is the
cobertura te
future. If
acerca
using
a horas
Telcel,
de
you'll know
gaming con
that
la mayor velocidad,
coverage
a todo México con
provides
la mayor cobertura,
the
la mayor
fastest
experiencia de
gaming experience
videollamadas
and the
y a la mayor
best video
productividad
call
en tu
experience and the most
Telcel te acerca y
productivity
te
for your home
conecta a lo
office.
que más
Telcel
quieres
brings
y a
you
lo que
closest
realmente te
to what
importa.
you love the most
Telcel,
and
la
what
mejor
matters the
red
most.
con la
Telcel, the
mayor
best
cobertura.
network
Y en
with the
estos momentos
largest
sin
coverage.
precedentes,
And
estar
now,
informado es una
in
necesidad.
this
Cuenta con
unprecedented
Telemundo 20 para una
times,
cobertura
it is
completa de lo
key
que
to be
pasa en
informed.
nuestra región.
So you can
Noticias
count on
locales de
Telemundo
Tijuana y San
Channel
Diego
20 to
todos
know
los
what's
días,
going on in our
noticieros
region.
de lunes a
Local news
viernes
from
y
San Diego
ahora
and
los fines
Tijuana
de semana.
with
Continuamos con el
newscasts
programa.
from Monday through Friday and now coming also on weekends. We now continue with our program.
Tijuana.
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 Tijuana. Tijuana is innovation and manufacturing at a world-class level.
Is skilled and high-tech industrial labor.
Is San Diego's business and economic partner.
is the gateway to a smarter border, is a dynamic destination, and our gateway to Mexico.
Is diverse and inclusive.
Is binational and bicultural.
Is a hub of art and cultural innovation.
Is surprising, a place that will open your eyes.
Is a treasure trove of wonderful food, beer, and wine.
Is part of San Diego's binational community.
Is social innovation and philanthropy.
Is San Diego's innovative, dynamic, and vibrant collaborator.
Tijuana is an open and plural society, a cluster of many communities that welcomes everyone.
Tijuana is our friend, our neighbor, and our partner.
Tijuana.
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 Tijuana is the future.
En el año 2002 se dan los primeros pasos para establecer lo que sería, en agosto del año 2004, la planta Toyota Motor Manufacturing de Baja California, mejor conocida como TMMBC, siendo la primera planta armadora de Toyota en México. En diciembre del 2004, iniciamos con la producción del pick-up completo con producción de 30,000 unidades anuales producidas para el 2005.
En el 2007, nuestra Tacoma se convertiría en la ganadora del reconocimiento J.D. Power otorgado por ser la mejor pickup mediana. Continuamos con los logros y en el 2008 obtuvimos un reconocimiento J.D. Power por ser la planta con la mejor calidad a nivel Toyota, cerrando el año con un incremento de producción a 50,000 unidades. Cumplimos nuestro 10º aniversario en 2014, obteniendo el reconocimiento por excelencia en seguridad a nivel global. Continuando con más logros, obteniendo en 2015, por segunda ocasión, el premio J.D. Power por ser la mejor pickup mediana. En abril del mismo año, iniciamos con un nuevo esquema productivo de 3 equipos de trabajo en 3 turnos diferentes rotativos, siendo la primera planta en Toyota en implementar este esquema exitosamente.
Durante 2016, se lanzó el rediseño del Tacoma, y así incrementamos el volumen a 105,000 unidades. Nos fue confiado el incremento de capacidad más retador en la historia de TMMBC. El reto consistió en incrementar la construcción e instalación del equipo sin detener la producción diaria y aumentar en un 60% la producción anual.
Actualmente somos más de 2,000 empleados directos en TMMBC, con más de 1,700 empleados de proveedores en sitio.
Destacamos por ser una empresa que fomenta la diversidad, teniendo como indicador en 2016 14% de población femenina y 86% población masculina, aumentando para mayo de 2018 a 18% de población femenina y 82% población masculina.
Comprometidos con el medio ambiente y teniendo como prueba de ello la certificación ISO 14001, así como la industria limpia otorgadas por el gobierno federal mexicano a empresas con alto desempeño ambiental, además de tener nuestra propia planta tratadora de agua, donde reciclamos el 100% del agua que consumimos y la tratamos para riego.
Como empresa socialmente responsable, TMMBC participa en actividades comunitarias durante el año. Somos TMMBC.
Cities of the future. Smart cities are already here. Are they safer? What advantages do they provide? Do they make it easier to live together? We are at the 10th anniversary of Tijuana Innovadora. Following up, again, on Cities of the Future, but we first want to thank TV Azteca, Grupo Cadena, Frontera Newspaper, Del Mexicano Regional Newspaper, and TVeraz for their support in bringing these activities to you, as well as sponsoring this Cities of the Future segment. We want to thank FRASA. Tijuana is a city of opportunities and challenges and in constant movement, so FRASA is proud to be a local company. At FRASA, they innovate and grow with the region, offering the best location at the most competitive prices. They develop incredible spaces that meet your lifestyle. If you want to know more, please visit their website, frasa.com.mx. We now continue with our program. They say that a city is much more as its infrastructure elements, but infrastructure can also impact lifestyle. So we have an expert panel that will share ideas with us and you who are following us in Tijuana is the Future. We will have Lucia Troches Ardila, Director of Strategic Projects at Sea Mines, with more or 10 plus years of experience in entrepreneurship. Lucia Troches has worked in projects related to mobility, tech, and artificial intelligence. She was international marketing director for global initiatives that impacted over 5,000 entrepreneurs around the world. We also have Alex McQuaig, who studied 3D design before he started working with James Gardner, and he founded the experimental design Met Studio in 1982, now with offices in Hong Kong, London, and Mexico. And they also opened the first modern art museum in Indonesia. Then we have Craig Dykers, a German architect who graduated from the University of Texas, Austin, and who is the founding partner of Snøhetta from Oslo, Norway, and has participated in projects such as the New Alexandria Library in Egypt. He is a member of the Royal Society of Arts in England, just to mention part of his significant professional history. We also have Mauricio de Font as our moderator. He is the managing director at the University of Guadalajara Cultural Center. El futuro de la ciudad es básicamente el futuro de la naturaleza y necesitamos tomar en cuenta muchas de estas cosas para las acciones del futuro. Y cómo pensar en el futuro a través de ello, porque hay ciertas acciones que no veremos cuyos resultados no veremos en la próxima generación, pero que mejoran la situación. No sé, Ana Lucía, ya que estás a cargo de políticas públicas, etcétera, comencemos contigo. ¿Qué opinas? Y Craig, Alex, si nos dan favor de seguirle. Si les parece. Perfecto, adelante. Bien, creo que en términos de políticas públicas debemos considerar cuáles son los principales retos que enfrentamos, ¿no? Porque una ciudad inteligente tiene que tomar en cuenta a toda la gente que habita en esa ciudad, además de toda la gente que se traslada de la periferia a los centros urbanos, y cómo afecta cómo usamos la tecnología y la forma en que esa tecnología se politiza hasta cierto punto, y la forma en que estas políticas pueden vigilar que la gente tenga lo que necesita. Volviendo precisamente a lo que usted menciona, a ese lazo entre la naturaleza y la ciudad, el lugar donde vivimos, nos presenta el reto de cómo convertirnos en un espacio más sustentable y a la vez aprovechar la tecnología para vigilar que la gente que habita en las ciudades y en las inmediaciones de grandes ciudades tengan lo necesario. En nuestra experiencia en C-Minds, nos estamos enfocando a proyectos que creen el lazo entre estos dos componentes. Uno, cómo ser más sustentables a través de iniciativas que están abordando y tratando de incluir a la comunidad como parte de la creación de la ciudad misma. ¿Y qué tanto estamos cerrando esa brecha entre gobierno, científicos y las personas que crean estas nuevas cosas para la ciudad? Sé que usted, Craig, Alex, como arquitectos y como creadores de estos enormes espacios que posiblemente pueden aportar también este aspecto cultural a las distintas ciudades y ese vínculo entre la naturaleza y las necesidades básicas. Y sé que saben mucho más sobre el tema ellos, así que les cedo el uso de la voz, ya sea Alex o Craig. Yo quiero dar seguimiento a uno de los puntos que mencionaba Lucia respecto de la gente que habita en las ciudades. Podemos dividir en silos las necesidades de una ciudad: transporte, obras públicas, aforo vehicular, aguas potables, saneamiento, pero esos son simplemente las partes operativas de una ciudad. Lo importante, como usted menciona, es la gente. Y una de las cosas que me parece fundamental para cualquier ciudad es que si no tiene el compromiso de su población y su participación, donde se genera un orgullo en la ciudad y donde se genera un arraigo en la ciudad, que se remonte a su historia, con proyectos, por ejemplo, en Arabia Saudita o Nueva York, donde están construyendo nuevas ciudades. Estas nuevas ciudades no tendrán arraigo cultural, son ciudades nuevas. Y en ese aspecto pudiera ser fantástico, pero ¿cómo generas ese arraigo? Porque si no te preguntas cuando llegas a la ciudad, ¿qué quiere esta ciudad de mí? Pensamos en las ciudades a estas dimensiones, pero la ciudad se trata de sus personas, de los individuos que habitan en las comunidades. Les voy a contar una anécdota brevemente y luego ya cierro el punto, pero recuerdo haberme reunido con Nyamaya en Río de Janeiro, un arquitecto increíble, y con un lápiz dibujó el perfil de la ciudad a lo largo del río. Nunca separó lápiz de hoja y simplemente generó esta línea. Y me dijo, qué curioso. Simplemente pone los edificios icónicos poniéndole una elevación, y nada más, pero tiene que haber algo más. Y trabajando con Craig, te empiezas a dar cuenta que hay cosas más allá del inmueble en sí. Eso es lo que hemos hecho, ¿no es así, Craig? Bien, definitivamente el ser humano es un componente sumamente importante del mundo en el que vivimos. Somos dinámicos, tenemos energía, constantemente modificamos y manipulamos no solo a nosotros mismos, sino al mundo a nuestro alrededor. Así que el contexto del ser humano es crucial. Pero por otra parte, y también es curioso, como seres humanos tendemos a reflexionar sobre nosotros mismos como si fuésemos lo más importante que existe. La religión lo hace de vez en cuando y la ciencia incluso a veces pone al ser humano en el centro de todo el diálogo. De hecho, vi un mapa en algún momento del universo conocido, según lo entendemos hoy, y en el centro, por supuesto, estaba el planeta Tierra, como si estuviésemos en el centro del universo incluso. Y me parece una locura. Por lo que a veces el tratar de hacernos a un lado de esa para ver la comprensión directa de lo que necesitamos como gente y entender las consecuencias de nuestras acciones sobre esas cosas a quienes directamente no le importamos. Me parece intrigante. Hoy estamos viviendo lo que pasa cuando ignoramos las consecuencias de lo que en realidad necesitamos y el efecto que tienen las cosas en el mundo. Y no es un diálogo nuevo. La noción de abuso del clima, que es como yo le digo al cambio climático, este abuso climático ha existido durante décadas. Pero el problema con el diálogo del abuso climático y el aumento en temperaturas y la elevación del nivel del mar es existencial para mucha gente. Y toma siglos, décadas, para verdaderamente ver los impactos antes de que te aterre. Y el ser humano reacciona mejor a crisis inmediatas que en planificar el futuro. Así que estamos como esperando a que se presente la crisis. Y entonces todo el mundo se remangará las mangas, estoy seguro. Pero ahora estamos en este periodo existencial. Por otra parte, tenemos una pandemia que es básicamente un peligro biológico, es una catástrofe biológica, de manera similar a otros desastres naturales como huracanes, etc. Y eso ocurrió en un instante, literalmente en cuestión de meses. Pudimos ver los impactos del desplazamiento de hábitat, por ejemplo, en China para manufactura, que obligó a estos pequeños murciélagos a mudarse a otro espacio y de ahí surgen estas enfermedades. Simplemente esta reducción de hábitat y biodiversidad leve ocasionó que en un periodo breve de tiempo el mundo se desestabilizara y se paralizara, en contraste con el cambio climático, que de nuevo toma décadas. Así que debemos reanalizar no solo el valor de nuestra propia cultura, que usted mencionaba, Alex, y también en materia de infraestructura, como decía usted, Lucía, sino que también tenemos que analizar lo periférico. Y Mauricio lo mencionaba en un principio que decía que la naturaleza es la ciudad es la naturaleza. No son dos cosas distintas, ajenas. Así que tenemos que empezar a desdibujar los bordes de nuestras ciudades o entre nuestras ciudades y los lugares o hábitats donde no hay seres humanos de manera densa, poblacionalmente hablando. Les recuerdo de nuevo de estos pobres murciélagos que vivían en sus cuevas y no querían hacernos daño, pero instalamos la industrialización de las operaciones agrícolas y les obligamos a cambiar su dieta y comenzamos a instalar manufactura y otra infraestructura para brindar servicios a la ciudad que tratamos de construir para protegernos y ocasionamos estos problemas. Otra capa que agregaría a ello, antes de que entremos en cómo operan las ciudades de manera más profunda, es que recuerdo hace 40 años, estaba hablando con James Gardner y me dijo, ¿sabes cuál es el principal problema que ignora la gente? Las pandemias, como tú dices, se presentan y ¡pum!, te atacan. Y no puedes prepararte para ellas porque no sabes cuándo van a ocurrir. Digo, sabes que van a ocurrir, pero no sabes cuándo. Y en sus reflexiones dijo lo principal con lo que tiene que lidiar la gente y saber gestionarlo es la migración del ser humano y la distribución de riqueza. Lo vemos en el caso de Europa, de México, del continente americano. La distribución de la riqueza termina por distorsionar el patrón mundial en el que deberíamos de vivir. Si todos queremos habitar el mismo planeta y disfrutar de los mismos beneficios que otorga ese planeta, entonces las ciudades y cómo vivimos debe resolver cómo lidiar con la migración. Entonces, ¿usted dice que no debamos migrar? No. Lo que digo es que los países que tienen deben voltear la mirada hacia los que no tienen y lograr que esos lugares donde no tienen se conviertan en mejores lugares donde vivir, mejores sociedades. Es difícil diferir de esa opinión. Digo, no quieres dañar a la gente, pero decir que hay quienes tienen y quienes no tienen me parecería una pregunta compleja, porque México tiene más ventajas que desventajas, pero en una economía fuerte, pero tiene una vida cultural y una belleza en México que no existe en otros lugares. Y además, para que alguien de Estados Unidos les dijera cómo protegerlo, me parece indebido. No, tienes razón, 100%. Hay mucha cultura, historia y arte, etcétera, en lugares como México y en África. A lo que voy es al aspecto económico, a las economías. Cierto, las economías fuertes tienden a aprovecharse de las economías débiles y utilizan el capitalismo para impulsar a las economías más débiles a servidumbre entre las economías más fuertes. Pero para mí ese es un tema distinto al de migración, porque siempre ha ocurrido la migración en este planeta. Y si bien es cierto que mientras más rápido nos traslademos, más rápido se propaga una pandemia. Y por cierto, un dato curioso, interesante, que a mí me fascinó, es coincidental, pero también es valioso conocerlo. Cuando les hablaba de los murciélagos y del origen de esta pandemia actual, solo hay dos mamíferos que tienen capacidad de vuelo, el murciélago y el ser humano. Ellos lo hacen naturalmente, nosotros de manera artificial, pero somos los únicos dos mamíferos que podemos tener un vuelo sostenido. Y ese movimiento, ese traslado, no es migración necesariamente, pero la agilidad de ese movimiento y qué utilizas para ese traslado, y Alex, tú trabajas de movilidad, lo cual me parece muy interesante, es ahí donde se presentan muchos de estos retos en cuanto a riesgos y amenazas. El recorrer el planeta a pie no ocasiona nada, pero 50,000 vuelos diarios para recorrer el planeta son un tema totalmente distinto. Y también está el aspecto emotivo de ser parte de algo, porque el aburrimiento y el aislamiento, ¿te parece aburrido? La gente se aburre en ciudades. La gente cuando está en un espacio rural dicen que quieren estar donde está la acción y tienes también el imán económico. Así que la tendencia migratoria se está acelerando y pronto la mayoría de la población estará en centros urbanos alrededor del mundo. Pero creo que es propaganda, en mi opinión. Y tal vez yo habito en un mundo más pequeño, pero todo lo que dice la gente en cuanto a cómo funcionan las ciudades, sí funcionan para ello, pero no es mejor que, por ejemplo, un entorno rural o agrícola. Yo he visitado a las partes orientales de Guinea y de África y tienen su economía, simplemente no es con moneda, con dólares o lo que hayamos inventado. Ellos tienen una economía de trueque, intercambian cosas. Y la gente no está vigilando lo que hacen, desarrollan mecanismos para privacidad. Tienen todo ello. Y aún así, la gente está siendo atraída a las ciudades. Y gran parte, lamento decirlo, es la propaganda que nosotros presentamos, incluso parcialmente aquí, diciendo que las ciudades son el futuro. Las ciudades son importantes, muy importantes, pero no son el futuro. Este es un punto interesante acerca de la pandemia y cómo nos ha afectado. Yo puedo decirlo francamente porque yo no vivo en Londres y puedo hablar del impacto de la pandemia en los centros urbanos. Londres tiene un centro urbano y luego tiene una mancha metropolitana y luego tienes los distintos condados donde tienes bosques y lugares más rurales, etcétera. Pero tienes un enorme centro urbano. Y la gente se está saliendo del centro urbano porque la pandemia les aterró, ya no hay oficinas abiertas, así que ahora se está llevando a cabo una reevaluación de espacios de oficinas. Necesitamos espacios de esa escala operando dentro de una ciudad para alimentar al resto, por decirlo así. Y el problema es que cuando tienes a las grandes empresas en el centro urbano, las personas que viven en ese centro urbano que consiguen de ahí su sustento, como las zonas agrícolas que tienen sustento por alimentar a la zona urbana, estos centros urbanos se están muriendo porque ya hoy día a día la gente no está migrando hacia los centros urbanos, así que estamos reevaluando cómo opera ese centro urbano. Esta pandemia ha modificado cómo reflexionamos respecto de vivir en una ciudad. Iba a decir algo, pero creo que Lucía quería decir algo. Adelante, Lucía. De hecho, creo que lo que menciona Craig respecto de la forma en que vemos ciudades como lo más importante tiene que ver también en cómo nos han educado a pensar en las ciudades. Por ejemplo, estuve en un proyecto de 6 meses que se trataba de educar a las personas respecto de cómo utilizar herramientas en comunidades agrícolas para mejorar sus procesos, pero no necesariamente con la idea de invitarles a dejar atrás el campo y mudarse a las ciudades, pero darles tecnología para poder mejorar su propia comunidad y su propia cultura. Por lo que creo que hay una discrepancia en lo que definimos como ciudad del futuro, que es lo que hoy nos tiene en esta pandemia y en situaciones sumamente difíciles como humanidad. Y como indicaba Craig, el poder volar de aquí a Australia, incluso durante una situación que es como una crisis, que es una crisis mundial. Y para la gente que forma parte de esas comunidades rurales, que no tienen ese nivel de conocimiento que tienen las personas en los grandes centros urbanos, me parece terrible porque esa educación nos permitiría entender cómo consumimos información como seres humanos. Creo que esto nos llevaría a una reflexión mucho más filosófica respecto de cómo nos tratamos el uno al otro como seres humanos. La humanidad de que es importante para que una ciudad funcione y creo que podemos aprovechar la tecnología para vigilar que las ciudades, las grandes ciudades y las comunidades rurales puedan mejorar, sobre todo si entramos en el tema de cómo aprovechar la tecnología para ser más sustentables en las ciudades, en vez de seguir exacerbando estas cosas terribles como el cambio climático. Es decir, ¿qué podemos hacer en las grandes ciudades cotidianamente en materia de gobierno y de toma de decisiones para cerciorarnos que se cubran las necesidades de todos y todas? Hay una excelente película que les voy a recomendar, no sé si la hayan visto, y perdón por mi pronunciación, es un hombre indígena de Guatemala, Ixcanul, Ixcanul, Ixcanul. En inglés creo que le pusieron el volcán, the volcano. ¿Alguien la ha visto? Yo la vi. Es una película potente. Sí es preciosa, pero es triste. Sí, es muy triste. En mi opinión, me resulta muy difícil entender cómo podemos ser parte de este movimiento mundial que define las ciudades como el futuro en cuanto a movilidad y cómo conectar a todos con todos, pero que a la vez representa un riesgo para otras personas que no tienen esas mismas oportunidades por no estar en las ciudades. Y para quienes no han visto la película, se trata de una joven que vive en un poblado muy, muy pequeño, sumergido en la selva. Es una comunidad indígena en Guatemala, y están tratando de convencer a los y las jóvenes de irse a la ciudad. Y por supuesto, los jóvenes, hombres, son los que tienen mayor libertad porque controlan más a las mujeres y le dicen, ay, vente a la ciudad, está muy bien, está muy cool. Y no les voy a contar toda la trama, pero eventualmente la convencen de llevarse a la ciudad y pasan cosas terribles. Y te preguntas, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué? Fue la propaganda que la sumergió en esta situación. Perdón, Mauricio, adelante. No, adelante. Iba a hablar de esa reflexión holística cuando hablamos de las ciudades. Las ciudades culturalmente son muy distintas, muy diversas. Así que si tú impones tu yo, y creo que Craig lo mencionaba brevemente, es que no se trata del individuo, sino en el arraigo cultural de la nación, lo que defina a una ciudad como algo distinto a otra ciudad. Y ahora Londres quiere convertirse en el centro de comunicación entre Occidente y Oriente. Ese no es el plan de una ciudad, no sé, en Noruega o de otra ciudad en Canadá, no sé. Así que cada ciudad, por definición, no define ciudad en general. Cada ciudad es individual. Hay millones de ciudades y cada una es distinta. Y lo que plantea usted de lo que ocurrió en esa película tal vez sea totalmente distinto a lo que podría ocurrir en una ciudad como Leeds, en Reino Unido. Porque al decir ciudad, ¿qué definimos? No todas las ciudades son distintas, como el vecino de al lado es distinto a ti. ¿Sabes cuál es la raíz griega del nombre ciudad? Que viene de metrópolis. Metrópolis es intercambiable. Y tiene una raíz incluso más antigua que ciudad. Y tiene dos raíces, metro y polis. Metro de madre y polis de ciudadano, que en la Grecia antigua significaba que no eras esclavo. Y de ahí salió la palabra policía en español, es decir, tenías derechos propios. Le voy a interrumpir un momento en cuanto a algo. En Escocia, a la policía le decimos police. Se deletrea igual que metrópolis. Así que si tomas estas dos palabras, metro y polis, persona o policía, son dos aspectos que nos protegen, la madre y la policía, pero que controlan nuestra vida totalmente. Y no es positivo. Tu mamá te cría, te permite hacer ciertas cosas y otras no como niño, y la policía lo gestiona el resto de tu vida. Así que esas dos palabras, aunque son palabras en cierta forma positivas, también son problemáticas. Y es que ahí que ciudad o metrópoli se vuelve complejo. Tiene muchas nimiedades. Hace tiempo me planteé el reto de analizar qué ocurriría si densificáramos toda la población del continente o de Estados Unidos continental en una sola ciudad, metrópolis, y cómo se vería. Estamos hablando de una tira de 1 kilómetro de ancho, de costa este a costa oeste de Estados Unidos, y el resto estaría despoblado. Y me empecé a preguntar cómo se vería en el resto del mundo. Y obviamente no sería una ciudad. En esta dirección, en ancho, no sería una ciudad. En cuanto a su longitud, sería 2,000 millas. Entonces, sería obviamente la ciudad más grande del mundo. Y ahí te empiezas a preguntar, ¿qué significa ciudad en cuanto a densidad? Y dos, ¿qué debe evitar que la gente que esté en este ancho de 1 kilómetro se traslade a los espacios vacíos? ¿Y cómo les dices cómo vivir allá? Así que es intrigante. La ciudad del futuro tendrá que lidiar, sí, con muchos temas de infraestructura, definitivamente, pero como indicaba Alex, ¿cómo abordará qué significa ser un ser humano y un ser humano en espacios distintos alrededor del mundo? Sí, creo que el enfoque del futuro tendrá que ver con el bienestar de todos y todas nosotras. Recientemente, por el momento en el que estamos, nos preocupa el futuro de nuestro vecino, de nuestro amigo. Nos preocupa que estén en buen estado de salud y en otros sentidos también. Y creo que este concepto de compartir riqueza debe de ser parte de ello. Porque para tener bienestar no necesitas los mismos recursos, la misma riqueza, sino tienes que tener acceso a la misma agua, al mismo aire limpio, etc. Y esos principios, esos valores, esas ideas del individuo es lo que podrán redefinir la ciudad y generar una mejor armonía. Pero como sabemos, cada vez menos personas proporcionan más alimento para más personas, y eso es algo que hay que resolver. Y esto tiene que ver con movilidad. Por ejemplo, los productos agrícolas que consumimos en los centros urbanos contribuyen o aportan a la contaminación atmosférica, a la congestión vehicular, etcétera. Así que hay que buscar nuevas formas de hacerlo. Y con eso llegamos a un punto interesante. Las ciudades también tienen límites geográficos, políticos, tienen una periferia, una línea que dice que jurídicamente de este lado es un municipio y del otro lado de la línea es otro municipio, aunque no haya una diferencia física. Sí, dependiendo de tu código postal. Sí, definitivamente. Pero es una cosa curiosa. Antes construíamos muros físicos alrededor de ciudades para defenderlas, pocas veces se hace hoy, y transferimos la noción de muros a nuestros límites nacionales. En ciertos países, lo ha hecho Estados Unidos, y solía ser que una frontera, como usted decía, era utilizada por correos, básicamente, para fines de gestión. Y digo, vale la pena tener límites para fines de impuestos y de correos, etcétera. Pero cuando pones un muro, ya no es una frontera, es una división, una segregación. ¿Han leído el libro de Lewis Thomas, Vida de una célula? Creo que era escocés. Vidas de una célula. Es un librito pequeñito, pero está fabuloso. Nunca se ha comprobado si es cierto o no, pero vale la pena contarlo. Hay un grupo de personas en el Congo que vivían en la selva. Durante generaciones, siglos habían habitado en el centro de estas selvas. Eran grupos nomádicos muy sanos y les iba bien relativamente, vivían bien. Y los grupos capitalistas industriales comenzaron a entrar a sus selvas y a extraer recursos naturales y ellos comenzaron a perder su entorno. Y el gobierno dijo, no importa, lo corregimos. Te vamos a crear un espacio precioso con casas y regaderas y tinas y jardines. Y los vamos a sacar de las montañas y les vamos a dar estas viviendas para demostrar qué buenas personas somos. Y su cultura se colapsó muy rápidamente. Y uno de los efectos colaterales de este colapso cultural es que cada persona tenía su casa y tenía su límite con una bardita, ¿no? Y entonces se necesitaban ir al baño. En vez de utilizar el baño en su casa que les parecía raro, iban al borde de su jardín y colgaban su trasero sobre la raya y iban al baño al otro lado, en la otra casa, porque estaba del otro lado de su frontera, así que ya no era su problema. Y eso hacemos hoy como países. Y volviendo al punto de Mauricio respecto a cómo atendemos sustentabilidad en ciudades, creo también que hay otro reto principal que tiene que ver con la educación de todos y todas, de nuestros ciudadanos. Porque como habíamos mencionado, ya establecimos que es la ciudadanía quien crea estas ciudades, estas comunidades, que que serán parte medular de las ciudades del futuro. Y si no abordamos estos enormes retos que tenemos como humanidad, entre ellos cambio climático, esta pandemia y otros, como el suministro de alimentos, que tiene que subir al 70% más de lo que tenemos ahora, debemos pensar en cómo en las ciudades podemos aprovechar la tecnología de tal forma que podamos reducir el impacto que tenemos en la mayoría de la demás gente. Y pensar en cómo podemos crear una ciudad del futuro, no solo en el sentido de que sea más inteligente, más tecnológica, sino que sea cada vez más sustentable. Creo que será clave para cerciorarnos de que podamos seguir contando con aire limpio para respirar y que tengamos alimento en nuestra mesa. Hablando de cómo vincular un punto con el otro, entre ellos también el aspecto cultural y de educación, para garantizar que se atiende ese reto. No sé qué opines, Alex, al respecto, tú, Craig, en cuanto a que ustedes crean estos componentes y que se incluya la creación de ese aspecto cultural. También a Mauricio, no sé, respecto de cómo podemos convertir ese componente didáctico en algo que se vuelve en acción. No se trata solo de tener conciencia de que algo está ocurriendo. Todo el mundo sabe que está ocurriendo un cambio climático. Bueno, hay quienes no lo aceptan. Ya, sí, algunos de los dinosaurios negaban el peligro que planteaban los meteoritos, según entiendo. Sí, pero en general, la gente sabe que existe el cambio climático. Pero no todos están haciendo algo, están actuando para abordar el cambio climático desde el nivel más personal. Por ejemplo, en tu casa, reciclas, reutilizas, te cercioras de no desperdiciar agua. Un entorno más amplio en ciudades, cómo nos cercioramos de que todos cuenten con acceso a estos recursos básicos, pero de manera sustentable. No sé si hayan visto en Netflix, ya sé que es un cliché, pero el documental de Zac Efron, donde está recorriendo el planeta, está yendo a distintas ciudades. Y me pareció muy interesante aprender de lo que estábamos mencionando, que cada ciudad es distinta, que no hay una ciudad que es idéntica a otra, y ver cómo cada ciudad está aprovechando tecnologías, incluso entre ellas tecnologías básicas, desde crear un pozo para extraer agua de un río subterráneo, tecnologías para tener una mejor movilidad y reducir emisiones de carbono, etcétera. Y en esa serie hay un episodio interesante que hablaba de que París, y no lo sabía, y estuve en Francia hace unos meses, bueno, hace unos meses, el año pasado, y París ofrece agua potable de manera gratuita a todos los residentes. Tienen, de hecho, bebederos públicos donde puedes tomar agua potable, porque la ciudad de París saneó su principal río precisamente para garantizar que todas las personas tuvieran acceso a agua limpia, incluso si están en situación de calle o son indigentes. Así que no sé qué opinan al respecto.
Ok. Nunca no está contaminada. Estás haciendo un muy buen punto. Cuando pienso en las ciudades y los recursos que utilizan, siempre están enfocándose en las estructuras, en los edificios, y hablamos muchísimo menos sobre el estrés en el lugar. Tenemos que encontrar la armonía y tratar de reducir el estrés en nuestra vida a futuro. Tenemos que considerar todo lo que necesitamos, incluyendo tecnologías. No voy a contradecir a nadie, pero nos referimos a la ciudad como si la ciudad fuera una pieza separada del resto de lo que se encuentra alrededor de ella, cuando de hecho es simplemente parte de todo lo que le rodea, como un punto de diálogo. Todo lo que está alrededor de la ciudad es parte de lo que contribuye a la misma ciudad. Sí, es parte de lo que siempre le digo a la gente más joven. Si estamos creando algo nuevo, un nuevo edificio, por ejemplo, metafóricamente hablando, hay un hoyo en algún lugar allá afuera que es mucho más grande de lo que estamos construyendo, porque todo eso que tomamos para construir lo que construimos, lo tomamos de algún lado. Entonces, y en la medida que continuamos haciendo lo mismo, ese hoyo se hace más y más y más grande. Es la manera en que operamos, y las ciudades son un tanto así. Entonces, estoy completamente de acuerdo con lo que dice. Y contigo también, Lucía. Lucía, la naturaleza es la ciudad y la ciudad es la naturaleza. Muchas veces esa propaganda, y voy a usar esta palabra de nuevo, la he visto en el mundo antes de la pandemia. Ciudades que aún están compitiendo unas con otras para atraer negocios, atraer ingresos, y hacen propaganda para decir que su ciudad es mejor que otra ciudad para que la gente vaya y gaste su dinero como turista. Y se escuchan todas estas ideas flotando que París compraría una línea aérea y le va a llamar a Aerolíneas de París, y que va a dar boletos gratis, porque obtendrían más dinero de toda la gente que llegaría a su ciudad. Ese es que lo que se van a gastar en los boletos que ofrecerían. Ese es un estudio que se haya hecho. ¿Quiere decir que las ciudades compren aerolíneas y que simplemente traigas a gente de todo el planeta? Nunca ha pasado, de hecho, pero creo que hay muchas razones. Creo que hay múltiples razones por las que no sucedería, pero no sería muy bueno para la ecología del planeta. No, por supuesto que no, pero alguna vez leí que en cualquier momento en el tiempo, cada segundo del día, todo el día, había algo como 450,000 personas en el cielo, o sea, no con los pies en la tierra. Una pregunta para todos. ¿Estamos o hemos encontrado que este diálogo que estamos sosteniendo en referencia a ciudades ahorita, mientras estamos todos aislados, funciona de la misma manera que si estuviéramos sentados en el mismo salón en alguna ciudad, porque fundamentalmente no hemos racionalizado lo suficiente el reinventarnos en ciudades, pero no todos en las mismas ciudades. ¿Alguno de ustedes siente que yo estaría hablando con más personas si estuviera en un lugar con más personas? Ahorita estoy hablando con un pequeño grupo y una vez que se transmite esta transmisión, ¡puf! Ya, si estuviéramos todos en Tijuana, por ejemplo, podríamos hablar de manera directa y sostener diálogos con otras personas ahí. Durante este diálogo, eh, si hubiera gente en el foro que tuviera algo que decir, estarían participando. Este es un pequeño truco para que podamos ir allá. Yo quiero ir a Tijuana. Yo nunca he visitado Tijuana y me encantaría visitarla. Me gustaría, si voy a dialogar sobre esa ciudad, me gustaría sostener un diálogo con las personas que viven en esa ciudad, porque de otra manera simplemente estoy fabricando, inventando. En esta conversación tiene que ver con los ciclos de la ciudad. La ciudad depende de la naturaleza. La duración de los ciclos tiene que ver con la energía que obtenemos de lejos, traemos el agua de lejos, llevamos nuestra basura lejos. Si pudiéramos cerrar esos ciclos, eso cambiaría de manera muy dramática y para bien muchos de los problemas que hemos estado discutiendo y los podríamos resolver de una manera distinta, porque lo que Craig acaba de decir sobre construir edificios, todos los materiales para la construcción de lo que sea que construyamos vienen de diferentes partes del mundo. Entonces, estamos constantemente desabasteciendo nuestros recursos naturales y esto podría ser diferente. Lucía lo estaba mencionando, ¿cómo cómo podríamos cambiar esto? Creo que es una manera antigua de pensar. Si tenemos que traer el agua de algún otro lado a la ciudad, ¿dónde está la innovación? Pensemos en una manera distinta. Creo que hay un lugar en Chile o Perú donde necesitan agua. Cuando he ido de viaje, hay una persona en el pueblo que sale con redes para capturar el agua, que se ponen sobre todos los árboles y captura toda el agua. Y luego esa agua se lleva a los diferentes pueblos y comunidades. Esa es una manera de obtener agua. Las ciudades deben de tratar de no depender tanto en traer esos recursos de otros lugares. Tenemos que pensar en maneras más innovadoras para obtener recursos para la ciudad. Y si no tenemos los recursos, ¿cómo creamos esos recursos? ¿Cómo podemos generar agua aun cuando sea a una menor escala? Incluso si vean todos los edificios que se tiran, que están en desuso, podrían por lo menos reciclar los materiales. Muchas veces la ciudad tiene que ver con la administración de la ciudad, pero tienes que seguir ciertas leyes y legislación, entonces es muy difícil simplemente cómo debemos dejar de utilizar papel para la conservación del planeta, materiales de reciclaje. Hay muchos programas y muchas estrategias que no se pueden desarrollar porque existen muchas normas y reglamentaciones. Pero yo diría que, Mauricio, para responder a tu pregunta, para mí, yo diría que hay dos cosas que tenemos que hacer. Una tiene que ver con la ciencia. Tenemos que entender cómo gestionar de manera apropiada todo esto, pero tenemos que lidiar con el abuso climático. Tenemos que cambiar la conexión de las personas con el mundo en el que viven de manera muy literal. No es malo tener aire fresco, no tiene nada de malo sentirte un poco acalorado cuando sale el sol. No tiene nada de malo tener mucho frío de vez en cuando. Hace 150 años podríamos tener fiestas y reuniones en nuestro jardín fuera en el otoño. Ahora, si le dices a alguien que se lleve a cabo una fiesta en temporadas donde hace mucho frío, la gente dice, no, hace mucho frío, no podemos tener una fiesta afuera. Entonces, tenemos que pensar más allá de contar con esta vida tan higiénica. Tenemos que deshacernos del estrés, pero también tenemos que mantener un poco de estrés para recordarnos a nosotros mismos que estamos vivos. Hemos construido esta lógica, pero tenemos que crear una nueva lógica para que el mundo no se trata solamente de nosotros, porque todos y cada uno de nosotros creemos que el mundo se trata solo de nosotros. Tienes razón. ¿Qué piensas, Lucía, desde el punto de vista educacional? En cuanto a todo lo que hemos mencionado, tendríamos que contar con una mente colectiva que nos pueda ayudar a todos a encontrarnos de la mejor manera. Sí, creo que desde el punto de vista educacional estoy de acuerdo con Alex y con Craig cuando dicen que se trata de pensar en cómo todo afecta a lo demás. No podemos estar pensando en nosotros mismos todo el tiempo. Y cuando los gobiernos empiezan su administración, no pueden pensar, ¿cómo voy a cambiar todo lo que ya está ahí? Tenemos que pensar en la continuidad, las cosas que se han llevado a cabo anteriormente y cómo podemos mejorarlas hacia el futuro. Entonces, pensando específicamente de cómo podemos educar a la gente en cuanto a los temas que tienen que ver con sustentabilidad y cómo podemos llegar a estas metas de sustentabilidad tomando acción en las comunidades, como cada uno de nosotros puede tomar acción para realmente ayudar a los científicos y a la academia. Incluso diálogos como este puede llevarnos a tomar pasos hacia adelante, hacia lo que se tiene que hacer, y esto puede ser importante, pero en términos de educación, tenemos que insistir en la idea de que todo lo que escuchamos, y ese es otro documental que vi recientemente en Netflix sobre el dilema social. Todo lo que vemos en nuestras redes sociales y, y todos los lugares de donde estamos obteniendo información son los mismos lugares que hemos visitado antes, porque la tecnología se está enfocando en cuanto a qué es lo que hace que tú prestes atención a cierto comercial. Estoy seguro que después de esto voy a recibir anuncios en cuanto a vuelos a Tijuana, porque así es como funciona la red. Y la comercialización de nuestra vida social. Y de manera ideal, tenemos que tratar de forzarnos a nosotros mismos a sostener diferentes diálogos en cuanto a cómo no estamos haciendo lo suficiente para asegurarnos de que nuestras ciudades mejoren y cómo no estamos haciendo lo suficiente para conectarnos con otros lugares lejos de donde nosotros vivimos. Lo que Alex está diciendo o lo que mencionó es sorprendente. ¿Dónde se estaría llevando a cabo esta conversación si no la tuviéramos sosteniendo en esta llamada de Zoom, solo nosotros cuatro? Si estuviéramos en el lugar en donde el Congreso se tendría que llevar a cabo en Tijuana con un público que probablemente podría interactuar con nosotros y hacernos diferentes preguntas, la dinámica sería distinta de lo que estamos haciendo ahorita. Tenemos que pensar un poco fuera de lo convencional y empujarnos a nosotros mismos para sostener las conversaciones con esas personas con las que no queremos sostener ciertos diálogos, pero tenemos que tratar de ampliar nuestras posibilidades hacia el futuro. que es donde las ciudades del futuro pudieran ser distintas y mejores. Yo tengo esperanza. Sí, claro, es natural que encontremos maneras de resolver nuestros problemas. Esto es algo que los humanos siempre logran conseguir, aun cuando cometan un millón de errores en el camino. Pero algunas veces, desafortunadamente, es que el problema es que se necesita una crisis severa para que realmente nos pongamos en acción para resolver y desarrollar más acciones. Pero nosotros deberíamos de llevar a cabo este tipo de cosas sin esperar a que nos llegue una crisis severa. Pero a veces estas crisis nos empuja a crear nuevas condiciones. Ahorita nos hemos transformado de la sociedad feudalística a la sociedad en la que hemos vivido hoy, gracias a las pandemias y otros desastres biológicos que han ocurrido. El renacimiento tal vez se podría rastrear y tal vez encontrar que su inicio fue después de alguna crisis. La manera en que estamos codificados, el imperio romano se empezó a condensar y los ecos del imperio romano, de lo que sucedió anteriormente. Pero algo que quería señalar aquí, en lo que se refiere a educación, que creo que es fundamental para el debate, el futuro de las ciudades no se trata de las ciudades en las que voy a vivir, se trata de las ciudades del futuro. Y nosotros no vamos a estar viviendo en esas ciudades del futuro. ¿Quiénes van a estar viviendo en esas ciudades del futuro? Los niños. Entonces, la educación es muy importante. Hay mucho valor en respetar y escuchar a los niños, porque pueden ser mucho más innovadores en muchas ocasiones. Es su futuro el que estamos definiendo, no el nuestro. Entonces, se les tiene que dar más crédito y también se tiene que tener más confianza en las generaciones más jóvenes. Eso es lo que yo creo que es hacia donde nos debemos estar dirigiendo. Y en algún punto, la innovación puede venir de un niño tanto como de un adulto. Alex, en ese sentido, la habilidad de discernir, porque la educación podría ser estar atrayendo a la gente, pero creo que los niños pueden diferenciar entre las raíces y las cosas reales en contraste con toda la mercadotecnia y la propaganda en todos los lugares. Sí, ese es el punto que también se hizo aquí. Sea lo que sea que vaya a suceder, va a tomar muchísimo trabajo. Mi miedo es, mi madre es judía y mi papá es católico, así es que mi miedo es que cosas como las redes sociales que se mencionó antes van a reenfocarse aún más en la manera de pensar de la gente, es decir, más y más, se va a enfocar más y más en el ego, en el pensar en nosotros mismos. Esa misma mentalidad ha progresado en pelear por justicia social y no voy a decir que eso nos daña, pero si no tienes cuidado, como decías, Alex, no estarte poniendo en contacto con gente real, en tiempo real, va a ser cada vez más difícil. Aunque mucha gente no le guste mucho, la gente que vive en las ciudades demuestran una necesidad de cambio, pero también una gran necesidad de esta visualización más cercana, que no la puedes obtener en redes sociales. La gente que está en las calles, cuando la gente está en la calle, se activa el cambio. Entonces, estos cambios no se van a lograr a través de las redes sociales. Todos los componentes que estamos utilizando tal vez sean tan malos para nuestro ambiente como todo el plástico que a veces desechamos en nuestro patio trasero. Cuando los niños están hablando del entorno y del medio ambiente, dejes de manejar el carro a la escuela, camina a tu escuela, trata de limitar el tiempo que pasas frente a un computador. Hay diferentes cosas que puedes hacer dentro de cada ciudad. Igual con los adultos sucede que tenemos que tratar de no sentirnos tan cómodos con nuestro aire acondicionado. Quisiera ya cerrar porque nos quedan solo un par de minutos. Quería decir también que el futuro de las ciudades también creo que hoy mucha gente piensa de esta realidad de ciencia ficción, donde vamos a tener carros que vuelan y todas otras cosas tan avanzadas en tecnología. Eso ya está aquí. La inteligencia artificial en muchos lugares se está utilizando. Los carros que vuelan existen como drones que te llevan paquetes a tu puerta. Para dar cierre, antes de que se acabe el tiempo, no sé quién nos va a estar escuchando, pero si hay alguna retroalimentación, creo que todos los que hemos conformado este panel podríamos responder a cualquier pregunta que nos haga más allá aún después de esta sesión. El ángel de la muerte está aquí, así es que tenemos que ya cerrar este panel, pero si podemos hacer una reseña, tenemos que tratar de mantenernos humanos, el principio de pensar, del bienestar humano. Quisiera agradecer a todos ustedes por estar con nosotros. Gracias, Lucía. Gracias, Craig. Gracias, Alex. Y gracias, Jorge, por ser nuestro anfitrión. Y esperamos recibir retroalimentación por parte de los participantes. Gracias. Gracias. Ha sido divertido, ha sido un diálogo maravilloso. Muchísimas gracias. Ok. Cuídense todos. Bye bye. Thank you so much again to our panelists, and we take advantage of them to thank the sponsorship of Tencel, to thank each and every one of you that's connected with us with the biggest online event, Tijuana is the Future. If you're with Tencel, you probably know that Red gets you closer to gaming hours with the fastest speed, with the greatest coverage on video calls, and it gives you the most productivity at home office. It gets you closer to what you really want with their coverage. Now, being informed is a necessity. Please count on Telemundo 20 for local news from Tijuana and San Diego, with news from Monday through Friday, and now also on weekends. Let's continue.
A year unlike any other. A global pandemic, an economic recession, social unrest. It has tested our resolve, but it also has opened our eyes to how swiftly business can adapt, how dramatically the environment can heal, how resilient and connected we all are. This crisis is a call to action, a challenge to do more than return to normal. It's an opportunity to create a better normal, a world reimagined that acts on society's needs. In this new ideal, organizations are more flexible and empathetic, uplifting diverse voices, creating inclusive cultures, supporting mental and physical well-being, preparing others for the workforce of the future, helping them achieve their aspirations and find their true purpose. In a better normal, business leaders will help rebuild trust in society, deliver solutions through ecosystems and alliances, connect people with technology in ways that amplify both, and engage stakeholders in shared and sustained value creation. In a reimagined world, business and government proactively nurture our planet's health, inspire change among those they influence, and set examples through their actions. Returning to the way of life that existed before COVID-19 would mark failure. This is our chance to repair and reshape the world in a way that works better for everyone. For 175 years, Deloitte has helped people, clients, and communities adapt to and embrace what's next. That journey continues with new challenges, but the same purpose: to make an impact that matters.
We continue with Cities of the Future with the biggest forum. Tijuana is the future at a decade of Tijuana Innovadora. And this segment is sponsored by Deloitte. We thank the presence of Ricardo Naya, who's going to give us his vision of the future of the cities. He's the president of Cemex Mexico. He was a former president of Cemex in Colombia. He has 25 years of experience in the company. He has had different positions in different countries, from planning, commercial trading areas. He's an economist from the Technological Institute in Monterrey, and he has a postgrad in the Institute of Technology, MIT. Welcome. Hi, everyone. Good day to everyone. I thank you for the invitation. I thank all the organizers for the invite to this important event. But first and foremost, I would like to congratulate you for being brave enough and having the capability of adapting and carrying out this event under the conditions that we are ongoing today. I hope that everyone is found well, your family and your work team, because now more than ever, health is very relevant. So congratulations to all the organizers that decided to go on with this event. And thank you for giving Cemex a space and for thinking that Cemex has something to share, learning experience. And my objective today is sharing the diagnosis for a very current topic, which is also, and thanks to the pandemic, has become a topic of a lot of dialogues and conversations. I think that crisis make more visible everything, good and bad, from good and bad in people and organizations. I think that crisis gives us an opportunity to visualize very clearly what's going on. And I hope that the ideas that I share with you today, that, some of them might be controversial. I don't consider that I have this crystal ball and that what I'm going to share to you is, the solid reality. But I hope that you get an idea. I'm going to give you, let's say, the conclusion of this presentation, and I would really like for you to have the idea that in Cemex, where other people see challenges, we see opportunities, and we're constantly evolving and adapting to the conditions that the market sets so that we can find new solutions for our clients, new value proposals, new business models. And this crisis has allowed us to accelerate a lot of those conversations. Therefore, I'm going to try to share with you on the first part a series of data information that I hope might get us in tune to identify some risks and some challenges, as well as some opportunities that we can see now. On this first graph, I would like to share that the urbanizing processes is a tendency, it's a trend that in long term is something that's not reversible, where a lot of people have decided to live in urban zones rather than in rural zones. And it's a trend that has been happening around the world, especially in the last years. Countries such as India and China have seen this. And in Mexico, it is a trend that started back in the 60s. And the number of people that live in cities is way over the number of people that live in rural zones. And something that I would like to mention here is that if we have had dialogues about these processes now facing this pandemic, well, the reflection that I would like to do with you is that we have to distinguish between a very clear signal and all the noise around it, and comparing this with what happens when an earthquake occurs. The plaques move, and there are some movements that are irreversible, but there are situations such as this crisis where some cities deaccelerated their growth. I think that in some cases we're at a point of no return. And that's a forecast that we have today. This pandemic has also helped us see that things change, and that things can change suddenly, and things that were not on your radar become suddenly more evident. But I think that at least in Mexico, we see this trend as something that has an important maturity cycle, and the scale. The amount of people that now live in cities more than in rural areas is a reality in our country. And what we've assessed in the last few years in CEMEX is that there has been an accelerated process, especially in this trend of creating mega cities. In 1990, there was only 10 cities with over 10 million people. And these kind of mega cities are the ones that are going to grow faster, facing 2030. Now we're observing 2020, and it is a reality that we're moving forward in the increase of this number of cities. In the same way, great cities that are cities between 5 and 10 million people are going to have an accelerator growth. So more and more, we're going to see more people in the world that are going to live in a mega city or in a big city or even in a medium-sized cities, which I think that's something that we're going to be seeing in Mexico. This is a trend that has been happening and has been increasing, and I would like to share with you that more than all this data that I'm presenting to you, which are very important, I would like to tell you why we're studying these trends in CEMEX. Well, because in the process of growing the company, historically, especially during the 90s, when CEMEX would do a marketing assessment before getting into a new operational geography, our focus was to study the country, to study the political, social, and economic trends in the countries. And that was a trend that was current during many years in our company. But in recent years, and I would say about a year and a half ago or 2 years, we started studying not just making studies at a country level. Now, what we are doing in order to attract investment is at a more at a finer level. Now we study trends in the cities because there are cities with different rhythms of growth. Some of them are over some other countries, but it also allows us to see cities that were within an emergent country that could be, for example, China or even Mexico. But if you see cities within China or within Mexico that have this dynamic of a city or a country that's so developed as Europe or the US, that's a reflection that I would like to share with you. And that's why we have dedicated our time to assess these trends in these urban processes. And that's why I'm sharing these findings with you. And with these assessments that we have done, we studied the archetypes, or let's say the factors that push the growth in the construction sector. That's, let's say, our natural interest in our company, understanding or making desegregation of the cities, because there are cities that have certain shades or characteristics that makes them similar to one another. We see what you can see on the slide on the right hand side. We see the archetype of cities that have a different infrastructure in the industrial sector, in the tourist sector, or in the mega city or multifactorial topics that push growth. And this has allowed us to do a finer assessment as far as categorizing the size of the cities and what thrives the growth in each city. So we present to you a map of where these markets that are interesting for us. And now, and as I was saying, a few years ago, the company, when we were looking at these world maps, we thought about countries. If we saw Brazil, we were trying to assess all the market in Brazil. Now we go at a more fine micro market, but also what's that common factor that drives their growth and their dynamics.
Now, this was something that we did together with our strategic planning and corporate office to enable better decision making when it comes to investments or to reduce our investments. And it's been a learning curve, but that learning curve, and that's what I want to share and with you and think out loud if you don't mind, is that we have learned of 5 key challenges that regardless of the size of the city, these are the common denominator challenges that we have identified and that we have documented. But likewise, just as I will explain each of these challenges in more detail in a moment, at Cemex, our cement company, where other companies see risks, we see opportunities. And so I would like to share some examples as to how we are turning those opportunities into either investment opportunities or for developing better value propositions to our customers. And here I would like to share something important with you. Look, our company, for a while, instead of doing a strategic planning exercise, we rather delved into a deeper thought about who we were as a business. Slogans normally go right under the logo, right? In case of Cemex, it says Cemex, building a better future. But that is now truly our purpose, and we truly believe that our Cemex, our end goal is to build a better future. And we live that purpose in order to develop a better future first for all of us who work in our company. This is our first key public that we have a direct impact on, because by building a better future for our associates, we can then build a better future for our customers, our shareholders, and for the communities where we operate. And that is our frame of mind. Now, identifying these challenges that every city shares connects us to that purpose of building a better future and contributing a better life experience for our people. And I'll get into more detail as to how we build a better future through each of our solutions. I think that you struggle, as we do, with the first urban challenge, which is mobility. Let me tell you that I have had the opportunity to live in my years at Cemex. I've worked for close to 25 years at this company, and I have moved many, many times. I have lived in Boston, in Madrid, in Varsovia, in Houston, obviously in Monterrey, Mexico. I spent a lot of time in Mexico City, and before I returned to Mexico, for a while I also lived in Bogota. And so I have seen firsthand bottlenecks and traffic in cities like Bogota or Mexico City, or when I've gotten to travel to some of the other cities that you see on screen as well. And there's a study that tells us that on average, a person in Mexico City or Bogota spends almost 8 days a year stuck in traffic. If we translate those 8 days into hours, that means that of the 365 days of the year, including Saturdays and Sundays, people spend 2 hours per day on average in traffic. But when you look at the distribution curve, there are certain individuals that might only spend 40, 45 minutes in their commute, and others that might spend 4 or 5 hours in their commute, on their commute. And that is one of the key challenges that mayors of cities today have to resolve. And that is hard data, and it is a pain that many of us share. So that is something that we have learned through our assessments, and this mobility challenge, however, also generates certain opportunities. And here, I would like to share some of the solutions that Cemex is working on very closely together with mayors, sharing some of the best practices from what they're doing in other countries and offer valuable solutions to their citizenry. I think Cemex in Mexico is the business or the company that has built the largest number of dedicated lanes in the country. There are a lot of dedicated lanes in Mexico, for example, for public transit that give preference to transit, and to some extent this sacrifices some of the space available to private vehicles. And there's a mayor of Bogota who is very famous and also very controversial, Mayor Peñalosa, who has a certain philosophy as to how a city should work. And his philosophy is very simple. In his opinion, every city has to be less dispersed and more dense, but when investing in public transit, you have to keep the best interest of people who don't have access to private transportation in mind first and foremost. They have to be the priority. And those who have private vehicles need to pay the price for having a private vehicle. I love this philosophy. He said, my definition of advancement or progress isn't to have poor people buy a car, but on the contrary, we will make progress when people who have the money would rather use public transit. I think that many of you may have had the chance to visit New York or Europe, where everybody uses transit. And that is a good definition of development, when people that could have access to private vehicles would still rather use public transit. And beyond those solutions that we need to bring to these mayors by implementing mobility infrastructure so that people can once again use the city using bikes, public transit, walking the streets. We are also hedging some bets, for example, in the shared mobility space. Most of you, I imagine, have either used or at least know of Uber. But Uber is now migrating, and similar platforms are now migrating towards industry. For example, in our case, through a company founded by Cemex called Cemex Ventures, which is seed capital with resources to invest in entrepreneurship, especially those who have a significant technology component. And we invested in a company called Go4, which does shared delivery for the last mile of construction equipment. And this is just one example of how Cemex is exploring the borders, the frontiers of what's going on in other industries. One, to learn from them, but two, also to make investments that could become interesting in the future. Now, the second urban or city challenge, which is also very painful, is pollution. I imagine many of you know about the impacts of global warming and greenhouse gases, which require a worldwide solution. And here I want to make something very clear. In our opinion, from the opinion of our company, that is how we have learned and how we suggest that this issue is addressed, is that when it comes to global warming, as its name says, it is global and so requires a global solution. So countries such as Mexico have signed international agreements that has mandatory commitments for reducing CO2 emissions to 2030 or 2050. Today, Mexico has a significant rate of CO2 emissions, both ranked worldwide and in Latin America. But Mexico does have an aggressive agenda for reducing CO2 emissions. And our company, Cemex, has also been an important stakeholder in that aggressive CO2 emission reduction agenda. Now, another key challenge facing these large cities is that as these cities grow, there is a byproduct which is very difficult to process, which is urban solid waste, trash, in other words. In Mexico, we are generating more and more trash per capita. Here on the right-hand side, you see a significant increase over 8 years. So per person, we continue to generate more kilograms of urban trash, urban solid waste. And as the GDP per capita, the reality is that waste production also increases. And that has become one of the key challenges for big cities. Now, waste generation is a very local issue in contrast that has to be resolved both through through legislation and through local solutions. Air quality is a local issue that needs to be resolved through local agendas and legislation. But the opportunity that we see, and that is one of the strategic goals for CEMEX towards the future, is that the portfolio of products and services that we have is very sustainable over time, particularly when you compare it to other construction solutions. We have hedged our bets on a world where people will demand products with an ever smaller carbon footprint and with a better life cycle from cradle to grave until that product is recycled, for example. And concrete, and I don't say this because, I work at CEMEX and I'm going to defend our products, but this is something that universities like MIT have said. MIT, in fact, has a specific division called the MIT Concrete Sustainability Hub, where they are making recommendations for more sustainable uses of concrete and how concrete is more sustainable than other construction materials. But beyond what we manufacture, we want to provide additional solutions, both to reduce CO2 emissions and to improve other issues like waste generation. At our cement plants, we try to use alternative fuels in as much as possible. We try to recommoditize the inorganic component of urban solid waste because it still has an energy content that can be used in brick kilns for cement manufacturing. So we have been working with city governments and state governments to try to help resolve the solid waste management issue. Now, for that to happen, we would need a legislation that provides better conditions for investing in it, and that also makes people pay the fair amount for the waste that we all create. I need to be aware of the fact that the more trash I generate in my home, the more I should pay. It needs to be at the fair cost of processing it. But many times, politicians are reluctant to transfer that cost to the user because, it's not a popular thing to do. But we want to do the right thing and share best practices from other countries. As I said, I've lived in many countries, among them Poland. And in Poland, there are plants that use 90% alternative fuels. That is not fossil fuels, whose CO2 emissions, and thus their CO2 emissions are much lower. And we're sharing those kinds of experiences with local and national agencies so that those kinds of practices can be adopted here in Mexico and we can accelerate our contribution towards building a better future. Well, the next challenge that I want to share with you is the challenge of housing. In Mexico, we have quantity issues. We have a huge deficit in housing, but we also have a huge quality issue. There are a lot of homes that are in horrendous conditions. And while there are people that may have a roof over their heads, that roof may not provide the protection it ought to. And there's also an access challenge. The main cost and the main asset that I have or that many families might have during their lifetime is a home. And for that, you need very long-term financing. And that is one of the big issues that we're trying to contribute to, and that we're trying to provide solutions for our customers who work in this industry, the housing industry, so that we can give people a better experience in their homes. And I wanted to share some of the ideas that are more disruptive. We know that other countries are much farther ahead. Now, for many years, in many places, the construction industry has been one that has taken the longest in adopting new technologies, and one of the industries that was most reluctant to change. But that has changed recently. Entrepreneurs are identifying a lot of areas of opportunity in the construction industry in segments such as residential housing, where many small companies are coming about that are using new technologies, that are rethinking processes, that are being truly disruptive. And they're getting big funding for it. I'm going to give you examples of what's going on in other countries and how Cemex is sniffing out these opportunities and trying to bring them to Mexico. Recently, Amazon invested in a US-based company called Plant Prefab. And what they basically do is that they have an off-site factory where they prefabricate and, well, first design and then prefabricate a whole house. And they basically go and assemble it on site. That is something that has gained a lot of ground in certain places in the US and Europe. And that is one of the trends that we are learning from. Now, there's another phenomenon as far as new construction processes, modular construction, pre-assembled construction. Is something that existed for a long time. And people kept saying that it would gain ground, and it hadn't, but now it has really taken off. For example, in China, it is now mandatory for a significant percentage of new construction to happen off-site. And I imagine you've seen videos of how they can assemble buildings in 20 days in China, because every component, every modular component is pre-assembled, and it is very well planned, very well designed, more cost-effective construction. And our idea is that in order to lower the cost of housing construction, we need to rethink processes, we need to adopt technology, we need to standardize, and we need to do it at an industrial level. If you look at how a vehicle is manufactured today, a Tesla, and you compare it to how the first vehicles that Ford manufactured were done, you'll see how much the manufacturing process has changed. If you compare how a house was built in Mexico 50 years ago versus today, it's basically the same. You have the masons mixing cement and attaching one block to another, so there haven't been significant disruptions. And our bet is that these technologies can absolutely change how we provide housing for our people and our families. The next urban challenge is aging infrastructure. And as you probably well know, unfortunately, in Mexico, we assign a very little budget to infrastructure. It's about 2.5% of our GDP to infrastructure, where in developed countries they're investing 7-8% of their GDP in infrastructure. So we have a huge lag in renewing infrastructure in the country. And unfortunately, in recent years, that has impacted competitiveness in Mexico. There's a World Competitiveness Index that's published every year, and Mexico keeps falling farther behind in that index because of aging infrastructure. And if we were going to get into what areas are the least invested in Mexico as far as infrastructure, airport services, planes, electricity, in contrast with what they do in other countries, Mexico has absolutely underinvested in infrastructure. And we have aging infrastructure not only in emerging countries like Mexico, but also advanced economies like the US and Europe. I'm sure you've heard that in the US, a lot of the highway and port and electricity infrastructure was built post World War II. And a lot of that infrastructure has reached its end of life. And so they need a new wave of infrastructure construction. And you've heard Donald Trump complaining, I'm sure, that the US has worse airports than China. And it's true. If you fly to New York and then fly to China, you can see the huge gap in adopting technology and investing like they've done in other countries. So the US also has a lot of aging infrastructure, which to us is also exciting because the type of infrastructure that's required is going to be resilient infrastructure that can last for years and years and years with low carbon footprints. And that is something that we can continue providing solutions for. Now, beyond the conventional products that we offer, we've also been studying and learning from other domains, and I will introduce them here in a minute, that we see have a huge potential. And here I want to highlight a couple of them. It is becoming more and more feasible to collect data and to use big data. Cities today, through sensors placed throughout the country's infrastructure, to collect a lot of information, to use it to create added value for better decision making. If you look at the number of smart traffic lights and sensors that you can use to understand people's mobility and where they need to be located, and where to site gas stations or shopping centers based on that, and where there are hot spots that you need to resolve. And that is something that cities need to adopt more and more. We're also trying to provide products that are ever more innovative. We have some concrete products that, to ensure a longer life cycle, this concrete has the capability to self-repair through smart processes. And those are the kinds of challenges we're trying to address because of the huge investment in infrastructure that will be coming in a few years. And the fifth and last big challenge that I want to present to you regarding big cities is the hazard posed by natural disasters. CEMEX has had a practice of doing long-term planning exercises every year where we build scenarios. And during those scenario planning exercises, we have identified natural disaster-related risks, which are becoming more visible every year. The number and intensity of these natural disasters is on the rise. But you don't have to take our word for it at CEMEX. Take the word of the person that has been in the news so much in recent weeks because of COVID-19, Bill Gates. As you know, he has written about and had even talked about a virus that would impact the whole world. So he foresaw this.
So go into YouTube or go online and look at some of the things that Bill Gates has written and said. And he insists that in spite of the fact that COVID-19 is a disaster that has affected the whole world, it doesn't compare to the level of disaster that we can have because of natural disasters in the future. That should be of enormous concern to us. And I think one of the best things about fora like this is to raise more awareness and have more discussion so that through public policy and through the people, through movements, social movements, to implement better policies in these domains. I think that the risk of natural disasters demand that we require our governments to have ever more resilient infrastructure and for construction codes to be adhered to and to be stricter. It's very sad to see what's going on in California right now with the wildfires, but in the windy areas of Florida, because of the risk of hurricanes, they stopped building with materials such as wood, and now it is required by code that they use more resilient construction types. And these are the types of contributions that we as a company need to promote, and fora like this, again, help us raise awareness. So, in conclusion, again, we see 5 key challenges, but we also see a lot of opportunities within those challenges. And my hope is that my words will at least give you an idea of how CEMEX have been studying what's going on in cities and studying urbanization processes and understanding the pains of accelerated urbanization. And that has led to our developing solutions for our customers or new business opportunities that we can live our purpose of building a better future. So I will close with that. Thank you very much for your time. And I imagine you might have some questions for me. Thank you so very much, Ricardo, for this very interesting presentation and discussion. We have some questions from our public that is following us on social networks. Based on what you presented and based on your presentation, rather, the people following us on the internet ask several things. Specifically, for example, what is the role of Pemex in developing the city of the future? Well, thanks, first of all, for your interest, and second, for asking these types of questions, which also make us commit aloud to our goal of building a better future. Because building a better future to us is not something ethereal or something that's far away. Building a better future means providing the best service, giving our utmost attention to everything we're involved with. By creating products that are environmentally friendly, we have a portfolio of products and services that we know have a competitive advantage against other construction materials. But part of that responsibility is to ensure that our customers can make better educated decisions and decisions that are friendly to our environment. We are wholly convinced that more and more cities will be built with the solutions that CEMEX is offering, because we're trying to set ourselves apart from the competition and from other construction materials precisely to be the ones with the smallest CO2 footprint. That's very important. But we're also always finding ways, from a road that connects some rural community in Oaxaca to the big city so that they can sell their products, to the largest, most resilient infrastructure projects, such as the Baluarte Bridge that connects the state of Durango with Sinaloa, that reduced the commute by a number of hours versus the old highway Espinazo del Diablo. So I think that it starts with small decisions that you have direct control of. We can't talk about building a better future by talking about things that are too far away from us. And that's part of our philosophy. And so we are constantly reinventing ourselves and rethinking how we do business. Thank you so much. Here's another question. How does your company contribute to the development of or creation of environmentally friendly products? Well, recently, our company made some public statements because it is also important to be transparent as a company. So these public statements were a series of almost mandatory commitments to 2030 and 2050. Our company was the first in all of Mexico that committed to reducing CO2 emissions by 35% by 2030. We are also committing to having carbon zero concrete, which doesn't exist today in the market. We also made the commitment of using more and more alternative fuels in our production processes. And our goal is to get to 40% alternative fuel use. Today, we already have plants in Mexico that have reached that percentage of use of alternative fuels. But we are also investing in solar and wind energy. Our goal in the medium term is for close to 40% of our power to come from renewable sources. Today, we're at almost 25%. And we want to get to that 30-40%. So our company has taken many steps towards that environmental stewardship. And as a result, we see it as a competitive advantage and something that sets us apart. That's why we're exerting some competitive pressure on that issue. We're trying to challenge the competition to have more aggressive goals and see who can reach these ambitious goals sooner. And this is how we can contribute to elevating that dialogue and raising the bar, because it is very important that you demand things of us, for you as customers to demand for companies to provide friendlier or environmentally friendlier solutions. Thank you. A very appropriate response, particularly during these times that we're living through, and how we need to rethink as a society how we want to continue growing and having planned city growth, because Mexico has very little urban planning. It's a great area of opportunity, but through planning and organization, and particularly with will, we will be able to reach that goal together. Thank you so much once again. With that, we will close our Q&A session with the chairman of CEMEX Mexico, Ricardo Naya. Thank you once again, sir, for your priceless contributions and for the time you dedicated to being at this conference. Well, thank you. I want to congratulate the organizers for reinventing and rethinking Tijuana Innovadora, and I hope to soon be able to be there in person in Tijuana. I would love to see you there and say hello to everyone. This is your home, Ricardo, from the corner where Mexico begins. Let's continue with Tijuana is the future. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ricardo Naya. And as we mentioned, this conference is being sponsored by, among other companies, Deloitte. Deloitte provides audit, consulting, financial assessment, risk analysis, and legal services with world-class capabilities and the expertise for you to face the most complicated business challenges. Over 312,000 Deloitte professionals committed to significant impact. Thank you, Deloitte, for supporting us and making Tijuana is the future possible. We now continue with our programming.
Ahora sí vete a desayunar.
pasado una década. Las industrias más poderosas no son las mismas. Se fueron íconos y llegaron otros. Se descubrieron tendencias aeroespaciales y México anunció ser sede mundialista por tercera ocasión, aunque nos hayan eliminado de la competencia. Conquistamos Hollywood y le regalamos al mundo grandes talentos. Cambiaron las políticas y los políticos. Creció el movimiento de inclusión, diversidad y justicia en nuestras sociedades. Evolucionó nuestra conciencia alimentaria y estilo de vida. Logramos un récord de medallas en Juegos Panamericanos, demostrando el sí se puede. Desde nuestra esquina, observamos que los problemas son tan comunes como nosotros mismos. Comprobamos que la colaboración y la unidad son la manera de resolverlos. Que aunque quieran marcarnos diferentes y trazarnos fronteras, estas las podemos superar. Hemos hecho mucho en 10 años. Hemos aprendido que las adversidades siempre nos presentan nuevas oportunidades y las oportunidades las aprovechamos. Seremos testigos del comienzo de una nueva década, una oportunidad de visualizar, reinventar y construir el futuro. El futuro está en Tijuana. Una visión nos conecta.
Lo pediste y está de regreso. El Diablo Big Angus Burger. Con carne 100% Black Angus, rodajas de jalapeño, jalapeños empanizados, tocino y salsa habanera. Cae en la tentación con el regreso de El Diablo Big Angus Burger. Solo en Carl's Jr. Es
Arcus Nexus es una empresa punta de lanza en la industria de desarrollo de software. Hoy tiene presencia en Monterrey, Aguascalientes, Irving y su sede principal en Tijuana. Nuestra pasión es trabajar con proyectos que nos reten a ser creativos e innovadores. Orgullosamente tijuanense, Arcus Nexus se suma al movimiento de Tijuana Innovadora, con la firme convicción de que el talento mexicano no tiene fronteras.
We continue transmitting from this corner of the country for the planet with Tijuana is the future. Before we start our next panel, I would like to make a parenthesis to present a message from our sponsorship. Tijuana is a city of opportunities with lots of challenges and opportunities. FRASA is a local company. We innovate and we grow with the best locations at the best and most competitive prices. We adjust to your lifestyle. If you would like to know more, please go into frasa.com.org. I would also like to mention Uniradio and its valuable support, Grupo Cadena, and the Council for Development in Tijuana from the state of Baja California. We also thank TV Azteca in Baja California, Veras, Ciudad Tijuana, and Tijuanato as well. Now, I would like to say to you that Innova Moda has not only created a platform to push in young talent, but it has also gotten us closer to very famous personalities in the fashion world. So now we're going to introduce to you Paulino Vacas, who's going to start with wearable technology for industrial security. Dr. Paulino Vacas, Paulino Vacas is the founder of Motevo. So go ahead, please. Good afternoon. Welcome to this session of Tijuana is the Future, Tijuana Innovadora. Before I begin, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting Motevo to this conference. This conference is going to give you a perspective as to what the Internet of Things is and the wearable technology. We're going to talk about different topics. We're going to focus on one in particular, which is the development of smart overalls to define the way we create industrial security. In other words, wearable technology for industrial security. Thanks again for being here. Thank you for being with us at this conference. Well, before I start getting into what a smart overall is, we need to understand what the future is. As the conference well says, Tijuana is the future. What are we talking about when we say future? What are we referring to when we're talking about the future of design? Where is the technology and the Internet of Things headed to? We practically face ourselves with what we look for in the internet, but we don't think that we're going to be able to ask where my keys are to these internet seekers. And that's one of the things that Internet of Things is going to solve. Now, could we also ask where my mom is? Is my mom in bed? These are some of the questions that, thanks to the Internet of Things and the wearable technology, we're going to be able to answer in the future. Now, why not think that we could have a piece of clothing that could tell me how stressed out I am? Would this be of any value? The answer would clearly be yes. And then why not think ahead of time in the future? What is my dog trying to say to me? Thanks to technology and thanks to the developments that are being made right now, we can ask most of these questions, and most of them can be answered. How do we answer these questions then? One, in a very clear way, through the Internet of Things. When we say Internet of Things, what do we mean? We have heard the concept of the cloud many times. Now, the Internet of Things uses a cloud as a receptacle of information. But what we do with the Internet of Things is that we generate a network which is multi-contact so that we can send all of the data from this network to the cloud through different objects. This cloud can have up to 4,000 exabytes, which is a extremely big number. Why is the Internet of Things so relevant? Because it will eventually give us very intelligent things that will allow us to have a unique identity. They're going to allow us to communicate better. It's going to allow us, thanks to this Internet of Things, a better memory of our senses. And intelligent things should allow it to be controlled. When we talk about an undergroup of the objects that we wear, then we get into the wearable technology. And this goes from things that we're very familiar with, such as watches, that allow for the user to have a bigger flexibility in terms of the things that he or she can do. For example, right now we're watching on the screen, sorry, that we might have a smart implant, such as a dental implant or a contact lens. That would be a smart lens. And there are other things that we are experiencing as wearable technology that are being used, from smart shirts for sports to smart backpacks. So wearable technology encompasses a number of different things that's going to make this even more interesting in the future. To give you a little bit more of context in terms of trade and market, because all of this is new, wearable technology, the Internet of Things, the question here would be, is there a market for this? And the answer is, from now until 2022, it is assumed that the Internet of Things is going to be valued on over $600 billions of dollars. And wearable technology is going to be valued 10 times less, so around $50 million. So there is an interest from the market standpoint. So what do? We develop solutions from the Internet of Things and wearable technology that use technology that we have developed to push solutions for smart textiles, but also the generic technologies for the Internet of Things. So we're going to present to you the development of a solution for security for wearables, bulletproof wearables. So if you're looking at a piece of clothing right here that is connected in real time to a device that will let us know in real time what the status of the person who's wearing this is. So we can we can find out if this person has been impacted by a bullet. We can also see the status of the piece of clothing. We can also see different kinds of information. For example, we can send the information to the cloud, and we can do all of these in real time. So this is a reality right now. So this is not the future. We're already living this future through the technologies that are being developed, such as this wearable technology that is being developed to ensure security. Another example of these technologies that we have developed has to do with the health area. For this area, we have developed different types of clothing. For example, we have developed this smart robe, which also has connectivity in real time with the cloud, and it can communicate through what we call technological and near field, a connection that's similar to the one that you use on a phone call to be listening in real time in your speakers. And it is in contact with the piece of clothing, and it lets us know if this person needs assistance. And we have also developed other kinds of solutions, thank you, for the vehicle area. In the vehicle area, we have developed smart jackets. In fact, this smart jacket that you're looking at now on your screen is a jacket that was awarded with an honor mention in the National Design edition. This jacket generates warmth for places where the cold is very extreme, and it can be used when you are riding a motorcycle. Another example of the developments that we're doing has to do with Internet of Things devices for locating in real time. And we're going to talk about this in a little bit more detail when we get to the main focus of this presentation, which has to do with the smart overall. So in a nutshell, as we say in San Diego, Tijuana, what we developed, I would like to highlight the important aspects of technology that are being incorporated to the fashion side of it. You're looking at implementation of a smart bullet piece of clothing, such as the ones that are used for security, such as the ones that Kevlar uses, which is a known brand. And we develop variable circuits to be incorporated into the piece of clothing. So if we wanted to do a new wearable technology, what would we do? First, ingredient, textile engineering to generate the different circuits that we would put into this piece of clothing. Then we would be able to know if there's an impact in real time and how bad this impact would be in order to protect those who protect us. That would be the first of the important points that I want to talk to you about. The second point is the communication technology that you can see on this part of the vest. You can see the vest with the incorporated technology, and now you're going to also see it in the smart overall, because we develop different kinds of circuits in order to send the information that we want so that it can be processed afterwards. The third aspect has to do with the development of the infrastructure that is required for processing of data. How do you get the data, and once you get the data, how you're going to process it. Now, these three ingredients would be what we would use in order to come up with a new development. And the development that I'm going to talk to you about for the rest of my talk has to do with the smart overall. Why the smart overall? You're going to see it on your screen now. This smart overall is going to allow what you can see on screen in terms of our presentation. So in 10 years, we're going to be in contact with 3,000 to 5,000 smart products a day. And they have different properties, and I will tell you more about this in the next minutes. But the most important thing is that thanks to this, we're going to be able to solve or answer questions that have no answers for the time being. So let's get into the matter now. This is the new way of creating industrial security. Now, overalls have different types of applications in the different industries. We're talking about the mining industry, oil industry, chemical industry. So the question is, so well, we have these kinds of overalls. What can we do with these overalls to give the next level of what can we do so that an overall can resist flames, for example, to give it a better functionality? So what we're going to talk about is how our solutions are incorporated so that you can understand where all these or how all these technologies take place. We already showed you different examples. Now I'm going to show you different solutions that we're working on, and a lot of them can complement each other. So let's imagine that we have a person that works with high tension and uses a smart overall. Now the question would be, could we get real-time information and upload it to the cloud? The answer is yes. And now imagine that this person is working inside a plant, and you need to find an object within that plant. So we have come up with a solution to find and locate products indoors. And finally, we get into what the smart overall can give to us. So in terms of functionality in the day-to-day basis, what we're going to show you now are different examples of how this technology can be implemented, especially the smart overall one. So for the smart overall, you have to think about this in a bigger scale. How can we solve a problem for most of the industries? I'm showing you on the screen one of the industries that has to do with thermoelectrical plants. How can we use the same technology for different industries? And what we have done is that we divided these into three different factors. The first thing is that this overall has to give us the capacity of locating the person. How? The answer to our client is you don't have to worry about anything. Somehow we're going to be able to locate this person. Then it has to provide us a certain kind of census. If this person starts doing this, it has to allow me to be able to see it, because if I ask this person to do a high risk job and it's doing something that's dangerous, what would happen if we see a sudden change in his movement? We could make a decision or do something to support him or what he's doing. So how can we act upon this? How can we send a signal so that this can let us know that, or we could let him know that there's a problem near him, and tell him, be careful. So letting into more detail as far as these smart overalls, basically what we did is that we divided in 7 different modalities of technology, coming from very basic technology that has to allow us to locate this person geographically, up to the very advanced technologies that includes the capacity of sending information to the overall, so that we know that this person is working right, or if there's anything that we need to be doing. These overalls can be made with an idea of an industry in mind. For example, for the oil industry, you need to have a very resistant overall to acids. And then fashion and textile design come into place, because the fibers have to be very well selected. They have to be resistant enough to face the risk that this person is going to be facing. So let's talk about the linked technologies with the smart overall. We have to incorporate all the functions of the census and all the functions as far as location. In terms of location, this overall should allow us to locate this person using the satellite infrastructure, because if this person is on a platform, on an oil platform, we need to know which platform this person is on, and then this person is going to have to move somewhere else. So it is also important to make this overall give us a geolocation system at a closer range, so that we could say, well, this is the overall that David is using, and this is not the overall that this other person is using. So that's the first branch, the branch that has to do with geolocal location. Then we have to talk about census. How did we solve the topic of the different industries? And not all industries have the same requirements. We did this through dividing these different technologies in different packages of technological census. And thanks to the technology that we currently have, we can send an audio signal to him, so that we can ask him, how are you doing? How's your work going? And Well, now, one of the modalities of this technology that we have incorporated includes all of the census technology. And something really important is that it uses a new cell network of communication for objects. We have been working for the last 12 months hand in hand with companies that are in fact a part of these big events such as AT&T to be able to utilize this new network structure, cellular structure for objects so that you can have an object directly connected to the cloud so that you can get the information from the overall. And that's precisely what we can do with this technology where everything is included. Let's look at one by one and how they were structured. Then we're going to match them with the different industries that they can be used on. The first of them has to do with assessing gas and environment. This is something that has become very interesting for the mining industry. In the mining industry, there's a phenomenon that's called the cannery phenomenon, which is in fact, 100 years ago, what they used to use was a cannery or a bird to see if there were toxic gases that could not be detected. So what we did, instead of using a bird or a canary, that's how we baptized internally these overall canaries, we used a model of assessment of gases that would allow us to determine the quality, the air quality. And this is something that could be used by industries that use these dangerous gases. Another function of this smart overall is this smart overall can also be very well connected with the sensor of movement. If you will suddenly move, we could assess this movement directly in the infrastructure of, let's say, monitoring for the company that David works for. So let's talk a little bit more about this movement assessment at the end of our talk when we talk about one of our prospects. But the important thing is that we could assess the movements, the transnational movements, and the rotations, and to be able to know where the location of the person, then again with the purpose of giving industrial security a new level. On top of that, there are other industries that work with environmental topics that need to know what temperature this person is being exposed to. And then we said, why couldn't the same overall give you that information? And the answer is that it can be done. So also in the Cali Baja zone, there's a UV exposure that is very, very important. And this technology is the one that we thought about and we habilitated for these purposes, to be able to assess the environment, the temperature, and of course the UV exposure. So let's move on to a version of the technology which is thought for new challenges. For example, let's imagine that we're again at a mine, but we're underground, in an underground mine, and we're creating these underground ducts, and we want to have a direct communication between these pieces of clothing. And we developed technology that could allow for these overalls to talk to each other. We created a mesh, an internal net that, besides David talking to another person, then the overall can talk to this other overall, and they can talk to each other. So this version of the technology requires a lot of personalization because you need to be very familiar with the issue that you are trying to solve so that you can adapt your technology to the three different branches. Taking into consideration the electronic design, the textile design, and the information management. So let's say that we have the very basic overall where we said, well, the minimum thing that we want is to have some kind of direct communication from the overall, and we also want to be able to locate where the overall is. So we're also thinking about why not talk. We're talking about the future, and Tijuana is the future, and we can dream. So why can we just talk through this overall? So it's something that's technically possible. This last solution that we're talking about as far as geolocation, and in order to communicate with the overall, this is not something that could not be done. I mean, once that we talk about the different models, we're going to do a recap. To do the geolocation, to be able to assess the different parameters, and eventually to be able to act upon the information given. To say, okay, now I need David to know that he's shift this over, you send him a notification and you tell him very well done, thank you. So, smart overalls are redefining the way we work on industrial security. And before I end my talk, I would like to present to you a couple of examples, specifically one that we're going to close our talk with. And it is
a case study of how the technology can be used. And I think it's very pertinent to understand what wearables and the Internet of Things can achieve in our lives towards the future. Well, this is a complex issue that is to be resolved in this case study. And the complex issue that has to be resolved has to do with the oil industry, the petrochemical industry in Latin America. So you have the oil industry, which has its own challenges. And the issue is this. They come to you and they say, I have different oil platforms located in different countries, and what I need is somehow, I don't know how you'll do it, but I need to know how the people are doing while they're working at these different platforms, these places. So in more detail, they said, okay, look, the 4 countries are Bolivia, Ecuador, Nicaragua, Peru. And what we want is somehow to be able to know how the person is doing while they're on our platform. So that's basically how the customer described the issue to us, or the prospect. And the first thing we said was, whatever solution we provide will have to be a solution that has global connectivity. That is, if David's wearing the overall today and he's in Bolivia, it should be able to magically work there, quote unquote. And if we give it to Pedro, who's in Ecuador, it should work there as well. So to do that, you need to first visit each of the countries and work directly with the communication network operators in each of those countries. So if it turns out that in Bolivia we have companies like Viva and Tigo, cell companies, and now you go to Nicaragua and you have Movistar and Claro as the telecom providers. And at first glance, it doesn't seem to even be the same company, so you need to create an infrastructure that will allow the end user to have the overall work. So what we did is that we designed a global connectivity scheme so that the overall can be used with whatever infrastructure is in place at these different places to send the information or data. Now, the second question is, what kind of data or information do you want that overall to send you? And that's why during my presentation, I was indicating that I'd get into more details as to how the overall can sense movement. It turns out that for the oil industry, the extraction platforms, it is very important to know where the person is located. it is also important to know what movements they're doing, particularly when they're performing a high risk activity. So, what we did was develop a solution to be able to sense every movement of that person to know when they are in an at-risk position. So that is the first thing that we were presenting for these people in Latin America. And the second had to do with exposure to gases. So it has gas detection, and you have to do this work together with the customer. Of course, you need to know what gases can be detected and then provide a solution in the overall based on that. So in summary, what we've been able to do with this technology is to develop a solution that can be used in several different countries, in this case four. It is for the oil industry, and it's for industrial safety, specifically for personnel safety. In addition to that, we're trying to redefine that personnel safety so that if the company owner wants to know where the person is located, of course, with previous consent of the person because of privacy issues, that would be possible so that you can geolocate that person. Again, adding another layer of safety for the worker. So, this is basically what I wanted to showcase during my presentation. We wanted to show you what we're doing at Motebo, and a few words about who we are. We are located here at the border. We have developments both in Tijuana and in the Bajío region of Mexico. And we also have an office in Europe, specifically in France. So we have a couple of businesses. Again, we provide wearable technology solutions and the Internet of Things, and we work very closely together with institutions as important as Innova Moda or in Innova Fashion to take the technology to a new level, to start incorporating it into our day-to-day lives, in other words. In closing, I would just like to thank the event organizers for their invitation and for having included our company, Motebo. We are incredibly happy to be a part of it. And once again, I would just reiterate our commitment to continuing to collaborate both in the Baja California region and the rest of the U.S., Mexico, and Latin America for wearable technology and the Internet of Things. Thank you again for your time, and we will now open the floor to your questions. We do have some questions that came from the audience. The first is, what is or what do you think should be the next step in the evolution of wearable? More disruptive design, more functionalities, or some other path that you think should be followed? Wearable technology, to be honest, is currently undergoing significant changes when it comes to its development. Before now, we were talking about smartwatches, we're talking about that kind of technology. But now it is migrating to more clothing-oriented technology. And while the stress of the question is what else can we do with the technology, I think the biggest stress now is in further adopting technology to solve specific issues that are well identified so that wearable technology can become more functional. So what I think wearable technology should focus on now is precisely in finding those specific niches where the technology we have today could help us solve problems that had not been able to be solved until now. A specific example, and this is something from this region, almost every year we see wildfires in the state of California and Baja California in Mexico. And the question is then, this is an actual natural disaster. This is something that impacts a lot of people. So how can we use wearable technology to redefine how we address the issue? First, we could already be using the overall for gas detection and for sensing the environmental conditions, also to measure movement. So this is a clear need where wearable technology can help us resolve an issue. So let's focus on that. Let's expand that adoption of the technology. And once that happens, there'll be more key players joining in, which will make wearables go to the next level. Another question says, the arrival of 5G networks has been a breakwater for the Internet of Things. In your opinion, what will be the product, service, or sector that will most benefit from this technology? Well, there's an endless answer to this question because the more things get developed, the more uses there are for new technologies. 5G has three features. One, it's faster. You have higher speeds. And you also have greater bandwidth. So if you're Skyping someone or you're doing WhatsApp video and you were limited to 7 people for quality to be good, now you could do it with 10. I don't know. You have greater bandwidth. But there's another feature of 5G which is difficult to explain, and it's difficult to explain what it's for. And it's called latency. Latency is much, much higher than the latency of other networks. And what does latency mean? It is the speed of response of that communication technology to send data back to a device. So let's say you have a smartphone, it sends a signal, and how long it takes to get back to you with the response is what we call latency. It turns out that latency is greatly reduced by 5G. And that reduction in latency, that feature of 5G will be hugely important, for example, to build smart cities, specifically for autonomous vehicles. And going back to the example of David, who is crossing the street with a smart overall, thanks to 5G, the overall will send a signal quickly enough to the cell tower and then back to the autonomous vehicle, and then the car will stop as David enters a crosswalk. So the 5G networks provides very interesting alternatives and functionalities for smart cities and to redefine how we currently live. Here we have another question. It says, speaking of clothing, what do you think is the most complicated part of integrating technology to a piece of clothing to create a wearable that is attractive to the consumer? Well, one of the most standard answers to this question is how you manage that piece of clothing. You want something that's user-friendly. You want something that can be used immediately. In the case of the smart overall, it's somewhat different because, you know, it's a work outfit. When it comes to a work outfit, that gives you more flexibility with the clothing. Now, if it's something you're going to wear every day, the functionality of that piece of clothing has to go hand in hand with the practicality of it. So it needs to be usable, practical, whatever type of clothing we create, that's going to have smart technology. How are we going to have the smart technology, wearable technology in the clothing we wear every day? Well, it's related to the previous question, and we're implementing it in everyday clothing for safety, for example, like the vests and the overall. So that's here today. Now, adoption, broader adoption will take time. That's a process where we're at. Now, to transfer it to, let's say, a shirt that you wear every day will take some time, even because of the design of that shirt and because of the interconnection between the different industries. If we designed an interactive piece of clothing for children's teaching, and the circuit was completely textile. So it's a shirt that you can squeeze, you can throw in the washer without any problems. But once again, we need the textile industry, which normally doesn't talk to the telecom industry and the IT industry, would need to talk to each other in order to create end user clothing. That is the main challenge we'd have to overcome. Here we have another question. How feasible would it be for a clothing manufacturer to sell these products? Today, again, we need to identify clear needs. Clothing manufacturers could have needs like this, sure, but in order for it to be attractive for the end user, you need to make sure that it can be mass produced so that the cost can be kept relatively affordable. We did some market studies, some focus groups for that early stimulation or early education shirt. And I have the kit right here. And if you have a 2 to 3-year-old wearing the shirt, parents were willing to pay about 1,000 pesos or $65 back when we did the focus group. So that gives you an idea of what people would be willing to pay for a product with those features. Now, when will you get there? When you can develop everything you need such that manufacturing can be financially attractive business-wise. Now, could you give us examples as to how life can change by bringing the clothing industry together with the IT industry? Well, you can change the clothing industry completely. For those of you who are following the industry, the conference rather, and are not aware of what the clothing industry does. We're talking about an industry that fights over volume with very tight margins. And we've talked to people in the clothing industry a lot, and they said, let's stop fighting for cents and let's start fighting for dollars. So if we could incorporate this into the clothing industry such that we revolutionize how things are being done in the clothing industry, then they could offer products with an added value that basically does not exist today. Specifically when it comes to the clothing industry in Mexico, because of what it would mean specific, even when it comes to specific import or export, textiles are considered sensitive. You need a reason to import export. So incorporating all of the technology aspects into it could lead to redefining the clothing and textile industry altogether. So we see this as a huge opportunity that we need to take advantage of now that it's here. And the last question we have from the public is, what companies should be most interested in these products? When it comes to everyday companies, I would dare say pretty much all of them, because again, we're anticipating what 5G technology will bring about as well. So we're going to have to be able, through some sort of device, to be able to communicate with autonomous vehicles and so on. So you have to think of the Internet of Things and wearables if you're manufacturing car seats. But if you're in the oil industry, you also need to think about it because you need to also have that kind of interaction. So there isn't a company that couldn't benefit from incorporating wearable technology or the Internet of Things into their day-to-day activities. And finally, we have a couple of extra questions here, such as what is our opinion about events like this, fora like this, like Tijuana is the future? Well, this is where new ideas come together, where we find out about next steps, where we get to see these huge opportunities. So we need to foster more and more events like this one. Now we need to promote being connected online now with people. and to connect one person who has part of the solution with someone else that has part of the solution, like they do very efficiently in the US by bringing people who have investment funding to people that have developments together. These types of fora bring new opportunities to light, both for new business, new investment for regions. And then, yes, this is something unique about Tijuana. And it's a story about some friends of mine and my girlfriend who's from Spain. So some friends from Spain came to Tijuana, and we were on Revolution Avenue. If you don't know Tijuana, it's downtown Tijuana. If you ever visit, go to Revolution Avenue in Tijuana. So we were talking with our friends from Spain, and someone comes up and goes, "Hey, have you taken your picture with a Tijuana zebra?" And the guys from Spain are like, "What? You know, wide-eyed. What are you talking about?" And and then we explained the story behind the Tijuana zebra or zonkey, because it turns out there's several of them, by the way. So we asked about the story, and they said that 10 years ago there was like 20 of these zebras. Now there's 4. So the story comes from about 8 months ago. It's basically a donkey, and they paint black stripes on it so that you can take your picture with the zonkey, the zebra donkey. And it's something unique about Tijuana. Tijuana, San Diego has a lot of unique things. There's a very good environment. We can work very well in Tijuana and San Diego. And once again, Tijuana is the future. The California, Baja California region, Cali Baja, is the future. Thank you again for watching our presentation. Montebo is here to serve you. Thanks. We want to thank Montebo for the presentation. That could be science fiction, but it's actually a reality that is already in the clothing industry.
Puedes pensar en muchos lugares, pero no hay nada como el hogar. En casa tienes espacios para relajarte, cenar con quien amas, disfrutar los amaneceres, tener desayuno en la cama. Encuentra tu lugar favorito en el mundo en Avento by Frasa, The Place to Live.
Grupo Cadena es el contacto más continuo con la información, el entretenimiento, noticias, deportes, música, activaciones, conciertos y televisión. Grupo Cadena, líder en medios, está totalmente identificado con los bajacalifornianos a través de toda su programación. Durante más de 84 años, Grupo Cadena ha forjado la integración de marcas y productos a través de sus plataformas, impactando a más de 1 millón de usuarios diariamente.
Adaptarnos a los cambios continuos
requiere que estemos informados
para tomar las decisiones que benefician
a nuestra familia y a la comunidad.
Lo que hagamos o dejemos de hacer
me afecta a mí y a mis seres queridos.
También a mí.
Y a mí.
Y a mí.
Lo que importa es que nuestro esfuerzo sea unidos. Noticias Ya, frontera San Diego-Tijuana.
Gracias por continuar con nosotros. Seguimos adelante en Tijuana es el futuro.
Thank you for continuing with us. Tijuana is the future. We thank Telcel for their sponsorship. If you are with Telcel, you know that its coverage gives you hours of gaming with the fastest speeds, with the largest coverage in Mexico, and the best experience in video calling and greater productivity at your home office. Telcel brings you closer to what you love most and what truly matters to you. Telcel, the best network with the largest coverage.
¿Que cómo soy? Una esquina que se reconocería en cualquier rincón. La ciudad que se convertiría en la más visitada del mundo. Los nacidos en esta esquina o llegados de tierras más lejanas han demostrado por años que la grandeza se lleva en el corazón. Quienes me conocen dicen que no hay mejor lugar.
I am so honored to be a part of the celebration. The civic leaders of Tijuana are doing such a great job. Everyone here is so friendly, and I think, oh my gosh, I don't run into so many smiling faces and so many people that have ideas and want to do good things and are excited about life. I see a very great deal of happiness here at this event.
Que aún con los tabúes que crearon sobre mí, hoy reconocen que soy capaz, honesta, apegada a la esperanza, trabajadora e innovadora. Aún con mi poca experiencia, soy un ejemplo de desarrollo. Convivo entre la tecnología, la cultura, el arte y la salud. Soy el reflejo de mis hijas e hijos, de lo que somos, de lo que hacemos. Desde aquí, donde todo inicia.
Tenemos que recordar que Tijuana Innovadora surgió hace 10 años en un momento de crisis.
Era romper con ese estigma tan feo que teníamos sobre la ciudad de Tijuana, sobre todo la gente de fuera, y decir que hay hombres y mujeres muy buenos que cambian completamente la perspectiva de la ciudad.
Culture and education, hope for the future of Tijuana and Mexico, this region and the entire world. You have done a wonderful thing here, so I congratulate you.
La gente tiene sus percepciones y sus creencias sobre las fronteras. Las fronteras siempre son puntos de choque y lo que nosotros hacemos es que sean puntos de encuentro.
La gente no creía que podíamos hacerlo, no creía que era factible hacer una cosa así, pero con perseverancia, con equipo, con gente buena, que creyó en nosotros, logramos dar un golpe muy grande. Creamos la relación entre la ciudad y sus fábricas, entre la ciudad y su trabajo. Y desde ese momento la gente se volvió orgullosa de ser tijuanense.
Pues Tijuana Innovadora es la organización única en Tijuana, yo creo que en la región, si no es que en México, ya que tiene diversas esferas, diversos ámbitos. Yo la conocí siendo un evento, ahorita la estamos transformando totalmente en un movimiento y la verdad, pues ha sido un cambio total en mi enfoque de cómo debe de ser una organización para beneficio de la ciudadanía.
Lo que pretende es que el único protagonista sea la ciudad en la que vives y a partir de ahí todos los esfuerzos son colectivos por un bien común.
El secreto es gente con compromiso, gente que cree en lo que estamos haciendo, gente que no quiere honor o no quiere prestigio, quiere que la comunidad sirva, que su esfuerzo lo dedique a la comunidad, donde los egos se achatan, donde los esfuerzos de cada quien, gente muy talentosa, gente sumamente capaz, esos esfuerzos se muestran ante la comunidad y en diferentes aspectos, en diferentes áreas. Estamos transformando a la ciudad, estamos tratando de transformar. Una vida es mucho, si logramos 2 vidas es mucho más, si logramos 10 vidas es mucho más. Y Tijuana Innovadora cambia la vida de la gente.
there's no future without justice. What would happen if you're unfairly
Tijuana
accused of a
Innovadora
crime?
2020 se ha
Tijuana
logrado
Innovadora
llevar la
2020
justicia con
now enters the
confidencia
topic
excepcional.
of justice
Gracias
with a
Televisa, periódico
wonderful
Frontera y
presentation.
Futuro
Thanks,
por
Televisa,
su apoyo para
Frontera
ayudarnos a
newspaper
traer
in
para
Tijuanotas,
ustedes
for your
esta
support
conferencia.
in
Lo
presenting
justo
this
es dar a cada
conference.
quien lo que le corresponde, lo que le
To each
pertenece, no
their
lo que
own.
merece.
What
Parece simple,
what
pero
they
es un
deserve,
complejo
what
como
belongs to
siempre.
them. It
Lo
seems
cierto es que
simple, but
si
it's
no hay
actually a
justicia,
complex issue.
no hay
But the
futuro.
truth is,
La
without
impartición de la
justice, there is no
justicia es un tema
future.
que nos afecta a todos.
Justice is something that affects us all. What would have happened if you were unfairly accused of a crime you didn't commit?
Presente en este panel
Justin
Tijuana
Brooks
es el futuro, una conferencia titulada
will give us a
Causas de
presentation
condenas
called
injustas.
Causes
Justin
of
Brooks,
Unfair
fundador de California
Sentences. During
Innocence
Tijuana is the
Project
future.
y
He is the founder of the
representante en este foro de
California
Tijuana es el
Innocence
futuro,
Project.
nos explicará
Will
la labor que
explain
realiza a favor
here
de la
at Tijuana
justicia,
is the
buscando la
future,
exoneración de
his
personas
work
cumpliendo
to
condenas
try
que
to
no les
release
corresponden.
people who were
Damos la
unfairly
bienvenida a
sent to
Justin Brooks.
prison. Let's
Gracias por
welcome
aceptar
Justin
nuestra
Brooks.
invitación.
Thank you for
Adelante.
accepting our invitation.
Hola, soy Justin Brooks y
Hi,
soy
I am
director
Justin
del
Brooks, and I am
proyecto
the director
Inocente
of the
California
California Innocence
aquí en San
Project
Diego, California,
here in
en la
San Diego,
frontera de
California,
México, en la frontera de Tijuana.
at the
Y
Mexico border, the
mi
border with
proyecto
Tijuana.
es una
And
clínica
my
legal
project
donde
is a legal
estudiantes,
clinic where
profesores y
students,
abogados trabajan
teachers, and
juntos en
attorneys
casos de
work
los inocentes
together
en la cárcel. En
on
nuestra
cases
clínica
for
investigamos
innocent people in
casos de los
prison.
inocentes en todas partes de
In my clinic,
California
we study
y tenemos
cases of
tres
innocent people in prison
misiones.
throughout California
Número
with three
uno,
missions.
por supuesto,
One,
conseguir la
of course,
libertad de los
to
inocentes en prisión.
get people
Número
who were
dos, es una
unfairly
clínica
sent to
legal
prison
donde los
released.
estudiantes
Second, it
aprenden
is a legal
destrezas,
clinic where students
para
can
trabajo
learn
como
skills
nuestro
that they can
trabajo,
apply in work
investigando
such as
casos de
ours,
los
investigating
inocentes,
cases
litigando
of innocent
casos
people and
también.
litigating cases as
Entonces,
well.
parte de nuestra misión,
So part of our
educación de los
mission
estudiantes
is
en la
educating students
Y
at our
número
clinic.
tres,
And number
estamos
three,
siempre
we are
trabajando en
always
reformas
working
legales
on legal
para
reform
mejorar
to
nuestro
improve
sistema de justicia
our
y
criminal
disminuir
justice system
el número
and
de
decrease the number
inocentes en
of
prisión.
innocent people in prison.
Tenemos más de 60 proyectos,
We have over
inocencia
60
en los Estados Unidos.
innocence projects
Tenemos un
throughout the
proyecto
US.
en casi cada
We
estado en
have
los
a
Estados
project in
Unidos
almost
y también
every
en los
state in the
estados
United
grandes
States.
como Nueva
And in
York,
large states
Texas
like
y
New York,
California.
Texas, and
Tenemos
California,
más de un
we have
proyecto.
more than one project.
Y también tenemos
And we
proyectos en todo el
also
mundo.
have
Tenemos
projects
proyectos en
around the
Europa,
world,
en
in
Asia,
Europe, in
Nueva
Asia,
Zelanda,
New
Australia,
Zealand, Australia,
y por supuesto
and
tenemos
of course,
proyectos en Latinoamérica.
projects in Latin
Tenemos
America.
proyectos en Argentina, Bolivia,
We have
Chile,
projects in
Colombia,
Argentina,
Costa
Bolivia,
Rica.
Chile, Colombia,
Tenemos
Costa Rica.
5
We have
proyectos en
5
México,
projects in Mexico,
Perú y Puerto Rico.
and then also
Y no
Peru and Puerto
porque
Rico.
hay inocentes en todas partes
And
del
we're
mundo
doing this
que
because there are
necesitan
innocent
ayuda.
people in
En
prison
los últimos
everywhere
20
in the world who
años,
need our
sacamos
help.
cientos
Over
de
the last 20
personas de
years, we
prisión en
have
nuestros
gotten hundreds
proyectos.
of people
Por ejemplo,
released from
aquí
prison
es
through
el
our
Día de
projects.
Liberación
For example,
de mi
there was the
cliente
day
Timothy
that
Atkins.
Timothy Atkins, my
Después de
client, was
23
released
años
after
en prisión,
23 years in
completamente
prison.
inocente. Y la
Someone who
mujer
was
en esta
absolutely
foto,
innocent.
ella unió
And the person
la
in
clínica
this
y ella
picture
obtuvo
was part of our
toda la
clinic,
información, toda la
and she
evidencia
gathered
que
all of the
necesitamos
information, all of
para
the
liberar
evidence we
nuestro
needed
cliente.
in order to have our client released.
Los estudiantes trabajan con los
Students
abogados
work together with
y
our
en
attorneys,
otras clínicas legales
and at other
los
legal
abogados y
clinics,
estudiantes están
attorneys
trabajando
and
en
students
otro tipo de leyes y también
work
por
on
ejemplo, en
other
clínicas
types of
legales
laws and
defensores
also
criminales,
in
clínicas
criminal
criminales.
defense
Las
clinics
clínicas defensan los culpables y los inocentes.
where
Pero en
they
nuestra
defend both the
clínica
guilty and the
está
innocent.
enfocando completamente
However, our
100%
clinic works
solo en casos de los
100%
inocentes
exclusively,
en prisión.
solely
Y
to release people who were unfairly sent to prison, people who are
muchísimas
innocent.
cartas cada año
And we
porque,
receive a lot of
los
letters
Estados
year
Unidos
after
tiene más
year
gente en prisión que
because
todo
there
el
are
mundo,
more people in
y
prison in the
California
United States than
tiene
anywhere
más
else in the
gente en
world. world, and California has more people in prison than the rest of the U.S. states. So we receive over 6,000 requests per year. And for every case, we do an investigation. My students, day in and day out, go around the state of California to study cases. These students talk to the attorneys that worked on the case prior to us taking it up. They read all of the court transcriptions and documents that go to the scene of the crime to see what happened. They interview all witnesses to the case. They'll also do a pre-interview with our client in prison. They obtain physical evidence. In the U.S., if you have strong evidence of innocence, and only then we have the possibility to have the case reopened using a process called habeas corpus. So there's a hearing before a judge, and then there's the possibility of having the sentence vacated. This, for example, was the day that my client Kenneth Marsh was released after 20 years in prison for a murder that he did not commit. The process can take years and years. It is a very difficult process, and it is very sad because there are a lot of innocent people in prison. However, we don't always have solid evidence to prove their innocence, and we can only present cases where we have very strong evidence. So most of my work and the work of the attorneys and students that work with me is about investigating the facts of a case. Today, there are over 2,500 documented cases of wrongful convictions in the United States. But it's not just a U.S. issue. Everywhere around the world, there are innocent people in prison. And we need projects like ours in every corner of the world. Well, after 30 years in my case of working in this line of work, we now know a lot about wrongful convictions because we have studies of cases. And after over 2,500 cases, we have gathered a lot of information regarding the causes of wrongful convictions. And number one, and this is interesting, is misidentification. In 58 of the cases of wrongful convictions, it has been due to misidentification. And that's why I teach a course on wrongful convictions. And we spent 3 weeks on misidentification. There are problems with the process. For example, in this picture, we have a lineup, and there's a lot of issues with the lineup process. There's a lot of issues regarding witness recall. There's a lot of opportunity to contaminate a memory. For example, when one witness talks to another witness or to the police about the incident, there are also times where the witness is not sure about their ID, but in the adversarial trial system, this can open the door to a lot of issues. We also have problems with informants. In California, there's a lot of issues with informants because we have very long sentences in California. So a lot of people become informants and they work with the police, and if they provide accurate information, they, get a break. But sometimes there's no way to tell what information is factual and how much of it is not. And 31% of wrongful convictions involved misinformation from an informant, and 17% of wrongful convictions stem from malpractice by the intervening authorities, police, prosecuting attorneys, judges, and that's not just in the U.S., that's in every country.
muchísimos problemas
uh,
con investigaciones
there's a
de
lot of
policía
malpractice issues
y mala
or
praxis.
malapraxis in
Entonces, estoy
Mexico,
siempre
uh,
capacitando
wrongful acts by
policía
police.
y abogados en México para mejorar los
So we've
procesos de
been
investigación.
working with police departments and attorneys
Y
in
eso es
Mexico
muy
to improve
interesante.
investigation
En
processes. Now, this is
17%
interesting. In
de los casos de
17%
los inocentes
wrongful conviction
confesan.
of innocent
Y la
people,
pregunta es, ¿por
they
qué? ¿Por qué hay
confess. And the
inocentes
question is why?
confesan? ¿Por
Why
qué
do
confiesan
innocent people
si
confess to
no
crimes they did not commit?
cometen el crimen?
They did not
Y
commit.
bueno, después de 12,
Well,
13, 14
after
horas de
12,
interrogación,
13,
mucha
14
gente
hours of
no
interrogation,
quieren hablar más.
many people just
Y
wanted
es
to be
como, "Ok,
over.
dame la
And so they
papel,
said, you know what? Give me the
yo
piece of
cometí el crimen."
paper. Sure, I'll
Y
confess.
ellos
I
están
committed the crime.
pensando, bueno, eso no es un
And they're
problema
thinking,
porque
that's
no
not going to
cometí
be an issue
nada
because I
y
actually
ellos
didn't
no
commit the crime.
tienen
And they have no
testigos
evidence, no
o evidencia.
witnesses, or anything
Pero
else to tie me to that crime.
posible después la policía
But
obtienen un
uh,
informante
then the
con
police could
información
get an
falsa,
informant
una
that
mala
provides
información,
false information, and then you could
después
have
otra persona
misidentification, and
inocente en
now
prisión.
another innocent person is sent to
También
prison.
hay muchos casos
There's
con
also a lot of
problemas con la
cases
defensa.
where
Número uno
the
para
defense
mí
wasn't
es
proper.
falta de investigación. En
Number
los
one for
Estados
me
Unidos
is lack of
tenemos estándares
investigation.
muy buenos
In the
para
US, we have
abogados.
great
Los
standards
abogados
for
necesitan
attorneys.
ir a la escuela
Attorneys
7
need to go to
años.
school for 7
Tenemos
years,
un examen de abogados
and we
muy fuerte.
have a
Entonces,
very
los
difficult
abogados
bar
tienen las
exam. So
destrezas
attorneys
para
are
su
supposed to
trabajo,
have the
pero
skills to do their
a
work.
veces cuando no
However,
tienen recursos por investigaciones,
when they don't have enough
no hay una investigación,
resources rather to do
después una persona
investigations, then they don't
Eso
do
es
them
un ejemplo de
properly,
un
and that
caso muy
can
famoso en
lead
los Estados Unidos, en Texas,
to
donde
wrongful
el
conviction.
abogado
This is a
estaba
famous
durmiendo
drawing
durante
of
el
a case in
juicio oral
Texas where
y
the attorney
la
was
corte de
falling
apelación,
asleep during
los jueces
trial, and the appellate
escribieron,
court,
tiene
the
el derecho de
judges,
un abogado, pero
said,
no
well, you
tiene
have the
derecho
said about this issue,
por
you
un
have the
abogado
right
que
to an
no
attorney,
está
but you
durmiendo
don't
durante
have the right
su
to
juicio
an
oral.
attorney that will not fall
Muy
asleep during
ejemplo.
their work. So that is horrendous.
Un caso mío, un ejemplo
No, this is
de los
one example of a
problemas
case
con
I did
identificación,
to illustrate
y
the
también
issues
otro
with
problema. En este caso,
misidentification.
es el caso de Uriah
This is the
Courtney.
case of
Es un caso muy triste.
Uriah Courtney. It's a
Es un
very
caso de
sad
abuso
case.
sexual
It is a
contra
sexual
una
abuse
chica
case.
de 16 años.
It was
Ella
a 16-year-old
estaba caminando en San
girl
Diego,
who was
estaba en un
walking around San
parque de un
Diego
hombre,
and was
un
attacked
abuso
by a
sexual,
male
y
and
después
suffered
de este
sexual abuse. And
a
after
la
the
chica
attack,
escribió este dibujo
the girl
del
made
hombre que
this
cometió el
drawing
crimen, el
of
dibujo.
the man who committed the
Y eso es
crime,
el
who
dibujo.
attacked her.
Y
And
después,
this was her drawing.
la policía
And then
usan
the police
6 fotos para
used
el
these
proceso de
6
identificación.
pictures
Y eso es
for
muy
photo
común
ID.
en los Estados
And
Unidos
this
y
is a very
otras
common
partes del
practice
mundo,
in the
este
United
proceso de
States and
6
elsewhere
fotos.
around the world of using
Pero
6
el
pictures at a time.
problema con estas
But the
fotos es
problem
eso.
with photo ID
Aquí
is
el dibujo del hombre.
this. Here you see
Y
her
no
drawing
hay,
of the
no hay
man.
más información en este dibujo
And this
que es un hombre
outline basically just tells you that
que
it's a
tiene
male
un goatee.
who has a goatee.
Y en esta foto,
And then in this
número
picture,
uno, no tiene nada.
well,
Número dos, no tiene
number
nada.
1 has no
Número
facial hair.
tres,
Number
tiene
2,
un
no
poco
facial hair.
barba,
3
como
has a
Scooby-Doo.
little bit of a
Número
Scooby-Doo
cuatro,
beard.
mi cliente
Number 4,
tiene
my
una barba
client
exactamente como el
has
dibujo.
a
Número
goatee
cinco,
exactly
nada.
like the one
Número
in
seis,
the
un Fu
drawing.
Manchu.
Number 5, nothing. And number 6
Entonces,
has a
por
Fu Manchu
supuesto,
beard.
la chica
So, of
eligió
course,
mi
the
cliente,
girl
porque
identified
él
my
más
client
se parece al
because he is the
criminal.
one that
Y ella
most
no tenía
resembles
mucha
the actual
información
criminal, and she
sobre,
didn't have a lot of
el criminal.
information about the
Entonces,
perpetrator.
él tenía una sentencia muy grande.
And
Nosotros
he
le
had
dimos,
a
al corte
very long
para un
sentence.
examen de ADN
So
de las
we
ropas de la chica,
requested
para
DNA
obtener
testing of the girl's
ADN.
clothing to obtain
Obtuvimos
DNA.
ADN de un hombre en todas
And
partes de sus ropas.
we identified DNA in all of her male DNA and all of her pieces of clothing.
Todo el mundo tiene ADN de otras
But
personas
the
en
problem is
nuestras
this:
ropas.
everybody else
Muy
has
común.
someone else's DNA on their clothing. This happens
Pero tenemos en
very
los
often.
Estados Unidos un
But
banco de datos
in the
de
United
ADN.
States, we have a DNA
Y al día
database.
de este examen,
And on the day
estaba más de
of this
10 millón
examination,
perfiles en
there
este
were
banco de
over
datos.
10 million
Y después
profiles,
de un
criminal
examen
profiles in
de
this
ADN
database. And
con
after
los perfiles,
comparing the DNA test to the
obtuvimos una
profiles,
coincidencia con este hombre.
we found a
Y
match
aquí
with this
es
man.
una foto de mi cliente.
And here you have a
Y
picture
aquí es
of
el
my
problema.
client. Now you see the issue when it comes to photo
Los
ID.
dos, más o menos,
They
aquí hay dos
both
hombres
kind of
de
look alike. They're
28
both
años,
27,
pelo más o menos
28.
igual,
Their hair is
frente es más o menos
similar.
igual,
Their forehead's similar.
más o menos igual. Entonces
So
es
they
una
kind of
buena
look alike.
identificación, no es
So
ridículo,
it's not a
pero no es
ridiculous
correcto.
missed ID, but it's not the
Entonces,
right person.
aquí es el día de liberación de mi
So this
cliente
is the day that
después
my
de
client
examen de
was
ADN.
released
Eso es porque
after the
tenemos
DNA
estos
results.
proyectos.
And
Es
this is
muy, muy
why we
fácil.
have this
Una mala
project.
identificación
It is very easy
sin,
to have
cuando
misidentification.
toda la policía, todas las personas están
Even
trabajando
when the
correcta,
police and
no
all
hay
the people
corrupción,
are trying
no
to do
hay
the right thing and
fabricación,
there's no
fabricación de
corruption
evidencia,
and they're not
es solo,
fabricating evidence,
bueno, es cerca,
it's,
casi,
it's someone
casi
who,
la persona,
kind of
pero
looks
no
like,
es.
that person, but it's not that person.
También hay otras
There are
causas de
other
condenas
causes
cerradas,
of wrongful
y tenemos
convictions,
mucha experiencia
and we
con
have a
ciencias
lot
y
of
problemas con
experience
ciencias en mi
with
oficina.
issues with
Por
science
ejemplo,
in my
hay
office.
muchos
For
problemas
example,
con
there's
análisis
a
de
lot of
balas.
issues with
Mucho de la
ballistics.
ciencia en
A lot of
análisis de
the
balas
science
es
in
completamente
ballistics,
basura.
it's
Y
absolute
después de
garbage.
muchos años
And after
estudiando
many
esos
years of
procesos,
studying these
hay
processes,
problemas.
I know that it
Hay
has
problemas también
issues.
con casquillos.
There are
En el
also issues
pasado,
with spent casings.
cuando todo la metal
In the
para
past,
una
when
arma estaba hecho de mano,
all of the
metales
metal for a
cada
gun was made
pedazo
by
de metal es
hand,
completamente
each
diferente.
piece of metal
Y
was
cada
completely
arma es
different,
completamente
and each
diferente.
weapon
Pero
then
ahora,
was
todo
absolutely
la metal
different. It
están
was
hecho
like
de
a
máquinas en China
fingerprint.
y
But
hay
now they're all
problemas con
machine
las
manufactured in
distinciones entre
China, so
casquillos.
it's more
Y también
difficult
hay
to
laboratorios que tienen
discern
máquinas muy
between
buenas para ver
what gun
estos
fired a
casquillos. Y
particular
otras veces
bullet using
es un hombre
casings.
con un luz que no tiene una máquina y no
And
científico.
even the places where they do
Problemas
the
con eso.
investigation, I mean, it's a guy in a room that's
También hay
not well
problemas
lit,
con
he's not
marcas
a
de
scientist.
mordidas.
We
Yo
also
tengo
have
casos
issues
en
with
mi
bite
oficina
mark
basado en una
science.
marca de
I have a
mordida a mi
case
cuerpo
based on
y
a
una
bite mark on a
coincidencia
body,
con los dientes
which
del acusado.
matched the denture
Esta
of the
ciencia
accused.
no es una buena ciencia.
This
Y
is
los
science. The
peritos
science is not a good
básicamente
science,
son
and
dentistas
the experts
aburridos
are
que le gustan
basically
CSI.
bored dentists who love CSI.
Marca de mordida no es,
Bite
es
marks
un moretón
are
en
very
el
inaccurate.
cuerpo
It's basically a
todos son
bruise
más o menos
on your
iguales.
body. So they all look
Y
kind of the
no es
same.
científico también.
So it's also not that
Hay
scientific.
problemas con huellas
We also
dactilares
have issues
también.
with
Si no
fingerprints.
tiene máquinas
If,
muy buenas
unless
por
they have
este
really,
proceso.
really
Y
good
también hay
fingerprint
problemas
machines.
con las
And there's
estadísticas
also
que
issues
muchos
with
peritos
the
usan
statistics
en
that
casos
many
basados
experts
en huellas
use
dactilares.
or have used in past cases
Análisis de
using
pelo
fingerprints.
es una ciencia basura.
Hair
Es un hombre o
analysis is a
mujer
trash
con un microscopio
science.
y
It's
dos
is it a
pedazos
man
de
or a
pelo.
woman? Two little
Um,
pieces of hair.
Tuvimos un caso
We had a
famoso en
famous
San
case
Diego
in
donde
San
el perito
Diego where the
testificó
expert testified
este pelo
that
del
this
acusado
hair
es
from the
exactamente como
accused
el
person
pelo
is
de la escena
exactly
del crimen.
just
Y después de un
like
examen de ADN,
the one I have
el
on this
pelo de la escena del
analysis, and
crimen
after
fue
an
una fibre de la
DNA
alfombra.
test,
No es
it
pelo.
resulted that it was just
Eso es ciencia
fiber
basura,
from a
por
rock,
supuesto.
so it was not human hair. So of course that was trash.
También
Also, there's also bad signs as far as to um, provoked wildfires. There's a lot of the experts in this area are firemen that like CSI. There's not a lot of science involved in these analysis. There are many cases where the experts thought that it was a case of provoked wildfire, but it was an electrical accident or another reason that caused the wildfire. Shaken baby syndrome, the saddest rather cases in my office. When doctors learned in school, when they have a triad of symptoms, um, cerebral edema, inflammation of the brain, and of course, there are abuse cases. But now we know that there are other causes for these effects. And meningitis, natal trauma, natal infection, crystal bones, reaction to vaccination, vitamin deficiency. All of these are also symptoms of the triad. So there are many parents in prison accused of the most horrible crime, homicide of their own children, and they're completely innocent. I have 2 or 3 cases in my office right now. It is very sad. It is very difficult because we always need a lot of experts studying and all of the information, all of the reports. And a big problem that we're faced with in Mexico is that Mexico does not have laws that protect the evidence after oral trials. In the US, this was also the case for the US many times ago, but now the US needs to keep evidence for a certain amount of time after the trial. But in Mexico, a lot of times the evidence goes to the trash right after the trial or after the process is over. So then it is nearly impossible to prove the innocence of these people after the evidence is good. Well, the successes in my office, we have many. Jason Puracall. It was a case of police corruption. He was completely innocent. It was a police fabrication. Matt and Grace Huang, my clients from the Middle East, who were also completely innocent, who were accused of homicide of their own children. The girl in this photo, a terrible case. Jason Kendall is a case of misidentification of a voice. A girl was at a store and she testified that the voice of the criminal's voice, and the criminal was wearing a mask. It was like Jason. And based on this identification, he spent 4 years in prison. We got a photograph from the man going through the door at the store, and he was 6 inches higher than my client, and this is the day that he was released, and he was with his mom. Brian Banks is my most famous case. There's a movie about this case, 5 years in prison, completely based on a lie from a girl, a 15-year-old girl who testified that he committed a rape. And 10 years later, she admitted that he had not done anything to her. It's a very famous case because he was one of the best football players in the US, but he spent 5 years in prison. And after prison, here he is playing football with the Atlanta Falcons.
Kim
as a
Long,
professional.
7
Kim
años en
Long,
prisión,
7 years in
problemas
prison,
con la ciencia,
problems
problemas
with
con la
science,
investigación,
problems
problemas con la
with
defensa.
investigation,
Y aquí
problems
es
with
el
the
momento
defense, and
de
this is a
su
moment
exoneración.
where she was
Rafael
released.
Madrigal,
Rafael
mexicano,
Madrigal, a
viviendo en Los
Mexican
Ángeles,
living in
también
LA,
mala
also
identificación, completamente
misidentification,
inocente, 9
completely
años en
innocent,
prisión.
and he
Y
spent
aquí es el
9 years
momento de
in prison, and
liberación
this
con
is
su mamá.
the
Adam
moment of
Riojas,
celebration
otro
with his
mexicano
mom.
viviendo
Adam
aquí en
Rojas, another
California,
Mexican
mala
living in
identificación,
California,
13 años en prisión.
misidentification, 13 years in prison.
Adam ahora es un padre,
Adam is
por decir
now
que no policía, completamente
uh,
inocente. Reggie Cole,
uh, uh, uh,
también 17 años
part
en
of the
prisión,
police
también
department, and
una
he's
mala identificación.
completely
Y aquí en el
innocent.
día de
Reggie Cole,
celebración con
misidentification
sus
as well,
hermanas.
and he's celebrating his release
Guy
here with
Miles,
his sisters.
otra mala
Guy Mile,
identificación.
another
Hay muchos casos
misidentification.
con
There are
malas
many
identificaciones.
cases of
18 años en
misidentification.
prisión.
He spent
Él
18
estaba
years
en
in prison.
otro
He was
estado
in
en
a
el momento de
different
este robo
state
de
at the
banco.
time of
Pero
this
después de una
bank
mala
robbery.
identificación
But
y
then,
problemas
because of this misidentification,
con la evidencia,
and with the
18 años
evidence,
en
he ended
prisión.
up spending 18 years in
Jason Rivera,
prison.
otro
Jason Rivera,
mexicano,
another
19
Mexican,
años
who
en
spent
prisión,
19 years in
completamente
prison,
inocente,
completely
también mala
innocent,
identificación.
also because of
John
misidentification.
Stoll,
John
un
Stoll,
caso de
a
corrupción,
case of corruption.
muchísimos problemas
A
con eso.
lot of
También hay una
problems with
película
that. There's
sobre este
also
caso,
a
se
movie
llama
about
Witch
this
Hunt.
case, and it's called
Muy,
Witch
muy
Hunt.
triste, muy,
It
muy
is a
mala.
very, very sad
Ken Marsh,
story.
20
Ken
años en
Marsh,
prisión,
20 years in prison.
homicidio contra el
Homicide
bebé de su novia.
against
Y
his
su novia
girlfriend's
está en esta
baby,
foto,
and
la
his
mujer
girlfriend
con
is on
pela
this
rubia.
is in this
Y
picture,
por
the
20
blonde
años
girl. And for
ella estaba
20 years,
diciendo
she kept
que
saying
su niño se cayó
that
del
her
sofá y
baby
no estaba un
fell
caso de
from
abuso,
the
pero los
sofa, and that it
médicos
was not
pensaban es un
a
caso de
case of
abuso.
abuse, but the doctors
Completamente
thought
inocente, 20
that it
años en
was a
prisión.
case of
Horace
abuse,
Roberts
but they were
también
wrong.
20
Horace
años en
Roberts,
prisión.
also 20 years in prison.
Mala investigación de la policía.
Bad
Susan Johnson,
investigation on behalf
otro
of the police
caso muy
department.
triste con un
Suzanne
bebé
Johnson, another very
que
sad case
murió
with a baby
completamente
who
inocente,
passed
21
away,
años en prisión.
and she was completely innocent, 21
Tim
years in
Atkins,
prison.
otra
Tim
vez,
Atkins,
23
once
años en
again,
prisión.
23 years in prison.
Muchísimos problemas en este
A
también,
lot of
pero
problems in this
también mala
case, but it was
identificación.
also because of
Bill Richards,
misidentification. Bill
23 años en
Richards,
prisión.
23 years in prison.
Problemas con la defensa,
Problems
con
with
la
the defense, with
investigación,
the
con la policía,
investigation,
todo.
with the police, with everything.
Alan Jimenez
Alan
es un
Jimenez,
caso. Él estaba en
it's
prisión 24
a
años
case.
por
He
un
spent
homicidio
24
contra
years in
su
prison
propia niña,
because of
completamente
a homicide
inocente.
against his own
Glenn Boyd, 27
girl,
años
completely
en
innocent.
prisión,
Glenn
mala
Boyd,
identificación.
27 years in prison,
Quentin Morris,
misidentification. Quentin
27
Morris,
años en prisión,
27
mala
years in prison,
identificación.
misidentification again.
Y Marilyn Molero.
Marilyn Molero,
Yo trabajé en
I
este caso
worked on this
25
case
años.
25
este caso
years.
cuando
I
tenía,
started this case when I was
29 años.
29 years
este
old, and
caso
I
hace 3
finished
meses.
this case 3 months ago.
Casi toda mi vida
I
trabajando en
spent
este
most
caso.
of my life
Muy
working on this case.
Roland
Very
Adams,
sad.
28
Roland
años
Adams,
en prisión,
28
mala
years in
identificación.
prison, misidentification.
En la historia
And
de
number one
California,
in the
este
story of
hombre,
California,
Michael Hanline,
this man,
36
Mike Hanline,
años en prisión,
36 years in
completamente
prison,
inocente.
completely
Y la
innocent.
mujer en esta foto
And the
es
woman in
su
this picture
esposa.
is his
Su
wife.
esposa
And his
esperó
wife
36
waited
años.
36
años
years
esperando
for
a
him.
su esposa.
36 years
Imagine
waiting
eso.
for her
Y aquí es el
husband.
momento de
Imagine
su
that.
liberación
And this is the
después de
moment of
36
celebration
años
after
en prisión.
36 years in prison.
Bueno, esos son
Well,
mis clientes,
those are my
mis
clients,
éxitos, pero hay
my
muchísimo
successes,
más
but there
trabajo.
are
Hay muchos
a lot
inocentes en prisión en
more
todo el mundo,
innocent people
aquí en los
in
Estados
prison in
Unidos,
all of
México,
the
en
world,
toda
in the
Latinoamérica y
US,
todo el
Mexico, all of
mundo.
Latin America,
Y
and all
si
over the
quiere
world,
más
I had just
información sobre
mentioned.
mi
And if you
trabajo,
want
estoy
more
en
information
Facebook,
on
estoy en
my
Twitter, estoy en
work, I'm
Instagram.
on Facebook, Twitter,
Nuestro
Instagram.
sitio de web es
Our website is
californiainnocenceproject.org.
californiainnocenceproject.org.
Y, bueno,
And well, thanks for having me. Thank you, Justin. What do you consider? What are your predictions? Your forecast towards the future? I think that's a very interesting question. We have problems with the justice system that we had since 30 years ago, problems with the police department, but I think that each year gets better. The justice system gets better. There are better processes. There is more training for the police officers. I have a lot of faith in Mexico and their system of justice. I worked in Chile 25 years ago, and I taught the first 12 public defenders in Chile. When Chile was changing into an oral justice kind of system. And I'm always talking with students about the processes on oral trials. And when I talk to my students, students want to improve the system in Mexico, of course, and that's something that's going to happen in the future. It's very difficult to change such a system in Mexico. The city of Mexico is just like a country in itself. There are so many judges and police officers, and all of them need training on the new processes, but not in weeks or months, but in years. If we all work together on solving this issue, I have faith in Mexico's future. Justin Brooks, thank you so much for being a part of this project. Tijuana is the future. We thank you on behalf of our committee, and this was Justin Brooks for the future in justice in Tijuana Innovadora. Thank you very much, and we continue with our streaming. Well, as we can see, after listening to this topic, which is very moving, justice is a topic that could take us hours and hours of debate. And we would like to thank Café de Volada for their sponsorship now that the celebrating 10 years of Tijuana Innovadora. We also thank More FM, the House of Rock in Spanish, from the Radio Cadena Group. Now, being informed is a necessity. You can count on Telemundo 24, complete coverage of what goes on in the region Tijuana, San Diego, every day with news from Monday through Friday, and now also on the weekends. And we continue with our program.
Telemundo es líder en horario estelar en español. Y cuando tu serie favorita termina, comienza el noticiero local de mayor impacto en la región.
Tener la mejor información y llegar hasta los hogares de nuestro público. De una manera distinta y más joven, más atrevida que otros canales.
Estamos creando una relación con nuestra comunidad, con nuestros televidentes.
Noticiero Telemundo 20, de lunes a domingo, en Tijuana o en San Diego. Cuenta con nosotros.
Seguimos con el tema de la justicia.
Continue with the justice topic. In Tijuana is the future, the largest online forum. And now we're going to explore film as a tool for social change. And we're going to talk about justice or injustice, if I may say. Now, Roberto Hernandez, he's a director of documentaries such as Presumed Guilty, on which he exposes the legal system in Mexico. He has been awarded with many different journalist awards. Welcome, Roberto, to Tijuana Innovadora 2020. Hi, thank you for the opportunity of talking to you. A few years ago, I had the chance of making a documentary. It's been 10 years. The documentary was called presumed guilty or presunto culpable in Spanish. I did it with Naira Negrete. This documentary had a reaction that we did not expect when we were producing this story. It was the story of Toño Zúñiga, who was accused for a crime that he did not commit, and he was sentenced to 20 years in prison. The documentary was shown in some movie theaters, and after 3 weeks of being on the different movie theaters, the showing of the movie was suspended. These are some of the images from that time. The intervention of the legal system was banned this movie, and this was seen as the government trying to avoid people from seeing what was going on. The New York Times published, for example, this headline, Antonio's story. The Wall Street Journal also published something on their first page. Here's Laida, for example, answering questions to different journalists, trying to explain to us what was going to happen with the movie. At the end, the result of this movie being shown is that we catalyzed a change. I cannot say that it was a change that was exclusively made possible by the movie or by the film, but it's something that the film helped with. And we went from a system where, such as the one we can appreciate here, where Toño Zúñiga is behind the bars, with a system that would presume the person being guilty. And then we moved to an oral trial system on which judges have a closer intervention, where the defendant attorney can have a dialogue with the accused, and in my opinion, it is a more dignified system. And all of these things and the movie in itself moved me a lot, and especially because this movie was banned, I thought we had lost the battle. But in reality, the fact that the movie or the film was banned had a great social impact, because then this film became the most seen documentary in history. After 9 or 10 years of its making, it's a documentary most seen in the history of Mexico. And I asked myself, after making this documentary, what impact it really had. When the documentary was showing, I was doing a doctorate. I did not study film. I've done some movies. I'm not a filmmaker, but I studied a doctorate in public and policies and government in the Berkeley University. And before that, I studied law. So this idea of making films was just an activity that was unexpected, that I just decided to do out of my needs at the time. Now, after the movie had their showing on the movie theaters, and then it was retired from the movie theaters, then after many years of showing this film, I came up with an idea with some of my thesis consultants, and with Laila, who's my children's mother, to do an assessment to actually see if there had been a change in our legal system after the documentary. So we conducted a survey in different prisons. In the picture there, I'm at a prison in Tabasco, and I'm handing him the list of the people that I want to interview. There are people from my work teams. Now, on the left, we have um, uh, prisoners, and then on the right side there are colleagues of mine that are interviewing them to get a feel of their experience. We asked them how they were detained, how authorities treated them, if they were uh, hit by the police officers, if the rights were read to them, if the judges gave them a good treatment. We asked them, for example, what their experience was at the Ministerio Público, if they made a statement, if they stated themselves as guilty, if they had an attorney appointed to them. And this exercise that started, well, this is a very small prison in Macuspana, municipality in Tabasco, which is one of the municipalities that first started this change in the system. And then eventually I ended up conducting interviews in 6 states in Mexico, and the interviews kept increasing over the years until it came to a point where we were able to get in contact with INEGI and different legislators in Mexico. And we got their support so that the National Statistics Institute would collaborate with us. All of this is consolidated under Mexican law. There's a mandate there so that this institute can get into different prisons and ask these questions as to how the authority treated them. What this allows us to do, and I'm going to show you some results very quickly, is compare the experience of people in different prisons. It's a huge survey with over 50,000 people interviewed, which has a representation at a national level and at a state level. So it allows us to describe our whole nation. So I'm going to show you some questions, and I'm going to show you some answers. Could you tell me why you're at this prison? And this is the percentage that of people that say that they're there because they're guilty of committing a crime. At a national level, for example, only 41% of the people that are in prison told INEGI that they're there because they're guilty. Now, in Baja California, that goes up to 52%. In other words, there are many innocent people in prison in Mexico at a national level as well as at a state level, or at least in Baja California. There are more innocent people in Baja California than, I don't know, no, there are less innocent people in Baja California that compared to the national level. But it's good news for Baja California, but we're still it's just something very similar to like flipping a coin, faced with the possibility of an error on behalf of the judges when it comes to convicting a person to years of prison. And at a national level, it's even worse than just flipping a coin. Rather, we're going to see some results of this survey. For example, here's another comparison. Over here, I'm comparing who arrested the person. At a national level, most of the arrests were made by the police department at the municipality level, at a local level. And these are some of the things that this survey allows us to see. What I want to talk about is an experience that is very common in Mexico, which is the experience of being tortured or hurt by our authorities, which is a very common problem in Mexico and that we have not been able to eradicate. So we're going to show you some data in that sense. which compare the experience at Baja California with the experience in the rest of the country. So I'm going to be skipping over information so that we can focus on this. So, from their arrest until you were at the prison facility, were you blinded? 38% of people experienced this, and at Baja California, the percentage is very close. From your arrest until you got to the MP, were you prevented from breathing? It's very common in Mexico to put a plastic bag over these people's head. From your arrest until you got to the public ministry, did you receive electrical discharges? And 90% at a national level say yes. They said they experienced electroshocks. And in Baja California, the proportion is of 15%. So what this data shows us is that somehow Baja California has a legal system a little bit better than the rest of the country, with less innocence in prisons and with a little bit less of torture and than at a national level. Here's another experience that's horrible. From your arrest until you got to the public ministry, did you have any sexual activity that was forced into you? Meaning rape. So at a national level, 4% of people said yes, and in Baja California, the proportion was 3%. These are horrible news, but still, in Baja California, we have less of these kind of situations. But again, it is something that's horrible and that should be worrying everyone. These kinds of surveys gives us important information to see how our legal system is working, to see what barriers we can set so that authorities do not continue doing this kind of things. So, for example, it seems like there's a little less torture in Baja California. At a national level, 43% of people said that when they made the statement, the authorities wrote down exactly what they told them. But in California, or in Baja California rather, 49% of these people said that the authority wrote down exactly what they stated. Therefore, anyway, this is the kind of information that a survey such as this one can show us. I'm going to skip to some other data. There are torture data, the proportion of people that were bribed, and I'm going to stop right here. We asked, once that you were in front of a judge, the people that were going to be judged, asked them if the judge had asked them if they had any complaints as to the way they were detained. The judge has the mission of protecting the rights of every single person. And before, when we did the documentary of Presumed Guilty, the complaint at a national level was that the judges would not show up to the trials, that they had a very passive role as far as defending human rights. So judges in general are not asking the people that are detained how they were treated. And this is very common. It is very common to find torture, rape, sexual abuse, electroshock, kicks, the plastic bag on their heads. It's very common. But the judges are not doing their job. They're not verifying that these human rights are not being violated. So we come from a legal system that's worse than medieval times. So, and now we're starting to see a positive change in our legal system. There are things to celebrate. There are some good news, but I'm going to give you some data that come from the same survey. We were comparing Baja California with the rest of the country before. Now, these data from INEGI are very robust and allow us to compare because of the how big it is, the experience of people, the experiences of people that with the old system compared to the experience of people judged and sentenced once this new legal system was adopted with oral trial, with the judge in front of them, with more modern kind of trial. And what we can see here is that the line on the left is a proportion of people that say that the judge was there and was paying attention during the trial in the old system, and compared to the people that said that the judge was there with the new system. And we're comparing the national average. Each line is each state in the country. And with the green line, we're identifying the state that that improved their system the most. So Mexico went from having a system where the judges were not paying attention to the trials. They didn't even know what the people were accused of, and they would assign these tasks to other public servants, and even making decision as to whether these people were guilty or innocent. 21% will tell us that the judge would be there at the trials, and that number went up to 69%. In other words, now we have that now most of the people that have been accused is that the judge is paying attention to the trial, and the state that's doing it better in that sense is Chihuahua, where before these reforms even 41% would say that the judge was paying attention, and now that percentage goes up to 68%. So after having the implementation of these legal systems, such as the one in Chihuahua, would be a good news for the rest of the country. By the way, Baja California is one of the states in which we could observe an important change in that sense, and where we could observe that the judges drastically started going to the trials. More good news. Judges are clear expressing their decisions. Chihuahua, again, is ahead of the rest of the states. 70% of the people that were accused of a crime expressed that the judges were clear as to where their decision came from. And we can see a clear improvement. And I really like this information because when I was talking about doing a survey in different prisons to see if our legal system had improved or if it had changed, a lot of people told me, but to ask the people in prison, it's not a good idea because all of them are going to say that they're innocent. They're going to talk bad about the legal system. All of them are going to tell you that they were tortured. But the data that we have seen up until now show that that's not the case. Only a few prisoners told us about experiences of being raped or being abused or kicked in any other way, and a lot of people are expressing that now judges are being clear when they express their sentence. And what's really nice to see for me is that in order for a person to say that the sentence was clear, it means that this person lost their trial. because
están aquí diciendo que los jueces
the
fueron
people
claros,
that are saying that the
fueron
judges were
sentenciados a
clear
años de
were
prisión.
sentenced to years of
Y a
prison.
pesar de que perdieron su juicio,
And
y a pesar de que
despite
fueron
losing their
sentenciados a años de prisión,
trial, and even though they were
pueden
sentenced to years
relatarnos
of
que los
prison, they
jueces
can
fueron
tell
claros
us
y que
that
por
the
lo menos
judges were
entienden
clear,
las
that at least
razones
they
por las
understood
cuales
the
ellos
reasons
están en
why
la cárcel hoy.
they are in prison today.
Entonces, esto
So,
nos dice
this tells
mucho
us
de que
a
esta manera
lot,
de evaluar a nuestras
and it
instituciones, de
shows us
hablar
that
con
this
personas
way
privadas
of
de su libertad,
evaluating our
es una
institutions
herramienta evaluativa
is a
muy poderosa
good
que México tendría
assessment
que
tool, a
proteger
powerful tool
y
that Mexico
seguir
should
implementando.
protect and should continue implementing.
Pocos años después de
In
que
a
esta
few
encuesta fue
years after
publicada,
this survey was published,
hubo un cambio de
there
administración
was a change in
y con
administration.
el asunto de
And with
la
the
pandemia
issue
y
of
otras
the
dificultades
pandemic and
económicas que México ha
other
tenido, el
economic issues that
presupuesto que
Mexico had
se
to
tenía
face,
para
the
hacer esta
budget that
encuesta
we
fue
had to conduct
momentáneamente
this
cancelado.
survey
Entonces,
was
esta encuesta que se hizo en el año
cancelled
2016,
for
en
the moment. So
2017,
this survey that was
está
done
en
or
riesgo de
conducted
que
in
no vuelva a ser
2016 is at risk
replicada
of
y que
not
entonces perdamos esta
being
información que nos
replicated
permite evaluar
again. So we
cómo vamos
might
con la justicia en
be
México,
at risk of losing
cómo nos
this
trata la policía,
information.
cómo nos
That
tratan los
is
ministerios
showing
públicos,
us how we're
cómo
doing,
nos
how
tratan las
police
autoridades
is
a
treating
cargo de
us, how
juzgarnos y sentenciarnos.
the authorities are treating us.
Entonces,
So
aquí quiero
here
mostrarles
I want to
otra
show
buena
you
noticia. Este es
another
el promedio, está
good news. This
aportado
is the average,
de todas las
state by
formas de
state, of
tortura y
all the
maltrato que les he
forms of
narrado a lo largo de esta
torture
presentación.
and
Y se
bad
agregaron
treatment
todos
that
los
I
datos.
have
Y si alguien
told you
contestó
about.
que
These are,
le pusieron una bolsa
this
de
is
partículas
all the
en la
data that
cabeza
we
o
gathered. If
contestó
someone
que lo
said that they
violaron
were
o que le pusieron
raped or that
electroshock, se
they were exposed
promediaron
to electroshocks
estos
or
resultados,
a
se agregaron
plastic
estos
bag was
resultados de
put
una forma
on their heads.
que nos permite comparar los
We
niveles de tortura
did
estado por
this
estado
in a way that we can
antes y
compare the
después de la
levels of
implementación del nuevo
torture
sistema de
state by
justicia
state
penal. Las barras
before and
azules
after
son
the
los
implementation of
estados
this new legal system.
eh,
In blue, we can
después
see
de
the
la
states
implementación del nuevo
after the
sistema, después
implementation
de
of
los
the new
juicios orales,
system,
y las
after
barras
the
grises
oral
son esos
trials,
mismos
and the
estados
gray
antes de
bars
los
are
juicios
those
orales.
same states
Y los estados están
before
colocados en orden
the
de
oral
la
trials, and
mayor
the
magnitud de
states
cambio.
are
Entonces, lo que esto muestra, por ejemplo, si
organized
nos vamos hasta la
from
derecha, es que Tlaxcala
bigger
empeoró
to
con
smaller.
el nuevo
So
sistema
we
de
can
justicia
see
penal.
that the
Pasó
scale
de 90% de las
got
personas que refieren
worse.
experiencias de tortura y maltrato a
It
un
went from
91%.
90% of people
Pero
expressing
fuera de Tlaxcala,
being
todos los
victims
estados
of
reportan
torture.
una
It
disminución
went up
en
to
el uso de la práctica de
91%. This
tortura.
is at the state of
Por un
Tlaxcala,
estado
but
en
the rest
México,
of the
Querétaro,
states
Michoacán,
showed
tienen
some
disminuciones muy
improvement.
pequeñas.
Querétaro,
Y
Michoacán
Veracruz,
had
Nayarit, San Luis Potosí,
a
Quintana Roo,
small improvement,
Aguascalientes
but
tienen
San Luis
disminuciones
Potosí, Quintana
enormes o de
Roo,
gran magnitud
and other
en el
states have
uso de la práctica de la
huge
tortura. Y, por cierto, Baja California
advances.
está ahí en
And
medio,
Baja California
está en
is
medio de
right
la
in the
gráfica.
middle of our graph.
86% de las personas
86%
que
of
referían
people
experiencias de
that
tortura y
referred
maltrato,
torture
el Estado pasó a
experiences,
73%.
the
Es
state
decir,
went to
la tortura y el
73%.
maltrato
So
sigue siendo una
tortured
práctica bastante
is
extendida,
still
bastante
practiced
extendida en México.
in Mexico.
Mejoró con la
But
adopción
it
del nuevo
got
sistema de juicios
better
orales.
after adopting
Pero
this
a mí lo que
new
esta información me dice es que
oral trial system. But what this
tenemos
tells
una
me
tarea
is that
pendiente en
we
México
have a
y tenemos una
pending
tarea
task
pendiente en Baja
in
California.
Mexico as well and
No
in Baja
estamos
California.
haciendo lo suficiente para proteger
And
los derechos
we are not
más
doing
básicos
enough
y entonces
to
quizás
protect
hace falta
basic rights, so
otra
maybe
película.
we need
Hace
another
falta otro
movie,
documental quizás
another
como Presunto
documentary
Culpable,
like
en
Presunto
donde nos
Culpable,
enfoquemos esta vez
in which we
no en las
focus
deficiencias del Poder Judicial,
not on
aún tiene
the
muchas, pero
weaknesses
es
of the
una
judiciary,
institución que ha mejorado drásticamente,
even though it has
sino que nos
weaknesses, but it,
enfoquemos
it
ahora
has
en
improved, but
entender
rather
qué es lo que está pasando con la policía en
now
México.
we should focus on what is
¿Cómo
happening with
podemos
the
mejorar
police in
la
Mexico?
institución policial
How can we
para
improve
que
the
en lugar
police
de
force so that
usar la tortura y el
instead of
maltrato
using
como
torture
herramientas
and
de
abuse
investigación
as
criminal,
tools for criminal
eh,
investigation,
se usen métodos validados por la ciencia,
we should use
se usen, por
methods
ejemplo,
based on science, for
evidencias de
example,
ADN o de material genético,
DNA analysis
o
or genetic
en un simple
analysis,
process
proceso de
or
entrevista
a
con una
simple
persona
interview
investigada, que se
process,
dejen de aplicar esta clase de
and we should
violencias
stop using this
como
type of
métodos para
violence as
supuestamente llegar a la verdad.
a method to
Porque
find out the truth.
el hecho de que
because the fact that these methods continue to be used in Mexico is not just against the law and international treaties that Mexico has signed. It's not just contrary to the UN Declaration of Human Rights, but it also exposes a situation that is extremely impractical, because what we have found out when analyzing this information is that the people who have reported having been most tortured are those with the most highest proportion of innocent people, and with the fewest people who have really committed a crime. What's happening in Mexico is that people are still subject to torture, and it doesn't serve any purpose, because innocent people are still going to jail, and it's very clear from the data that that is what is happening. Here we can see the same information. These maps show the torture rates before and after the implementation of the new criminal justice system. We can see that with the new system, the colors are lighter, and before the new system, the colors were darker, which shows the level of torture. And we can see Baja California, which has come from a situation in which this practice was very, very common. But it hasn't changed. The situation hasn't changed much with the new system. This particular state has a brutal common use of torture by the public forces. A few years ago, Bill Finnegan published, who was a journalist, published an article on experiences by a police director. It was torture was a very widespread practice, and that was very noteworthy. That didn't lead to anything, and it didn't legitimize institutions. And this prevents citizens from being able to have trust in the police and call the police when something happens to them. Nationally, the percentage of people who have reported being tortured is 79%, according to the INEGI. Out of 107,000 victims of torture, which were identified from the research by the INEGI Institute. This shows the measurements, and I want to highlight the experience of women. What we did was place each form of torture and compare women and men, and I want to go straight to what I find most shocking and most sad. The experience of a sexual violation or rape is the third, which is the third category, which is much more common in women. 13% of women in this country say that they were the victims of rape, and the other one is victims who have reported threats against their family, and women have reported that much more too. We shouldn't tolerate this in Mexico, and the key to getting out of this situation is that Mexico should start applying the rule of law and respecting basic rights, and, for example, ensure that people are arrested with warrants, and they have a series of guarantees, for example, video recordings, systematic video recordings with cameras, wearable cameras, and warrants for arrests. So with that material that has been recorded, there can be accountability towards the judiciary and the prosecutor's offices. if we do this, and this is like what we were proposing with the Presunto Culpable documentary, in which we asked for trials to be recorded by video in Mexico, and that became a popular demand, and it eventually became a reality, and today it's all totally recorded by video at a national level, and I think that had a very powerful influence and we achieved video recordings of trials. We need to achieve something similar with the police forces. We need the police authority, we need the police actions to be recorded so that we can achieve a drastic change in this shocking behavior, disgusting and illegal behavior, which we should not tolerate in Mexico or in Baja California. Thank you very much, Roberto. Thank you for your presentation. What social and institutional changes do you believe occurred after Presunto Culpable? I think the documentary helped to make us believe that all citizens can hold authorities accountable. When we filmed it, using cameras wasn't very widespread, and technology wasn't that accessible in order to document what the authorities were doing. But from the time of the documentary, we started to believe we could demand that authorities used video cameras, and we had a belief that we could make complaints to authorities when they were not doing their work, and that any citizen could do that. I think that was the strongest cultural change, and I think the documentary helped to present a gender as a tool for social change too. After Presunto Culpable, there were many other documentaries that have addressed other topics. For example, the justice system. There have been more and better documentaries since the initial documentary that we made. I remember that was the first time there were people that had only seen soaps and football matches. It was the first time that they saw a documentary like this. So I think what that film did was put documentaries on the table as a tool for a change and to help bring about change with authorities. The most important thing that I could say is that I remember that there were only public officials in charge, and he left the film crying, and he said that had helped me to explain to my colleagues that we need to change the criminal system. It put everybody on the same page. It helped to consolidate a drive for a change in our country. Thank you very much. Another question in our social networks: did you receive threats when you were making the documentary? Fortunately, no, I did not receive any threats while I was making the documentary. Unfortunately, I did receive some threats. My daughters and I did. We received 2 death threats in the context of litigation to avoid the censure of the film. The censorship of the film, because they believed that we had broken the law by not obtaining consent from certain people who were in the film. And the public discussion grew about whether it was acceptable or not to film people like that, and also market a film with their image, and that was a discussion that went up to the Supreme Court of the nation on various occasions, and the Supreme Court of Justice of the nation said every time that we were right to do that, that there were strong journalistic reasons to show that on cinema screens and television screens in Mexico. So ultimately, I think it was a positive aspect It was disastrous and horrible for me and my daughters to receive death threats, but ultimately, every time Presunto Culpable was in the news, it meant that one more person, one more public official saw the documentary, and one more person understood why we needed to bring about change. Excellent, Roberto. Again, I would like to thank you in the name of Tijuana Innovadora for your participation and your time, for having given us this explanation about the work that you have carried out, but above all, stress the fact that the justice system still has many areas of opportunity in which citizen participation is important from the time of filing a report. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much for this interesting conference. And before we continue with the program, I would like to say that the largest digital event in Mexico comes to you thanks to sponsorship from Uniradio, and you can tune into the notice. You can tune into the news on the radio. And we all want to be part of Tijuana Innovadora. Help us to follow the community programs by making a donation today at tijuanaeselfuturo.org/donar. Help us to make a better future, because transforming Tijuana is transforming the world. Follow us on our networks, Tijuana es el Futuro and Tijuana Innovadora. Give us a like and share our content, which is free of charge for all of you. We are making history. Let's continue.
Hechos Meridiano, en punto de las 2:30 de la tarde. Entérate de lo más relevante de la región, el aquí y ahora de lo que acontece en Baja California, los hechos que marcan la historia del día a día. Hechos Meridiano, 2:30 de la tarde, Azteca 1.
En Te Verás, elaboramos contenidos que buscan ser de utilidad, de reflexión, que emocionen e informen sin falsedades, historias con otra visión, adicción política, bienestar, experiencias viajeras, norte empresarial, pasión cervecera son algunos de nuestros contenidos. Acompáñanos, Te Verás, historias con otra visión. En Te Verás.
Lo pediste y está de regreso. El Diablo Big Angus Burger. Con carne 100% Black Angus, rodajas de jalapeños empanizados, tocino y salsa habanera. Cae en la tentación con el regreso de El Diablo Big Angus Burger. Solo en Carl's Jr.
Es un hecho. Telemundo es líder en horario estelar en español. Y cuando tu serie favorita termina, comienza el noticiero local de mayor impacto en la región.
Tener la mejor información y llegar hasta los hogares de nuestro público. De una manera distinta y más joven, más atrevida que otros canales.
Estamos creando una relación con nuestra comunidad, con nuestros televidentes.
Noticiero Telemundo 20, de lunes a domingo, en Tijuana o en San Diego. Cuenta con nosotros. Es
Desde su primera edición en el 2010, Tijuana Innovadora ha dado
in our first edition, since our first edition in 2010, we have talked about science and technology applied to medicine. The progress and results of research have allowed us to hope for a future with a better quality of life. Today we have Dr. Richard Schatz, is the inventor of the stent, which has revolutionized heart procedures. We also have Patricia Obanel. He's proud to be from Tijuana and a graduate of UNAM in Miami and from Miami and Florida. And she is specializing in heart surgery, and she's also studied in Oxford. Roma is present. Roma is sponsoring this, the Roma pharmacy, which is always ever closer to you. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you in Tijuana Innovadora 2020. Tijuana is the future in health topics. I would like to present to you today one of the most extraordinary people and figures in medicine in our times and in all times. He's a doctor, researcher, scientist, and inventor who has received the prize equivalent to the Nobel Prize in Bioengineering, the Fritz J. Dolores Rus Prize. It's an international award given in January 2019 to Richard Schatz for the invention and development of stent technology, which he has shared together with the invent of the telepheric stent. This is technology that has been adopted throughout the world and has led to the advancement of minimum passive interventions to unblock arteries to the heart, and that is why it has been considered that this technology is one of the greatest contributions in the history of medicine. As you know, heart attacks is one of the top causes of mortality in adults, and 18 million people died just last year from heart attacks. 85% of them, at least, was a specific heart attack, and so millions and millions of people have had their lives saved by this invention. And so we consider this to be one of the greatest inventions of humanity in recent years, and I have the pleasure of having with us at a distance due to the pandemic. It's a pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Richard Schatz, Director of Cardiovascular Interventions at Scripps Health and Scripps Clinic in California. It's an honor for me. I've been very fortunate because I was his first disciple in the United States in advanced interventionism. And on that note, I would like to reflect that we have a great friendship that we have cultivated over many years, and we have worked together on several projects. At the beginning of the year, Dr. Schatz expressed his desire to come to Tijuana to work with us at the Cardiovascular Science Institute to continue research in invasive procedures. Thank you very much for being here with us in Tijuana Innovadora 2020. Gracias. Yo sé que usted está ocupado, pero no hay nadie mejor que usted para contarnos de esta historia de éxito y de esta evolución del stent. Muchas gracias y es un verdadero placer estar aquí con ustedes. Creo que no lo ha dicho, entiendo un poco de español. Desde hace mucho tiempo, cuando fui becario, siempre es un placer volver a visitarla a usted. Voy a tratar de dejar esto en unos 40 minutos nada más. Tiene muchos niveles, pero creo que lo más interesante es que es una historia que no haber pasado nunca, y en realidad fue un milagro que pudimos hacer esto, y porque hubo muchas cosas que salieron mal, y de eso se trata todo esto, y es la historia de cómo casi fracasamos en más de una ocasión. Entonces, si le pregunto a la gente, levanten la mano, ¿no? Si saben de alguien que tenga un stent, y se levantan muchas manos, y eso habla de de lo frecuente que es del procedimiento. consideramos que el stent es algo sencillo, pero no siempre fue así. Entonces, de eso quiero hablar hoy. Quiero darles una apreciación de cómo han cambiado las cosas y qué es lo que se requirió para pasar de algo en una hoja de papel hacia un proyecto que pudimos implementar. Entonces, aunque tuvimos mucho éxito al final, no siempre fue así. Por muchos motivos, en los años 80, y le di la mano al señor Hammond y fueron unos eventos que cambiaron el mundo y empezó de esa manera porque no recibimos ánimos. Fue una muestra de lo que hace y fueron empresas y tratamos de obtener apoyo para continuar nuestras investigaciones y en cada momento fueron los expertos en su momento en la innovación cardiovascular y siempre fue la misma historia y fueron los motivos por los que dijeron que no podíamos hacer esto, por las coagulaciones, infecciones, disecciones, rupturas, erosiones, aneurismos. Entonces, no lo escuchamos, dijimos que nosotros teníamos razón y ellos no. Y después nos dijeron que yo debía tener vergüenza porque no es ético y no tuvimos mucho apoyo. Aquí tuvimos informes que decían que no había futuro para los stents. Y luego, luego presentamos las patentes y tratamos de darlas gratis a cambio del tiempo de investigación. Y USSI de ahí dijeron que no y no quisieron. Y luego llegamos con el actor más importante. Y luego ellos no quisieron tampoco. Entonces seguimos y finalmente conocimos a Johnson & Johnson. Estaban interesados, pero no contaban con los recursos para implementar un proyecto así. Y a ellos se les debe de dar mucho crédito porque fueron los primeros con la visión y que estuvieron dispuestos a tomar el riesgo. Entonces tuvieron visión. Entonces, ¿cómo llegamos de ahí a tener uno de los 10 inventos más importantes del siglo? Esto fue la patente que cambió el mundo. En los años 70 y 80 había muchos bypass y eso ya se bajó muchísimo. Y finalmente, cuando llegamos con Johnson & Johnson, la visión de una persona fue la que estaba impulsando todo. Y dijo eso después de la primera presentación. Decía que el cuerpo no es más que una serie de tubos que están listos para recibir un stent. Entonces, para darles un panorama, en el 78 fue cuando tuvieron la primera idea. Y esa fecha es importante porque había muchas personas que imitaban y que llegaban y que decían que en realidad ellos fueron los inventores. Y nosotros estuvimos adelantados por 8 años con respecto a nuestros competidores. Entonces hay que tener mucho crédito por eso. Entonces en ese tiempo hemos dado tratamiento a millones de pacientes. Las cirugías de bypass casi se ha eliminado por completo. Entonces podemos tratar a personas que antes no podíamos tratar. Al principio eran bifurcaciones muy sencillas y después eran más complicados. No podíamos hacer bifurcaciones, no podíamos tratar a los pacientes de STEMI. cual,
vessels and tortuous vessels. But we can do them because the products have gotten better and better. And don't forget, aside from just the coronary applications of the stent, modifications of our design have been used now extensively in other disciplines. The TAVR market is only possible due to the Palmar stent. And if you look at it carefully, the fundamental cage that's used, except for the self-expanding stent, of course, is a Palmar's stent, and that's an idea that we actually came up with in the 1980s as well. We just followed up on it. You'll see later in the history part of the talk. Other applications that
y había muchas
otras
aplicaciones que no podemos olvidar, modificaciones del diseño, las aplicaciones pediátricas, entonces se derivan del diseño básico y eso es extraordinario.
Even today in 2020 we hear about, oh, we put too many stents in, stents don't really work.
La gente dice que no hay que usar muchos stents que no funcionan. Y luego salen diversos tenemos mucha actividad, pero funcionan muy bien. Y
So in 1973, when I first saw my very first heart attack patient,
cuando vi mi primer paciente de ataque cardíaco, la mortalidad era de 20 a 30%, de 4 a 8 semanas medicamentos y no había angiografía. Sí había, pero no estaba de moda. Y ahora tenemos una tasa de mortalidad de 3 a 5% con diferentes tipos de medicamentos. Hay angiografías inmediatas y la gente recibe.
Here's a quick example of that. It's one of my favorite cases, a case that I did a few years ago. And this is a very young man, 39-year-old man with a STEMI. This is something we never could have done years ago. And right here you see the stump of the fresh occlusion of the LAD before and after stenting.
Vemos el antes y después.
Interesting. In his youth, really, we were surprised to find he had a total right occlusion that was chronic, and that was stented. You can see the nice result there.
Y vemos el buen resultado aquí.
Total occlusion of the circumflex.
Una oclusión del circunflejo.
He had a total occlusion of what started out and looked like a very small ramus, but when we got done with it, you can see how large it was.
Pequeña, pero luego cuando vimos que estaba en realidad muy grande.
Which showed that the entire ventricle was viable except for the inferior base. So although it was
base inferior, entonces era agresivo, pero creo que ayudó.
So there's a lot of stories about the old days and what happened in the stent evolution, but here are some of the secrets that really nobody knew. And that is that Julio never felt that his invention was worth filing a patent. He did not consider it an invention. He just considered it a research project. So when I met him, he had been working on it for 7 years and never once thought of filing a patent. And thankfully, he didn't make any presentations earlier, but he did make one on November 7th, 1984 at the RSNA. And that's where he showed, for the very first time, as a public disclosure, he showed the initial data of the stent. And what he didn't know, though, was that, and I hadn't met him yet, so what he didn't know was that the clock starts ticking. And once you make a presentation, you have 1 year to file your patent, or else it becomes public domain. We also lost all of our international rights by that presentation. But we did get the patent submitted just in time, exactly 1 year later, and that allowed us to protect the idea. The other thing that most people don't know is the FDA was very
la FDA muy desorganizada en
randomized trials. So they actually forbade us from doing one. We wanted to do a randomized trial. That was my idea. And they said, no, you don't need to do one. We begged and begged. They said no. And of course, that sounds crazy, but that's the way things were back then. They also wanted us to do the peripheral study first, the PAD study first. And they didn't ask anybody else to do that. So all the other stents that followed did not have to do that. So we had to do the iliac trial. And that paved the way for everybody else. By the way, when we did our first randomized trial, the FDA stopped us from doing it for a bunch of reasons, but we were trying to sneak it under the table. We did our own randomized trial, and they got really mad at us, and they made us stop. And some of the things that along the way that I didn't plan on, the early complications, the difficulty trying to get people to follow the protocol. Even when the stent was approved, the J&J wasn't ready for the demand, and we had a lot of supply issues, and we couldn't supply all of our customers, which was disappointing. we didn't plan on such vigorous competition. By 1998, we were knocked out of the box by the multi-link stent or the Zions, eventually the Zion stent. And we went from 100% market share to 5 or 10%. We found it very difficult to change the design, even though we had great ideas. Corporations are very, very difficult to work with when you want to change things. Once they have something, they want to stick with it. And the FDA was crazy because they would tell us one thing one day and something the next day. So in 1985, a lot of things happened. Here's Charles Dotter, the father of all intervention. They used to call him Crazy Charlie, but when he died in 1985, and of course Mason Sones, he died in 1985, granddaddy of all angiography and cardiac angiography. Melvin Judkins died in 1985, and Grunsick died in 1985.
También falleció en
Hard to
1985.
believe that all of our mentors and giants all died in 1 year. Grunsick, of course, was the swashbuckling Swiss cardiologist, radiologist, vascuologist. And here's his kitchen table with his assistants where he did all his work. This looks a lot like
La mesa de su cocina con su asistente. Y aquí hay una
data in 1976. This was the very first time the world saw what the balloon was
6,
doing.
que fue la primera vez
Very reminiscent of what Julio was doing. Julio made everything himself in his kitchen.
todo por sí solo,
And,
desde su
Grunsick
cocina.
was the same. Very important
Y
picture.
este es
Ironically,
una
I was at the
importante.
American Heart Meeting in 1976, and I'm sure I walked past this poster and didn't even notice it. I'm going to skip that for now.
Por ahí en ese mismo día,
Very
pues
first
simple y
angioplasty
sencillamente
was
no
done
coincidimos.
in Zurich by Grunsick and Bernie Meyer in September 1977, and this patient is still around, and here's his
Hizo el
anatomy.
primer
You can see a proximal LED lesion, and that lesion was ballooned and thankfully stayed open for a long, long time, and led the way for Grunsick to start all of his initial trials, and up until the time of his death as well. So these are the three big pioneers in our world. And Charles Dotter, of course, was the radiologist, then Grunsick with the balloon, and then Julio Palmas with the concept of a balloon expandable stent. There's some other mentors out there you should know about. John Simpson, of course, he started the ACS company that led to the multi-link stent. And then, of course, Paul Yock. Richard Stack doesn't get a lot of credit, but he came up with the bioabsorbable stent. And he came up with that, believe it or not, in 1985, 86, right about the same time that we were doing our work. But he never published anything on it, and he kept it very secret for a long time.
Sí, y no publicó nada. Entonces, en 1985 fue muy importante por una razón muy sencilla. Porque ya se llevaban a cabo este tipo de procedimientos, pero una cerrada es por promocionábamos y seguramente era algo generoso. Estoy mencionando
eliminated acute closure, but we substituted subacute closure for it in the early days of 3 to 4%. The restenosis rate, we don't really know what it was because there was no quantitative assessment back then. And everything was
Evaluaciones,
so if you looked
todo
at
se hizo de manera visual.
Angiogram and then decided to quantitate it, you just looked at it and said, well, I think that's 50%. But we don't really know.
Solamente lo calculamos de manera aleatoria. Tenemos que mantener en mente que eso fue cuando estábamos haciendo, estábamos tratando casos de ataques cardíacos y estamos colaborando en un campo muy limitado. Y como resultado de eso, los cirujanos empezaron a decir públicamente que en lo que se refiere a los stents estábamos realmente perdiendo nuestro tiempo. Entonces comenzamos esta batalla en 1985 y yo recuerdo acudir a ciertas reuniones y los cirujanos eran muy se expresaban mucho con respecto a esto, eran muy... Algo tenía que cambiar. Entonces, el stent surgió en un muy buen momento y aquí la angioplastía es como remodelar su propia sala. Entonces, cada año se llevan a cabo estos cursos. Después de cada curso se hace una foto así como de una enorme familia. Esto se llevó a cabo en 1985. Aquí está Simon Sturz. Aquí hay muchas personas famosas y Esto es importante porque aquí yo me puse en contacto con Gruntzek para reunirme con él, para mostrarle los datos que teníamos y teníamos permiso por parte de nuestros abogados para mostrarlo porque estábamos a punto de patentar lo que habíamos hecho y decidimos reunirnos en octubre y nunca tuvimos la oportunidad de mostrarle todos nuestros datos, que realmente es algo triste. Aquí es una foto del doctor Julio Balmes, un poquito de él. Él nació en Plata, Argentina, y después su padre murió de un STEMI cuando era muy joven. Y algo curioso es que su suegro también murió de una enfermedad coronaria en Argentina, que también es algo muy triste. Y luego Julio continuó con sus estudios en medicina en Argentina. En 1967 terminó en radiología en Martínez, en California, y hasta 1978 comenzó con su primer idea o concepto del stent. Después se mudó a San Antonio con, no tenía ningún prototipo, pero era un proyecto interesante. Yo lo conocí en 1985. Mi historia no es tan interesante. Yo estaba en San Francisco al mismo tiempo que él estaba y yo me mudé a San Antonio al mismo tiempo que él lo hizo y lo conocí por una presentación fortuita y después de eso el resto es historia. Estaba familiarizado con su trabajo y le dije definitivamente vamos a hacer eso. Y le dije no, sí podemos hacerlo, va a funcionar. Ya contamos con tantos datos que podíamos hacerlo, sabíamos que podíamos hacerlo funcionar. Mi trabajo era hacerlo funcionar en vasos sanguíneos más pequeños y estábamos trabajando para tratar de lograr esto de manera segura y esto fue como todo comenzó.
Trabajamos en el Centro Médico del Ejército llamado Brooke en San Antonio, Texas, y en el 82 terminé mi labor como becario y se me dio un ascenso como mayor y iba a volver a San Francisco donde inicié, pero rogué a mi jefe mantenerme en San Antonio porque acababa de casarme con mi esposa porque acaba de iniciar la escuela y no queríamos separarnos y así que afortunadamente me dejó quedarnos y me hizo, si hubiera hecho volver, jamás habría conocido a Julio y no estaría aquí. Bien. Justo a la vuelta del centro médico Brook hay un espacio de investigación donde hay una colonia de babuinos que ha habitado ahí por muchos años y estaba buscando yo un proyecto de investigación simplemente para mantenerme ocupado, tenía tiempo libre, así que comencé a pasar tiempo ahí en el centro de investigación porque estaban los babuinos, pero no había nadie que estuviera trabajando con ellos, así que comencé a hacer estudios o ensayos con ellos y ahí fue donde conocí a Julio. Después de conocer a Julio, creamos una alianza y decidimos que necesitábamos fondos porque se nos habían agotado los fondos. ¿Recuerdan? Les había comentado que no podíamos conseguir fondos, no podíamos ni siquiera obsequiar lo que estábamos creando y fui a jugar golf y conocí a Phil Hermano, que era un personaje reconocido en San Antonio y le gustó nuestra anécdota y dijo que estaba dispuesto a escuchar una idea, así que lanzamos una empresa con ellos y Phil fue alguien interesante. Él había dedicado su vida a vender hamburguesas y ganó mucho dinero, pero le encantó lo que estábamos haciendo y quería formar parte del proyecto, así que trabajamos juntos con él y es una persona relativamente famosa en Estados Unidos, tal vez en otros países no lo tengan, pero es dueño de Romanos Macaroni Grill y otros restaurantes. Es también ahora el padrino de mi hijo. Aquí está él el día que nació mi hijo. Y recuerden esta fecha, fue la fecha en que nació mi hijo. Phil Romano, aquí está su historia. Y el otro personaje, que fue el pegamento que evitó que nos desbaratáramos, fue Amalia, una mujer brillante que verdaderamente a la fecha nos sigue manteniendo enfocados, seguimos teniendo una relación muy estrecha y era también una buena empresaria y nos ayudó a navegar las aguas. Y el problema en 1985 para lograrlo, y el problema era con la FDA. En aquel entonces había una válvula que se llamaba la válvula Bjork-Scheile y por fatiga metálica se terminaban fracturando. Y al fracturarse, el puntal que ven aquí metálico comenzaba separándose y de hecho Pfizer tuvo que pagar como $1.000 millones en sanciones por los daños ocasionados por esta falla. Y cuando presentamos nuestro stent, nuestra férula quirúrgica, pues no les emocionaba trabajar con metal. Y aquí tenemos una serie de dispositivos interesantes que se utilizan en animales, así que no éramos los primeros. Julio estaba aprovechando la labor de otros y estos son ensayos clínicos en animales con distintos dispositivos. Como verán, todos tienen tipo resorte y Julio se dio cuenta que si quieres algo permanente en el vaso y que fuera ampliable, y aquí está la primera férula ampliable que él creó, me la voy a brincar, aquí estamos en el laboratorio, cuando apenas empezábamos. Ahora que teníamos fondos de Schultz, podríamos hacer tantos ensayos animales como quisiéramos. Y este es el primer caso de Julio. Fue en una aorta de un perro. Con una liga la separó y luego colocó la férula. Y aquí la vemos 6 meses después y estaba sorprendido que se mantuvo abierta, pero la férula pudo resistir la resistencia de la liga, así que sabía que iba a resistir, pero lo importante es esa interfase entre el tejido y el metal. Y podemos observar en esta imagen, tenemos un nuevo endotelio que funciona con total normalidad. Y eso llevó al diseño del tubo y helo aquí, en nuestros primeros casos iniciales, para algunas derivaciones. Y utilizamos los stents o férulas para mantenerlos abiertos para un aneurismo que hicimos en un perro. Aquí podemos ver la instalación de la férula. Y no la anclamos, pueden ver aquí la interacción tisular. Teníamos también interés en el espacio pediátrico. Este fue en un cachorro de perro con una férula de 18 milímetros. Y esto me llevó a la idea de abordar casos pediátricos. Y aquí vemos la férula explantada. Y lo que captó la atención de Mons, que era un cardiólogo renombrado pediátrico, y le llamó la atención y le entregamos todas las aplicaciones pediátricas y el resto es la historia. Así que de ahí surgió la idea del primer TAVR. Aquí ven la primera ilustración que hice con el tubo con una válvula suspendida en la parte intermedia. Y jugamos mucho con la idea, pero no sabía cómo hacerlo suficientemente pequeño y desistí porque tenemos muchos otros proyectos, pero ojalá por lo menos hubiese presentado las patentes, pero no lo hice. Aquí vemos la primera férula ilia en mayo 16 de 1987 en Alemania, por eso no pude estar allá en Europa cuando estaba ocurriendo porque estaba esperando el nacimiento de mi hijo, fecha importante. Así que quieren saber cuánto tiempo lleva la férula en existencia, háblenle y pregúntenle qué edad tiene. Aquí tenemos la primera férula, la original, era rígida, 15 milímetros de longitud y funcionaba muy bien en las coronarias. Muy fácil entrar en la circunflexión en animales, pero por supuesto estas no eran vasos con enfermedad, eran vasos en perfecta condición. Este es el primer ensayo clínico en animales. Aquí vemos la férula coronaria y luego aquí vemos 13 meses después. Siempre eran vasos normales en los animales. Teníamos que preparar los animales para que funcionaran. Para ser más breve, me voy a brincar algunas. Y una de las cosas que aprendimos es que hoy tomamos por hecho que instalas una férula y permanece abierta. Pero notamos algo interesante que fue aterrador al hacer la explantación de los vasos y de las férulas. Notamos que una semana, 3 semanas estaban muy limpias, pero se duplicó la hiperplasia y nos comenzó a preocupar porque en el angiograma vimos cierto engrosamiento. La patología lo comprobaba y les dije, ¿saben qué? Estamos en problemas, están empezando a cerrar. Y me dijeron, que lo sabía, demasiado bueno para ser cierto. Y seguimos con el ensayo clínico y eventualmente a 32 semanas el tejido volvió a reducirse. Y esa es una observación muy importante, y luego en microscopio pudimos descubrir por qué, y fue una reacción celular a lesiones que se recupera con el tiempo. También vimos en electromicroscopía todas las partes laterales y el endotelio, porque un endotelio sano era el secreto para el éxito, no queríamos ocasionar trombosis. Y en cuanto a las células endoteliales, pueden ver que están totalmente normales. Es una endotelización perfecta y estas células son poligonales. Y un vaso normal no absorbe plata, así que plata, al absorberse aquí, te indica que es endotelio, y también lo verificamos con antígenos. La otra cuestión con trombosis, de hecho hicimos un ensayo clínico aleatorizado con 30 perros. Hicimos histología y también hicimos un ensayo clínico que se llama Indian Labeling, que estuvo fabuloso, simplemente para tener la mezcla correcta. Aquí en la parte superior vemos una férula quirúrgica coronaria en un animal que no recibió aspirina o otros medicamentos o heparin o nada más. Este es un animal que se le dio prosentina y aspirina al animal, y después fue aspirina y dextran. Y cuando hicimos el etiquetado, no había absorción de plaquetas aquí, un poco acá, así que dextran era el secreto. Y todos sabemos por qué usamos dextran. Bueno, trabajamos mucho tiempo en esto para saber cuáles eran los mejores agentes. Y dextran resultó serlo. Funciona de una manera distinta para evitar la acumulación de plaquetas. Pero fue un avance importante y nos dio la seguridad de saber que íbamos a estar bien en las coronarias con el uso de dextran. Lo otro en lo que teníamos que trabajar eran ciertas cuestiones mecánicas. Una coronaria normal en un animal que era lo de los ensayos clínicos. Podríamos saber qué ocurre cuando es un vaso dañado en un ser humano. Así que tomamos cadáveres y tomamos estos vasos coronarios y les instalamos férulas coronarias explantadas para ver qué ocurría, pero lo que tratamos de hacer un seno-injerto. No encuentro las diapositivas de esto, no sé por qué, creo que no las grabé, pero tomamos coronarias humanas y creamos un seno-injerto. De hecho, poníamos una resección de la femoral de un perro y utilizábamos la coronaria humana. Lo suturábamos, así que estas son coronarias humanas injertadas en un perro. Y aquí, como pueden ver,
you could actually do that in a human coronary. And it was important we did this study because they did ask for that.
De hacer este ensayo clínico porque resulta que nos exigieron algo así. Utilizando otros metales. Y una vez que lo logramos, pues comenzamos a instalar férulas en todos lados, simplemente para demostrar que funcionaba. Para 1987 estábamos listos para hacer nuestro primer. No entraré en mucho detalle, salvo decir que utilizamos la técnica braquial con una guía Searcher 9F. La férula no podía cruzar por la carga, pero hicimos una carga inversa. No les puedo explicar cómo en el tiempo que tenemos, pero funcionó cada vez. Y luego de nuevo fue aspirina, persantina, anturano y dextran. Y se enviaron a casa 24 horas después. Aquí tenemos el primer caso en diciembre. El paciente se llama Julio. Aquí tenemos el doctor Guardia. Y aquí tenemos imágenes del caso. Fue una inclusión total. Tenía buen colateral. Instalamos la férula y 6 meses después seguía abierta, y 13 años después dimos un seguimiento. Seguía abierta. Algunos problemas, pero asintomático. Esta es otra en marzo de 1988 que comenzó como una lesión del lado derecho y logramos una oclusión total. Y afortunadamente teníamos 4 férulas en existencia que habíamos llevado con nosotros de Johnson Johnson. Y parecía que eran exactamente 16 milímetros, así que Las instalamos y aquí viene el resultado final. Y esta nos costó algo porque se supone que no debíamos de hacer eso, pero teníamos ahí las férulas y lo hicimos. Y con el tiempo comenzamos a hacer explantes en seres humanos para ver la férula. Y aquí vemos una férula en la coronaria derecha. Y aquí pueden ver un nuevo endotelio, exactamente como era de anticiparse. Esta era evidencia primaria que las férulas estaban funcionando exactamente como en animales, a pesar de la presencia de placa. Y hay un doblez porque se hizo el doblez probablemente al retirarla, pero y no está endotelizado porque no está tocando el tejido. Para que el endotelio funcione bien, tiene que estar justo contra la pared arterial, de tal forma que se incruste totalmente la férula en la pared celular. Aquí tenemos otro paciente que padeció un embolismo pulmonar. Aquí tenemos dos férulas. Y a pesar de los éxitos iniciales, en 1989 lo abrimos al mundo y todo salió mal. Cuando estaba haciendo los ensayos clínicos, todo hizo de manera lenta, metódica y todo de acuerdo al estándar. Y cuando abrimos al mundo entero, perdimos el control y comenzamos con problemáticas de rigidez de la férula. Los doctores les costaba trabajo integrarlos a los vasos y no teníamos globos quirúrgicos especializados, así que hubo embolizaciones y trombosis. Yo tuve un paciente que en el que se presentó un coágulo asintomático, pero hicimos casos de trombosis, también de sangrado porque eran en la femoral. Y los médicos no querían detener el heparin y otros problemas. Y una reincidencia de estenosis, esta me la voy a brincar. Y es muy difícil sobredilatar las férulas. Cuando vi las imágenes, tenían la idea de angioplastia, de no vayas a romper el vaso sanguíneo, pero tienes que sobredilatar el vaso para instalar una férula. Así que ese es el problema, que los médicos no se sentían cómodos sobredilatando la férula. La férula debe ser el espacio más grande en la arteria. Debe parecer como una víbora que se comió un conejo. Así de gruesa se debe ver. Y era difícil convencer a la gente, a los médicos. Y eso cambió cuando Columbo cambió la marea en el 95 con Ibus y Ticlid y la sobredilatación. Pero no todos estaban dispuestos a hacerlo, pero Columbo lo hizo de manera muy metódica, estudió con Iris y con eso la tasa de trombosis se redujo a menos de 1%. Y en 1988 tenemos cierta experiencia en Estados Unidos, pero de nuevo la tasa de trombosis era muy elevada porque los médicos no estaban sobredilatando. Y ahí es donde agregamos warfarín. Y no era el plan inicialmente, pero es lo que tuvimos que hacer para que todos estuvieran de acuerdo. Pero generó un problema porque el paciente está en el hospital una semana y tiene que hacerse la transición de heparina a warfarín con resultados muy, muy malos. Y eso me pareció un error muy lamentable. Ahora todo cirujano, digo, ¿para qué una férula? Una férula es como una bomba de tiempo esperando explotar en tu pecho. Así que se me ocurrió la idea de segmentarlo cuando estaba viendo en el aeropuerto los carritos de las maletas. Y donde voltees hay segmentos. Así que se me ocurrió la idea de una férula flexible con 3 segmentos, con espirales en la parte central, y se lo enseñamos a Johnson Johnson y dijimos, no, nosotros no hemos hecho eso, fabricamos la férula con EDM, así que solo podemos crear rectángulos. Bien, a fin de cuentas creamos nuestra férula. Aquí vemos preoperatorio, postoperatorio, 6 meses después. Tenemos una guía, esta es la primera guía que utilizamos, quirúrgica, que funcionaba bien, pero era difícil de trabajarla. Aquí tenemos el ensayo clínico de estrés que ya les mostramos, donde veamos que las férulas tenían mejores resultados que la angioplastía y por eso se aprobó en Estados Unidos y de ahí comenzamos a tener nuevas versiones. Aquí tenemos la férula Crown PSS, que fue nuestro intento para hacerla más flexible. posible, y Velocity, que fue la que se convirtió en la férula Cypress. Y las noticias siempre buscan encabezados negativos, como saben, les gusta publicar malas noticias. Y aquí tenemos reportes en medios, no tengo tiempo para revisarlos todos, pero no eran positivos. Les llamaban trampas de tratamiento, a sangre fría, bombas de tiempo. Eran verdaderamente representaciones erróneas. Este fue del estudio en Suecia. Aquí les llamaron mini bombas de tiempo. Esto fue, que fue en 2006, cuando los suecos dijeron que la gente se estaba muriendo por la férula. Posteriormente se retractaron y ofrecieron una disculpa. Este es un ensayo de Notre Dame, donde revisaron los casos de 18,000 pacientes. Y dijeron, mira, este tipo de férulas no ocasionan más coágulos que angioplastia. Y luego aquí tenemos a la Madre Teresa y el equipo de Scripps detrás de ella. Ella tendría que contarles la historia. Fueron las 3 semanas más divertidas de nuestra vida, creo. Y por supuesto, estuvo mucho en la prensa. Eso me lo voy a brincar. Y les voy a decir qué ocurrió con la FDA. En 1993 intentamos que la aprobaran. Y en 1993 la FDA autorizó todos estos productos sin ensayos clínicos aleatorizados, pero no nuestra férula PES. En fin, muy pronto la competencia comenzó a ingresar en el mercado con wall stands. Todas estas son férulas autoexpandibles y tenemos la absorbible, por supuesto. Esta tiene una tasa de trombosis muy elevada, de 25%. Esta fue en Europa y se desapareció. Lo tenemos la férula Ruben, que fue la primera aprobada en los Estados Unidos en 93, 94, creo. Y esa se desapareció también muy pronto, duró como un año. Aquí tenemos la microférula AVE, que se convirtió en la férula GFS de Medtronic, que ahora oficialmente es la férula Onyx. Con un par de revisiones, Multilink tuvo bastante éxito. Estas otras férulas se desaparecieron en cuestión de 10 años. Vean a toda la competencia que existía en Europa. Hay muchos procedimientos también que estaban comenzando a realizar, que ahora ya no se llevan a cabo. DCA, TEX, retrotablato, sigue existiendo, por supuesto. Ok, en cuanto a las patentes, siempre se nos pregunta al respecto. Tenemos 6 patentes. Los primeros 3 son míos y los otros 3 son de Julio. Y lo importante de esto es que aquí tenemos la férula espiral en el patente de 1992. Nunca la fabricamos porque no voy a lograr la curva. Así que modificamos la patente. Y esto es importante porque este es el patente que rigió en tribunal. Tuvimos que litigar 4 años con todas las empresas que decían que no iba a funcionar. Y todas las empresas que decían que las de ellos eran distintas a las nuestras, les demandamos por violación de nuestra patente. Y aquí resumimos cómo ganamos. Se convenció al jurado que todos estos espacios tienen ranuras y medias ranuras, y en verde, perdón, vemos los elementos repetitivos, y todas sus férulas tienen los mismos conectores, con la diferencia que sus giros eran circulares en vez de rectangulares. Así que el jurado estuvo de acuerdo con nosotros, y el juez Robinson en Delaware eventualmente falló a nuestro favor y dijo, es momento de dar el crédito que se merece al doctor Palmas y cerrar este caso. Así que se pudieron recuperar más de $3,700 millones por de las empresas que habían infringido nuestra patente. Aquí tenemos algo que está en la exposición permanente del Museo Smithsonian, en la Sala de la Fama de Inventores, y aquí vemos la férula Palmas, la primera. Las rotan, a veces hay otras, pero querían. Entonces les enviamos prototipos, pero estamos justo en el centro de esta exposición y tenemos el primer celular de Irwin Jacobs y la primera computadora de Steve Jobs a un lado y otro, así que buena compañía. Y por supuesto, nos ganamos el premio Russ el año pasado, que es de la Academia Estadounidense de Ingeniería, que es básicamente el premio Nobel de Bioingeniería en los Estados Unidos. Y aquí verán a Julio y al doctor Pinchon Schatz. Es la primera vez que es un servidor, es la primera vez que a todos se nos reconoció de manera conjunta. Así que la férula está aquí para quedarse. de manera increíble. Así que la entrega de fármacos será más eficaz y más segura. Las férulas bioabsorbibles creo que no volverán, ya se desaparecieron. Y las otras nuevas que existen, tendremos que ver cómo encajan. Estas no funcionan muy bien. Vamos a hacer ensayos pronto con una férula de nanosuperficies, pero no se aproximan muchos otros productos en la cartera. Pero por último, hay dispositivos médicos que han superado la prueba de tiempo y que han tenido un impacto enorme en la mortalidad y morbilidad. Más de 100 millones de pacientes han utilizado férulas y nada lo va a reemplazar. Voy a cerrar con una diapositiva. Ojalá pudiera decir, o no tuviera que decir que soy el único que no tiene una férula, tanto Julio como nuestro otro socio tienen una férula instalada, pero no sé, aquí más viejos, pero aquí presentes y de pie. Pero pronto espero poderles ver presente, Patricia, pero hasta aquí, vamos bien. Muchas gracias por el espacio para platicarles de ello el día de hoy. Muchas gracias, Richard. Es increíble todo lo que tuvieron que superar y lo que tiene que hacer un inventor para lograr sus sueños. Y ustedes lo lograron. Así que son grandes ganadores. Y les felicito. Han visto el éxito durante sus vidas, lo han disfrutado en sus vidas y han visto el bien que han otorgado al ser humano. Tenemos varias preguntas. Excelente anécdota, sí. Tenemos varias preguntas del público y de personas que quieren saber. Una, ¿por qué esto no está accesible a cualquier persona que lo necesite? Es decir, ¿qué podemos hacer para que esté al alcance de todos, de todas? ¿Qué se está haciendo?
No sé lo que quiere decir con eso. ¿Las comunidades rurales? Si no tienen un laboratorio, no pueden tener stents. Los precios no son tanto el problema como antes. Seguramente se acuerda de los tiempos anteriores. Era muy caro. Hay menos competencia. Creo que hay más conciencia. Y un tema más importante es que los pacientes sepan cuándo acudir al hospital. Si saben que los pacientes, hay pacientes que tienen dolor de pecho y no quieren ir al hospital por el COVID. No sé cómo está la situación allá, pero nosotros estamos viendo eso. Pero sé que muchos no pueden dar el servicio. Recibimos a muchos pacientes del centro y allá no tienen laboratorio y tienen que llevarlos en helicóptero y es muy caro y eso es un problema. Y me sorprende lo fácil que es para nosotros recibir a los pacientes de zonas rurales y llegan en avión y encontrarán la forma de llegar. Pero es una buena pregunta. In Mexico, we have about 200,000 heart attack deaths in a year, and only half people have an access to angioplasty. So we are working to make this a possibility. We are working to reach a consensus with the Mexican government to achieve this. Estamos tratando de lograr el acceso a la tecnología, a esta tecnología para todos en México al crear un código para poner esto a disposición de todos y esperamos poder lograr esto con el gobierno. More questions? Is diabetes still the number one cause of coronary disease obstruction? Conocemos todos los datos al respecto, igual que con los bypass, que sabemos que no funcionan tan bien en los pacientes diabéticos. Es un problema de verdad. Algunas de las empresas que dicen que funciona mejor que otros stents en los casos de diabetes, creo que son iguales. Yo no sé cuál es su stent favorito. Y los estudios sugieren que los diabetes graves tienen una tasa alta de complicaciones. no creo que tengamos un stent dedicado a eso, específico para eso, que funcione mejor. Creo que son los 3 stents que utilizamos. Un tema más importante es saber si esos pacientes deberán tener un bypass. The problem with diabetes is that they need to change the ways they eat, they exercise. If they don't want to have a heart attack, because that's the problem that happens to diabetes. We need to work on culture, to achieve a balanced diet and exercise and not smoking. That is definite. To achieve a happy, healthy life. There are some questions. Hay preguntas de parte del público. Quizás más la gente tiene curiosidad de saber qué piensa usted de Tijuana. Si hay algo que usted nos quiera decir sobre su experiencia en Tijuana. Tijuana Innovadora. Es una muy buena pregunta. Yo estuve ahí hace unos años y conocí a muchas personas muy buenas allá. Lo que aprendí es que es una comunidad muy vibrante allá. Yo no sabía cómo llegar a los lugares allá y las personas locales me mostraban los lugares. Yo quedé muy impresionado con el ambiente social, el ambiente cultural. Los restaurantes estaban fantásticos y fue una sorpresa porque no vamos muy seguido, pero las veces que fui me quedé sorprendido. Llevé a unos invitados allá una vez. Es excepcional y el hospital allá está muy bueno. Pasé mucho tiempo con Patricia y los otros doctores. Tuvimos una reunión de células madre y me quedé muy impresionado con el buen trabajo que están haciendo allá. Es una buena comunidad. We hope that Richard will come back with us, and we hope that we will overcome the pandemic and we can return to research and discoveries like those that Richard Schatz has done to continue to offer health to our patients. Richard, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Muchas gracias, como siempre, mi gran amigo, mi mentor, Richard, y espero verlo pronto en Tijuana. Felicidades por todo el buen trabajo que están haciendo allá. Thank you to Dr. Schatz and Dr. Orbanel for being part of Tijuana is the Future. And so we can continue the topic of cardiology. You can also find it on our YouTube. You can find David Shetty's conference on our YouTube channel. And he was talking with our dear Dr. Orbanel. I don't think we need to say much about it, but she's a true source of inspiration and pride for Tijuana. And this is brought to you by Roma, which is more than a pharmacy and is ever closer to you. We would also like to thank Calimax, Revista Mujer Actual, TV Notas, and Universidad Humanitas for their support. Thank you also to Televisa for information and entertainment for the whole reason. Tijuana is the future. This is the largest digital event in Mexico. Thank you for following us in our program. Let's continue.
En Farmacias Roma, nos gusta pensar que cada nuevo día es un nuevo reto y que después de tu casa somos el lugar más limpio, ya que cada persona es importante para nosotros. Trabajamos día a día para estar preparados y superar las expectativas, para seguir adelante a pesar de todos los retos. Somos una empresa 100% baja californiana, orgullosamente de Tijuana. que después de más de 56 años seguimos comprometidos con nuestra gente, generando oportunidades y aportando al crecimiento de nuestra región. Nuestro trabajo, nuestro servicio y nuestro sentido humano nos han llevado a ser líderes en Baja California, siendo mucho más que una farmacia. Buscando innovar para tu comodidad y conveniencia. Expandiendo nuestro alcance con nuestras 100 sucursales y la fuerza de los más de 2.300 colaboradores para estar cada vez más cerca de ti. Por todo esto y por todo lo que habremos de construir juntos como una familia fuerte y unida. De corazón, muchas gracias Baja California. Muchas gracias Tijuana. Roma, más que una farmacia, cuidar de ti nos hace sentir bien.
We're ready for our next panel, which begins with words from the Secretary of Baja California. Good afternoon. Welcome to Tijuana Innovadora 2020, the digital edition of Tijuana is the Future. In the name of the Secretariat of Sustainable Economy for Tourism, we want to recognize the work that Tijuana Innovadora has carried out over the last 10 years, and especially Don Jose Galicot's team, which has made this possible, which has raised the profile of Tijuana. The state of Baja California has been recognized in the last decade for its specialists and technology and avant-garde developments in comprehensive hospital services. In 2019 in Morelia, the state government was given a recognition as a model to be followed, and aware of the importance of the sector in the state, the Sustainable Economy Secretariat from the beginning of the administration set up a Tourism and Welfare Division, which is very important for this border because many visitors come from California, Arizona and Nevada, and some also come from Canada and Europe. 2.8 million tourists came last year, and we have 3.2% growth forecast for next year. And Baja California is the only state to have a public policy for health, tourism, and responsible promotion. And so we have the protocols for health to ensure the safety of visitors from Mexico and abroad. And we project this as a safe destination, and we will continue to drive safe promotion and the experiences that our state offers to become the capital for health tourism. Tijuana waits for you. The Tijuana today and Tijuana in the future. We have 10 years of movement in Tijuana Innovadora, and now we have the forum to be close to you despite the distance, and to continue to promote Tijuana's strengths across the world. I would like to remind you that this topic is coming to you thanks to the sponsorship of Roma Pharmacies. Now we have a panel called Specialists Who Make Tijuana a Leader in Medical Tourism, including Lisa Maria Pompa, a specialist in bariatric surgery and a specialist in plastic surgery, and Cesar Manrique with dental services, and Dr. Enrique Lara a specialist in ophthalmology and a specialist in orthopedia. And we would like to greet Ricardo Vega, a plastic surgeon from Tijuana. Hi, my name is Ricardo Vega. I am a plastic surgery and the president of Baja Health Cluster. The medical cluster was formed in 2011 based on encouragement by the state government and the need to have a platform to lobby and have a coordination in responsible promotion of health and wellness tourism in Baja California. We have achieved in the cluster the ESCA certification, and fortunately we have the bronze certification, and we have 100 members from the whole, and more than 100 members from all around the world, from clinics, pharmacies, laboratories, and transport companies. So that this group of companies from the laboratory to the highest range, top range hospital in Tijuana, we are all in favor of promoting and taking and preserving our medical tourism. And we will review today the last 10 years and see what has changed, how we have improved, and how this growth has occurred in this economic sector, which is so important for our region. As we all know, Tijuana, first of all, Tijuana has a very favorable location, geographical position, which we don't find in anywhere else in the world, in such a way that, let's say, the migration of patients has always occurred for the last 60, 80 years naturally, but this has increased both in numbers and services and in patients that come from other countries to receive treatment in our region, especially from the United States and Canada. So it's not just the idea that the economic aspect is more attractive, but we have found that the priority of patients who come to treat their problem, they find a way to treat their priority more quickly here than in their cities of origin. Even when we are backed up by a good medical insurance, they prefer to come here because the time it takes for them to receive treatment is much shorter, and obviously the quality of medical services is first rate. Now we have seen an increase in the number of patients from 2019. We had between 6 and 8% in each year, from the 2.8 million that we had in 2019, and we have seen more private investment in new hospitals, remodeling of the hospitals that we already had, in surgical clinics, for short-term stays, which was one of the most important criteria, because they have a quality of infrastructure which meets international criteria. So we have a growth that goes hand in hand with that of tourism, but the growth is clearer in the arrival of patients and the structure of care. Now we are going to see what specializations have seen the greatest growth, the most demand, from patients who have chosen us to fulfill their health care needs and their surgical needs and treatment in general. So let's continue with the panel of specialists that we have here, and with the moderator. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As he just said, as Ricardo Vega just said, I am very happy to thank Don Pepe and his great team, because 10 years ago this was started and helped us to become known. And I'm honored to know that in this panel we have great specialists, great doctors who have made helped Tijuana to become acknowledged as a national and international center for medical tourism. For the comprehensive packages that we offer, it will help us to soon become the capital for health. We will mention great doctors who are with us today. We have Dr. Lisa Maria Pompa, who has founded an excellent center of excellence in bariatric surgery. We are pioneers in bariatric surgery for many years. She is the first Latin American woman to achieve, she became the first woman in the world to receive the distinction of bariatric surgery, and then she was promoted to master surgeon, and she's an innovator in Tijuana and from Tijuana, and she has raised Tijuana's profile in avant-garde advances. Thank you for being with us. I would also like to say that Cesar Manrique is here. We know that Tijuana and Baja California a dental capital is here with us. Cesar Manrique has worked privately from over 16 years. He is a graduate of the University of Guadalajara, a member of the Mexican Association of Orthodontia, and dental sciences. And congratulations, Doctor. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for the invitation. We also have Dr. Alfonso Garcia, an orthopedist, orthopedic surgeon. He has 19 years of experience. He has a specialization in spinal surgery. From South Korea. He's an active teacher in modern spinal surgery, a member of the Orthopedic Association and the Mexican Federation of Orthopedic Surgeons, and he's recognized internationally for his techniques in these surgeries, and he's bringing a new model for thank you for being with us. Thank you for the invitation. We also have Dr. Patricia Orbanel, who is a recognized cardiologist from the UNAM, and when she went to the United States to continue her graduate studies, and then in Miami, in Florida, and has a specialization in cardiology. For 3 years at the Boston University program, and then in clinical cardiology in the University of Harvard, and the cardiology specialization, one of the best programs in the Scripps Clinic in La Jolla, and director of the Cardiovascular Institute, the Mother Teresa Institute, one of the most recognized institutes here in Tijuana for personal health care, and which is celebrating its 54th anniversary. Thank you for your invitation, and congratulations to Tijuana Innovadora. And lastly, Dr. Ricardo Vega is a plastic surgeon who is certified with a private practice in Tijuana for over 20 years, a member of the Mexican Plastic Surgery Association, and a founding member of Association of Plastic Surgeons, and an international society of plastic surgeons, and the president of the Baja Health Closet, which is recognized internationally for driving health tourism and responsible promotion, which is made up of great companies that have made Tijuana leaders in international leaders in responsible promotion, and nationally too. Thank you, Ricardo Vega. It's an honor to be sharing this panel with you. And I would like to give Cesar Manrique the floor so that he can tell us a bit about the odontologist specialization. Thank you. And thank you, Tijuana Innovadora, and thank you to the members of this panel, because I was really excited about participating in this really exciting event, because Tijuana is the future. I would like to say that I think that Tijuana has always been the future, and for us, as I was saying in my introduction, the dental industry, especially from my perspective, we have been here for 50 years, and we have made an impact in Tijuana because we have given dental services to both Californias, and for us, it's a source of pride that we continue standing despite the pandemics and unique circumstances, but we continue standing over the last 50 years. And we have facial orthopedics, and our branch of services is adults, and I have also had the opportunity to be a doctor of some members of the panel, and I'm very honored today to be here with you. Thank you, Doctor. And now I would like to give Patricia Obanel the floor so that she can tell us about this specialization, which is cardiology, and very important. It's a pleasure to be in Tijuana Innovadora. Tijuana is the future, without a doubt. We know that geographically, Tijuana has given us lots of important opportunities throughout the history of medicine, because of this close relationship we have with California, and the public relations that we have in medicine has always helped us by having a close, by being so close to the United States, and our relations in medicine in general with the universities of California, and many of us have trained there. And yes, cardiology has been one of the areas that have been most important in Mexico, because in Tijuana, Tijuana was where interventionism started, with various different types of interventions and procedures. And we, over almost 28 years ago, that we began these procedures with the Mother Teresa Institute, the Cardiovascular Institute, where we began with all the technology, all the advanced technology, such as the stent, the coronary stent, which has allowed a reduction in the problems due to heart disease. And in this center, thanks to the relation we have with the United States, the peripheric and coronary stent in this city, we are able to do that as it was approved by the FDA which was approved in 1992, and then in Mexico. Thanks to the support from the Dr. Richard Schatz, who was my teacher and mentor, and we are still working together. He's a great friend of mine, and this support from the advances in technology continues to exist in this city for the benefit of the whole country. And in addition to the stent, we have revolutionized the results in the mortality rates that we had. And thanks to the stent, we have reduced into single figures the mortality rate in our institution and in many institutions across the world. When patients are treated early, we must be aware that these technologies are not available to everybody, and we need to work on initiatives that are very important to bring these procedures to more people, so they're available in most institutes, and we need the support of the nation for these initiatives so that all of us can have access to these procedures that save lives. And we have made great advances in the institute and in other centers, because the heart surgery in the city and in other hospitals, we have this movement of advanced interventionism, and a heart surgery. We are very strong centers in this discipline at a national level and also internationally. We continue to build, and the advances in medicine have been extraordinary, one of the greatest advances in the history of medicine. And we have saved millions and millions of lives, not just from heart diseases, but all vascular diseases and in peripheric and coronary areas. And this is one of the most advanced technologies in this city, in Tijuana, and in San Isidro. One of the founders and the pioneers of the stent, and now we need percutaneous interventions with a valve, and now we are implementing percutaneous surgery here in this city thanks to the technology that is developed in this same city, which are percutaneous valves. And this is progress made possible thanks to our relation with the United States. And in the same way, we have developed these techniques, and we also offer them in Tijuana. We are leading the nation in with all this technology and the results, and it has been classified as which is primary health care from patients with intermediate and advanced risk, and the patients with percutaneous risk, as we have been doing in recent years with great success. And the interventions such as stents and devices which are based on stent techniques, we want to do the same procedure and to unblock the arteries to the brain, and in that way we can recover that mobility and avoid people having to be patients having to be disabled. And as Dr. Vega was saying, there is no place where it's more privileged in Tijuana thanks to our location with the United States and our relations with the United States. And that's why we have the obligation and the responsibility to continue working in a very substantial way, both academically with research and in application and in the application of all these technological advances. Thank you. Thank you. That's right. I want to say that in 2010, in Tijuana Innovadora, we had a cardiology topic, and after 10 years today, this progress has grown thanks to technology and innovation, but especially, in particular, thanks to you for that quality and for healthcare for patients that come to us from abroad. Thank you, Doctor. And Alfonso Garcia. Good afternoon. I'm very honored and happy to be with such distinguished professionals in our region. I am an orthopedic surgeon. I graduated from UABC, and then I was in the United States in a hospital, in Mexico City, in a hospital. I was a specialist, and that was where I had the first introduction with great spinal surgeons when I had contact with them in Mexico, in our country. And today, 10 years ago, I had a taste of the surgery that I was able to see, and from that date, I was that impacted me, and I was inspired to take giant steps and start more precise procedures and ensure patient safety. The following change that we saw in history, which was thanks in part to visual assistance from technology, which was similar to microscopic technology, and augmentation technology, which could see through the skin with small needles, which we know as percutaneous interventions, which was very interesting technology that was already being used to see inside joints, inside the abdomen, which is, for example, the use of endoscopy, which is still being used at the beginning of the 1990s and the 2000s. This technology was developed, which made it possible to introduce the surgeon's eye inside the spine to carry out a wide range of surgical procedures with more in a safer manner. All these procedures that were offered before based on a microscope, and all these connections that I have with my region, with my country, which would bring these procedures that were acquired abroad. One of the greatest contributors to this technology and these types of procedures was Maestro Don Chuy, was to bring that to this continent, to Mexico, and continue promoting and getting and removing the stigma that this surgery leaves you disabled and that prolongs disability. It's completely the opposite. Today I'm surprised because most disc hernias can be performed under local anesthetic. So while this makes it much safer for the patient, and the most important member, which is better for our team and, of course, our patient. And indeed, we know that there are new trends today, and specialization and innovation, and congratulations. And we continue saying that Baja California has great specialists, but new trends are going to emerge. Thank you very much. And now I would like to give the floor to Lisa Maria Pompa. And we need to say that in Tijuana we are pioneers in bariatric surgery. And doctors from other parts of the world come to train here. And there's a great flow of patients because of the personal treatment that they are given, but also the techniques that you use and the technology. But today we also have protocols and guidelines that ensure the safety of these patients. Thank you, Dr. Lisa Maria. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, Tijuana Innovadora. And first of all, I want to say that I am from Tijuana. I am a graduate of the School of Medicine of the Autonomous University of Baja California, or UABC. I did my specialization in general surgery here in our General Hospital of Tijuana, and then I did advanced laparoscopy in Minnesota to complete my studies and then in France, where I trained in bariatric surgery, of minimal invasion and robotic surgery. As has already been said, this is a surgery that in our city is practically the capital of bariatric surgery. That's Tijuana. And over 10 years of evolution of this type of surgery, we are facing the greatest pandemic that has existed in our country. And we can say that obesity is one condition that causes many of the complications and deaths in adults, one of the leading causes of death. And globally, we have the second highest rates of obesity in adults. So treating obesity is very important, and it's very important to have well-trained surgeons. And Tijuana has been one of the leading areas for this. And just 20 years ago, this was a surgery that was done openly, but today the techniques are minimally invasive, and it can be done through paroscopy and through keyhole surgery, and also through robotic surgery, which has ensured that these patients, in addition to having more opportunity to lose weight and having a reduction in comorbidities like diabetes and heart attacks and other complications. Also, these patients have recovery, a quick recovery, an easier recovery. This is a low mortality surgery, and that wasn't the case 10 years ago. Tijuana has been at the forefront for this surgery, and that will continue to be the case because we have well-trained surgeons who are raising our profile as a city, and that is bariatric surgery. That's my passion, and my patients can see the change and how they see the change that as the surgery can make in their lives. That's something that really transforms them. This is something that the patient, that's something that can totally change the patient's life. So I think that's one of the most important branches of medicine in our city.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You're absolutely correct. Now, Dr. Vega, you're an excellent surgeon. What can you tell us about new trends, new technologies, Doctor? Because I know that one of the most sought after in health tourism is your specialty, both locally, nationally, and internationally. We have a history of over 50 years here in Tijuana. And back in the day when the first plastic surgeon to come to Tijuana was Jaime Caloca, he faced a world that is completely different than it is today. No one knew what plastic surgery was or how much it would cost, or people don't know how it was done. But well, we know that back then we had facelifts, rhinoplasty, some of the early versions of breast implants perhaps was all that was available. And then we come to the topic for today, the last 10 years. The slogan of international plastic surgery states that plastic surgeons don't just change bodies, but that they change lives. And today, more than ever, sticking to what was already brought up by Dr. Pompa when she spoke about obesity, we are part of that chain where the patient can be given hope so that he or she can change their lives significantly as we could have never imagined, at least as I could have never imagined. I mean, I'm not that old, but I'm not that young either. And we would have never imagined that a patient could have 80% of their stomach removed in an hour 45 minutes. I mean, and you could ask me, how long do you take? But when we were being trained, that patient that was to undergo gastric band would have to be in ICU for 20 days. And now, 3 days later, they can even go home. So that evolution has also happened in reconstructive and plastic surgery, because plastic surgery isn't required for people that have lost significant weight. So we are the world capital of bariatric surgery and post-operation interventions, 12, 14 months on the road, when patients have lost large amounts of fat. And so that has a different psychological impact. First, they're very happy because they lost the weight. They perhaps reacted very well to as far as their diabetes. They're no longer even on medication. Their high blood pressure, their metabolic syndrome improved greatly, and so on. But now they have excess tissue that is just hanging, and that's where we come in. And that has led to having a lot of expertise in Tijuana, in Baja California overall, but in Tijuana specifically, because of the number of patients that were looking for surgeons and surgeons and surgeons. And so we started doing more trainings and getting ready and acquiring experience so that we could respond to our patient needs. I basically think that plastic surgery in the last 10 years in Tijuana, number one, is our response to these patients that have lost so much weight during bariatric surgeries, and also, of course, other techniques for breast implants and butt implants and leg implants and reducing recovery time and improving when you can return to work. Of course, all of that modernization is important, but what has led us to be world-renowned, because people come see us from all around the world, by the way, has been post-bariatric surgeries. So feeling a part of this response mechanism, and because how well we can adapt, because we have the expertise, of course, and not just when it comes to reconstructive plastics surgery, but also when it comes to cardiology, bariatrics, dentistry, and so on. But in addition to the expertise and the know-how, we have it at a great price. So great service, great facilities, all top-notch staff, from nursing to doctors to surgeons, with cutting-edge technology at a cost that makes it affordable, such that patients can have easier access to highly specialized treatments at a very, again, affordable price. So part of our work responds to what we're doing as far as obesity. We know the U.S. is also one of the leading countries when it comes to obesity. And so we're a part of that chain to rebuild bodies and minds and providing a significant improvement in their quality of life. Thank you so much. No, thank you, doctor. I should note that last year, Baja California and Tijuana's, in particular, was uh, awarded um, an acknowledgement for being the model in Mexico because of our experts, like the ones that are on our panel today. And we're also getting international recognition because of our medical stewardship. We have medical stewardship public policy, in fact. Now, I would like to pose the following question to our panelists. What would you propose to promote medical tourism when it comes to your specialty? Dr. Manriquez, we'll start with you. Thank you, Atsimba. Well, my introduction was very brief, and so I didn't say that I am a member of a dental association called Dental Image. That is who I represent, and these are integrated dental clinics that allows us to provide services to whomever requires our specialized services. And we've seen changes in the last 50 years in Tijuana, as I mentioned. Back then, there was no traffic, nor the infrastructure that we have today, nor did we have the growing contributions that Tijuana has had in the last 10 years. For us to have seen this accelerated growth in the last 10 years forced us to be present in different parts of the city to provide services that were absent prior to that in certain parts of the city so that we can better care for our patients, including foreign patients. Now, how to promote medical tourism? Well, we believe that in dentistry, regulations and sanctions need to be stricter so that medical practice and patient safety can improve. Second, we need more involvement of doctors in the different associations and clusters that will better position our industry and our city. And finally, something that is vitally important to be in constant communication with all three levels of government to implement strategies to provide certainty to anyone who visits our border city so that they will know that that is modern Tijuana, one that is full of possibilities, and one where they can get things done safely. Dr. Patricia? Well, in the last 10 years, as they've said, one of the changes has been that the government, as Dr. Already mentioned, has joined our efforts in professionalizing health tourism. Now, cardiology is not part of medical tourism per se, but there has been a strengthening in our regulations to provide better care for our patients. Standardizing our care has elevated the quality and the safety that we provide our patients. And so we are truly pleased that this is the road we are following to continue allowing us to grow, having government also understand the world medical needs so that together we can continue to make steps forward in what we can offer all patients, both domestic and international, that come to our city day in and day out. Thank you so much, Doctor. Dr. Alfonso? If I may add to what Dr. Manriquez and Dr. Albanel have already mentioned, I definitely feel that the strategies that our group is using to promote medical tourism could be grouped in two areas. One, what we can do in our community locally. Of course, creating consensus and supporting all three levels of government so that we can launch effective programs that convey the safety and quality we can provide to patients, because that's what they want. This would be very powerful. But there are other things we can do beyond the limits of our city, and that can be divided into different areas as well. One is academic activities. I think that that is our best calling card. There are international medical groups that are doing the same work we do in their uh, city. So when we go to international fora and national fora, we must share our academic work and be present there. And while we're there, to also introduce Tijuana to these fora and these congresses that are attended by other doctors. For me, it has been vitally important to place Tijuana on the medical map as one of the pioneering cities for endoscopic back surgery. Next generation endoscopy, we could say, because endoscopy has been done in Mexico for 20 years. However, what sets this second generation apart is new techniques that were started here in Tijuana. And the only way to disseminate that is first through academic fora and by sharing our knowledge and expertise at internationally renowned fora. And second is to take advantage of the media, radio, TV, take advantage of opportunities such as Tijuana Innovadora so that we can convey this very important message to the community of our region. And when I say region, it of course includes the US and Tijuana, because San Diego and Tijuana are symbiotic. They're a single region. Thank you so much, Doctor. Dr. Lisa? Well, I had said earlier that there are a lot of highly trained surgeons in Tijuana, and there is a lot of supply for bariatric surgery. But something very important in order to attract more medical tourism would be to have international certifications in bariatric surgery. There are currently certifications such as the Surgical Review Corporation, which requires that you have a center par excellence for bariatric surgery. So having that certification assures the patient that regardless of where they actually have their surgery, if they have this certification, the quality of care, the patient safety, and the effectiveness of the surgery would not depend on whether you're in a first world country or not, but rather that they go to a hospital environment, to a specialized center that's specialized and certified in bariatric surgery. When it comes to hospitals, that's what I would suggest to attract more patients, these types of certifications. And now for the doctors, for the professionals themselves, there is a certification that can be obtained through the National Surgery Council in Mexico. And bariatric surgeons can be certified nationwide in Mexico. And you need to also undergo recertification because we have to keep in mind that bariatric surgery wasn't originally a medical specialty. So it is a very particular area in medicine. And we have to be able to show patients who come to you for bariatric treatments that they are actually coming to doctors who are certified in Mexico to do so. And then I would add a third bar, which is going to be very high. We are currently undergoing a crisis, a pandemic. Times are hard, and we have protocols and quality protocols and follow-ups and safety protocols so that patients that come from elsewhere in Mexico or other countries for surgery can have the peace of mind that we are following a protocol from the time the patient leaves his or her home until they arrive at the hotel with coordination to prevent the spread of COVID 19 while they visit us. And knowing that our clinics have the necessary screenings, that our healthcare professionals will screen the patient both with lab tests and quick tests so that that patient can go into their procedure healthy, whether it's bariatric surgery, whether it's cardiology or trauma or orthopedic surgery. I think that that is essential for any medical specialty, that the patient that comes to us is healthy when they come. And COVID 19 has set a very high bar for us to do our screening. And so we have to show that in Tijuana, we don't do quickie tourism, we do quality medical tourism. Thank you so much. You are quite correct, Doctor. Dr. Ricardo? Okay, if I may add to how to elevate quality of patient care. Well, first, as you mentioned a moment ago, we need to do responsible promotion. And to do that, we need to inform patients about the education and certification of our specialists. So in the plastic surgery cluster, the plastic surgeons need to be certified by their board and meet a series of requirements, which basically mirror what a college of plastic surgeons requires to allow membership. And second, you need to do responsible orientation. Sometimes we assume that patients already know some things or understand certain things, or that they're just common sense. But that's not necessarily true. You have to take that patient by the hand. And whatever infrastructure you have at your clinic or hospital needs to be clearly and responsibly shown so that the patient, even from their place of origin, will be supervised and have their questions answered. For example, right now, during COVID 19 and this pandemic, we require patients under our protocols to get a PCR test at their place of origin no more than 5-6 days before arrival. And we also do antibody tests when they arrive, as Dr. Pompa mentioned, or that same morning or the day before, we'll do thoracic CAT scan. And we tell the patient, I don't care if you're coming from Canada or the East Coast, if there is any potential that you've been in contact with people with COVID 19 or you have an active SARS-CoV-2 virus, we'll have to turn you away. But that lets the patient know that we are serious doctors and that they're not going to risk themselves or their patients to contracting COVID 19. Now, in addition to standardizing the use of international safety and health protocols in our surgeries, our surgeries last for less than 3.5 hours. We need to be respectful of that. If a patient comes from far and traveled here by plane, they need to be in Tijuana for 2 days prior to surgery to avoid clotting and so on and so forth. So first as a college and then as a medical cluster, we need to reach consensus as to how we will care for our patients. So responsible promotion, responsible information, and invite doctors and surgeons who are not yet certified, but who have all the studies done to get certified. Because that would be the ideal for a city to be able to care for all of the needs we'll see in the future. Because, ladies and gentlemen, things are going to get more difficult. Surgeons' schedules are filled. Lisa, correct me if I'm wrong. Dentists have full schedules, trauma, and so on. It's something very unique that's happening. We didn't expect for people to be seeking so many health services because of the pandemic, but it turned out to be the opposite. So this will continue to grow, and we have to have the capacity to respond seriously and responsibly to our patients. Thank you. You are correct, doctor. So Tijuana will receive you with the same quality and warmth of our doctors, but now with more guidelines to make it a safe destination, because Tijuana is the future. Thank you all. I want to thank our panelists. It was an honor to share this with you. Doctor, a pleasure to be here with you. Doctors online, thank you. Mr. Jose Galicot, huge, huge hugs. Thank you for continuing to promote this sector, since it's one of the most important industries in Baja California, and particularly in Tijuana. Thank you for everything, and thank you to all of you.
Es un orgullo pertenecer a Baja California. Queremos que sepas que en Certus no bajaremos la guardia y seguiremos aquí para ti, siempre presentes, para apoyar a nuestra comunidad, pacientes y médicos en las decisiones de salud ante el COVID-19 o cualquier otro padecimiento. Hagamos juntos lo que nos toca. Cuídate y sigue cuidando a los tuyos. Certus Laboratorio, el corazón de nuestra gente, está para servirte.
Bueno, este ha sido otro panel de excelencia en Tijuana es el futuro, y ha sido posible gracias al patrocinio de Certus, porque hoy más que nunca ser responsable
Today,
equivale a
more than
tomar la
ever,
mejor
being
decisión
responsible
sobre tu
and to
salud.
take
En
the
Certus
best decision
Laboratorio
about
realiza
health
tus análisis clínicos
and
con las máximas medidas
carry
de
out your
seguridad,
clinical
certeza y
analysis.
rapidez. Bueno, para
Clinical
continuar tenemos
analysis
precisamente una
and tests
conversación con Alonso
with
Moreno, quien es
greatest
asesor de innovación
levels of
estratégica de
security.
Certus Laboratorio,
We have
para que nos platique sobre la
Certus
manera en que Certus ha
Laboratorio. Can
enfrentado
you
la
tell us
situación
about
particular
how
de salud que vivimos
Certus
actualmente? Alonso,
Laboratory
¿qué
has
tal? Buenas
responded
tardes,
to the
¿cómo estás?
situation that we are experiencing at the
Pablo, muy
moment?
buenas tardes.
Good
Pues un
afternoon.
gusto.
It's
Ya
a
desde
pleasure.
febrero que no nos veíamos
I haven't seen you since
estando
February,
Jorge aquí con la audiencia y
and
el auditorio
what
de este proyecto
couldn't
que
be
ya
better
desde hace 10 años
to be
ha
here with
venido
the
a marcar huella
audience
en
here,
esta querida ciudad de
with
Tijuana,
you who are making
Efectivamente, nos
an impact
tuvimos la
here in
oportunidad de
Tijuana.
vernos
Yes, we had the
físicamente, que ya
opportunity
ahorita
to
eso es un
see
lujo
you
podernos,
physically, which is really a
podernos ver
luxury now.
físicamente en un evento en
I
favor
was
de
able to see you at an event
organización
to support
fines de lucro
an
que
organization, a
estar ahí.
non-profit
Pues
organization.
bueno,
We were
ahora lo
able
recordamos, yo creo
to
que
be
lo que
there.
nos pasa a todos en
And I
estos
think
momentos,
that's
¿no?
what's happened to
Recordar la
all of
última
us
vez que
now.
nos vimos,
We
porque
remember the
nadie
last
nos
time
imaginábamos
we were
que
able to
a
see each
partir de
other, because
marzo la
we never
situación se
imagined that
iba a
from
volver tan
March
complicada
the
para
situation was going to be
podernos
so
reunir con las
difficult.
personas
It was
con
going
las
to
que
be so
vivimos
difficult to
regularmente. Pero pues bueno,
meet
aquí
up with
estamos
people.
virtualmente,
But here we are
Alonso, y pues
virtually,
agradeciéndole a
and
Certus
and I would like to
apoyando este
thank
esfuerzo
Certus,
que realiza Tijuana
which is
Innovadora, a
supporting this
pesar de la
effort by
contingencia.
Tijuana
Aquí
Innovadora.
estamos,
Despite the
el comité
crisis,
decidió
here we
seguir
are. The
adelante
committee
y lo
decided
estamos
to
haciendo como, bueno,
continue,
ya es
and
reconocido como el evento digital más grande de México. Así
with
que
what is
gracias nuevamente
known as the
hacia la
largest
familia y por
digital
supuesto
event in
a
Mexico.
Certus.
And
Entonces,
thank you
bueno,
to you, and thank you to
en lo que le quisiéramos
Certus.
preguntar, yo
We
creo
would
que
like
todo
to
mundo tenemos esta
ask you,
pregunta.
I
¿Qué
think we all have
representó
this
para Certus la
question.
aparición del COVID-19 y qué impacto
What did
tuvo esto en
what
los
did
pacientes, en los
COVID-19
clientes de Certus y en el turismo
how
mexicano?
did it impact you, and what did the
Pues
emergence of COVID-19 mean
ahora sí
for
que
you?
como a todos, esto nos presentó pues,
This
un reto, ¿no? Grandes
posed
retos,
a
pero sobre
challenge for
todo un
us,
gran
a great
compromiso con
challenge, but
nuestra
also a great
comunidad, tanto de
commitment
pacientes como
to our
médicos y
community,
empresas en Baja
patients and
California.
doctors and
Entonces,
companies in
primero
Baja
que nada, pues
California.
tuvimos que trabajar
First of all, we
muy
had
de
to
cerca y ponernos a
work very
disposición de
closely
nuestras autoridades
with
para
the
poder entender y
authorities
apegarnos a
to
los
understand
lineamientos
and
y requerimientos
adhere to
marcados. No
the
estamos
guidelines
viviendo ahora sí que una situación sin
in this
precedentes
unprecedented
y
situation,
lo único
and
que correspondía a cada uno de nosotros como
the
profesionales
only
de la
thing that
salud
we had to do
era
as
sumar.
health professionals was
Y
to
para eso
add to what we
estábamos.
already had
Entonces,
and
pues
join
eso es
efforts.
lo primerito que
And
tuvimos que hacer.
so that
En
was the first
conjunto,
thing that we had to do
y ahora
together.
sí, no puedo dejar
with our partners, the great team from Certus, and ultimately we are all humans. We all have fears and uncertainties, but that doesn't outweigh the vocation and commitment of each of the health professionals, including the Certus team, which has come together to find a solution to this problem. So this led us to face up to different tasks together. Firstly, the diagnostic test for COVID-19, and I tried to implement this test and get it approved by the regulating authority. So in addition to that, there's a great demand, a great need throughout the state. So how can we make this more efficient, safer, but also with a high volume that is needed in the community? So to achieve that, we worked as a team to develop and implement the sample taking in cars, drive-through testing, which was well received by our patients and doctors. We are very happy with that. But in that same capacity that we had in that project had an impact, for example, saturation of phone lines, because as you were saying, there were so many questions. Such and such an amount of tests, and are they recognized? Are they approved? What's the method that I need? There are so many questions, and such a huge need. And people needed to make an appointment for these tests, so we had to set up that system. And we were racing against the clock. We had to do it quickly because the situation was urgent. And so we had this platform through our website, which offered valuable information that our patients needed, and the information that doctors needed too, and it also allowed them to book an appointment for a test whenever they needed one. So also it's been very gratifying, and we haven't forgotten the needs of different groups in our community. For example, the medical team in the hospital, pediatricians and other groups, and they have donated over 1,000 tests so far. How would you characterize the behavior of medical tourism? What commitment has Certus Laboratory undertaken? Our commitment is very great. As they said at the end of the previous panel here, we're going to continue, and we're going to continue to provide quality services, especially in this situation, which is causing a huge chaos. With all protocols and safety measures that we have implemented and that we need to continue to maintain, the collaborative work between health providers, because at the end of the day, we are a healthcare network, and we need to work as one organization for all our patients. So they come from different parts of the Republic and from different countries, which account for a very significant part of the economy of our region. Thank you very much, Alonso. Thank you for participating with us. Thank you for the support that Certus has given to the community, and in this case, for Tijuana is the future. Thank you to you, Pablo, and thank you to all of you, and I hope to see you very soon. Surely that will be the case. Greetings to your family too.
Well, now we invite you to follow us on our social media, and we have Dialogues of the Future and 10 years of Tijuana Innovadora. The information is for everyone. If you help us sharing our content, of course, we're going to be grateful for that. We'll continue now.
El vivir estos momentos nos ha dejado ver qué tan vulnerables somos, pero a la vez hemos descubierto la fortaleza que hay en cada uno de nosotros. En Certus reconocemos el trabajo, valor y compromiso entregado por todo el personal de salud de nuestra región para cuidarnos de la mejor manera posible ante esta pandemia. A esta lucha incansable se ha sumado toda nuestra población, demostrando lo fuerte que somos, sacando lo mejor de cada uno de nosotros y uniéndonos cada día más como comunidad. Sí, es un orgullo pertenecer a Baja California y al igual que todos ustedes, queremos que sepas que en Certus no bajaremos tampoco la guardia y seguiremos aquí para ti, siempre presentes, para apoyar a nuestra comunidad, pacientes y médicos en las decisiones de salud ante el COVID-19 o cualquier otro padecimiento. Cuídate y sigue cuidando a los tuyos. Esto aún no termina. Hagamos juntos lo que nos toca. Certus Laboratorio, el corazón de nuestra gente, está para servirte.
Grupo Cadena es el contacto más continuo con la información, el entretenimiento, noticias, deportes, música, activaciones, conciertos y televisión. Grupo Cadena, líder en medios, está totalmente identificado con los bajacalifornianos a través de toda su programación. Durante más de 84 años, Grupo Cadena ha forjado la integración de marcas y productos a través de sus plataformas, impactando a más de 1 millón de usuarios diariamente.
Mujer Actual desde hace 13 años busca reconocer a estas mujeres y esos hombres que día a día con su trabajo logran construir una mejor Tijuana para nosotros y para nuestros hijos.
Y lo traemos hasta las manos, lo representamos todo el parque interior.
Many of you know Tijuana Innovadora is a movement that is made up of several spheres of action that are working permanently all year round. One of these is the Casa de las Ideas, a space where there are workshops for youth that are in vulnerable situations, which are oriented toward preventing crime. We would like to thank the sponsorship of B Fusion and Mujer Actual, and for bringing our activities to you. And we have the next panel, at risk or violated youth. We have Alexandra Abello, who's from the University of Bradford. She studied there, and she's working on challenges of providing security to communities with high levels of insecurity and connection between discourse and safe practices and social transformation. Nelly Flores is a psychologist, and she has a degree in psychology, including a PhD in psychology from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. She has worked in supervising and training psychologists in conductual psychology and in civil association, organization, and public policy organizations. And she works with health professionals and develops crime prevention programs. Yair Hernandez has a degree in public relations and graduate studies from UABC. He has worked on the border and in crime prevention and gender studies. He has focused on cooperation and youth. He is a specialist in prevention at the Casas de las Ideas. Danger is an artist and activist from Tijuana who uses hip-hop as a tool for social transformation. He has presented concerts, workshops, and conferences in 17 countries. He has received an award for Generation Change and the MTV Awards, and because of his work in jails and with homeless people, he is part of the Generation Hip Hop, and which is present in 57 countries, which uses hip hop as a tool to solve conflicts. And Tico Orozco is the moderator. He studied in Guadalajara. He's a radio and record producer and has 6 to 10 productions. And he's an active member of the Latin American Network for Culture. He has worked in different cultural spaces. He works in social and cultural project Casa de las Ideas, which focuses on preventing violence and uses art as a tool for social change. Thank you very much, Carla. We are here in the panel on preventing violence, youth that are at risk or that have been violated. We have a company of Alexandra Abello and Nelly Flores, Yair Hernandez, and the great Master Danger, high caliber. Alexandra Abello is a researcher of the Latin America and Caribbean Institute of the School of Economy and Political Science in London, and a doctor in peace study at the University of Bradford. Her work focuses on violence and urban security and challenges of providing security in very insecure communities. And she links discourse and policy to bring about social change. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Nelly Flores, she has a degree in psychology and a master's degree in psychology, a specialist in conductual medicine, and from the School of Psychology from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. And she has worked with in the supervision of psychologists since 2016. She revises and develops programs for behavior and for health and public policy. And she has worked with USAID in Mexico to develop programs and workshops to prevent crime in young people. Nelly, it's a pleasure to have you here. Welcome. Good afternoon. We also have Yair Hernandez Peña, who has a degree in public relations and in public administration, with graduate degree in public relations, and has worked on studies on the border from COLEF, and he has worked on the prevention of violence and in gender studies. His academic work has focused on, and he currently works on preventing violence in the Casa de las Ideas in Tijuana. Yair, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you. It's great. It's a pleasure to be here with you. We also have with us Danger, who is an artist from Tijuana, who is committed to using hip-hop as a tool to bring about social change. He has done concerts and conferences and workshops in different countries. He has the Generation Change Award, a generation that changes the world, the MTV Awards in 2019 with his work in jails with marginalized populations and homeless populations, and he works with Alas y Raíces, which is a national project for rap in high schools, which gives gives young people tools and resilience, and discusses the codes of young people. He is involved in hip-hop in an association which has a presence in 57 countries, and this project uses hip-hop to solve problems. Hi, Danger. It's a pleasure to be here with these great people. Thank you very much to everybody. We will begin with the panel on preventing violence in this if 2020 Tijuana Innovadora event. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and so let's begin. The dynamic is going to be as follows. We're going to look at some capsules that we developed for this event, especially from the intervention projects and the contact that we've had with young people, and this encouraged us to carry out interviews together with Danger as part of the second stage of the campaign, which we're going to present in this panel to talk about social protection factors that they have acquired based on success stories and move forward. So we can move forward in this conversation. We're going to see 4 capsules, but first of all, I would like to begin by asking a general question, which is basically which is the title of the panel, which is at risk or violated young people. What do you think, Alexandra? Thank you. I think that the title made me think about the abysmal number of young people in the region, not just in Tijuana, who live in what we call chronic insecurity situations, which are contexts in which young people and their families are exposed to many different forms of violence and for many different threats and the stresses and vulnerabilities that are present in this region. I would say that there's lots of violence in this region, and I would say that young people in Mexico, but also in the rest of Latin America, live in vulnerable situations caused by urban contexts that prevent them from having successful projects. So that leads us to think about what the conditions are that are bringing these that are making this transition from childhood to adolescence so difficult for these young people, and how we can help families to support them in this process. So I think the question leads us to think about this huge amount of violence that young people are exposed to in their communities, not just at home, but also when they are enjoying urban spaces. So I would say that young people experience contexts that are very complicated. What is the cause of that? Is being young, does it, if you're young, does it mean that you're necessarily vulnerable, in a vulnerable situation? Here, we need to set on the table 2 questions, 2 issues that are very important. One would be the propensity, and one would be exposure to violence. Yes, being young people in Mexico has very particular characteristics, which also have to do with the context in which they have been exposed to violence, probably from a very young age. And in that sense, this has not allowed them to acquire the conditions necessary for them to resolve problems in a non-violent manner. So that has meant that our young people are more susceptible to this type of behavior, and in that sense, it's not just developmental aspects on psycho-emotional aspects, but also understanding them within this context of exposure to violence. Yair, what do you think about this? Well, at a local level, for me, it has to do with risk factors, social factors, and in particular community factors that make them vulnerable communities, social factors, for example, in which there is a lack of public policy for young people, for example, which would allow them, or which prevents their full development. So there are few opportunities for young people of both sexes, as Alexandra has already said, at a local level. We have, for example, a context of many Tijuanas. There are many Tijuanas, so there are many contexts, and that positions them in a context of vulnerabilities. So I think social and community risk factors make them vulnerable young people. So both words, both of these words, at risk and violated, are connected, and it's connected to context. But this context is what makes them like this. And we have the data at a local level, for example. Tijuana is a city of young people, so that's why it's important to work on prevention with this population. Thank you, Yair. Danger, you're thinking about something. There's something you want to say. I'm thinking about how I can avoid repeating what the panelists have already said. I think basically, in my own words, which are more kind of on the ground, I think the lack of opportunities in neighborhoods makes us vulnerable, both for young people and the community in general. And the best marketing for violence is the immediate nature and capacity to survive. I think the respect and validation, the fact that they can belong to something, that makes them vulnerable, whether as victims or as criminals. And so I would think it's both things. So yes, we are vulnerable or at risk and also violated, especially in the context, in the Latin American context I have been in. Perfect, thank you. What do you think? Why don't we watch the first capsule? As I was saying, we can see this first capsule, which is episode 1 of this second part of Messenger Youth. I will share it with you, and this is the first time these capsules are being shown.
We all have a history of life. It is important to share your experience. It may be, it might help other people. Ahí está, ¿no?
Pues una droga te arrastra a otra, yo siempre lo he dicho, ¿no? Y con la cocaína empecé a probar otras sustancias.
¿Qué?
Como el cristal.
¿Tuviste algunas otras adicciones?
La ludopatía. Fíjate, con la ludopatía era tanto mi vicio de la ludopatía que dejaba de drogarme para seguir apostando.
¿Qué pasó con tu trabajo, con tu familia en Guaymas?
Con el tiempo yo dije, no, pues no hay bronca, ¿no? Ella se duerme, ni cuenta se da, yo me salgo por las noches. Entonces, una noche, pues, en las que me salí, realmente llego a la casa y cuando llegué a la casa, sus maletas ya estaban hechas y ella decidió irse con todas mis hijas, ¿no? Pues todo el día era drogarme. Desde que amanecía hasta que anochecía era corretear la sustancia y sí era sin bañarme 2 meses. Llegué a limpiar carros fuera de un Oxxo.
¿Ves diferente a los vagabundos en la calle después de que te pasó eso y estuviste en esa situación tú?
Sí, claro que sí. Y no diferente en de que yo sea mejor o no, sino que me reflejo en ellos. Cada que los miro, recuerdo todo lo que pasé.
¿Cómo cambian las cosas realmente? ¿Qué es lo que sucede en tu vida que te permite estar hoy limpio?
Pues dejar de sentir que uno puede hacer todo, y eso te va a regalar tolerancia. cuando tengas esa tolerancia, vas a poder soportar golpes que te va a dar la vida, que son los momentos en los que más deseas irte a drogar, cuando te sientes golpeado, cuando te sientes humillado. Hay que aprender a escuchar y dejar de creer que uno lo sabe todo y que uno lo puede todo. La vida es maravillosa. Entonces, solamente sería empezar a vivir, porque realmente en esa condición tan deplorable como en la que yo estaba, realmente no vivía ni disfrutaba nada.
Me gustaría resumir lo que hemos estado platicando en algunas rimas en rap. ¿Te gustaría escucharlo?
Sí, adelante.
Ok, la ludopatía es una moneda truncada. Tú ya tienes claro que siempre te saldrá cara. Ahora ves un vagabundo y paras. Sabes que solo un par de malas decisiones los separan. Ahora sí pasaste al ego de su lado. Lo tienes de copiloto, ya no te está manejando. Tú ya lograste vencer tu pasado. Ahora atento a tu presente que el futuro está esperando.
¿Qué te pareció, hermanito?
Una duda que generalmente está latente en la gente que escucha sobre la prevención de las violencias y sobre todo
These
esto.
conferences and of course, what are risk factors? When we're talking about risk factors, what do we mean? What are the protection factors also? Because we can see, for example, here a kid that's talking to us about addictions, gambling addiction, drug consumption. He, when he gets
una condición como de mayor tolerancia, de mayor apertura a ser ayudado, a generar empatía también por otras situaciones. ¿Qué te parece, Jenny, si
what do you say, Nelly, if you tell
Sí, claro que sí.
you think about?
Me
Of
parece
course,
muy
I think
importante en el
that it's
momento de
really
escucharlo,
important when now
cómo se relaciona
and
la
how
parte del consumo de drogas con
part
la
of drug
ludopatía. Ahí nos
consumption
está
is
hablando de la
related
parte
to the gambling
de un
addiction
sobrecontrol de
from
impulsos, ¿no?
its
Esta automaticidad
impulse
donde no
control
ves
or
una
lack
acción
of
efectiva,
thereof.
donde no hay una
This is
emoción ni una
whether it's
acción,
an
¿no? Entonces, por ejemplo, cuando se
to
engancha en este problema de la ludopatía, que es tan fuerte como dice, deja de
which
consumir
is
porque llega la
as
ludopatía.
bad as
Entonces, eso está señalando
the
que lo
drug
está reforzando demasiado y seguramente lo
gambling
está
as
liberando de un
drug
malestar
consumption. It seemed
emocional
like
que estaba
this was
en esa
liberating him
ansiedad de
from
drogas. Y
this
entonces, bueno, en ese sentido,
side.
ahí está el factor de riesgo incluso, bueno, a lo mejor me estoy aventurando
And
mucho a decir que probablemente un poco
just
vulnerabilidad
adventuring myself.
biológica, o sea, dada la situación que él está mencionando, ¿no? Entonces,
that he's
por otro
describing.
lado, cuando él, en
When
ese sentido, pues sería un
he,
factor
well, in that
de
case, that would
que
be a risk
pero
factor
tampoco la
because we
biología
know
distingue,
that
tiene que haber también
course
todo
like
un contexto en el
necessarily a
que
test.
pues están los
It has
estresores y está el
there has to be
contexto y entonces bueno,
context.
se manifiesta
You
en
need to
este
have
caso
the
este tipo de
stressors plus
comportamientos.
context.
Y por otro lado, cuando él adquiere estos
Kind
factores
of
protectores,
behavior.
es de qué habla justamente de la tolerancia, ¿no? Entonces, es la tolerancia finalmente a la
Tolerance.
frustración, ¿no?
Tolerance to
Al malestar,
frustration.
¿no? El no consumir, el no jugar, ¿qué genera? Le va a generar malestar. Tolerar eso, detener ese impulso, le va a generar malestar. Entonces, ahí es donde pues, se ve claramente la relación de que cuando él adquiere este factor protector, que es la tolerancia, entonces él puede seguramente controlar sus impulsos, controlar sus comportamientos, tolerar el malestar y encontrar seguramente otra manera, otros reforzadores también, encuentra que tiene otras consecuencias. ¿Qué es lo que pasa con esta pobre control de impulsos? Pues que te vas por el reforzador inmediato, ¿no? El control inmediato, el reforzador que te da inmediatamente ya sea consumir o el juego. Y entonces del otro lado tenemos que tiene que dilatar, digamos, ese reforzador. Tiene más consecuencias positivas si me detengo a mediano y a largo plazo. Que él no se dio cuenta las consecuencias negativas que estaba generando, que fue la situación
Realized or he
hasta que le sucede y hasta que se va a un extremo donde no está viviendo las consecuencias o no está llegando a las metas a las que él quería en su vida y entonces
That's when he realized that he was not accomplishing goals.
¿Alguien más tiene algún comentario sobre esto? Jair, adelante.
Sí, como bien dice Nelly, ¿no? Los factores de riesgo
We're saying the risk
podemos encontrar lo social, lo comunitario, lo relacional, lo familiar y lo individual. Y por supuesto, en el video claramente
or at an individual level, what this young person is sharing with us, for example, one of the factors that we have to deal with is the easy access to drugs. This is a factor that's present in many Latin American contexts, and of course, in the Mexican context, and in particular in the North region. This is a factor that I can quickly identify. Another factor is his relationships, how from this individual factor that Nelly was talking about, the family issues. In his case, his family decided to leave him because he was consuming drugs and he was also addicted to games or gambling, and the protection factors were giving him strength to promote and enhance his life skills. And today we can see a more empathic approach.
Entonces, claramente hay un factor individual que reforzó, pues son las habilidades para la vida. Identifiqué la empatía.
Reinforced was empathy.
Danger, por favor.
Yo quería preguntarle a la doctora Nelly
Ask Dr. Nelly if she
could
could
la biología no es destino, o sea que podemos cambiar.
And when she said that biology is not necessarily a destiny. So my question is, can we change the biological conditions that we are born with? Well, answering that, that there are certain genetic factors that are related to violent behaviors. And in this case, we're talking about this impulse control. But we do know that genetic is not necessarily our final destiny. We can alter the way on which the genes are expressed or the ways on which the biochemistry on the brain in the brain is expressed, and this could be a risk factor if there's consumption of drugs or if there are certain characteristics on the way you were raised, and we're going to touch a little bit more on that later. But you can also find ways to promote protector factors. There are certain alterations or specific damages in certain parts of the brain that had to do in how our brain works. But we also know that there are other researches that analyze interventions on different kinds of behavior that have shown that you can increase the impulse control. And this allows for this automatic way of thinking could become slower, make it easier for the person to identify his conflicting behavior. So we could also see that some people that used to be impulsive, their time of response gets longer, which means that these would give time for the person to think longer before acting on anything. So, for example, some people say, well, my mom and my dad used drugs and they taught us that, that's how you live. To have the knowledge that you can even change that at a biological level is great news. Alexandra, what do you think about this? Well, I think that it's super interesting, and I think that it's very relevant to be able to use all these advances on the different researches that have been done to understand the particular processes that each individual person experience gets them to become the two different things and get them into this context of risk. And when you're trying to understand the phenomenon that leads a person to get to this point, we need to understand the system under which this person is in. We have to look at the different conditions, not only with family, with community, the urban area in which this person to help issues that he or she is faced with. Because sometimes we're trapped under the idea that young people in Latin America have no way out. They're trapped in these violence chains, and there's no way of stopping this cycle. And I think it's really important. What makes Latin American young people more vulnerable to vulnerable phenomenon that are wide? Drug consumption continues to increase at a global level, but even the existence of organized crime risk that makes our young people be involved in violent events. So what makes our young people in Latin America experience this really high level of vulnerability, and what allows for the organized crime to have such influence on the life of all these young people? So we should try to promote a more systemic idea, because the challenge is not only to help each one of these people that are in need of help, that needs these lifesavers, which are available to them through different prevention programs. But as a community and society, we need to think about what needs to be done so that less and less young people keep getting trapped in those violent chains, which up until now seem inevitable, at least in Latin America. I feel that somehow the prevention in general, if they do serve that percentage, fortunately, a minimum of young people participating in violence, there is a good percentage of people that are facing vulnerability and live all this cycle, they go through all this circuit of previous to the violence to get to a point where their behavior becomes visible for different programs to uh, take an intervention with them. That's another topic that we should also discuss at another time. But let's try and see the next segment, the next little video that we have for you, and link it to the next segment and discuss this in group afterwards.
Crecí en un ambiente disfuncional por parte de mis padres y en un ambiente de drogas, podría decir.
¿Por qué?
Pues porque mi mamá consumía y muchas veces lo hacía, o sea, nosotros en un cuarto y ella en el otro.
¿Qué consumía tu mamá?
Cristal.
Cuando eras niña, ¿te asumías como una niña pobre?
Había días que no sabía qué íbamos a comer, o sea, nunca tuvimos una comida, desayuno y cena. Siempre fue una comida o a veces nada. Y después de la muerte de mi mamá, se reúne la familia, deciden dónde vamos a vivir. Vivimos con una tía y no pudo porque éramos 6 bocas, entonces decidió meternos a una casa hogar.
¿Y cómo te fue en ese proceso, en ese tiempo de la casa hogar?
Muy bien, me gustó mucho vivir ahí. Sentía que esa era mi verdadera familia.
Tu etapa de la adolescencia, cuéntame un poco sobre ella.
Fue algo difícil, la verdad. Tenía mucha falta de atención. Fue donde empecé a consumir algunas drogas, como la marihuana, el cigarro, la cerveza.
¿Cuáles son los sucesos o los individuos que te ayudaron en esta transformación?
Crecí en un ámbito religioso y creo en él, creo en Dios. Y también fue algo que me impulsó a cambiar mi vida. Ahorita estoy estudiando una licenciatura, estudio medicina. El aferrarse a lo que uno quiere, tratar de cambiar la historia de la familia y mirar atrás y decir, sabes que no quiero esta vida, no quiero volver a vivir lo mismo, quiero ser mejor, quiero cambiar.
¿Te parece si intento resumir un poco, sacar algunas ideas sobre lo que nos has contado y ponerlas en algunas rimas improvisadas en el beat? ¿Te late?
Me encantaría. Sí.
Escucha. Ok, está bien que Dios te vuelva mejor ser humano, pero hazte responsable, no dejes todo en sus manos. Nosotros no somos de donde nos criamos, de dónde venimos, no dicta hacia dónde vamos. Yo soy un producto de mi entorno, pero no una víctima, por eso lo transformo. Tú ya lograste vencer a tu pasado, ahora atenta a tu presente que el futuro está esperando. ¿Qué te parece?
Me gusta. Muchas gracias.
Cool.
Y bueno, escuchamos esta cápsula.
So we listen to that capsule, which brings us onto the
De la búsqueda de identidad también y a las diferencias en grupo o individuales
either group or individual difference.
Para mantenerse como más fuerte, menos vulnerable. Algo que me llamó mucho la atención de lo que escuché de
something that caught my attention in this capsule was that we
una preconcepción de que la diversidad sexual lo hacía más
sexual
vulnerable.
diversity
Y
makes
él
made people more vulnerable, and
decía
he
que no,
categorically
había
said that
algo en sí mismo que él se asumía como vulnerable, pero que al final de cuentas
vulnerable in himself, but ultimately he realizes that by
me gustaría escuchar la opinión de Danger,
I would like to listen to
particularmente de este
Danger,
joven, y
especially
necesariamente generó opinión en él, ¿no?
No me queda claro, la verdad.
I'm not
Como
sure
en la cápsula yo le pregunto porque me parece que conforme él está hablando no se da cuenta de la vulnerabilidad que lo lleva a ese camino, a terminar viviendo en el punto donde venden la droga y esto. Siento que esta necesidad de formar parte de
feel
algo,
that
de
need
saber
to be
pertenecer
part of
en
something
muchísimos
that
casos,
has been
de tener
in
unos
many
códigos, de
cases
identificarte con más individuos y al no hacerlo
codes and
con
more
tu entorno
individuals
próximo, con tu familia,
with the family and the society around you. And I think that capsule and I think that obviously one of the individual vulnerabilities is that when they become stronger, they are able to leave that space. They become more aware. But I think, and I would like to hear my colleagues' opinion too. But I think that society makes them vulnerable because they are looking for themselves, and that's when they fall into those spaces. Uh, in both capsules, they mentioned family as a determining factor. That's obvious to a certain degree from the outside, but it's also odd to see it identified as part of the problem from within the problem. Yes, I would like to continue talking about individual vulnerabilities, as Danger was saying, just to add to that. We were wondering about being young because we were saying that it's a vulnerable stage of life. But obviously, young people have a search for identity, for belonging, and in that sense, in that young person, we see how that makes them vulnerable. And talking about those individual characteristics, the protective factors, we see individual factors when he talks about self-esteem and liking himself. And that's a factor that will protect him and enable him to behave differently in other contexts. And the family issue, which is also contextual, looking for this belonging can also put him at risk, but it's also a protective factor that will allow him to get out of that situation. Alexandra, we'll listen to you. Yes, I think one interesting one interesting way we can understand these differences, especially, let's say, when we talk about violence and security phenomena. This is shown in communities that experience insecurity and violence. This is not just the condition that generates vulnerability, but also there's a certain age or a certain gender or a certain sexual orientation. That's a very different experience. And that leads to different problems, including within the same social economic level. So there's this experience of a surrounding context, but also what is different in these unbalanced societies is that we don't all have the same access to to protective tools, or we don't all have the same access to tools to develop a resistance or resilience to these situations. So these are processes that are complicated, including at a hormonal and level and within the brain, but not all young people, let's say, have the same support networks. They don't all have, even within their families, they don't have the same capacity and haven't developed the same capabilities to help themselves in this process. So I think the protagonist in this capsule reaffirms that it's not the sexual orientation that makes him vulnerable, but but he has experienced other types of insecurity that young people that do not have the same sexual orientation have not experienced. And in other communities, we've seen prognostic of different securities, and it's been very different. These experiences of security and violence. The young people from the gay community have a list of factors of vulnerability that make them very different to the problems of elderly people, for example. For example, the police and the relationship with the police it's very different to see how an elderly person within the community interprets the relationship or how they feel when they see a policeman in their community compared to a young person aged 17. So that's just to highlight the differences that are very marked and and depend on the result of the levels of inequality that exist within the socio-economic inequality that exists within our community. We're going to link this comment by Alexandra with the next capsule that I would like us to see as a group, and then begin with a comment from you. We're going to watch it now.
Primero empecé con el aerosol en bolsa, eso que dicen bolsear. Y de ahí empecé así con el aerosol, el tabaco. Y después empecé con la marihuana. Y con el cristal empecé de una manera muy adictiva, ¿no? Y el cristal me llevó a un mundo de insensibilidad, porque yo ya no lograba sentir emociones respecto de las personas. Solamente mi emoción era cuando me faltaba la droga, cómo la voy a conseguir, a qué voy a hacer para conseguirla.
¿Cómo la conseguías?
Mi fuente de ingreso era el delito. Esa era mi fuente de ingreso para consumir yo mi droga, ¿no? Y por las cuestiones de los delitos fui a parar primero por la drogadicción fui a parar en centros, después por los delitos fui a parar a la penitenciaría y me trasladaron a CTA, salí y otra vez volví a parar en CTA, ¿no? Ya con una condena bien grande donde no salía hasta hace poco.
¿Por qué fuiste condenado?
Por un delito de homicidio calificado.
Terminaste la prepa, entraste a la universidad a estudiar psicología, ¿qué es lo que te gustó desde adentro?
Estoy enamorado de mi ciencia, de la ciencia que es a lo que me voy a dedicar. Yo me enamoré y mi sueño era tener un lic antes de mi nombre.
Me gustaría que en pocas palabras intentes compartirnos qué son las herramientas que te hicieron cambiar. ¿Crees que se pueda eso?
Yo pienso que las herramientas que me hicieron cambiar son el apoyo de mi mamá, la terapia psicológica y desprenderme de ideales. Cuando una persona edifica, ¿no? Con paja, con madera o con ladrillo, ¿no? Y yo considero que yo edifiqué con ladrillo, pero mi edificación empezó desde que yo estaba en el centro, allá donde te digo en la terapia psicológica y en las manos de Dios. Y de ahí fue cuando empecé a echar mis paredcitas y al final acá afuera estoy echando el techo, ¿no? Ya le quiero poner otra planta arriba y cruzarla con el vidrio.
Y que le sople el ojo, ¿no? Si quiere.
Sí, man.
Vale, pues me gustaría compartirte un rap con los puntos que acabamos de hablar. ¿Te gustaría escucharlo?
Ok, sí.
Vale, a ver qué te parece. Ya, cortarle la sustancia a una persona adicta, la desintoxica pero no la rehabilita. Hay que darles herramientas más fuertes, tú ya tienes claro que la clave está en la mente. Reescribiste tu propio cuento y aunque sople el lobo es de ladrillo tu cimiento. Tú ya lograste vencer a tu pasado, ahora atento a tu presente que el futuro está esperando. ¿Qué te pareció?
Está perrón.
De dónde venimos no dicta hacia dónde vamos.
Where we came from does not dictate where we go in the future.
Realmente. Jair, ¿qué pensaste?
Yair, what did you think about that?
Me parece muy interesante
I think it's very, this case is very interesting, and also the previous case was because we talk about when young people, we talk about the construction of the self. And there's a sentence or a term of inclusion within exclusion. We talk about young people or different types of young people, men and women, even though we're in we live in the same context. We come from different ways of living, and in that sense, in this construction of the self, I can include myself, and that's why I might start to take certain legal or illegal drugs. So that's part of part of this construction. But there might be some things that are excluded, like the transsexual community or certain women. They are excluded, and so this discrimination against these sections of community, but so there are risk factors. So what caught my attention was the fact that in this case, this construction of the self is based on the shelter. So that the shelter was their family, and or it could be a social family or the main family. In this case, it was functional, etc. So I, I, I think we need to look at how these skills were being strengthened, and in particular the decision-making skills, but also resilience. Despite the context that I come from, I can get ahead and today study a degree. So that's a protective factor. So I think this case is very interesting because unlike the uh, the other case of sexual orientation, where we had the family as a protective a protective factor, and here in this case it was another type of family that was a protective factor. Here it was a family that you construct within the shelter. Thank you very much. Nelly, Alexandra, and Danja, do you have any comments? Yes, I think with regards to the context that we were seeing and comparing it with the previous video, I would just like to highlight the types of how people how young people are brought up and the differences and how that leads to differences in behavior and the moments that are important in an individual's upbringing. So we can talk about negligence, which is part of an upbringing. As she was saying, her parents were in one room taking drugs, and she was in another room. So we can think that parents are responsible for her psychological development. These parents were not present. So that's what led to her going into the institution. So that's the vulnerability and ultimately life skills as protective factors, as Yair has said. Yes, Alexandra? I think just to continue with that idea, and especially that reference to the relationship with the parents, I think that's something that we can see the problem of violence in Mexico. It's due to intergenerational processes. There's the violence always has a tomorrow, and I think that's one problem. There's direct violence or abandonment. There are many forms of violence or threats with violence. These phenomena will always have repercussions that go beyond the direct victim. There are repercussions on people who witness this violence, people in the shelters or in the household. This violence has an impact on the children, and also the violence that we see on the street, but it has a brutal impact on children who see, for example, a corpse on their way to school. So violence also always has a repercussion that is difficult to measure, that transcends space and time. So it's important to remember this. Also to highlight another phenomenon that we know of, which is a phenomenon that women experience. We are in a region where the concept of feminicide emerged. What does this tell us about the capacities of women who are abused, who are or who have experienced violence as children in their ability to be mothers? So I think that's a chain of effects in different spaces and across different generations. It's also important to see how suddenly, when we talk about intervention processes, it's not just how to act upon this particular young person who has had problems with the parents who cannot be good parents, but also how to deal with the problems that their parents, for example, might be facing. So these are chains of intervention or protective chains that go beyond those that are directly involved in these stories of violence. Thank you very much, Alexandra. How about taking a look at the fourth capsule before we finish with an intervention by Danger?
No fueron cosas, fueron acciones que me pasaron que me hicieron entender. Porque yo por mí, yo todavía estuviera en la droga.
¿Consumiste sustancias?
Empecé a consumir a los 25 años, consumí por primera vez marihuana y después la siguiente droga de impacto que utilicé fue cristal.
¿Por qué llegaste al cristal también en la fiesta, en el cotorreo? ¿Te invitaron?
Sí. Llegué al cristal, lo tomé como algo padre, algo que, ay, se me va a pasar, pero sin duda alguna, estuve en tratamiento. Ahí me hicieron ver que era una enfermedad. Tiempo atrás, hoy, digo, qué miedo, o sea, dónde estaba yo, qué pasó conmigo, por qué no pensé antes de ver todo eso, de ver cómo mataban a alguien, de ver cómo llegaban los policías, de verme tan solo yo, cómo estaba, cómo día con día me iba yo destruyendo yo solo, estaba súper acabado, estaba muerto en vida, decía mi mamá.
Si te pregunto por qué empezaste a usar drogas, ¿tú lo sabrías? ¿Había una búsqueda de algo, una necesidad de algo que estabas llenando?
Quizás era como el de drogarme, dejaba de sentir como ese vacío. Yo sentía que solamente las personas que consumen sentían que eran las únicas que me entendían a lo que era yo, a lo que realmente era yo, o sea, lo de bajo mi sexualidad.
¿Eres homosexual?
Sí.
¿Es distinta? ¿Hay más vulnerabilidad? ¿Lo has pensado? ¿Te ponías en un riesgo más grande siendo homosexual, estando en un ambiente de violencia y de consumo?
Conforme ha pasado el tiempo, la verdad me he dado cuenta que realmente no es la sexualidad, sino es la persona que eres. Vale, no, uno no vale lo que tiene, uno vale lo que es.
¿Viste sufrir a tu familia cuando tú estabas ahí?
Sí.
¿Y sales porque ya estás listo? Eh, ¿O cómo es?
Porque me quiero mucho y porque amo a mi familia, por eso. Porque, porque de las drogas no queda nada bueno. Lo único que queda es o te quedas en la cárcel o te quedas en el panteón.
Bueno, me gustaría compartir en un par de rimas algunos de los puntos clave de los que hemos estado hablando en tu experiencia. ¿Te gustaría oír un rap sobre esto?
Sí.
Vale, escucha. La adicción es una enfermedad tan fea que golpea la salud del adicto y la de los que le rodean. Pero en un mundo ideal nadie debería volverse vulnerable por su identidad sexual. Te pueden rechazar familiares y amigos, pero no tiene importancia si te aceptas a ti mismo. Tú ya lograste vencer a tu pasado, ahora atento a tu presente que el futuro está esperando. ¿Qué te parece?
Está muy bien.
Me encanta la reacción de Julio.
I love Julio's reaction.
Y bueno, pues esta es la última cápsula de esta serie.
Okay, that was the last capsule in this series of 4.
Un joven
And we heard from a young man who told us about what I would like to highlight in his experience is how he changed from the time he was in a treatment center. And that's something that we don't see that often. People who have been in treatment centers and who allow themselves to receive treatment. When we did our first intervention, one of the one of our objectives was to encourage this an opening to make people more open towards treatment. So they were not wasted years, and it was more based on crime than a personal intervention. Who would like to comment on this experience? Just as part of our last round, what this young man was saying was very interesting. I just want to put to you a concept which is the death of young people, and what we're seeing here is many people who are killing other young people instead of adults. So that's what he was referring to. So we can continue with the drugs problem. He committed crimes. And just to finish, this is a great example that shows us that prevention works. If we work on preventing violence with behavioral therapy, all young people are different. They don't all necessarily need a psychological component. Many do. And that's why these programs that are based on people and young people, and it should be supplemented by, this therapy should be supplemented by other types of programs. So I think Tijuana in the future is a Tijuana that continues to invest in prevention, the prevention of crime, which is focused on young people, because our city is young. We have lots of young people living in Tijuana. So if we want the Tijuana of our dreams, free of violence, free of violence by young people, we need to continue investing in preventing violence. And with gender-focused initiatives and initiatives focused on young people, we have very little time, but I would just like to give you a chance to say something else.
Bueno, justamente creo que este es
Yes,
un ejemplo de cómo las intervenciones
I would like to
estables
say
o
that this is a clear
intervenciones
example of how
llaman mucho la
these
atención en este caso,
interventions
justamente porque
work.
sabemos que tanto
This
demasiada
caught my
emoción como poca
attention
emoción puede
because
afectar el
we can
curso
see
de la
how
toma de decisiones.
emotion can
Entonces,
affect
en este
decision
caso,
making.
la
So in
falta
this
de
case,
emoción no nos
the lack
permite
of
empatizar
emotion
y
doesn't
con
allow
la
us to
falta de empatía,
empathize,
pues
and when there's a
genera
lack
la
of
intención de
empathy,
poder hacerle daño a otras personas, ¿no?
uh, we 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 are
Entonces,
we no longer have an inhibition to harm other people. So as part of the therapeutic process,
bueno, quiero pensar que
I
una intervención de ese tipo
I
va a
want to
empezar
think it
por
was that kind of intervention because he
aprender de
acquired
empatía, de manipulación,
empathy,
de
emotion
decisiones y
management,
también
and decision making. And
justamente
what's
que
very
sepan
important
que el
here
futuro
is that they
se
know that the
construye, no lo
future is
hacemos de la noche a la
constructed.
mañana,
It's not
entonces
something
esta
that happens
parte
overnight.
pues cuesta, en ese sentido no es algo
It's
que pues
something
surge de
that
inmediato, ¿no?
takes effort.
Porque los
It's not.
jóvenes
It
puedan
doesn't
tener
happen
acceso a
overnight. So
oportunidades y que los jóvenes
we need
puedan
young people to have
visualizar
access to these opportunities and be able to
puedan alcanzar sus
visualize
metas a través
their
del esfuerzo
objectives and the
justamente
opportunity that they
darles
have
la
to
oportunidad de
achieve
venir obteniendo
their
las
objectives
consecuencias que ellos están deseando en su vida,
and that they can
pues va a ser
achieve
muy
those
importante que
consequences
ellos
that they want.
pues puedan tener acceso a este
So it's
tipo
important for
de
them to have
programas.
access to this type of program. Thank you. Thank you,
Alexandra.
Nelly and Alexandra.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Yo creo que
I
estas últimas
think this
cápsulas
last
me hacen
capsule
entender dos cosas claves. Y una tiene que ver
makes me think of
con
two things.
tratar de sobrepasar esa visión
If I,
dicotómica que a veces tenemos
in
de
order
las
to
personas
overcome
como
this vision that we
víctimas
have of
o
young
como
people as
amenazas o
victims or
potenciales
as
a la sociedad, ¿no? Entonces,
potential
por eso
threats
también
for society.
necesitamos las intervenciones
That's the reason behind
que
many
tienen
of
que
the
ver con los
interventions
jóvenes. Y
that
yo creo
we
que es
have with young
importante
people.
que esta cápsula
I
nos
think it's
muestra
important because
qué
this
pasa cuando un
capsule
joven
shows what
puede
happens
como
when a
desbloquear
young
esa
people is
agencia,
able
esa
to
capacidad de transformación, de convertirse en
unblock this
psicólogos, en multidimensionales y
agent
va a
and
ayudar a
its
muchas otras
agency,
personas
this
y va a ayudar
capacity,
jóvenes en el futuro
and
en
this will
general.
help
Entonces,
many other young
otra
people in
cosa
the
que quiero
future.
también ver
And
que
I think that's
una de las
important because
claves
it shows us that
para
one of the
Tijuana y para muchas otras ciudades de la
keys
región
for
es cómo
Tijuana and the
cómo
region
interactuar con los
is
jóvenes
how
como
to
esos agentes
interact
transformadores de sus comunidades,
with
como
young
esos
people as
agentes
agents of
capaces de
change in their
contribuir a la paz,
community and
a la
agents
estabilidad y al
for the
desarrollo de sus
continuity of peace and
comunidades
the
y saben
development
que
of their own
también
communities. And I would also like to
parece que
share
hemos venido
something
trabajando en diferentes
about
ciudades
the
de América Latina,
experiences in
donde nos
different
encontramos en diferentes
in different
contextos.
cities
Esta
in Latin America
siempre
with
jóvenes
even in the most difficult
organizándose,
contexts, there are always young
creando
people
grupos de comunidad,
getting organized and trying to
tratando
do things
de
for their community and
movilizarse, de
trying to
participar. Entonces, digamos, creo que además
mobilize
de la
themselves.
cápsula demuestra eso que
So
han
I think
estudiado ustedes de la
this
cápsula,
video
que
shows
los
this,
programas de prevención sí
that
sirven y
the
son
prevention
necesarios
programs do work and that
continuarlos.
it is
Y creo
necessary
que es
to
importante
continue them.
también
And I
que
also think it's important
digamos, esos esfuerzos que hacemos en temas de
for
prevención
those
estén
these
siempre
prevention
enfocados en el marco
efforts
más
to
amplio de
be
las políticas
supplemented within a
sociales
broader
de
framework of
desarrollo juvenil,
public policy and
políticas
policy for
que les
the
permitan
development of young
tener un
people
acompañamiento
that provide them
permanente de
more
formación
continual
de diferentes
support
agentes
from
de la
different
sociedad civil
organizations,
para
from
que
civil
puedan
society organizations,
llevar a la
so that
realidad
we can
esa agencia
make that
transformadora de los
this
jóvenes y sobre
agency
todo
real so
ayudarlos a
that
empezar también a
they
pensar
can be
cómo
agents
hacer
of
estos
change
procesos de intervención más
and how we
sostenibles,
can
porque
make
muchos de
these
estos procesos
intervention
digamos son
processes more
muy limitados
sustainable
en el tiempo
because many
y
of them
porque
are
buscamos
limited in time.
procesos
So we need to
digamos
think about
que tal vez promuevan procesos de organización
processes
juvenil
that
independientes, ¿no? Que
promote
pongamos ejemplos aquí que los
independent
jóvenes puedan tener
youth
sus propias
so that
agendas
young
de
people can
organización, que puedan
pursue their
gestionar sus
own
propias
agendas
estructuras
and think of their
estatales
own
y que
community
permitan
initiatives.
implementar
We saw a very
programas
clear
como estamos
example
en la parte estadual, por
working
ejemplo, en
a few
implementación
years
de
ago. We
jóvenes
found
muy activos
a group of young people who are very
desarrollando que
active
en contextos muy difíciles
in very difficult
trabajaron con nosotros, por ejemplo,
contexts. They
con una
worked
agenda de seguridad
with
ciudadana
us
para
in
implementar
a
programas
human
como
security agenda.
el
So these are
espacio
just a
que
few
hemos creado para hacerles
examples.
saber que hay esperanza
So to show us that there is hope and that we need to listen to young people and show that we are listening to them and to see where our cities are headed in the future. Thank you, Alexandra.
Well, thank you, everyone. I have a couple of closing comments. I know time is running out, so I'll very quickly go over them. First, all the young people who participated in the videos that we showed this afternoon are young people who have participated in different programs that we've been involved with. And we see them currently as agents of change to one extent or another. They are our friends who have participated in our programs. And we consider them success stories, and so we're very happy to see what they're doing today. Something I thought about is that while young people may be vulnerable at a certain stage, that doesn't mean that their rights automatically should be infringed upon. So when we talk about working with youth, violence is not the cause. It is actually a manifestation of root cause. So we need to care for them in a way that we haven't done so before because they've been sort of abandoned by the social network. So we're not working on violence when we work with youth. We're working on one of the effects. So now we'll close with a rapping closing by Daniel, and I'm very excited about that. But prior to that, thank you so much, Dr. Nelly Flores. Thank you. Dr. Alexandra Abello. It's a pleasure to share this space with you. Master Jair Hernandez Peña. It was an absolute pleasure to share this stage with people like you. Well, Daniel, great big hug, and we'll be keenly listening to your closing rap, and thank you to all of you who took time out to listen to us today.
La escasez de oportunidades vuelve a nuestros jóvenes vulnerables. Esto se repite en todas las ciudades y cambiarlo requiere de cambios estructurales. La escasez, la violencia y los vicios hacen un cóctel que hace repetir los ciclos. Pero atentos, la biología no es destino. Si trabajas en ti puedes cambiar tu camino. La violencia siempre tiene un mañana, puede ser. Lo que es seguro es que siempre tiene un ayer. Si encontramos los porqués, encontramos los cómo. Y ayudarlos a ellos es ayudarnos a todos. A los que veían como amenazas del barrio se han transformado en agentes de cambio. Si queremos que Tijuana tenga un futuro mejor, debemos seguir apostando por la prevención.
Genial, gracias.
Marvelous. Thank you. A pleasure and an honor to have shared this panel with you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Alexandra, Nelly, Jair. Have a great afternoon. I hope you're all well. Stay safe. Thank you so much. What we've seen today is just some of the actions that Tijuana Innovadora has taken through Casa de las Ideas, House of Ideas. You can contribute at tijuanainnovadora.org, and please like and share our content for this conference. We want to thank all of the participants that are addressing such pressing issues which are part of the Tijuana Innovadora, Innovative Tijuana agenda. So now we're going to make a space in our program to share the latest news. It is a regrettable piece of news, and I'm talking about the death of Mario Molina, Nobel laureate in chemistry, who passed away today, Wednesday, confirmed by Mexico's National Autonomous University through a communique. We remember Dr. Molina with a lot of love because of his involvement in Tijuana Innovadora 2010. We send our best wishes to his family. May Dr. Mario Molina rest in peace. Definitely an exemplary Mexican citizen.
Te verás, elaboramos contenidos que buscan ser de utilidad, de reflexión, que emocionen e informen sin falsedades, historias con otra visión, adicción política, bienestar, experiencias viajeras, norte empresarial, pasión cervecera son algunos de nuestros contenidos. Acompáñanos, te verás, historias con otra visión.
Adaptarnos a los cambios continuos.
Requiere que estemos informados.
Para tomar las decisiones que benefician
a nuestra familia y a la comunidad.
Lo que hagamos o dejemos de hacer
me afecta a mí y a mis seres queridos.
También a mí.
Y a mí.
Y a mí.
Lo que importa es que nuestro esfuerzo sea unidos. Noticias Ya, Frontera San Diego, Tijuana.
Revista Mujer Actual desde hace 13 años busca reconocer a estas mujeres y esos hombres que día a día con su trabajo logran construir una mejor Tijuana para nosotros y para nuestros hijos.
Y lo traemos hasta las manos, ¿no? Especificamos todo el carpintería.
Desde hace 60 años, nuestro compromiso contigo se fortalece cada día. Información y entretenimiento para toda la región. El único medio de televisión que te brinda cobertura estatal. Canal 12 en Tijuana, Canal 4 en Mexicali, Canal 23 en Ensenada. Televisa Californias nos acerca.
Arcus Nexus es una empresa punta de lanza en la industria de desarrollo de software. Hoy tiene presencia en Monterrey, Aguascalientes, Irving y su sede principal en Tijuana. Nuestra pasión es trabajar con proyectos que nos reten a ser creativos e innovadores. Orgullosamente tijuanense, Arcus Nexus se suma al movimiento de Tijuana Innovadora, con la firme convicción de que el talento mexicano no tiene fronteras.
Economy. How do we face new challenges? 2020 has brought about challenges that have created changes in our approaches. Economy is a topic that concerns not only Mexican people but every country around the world due to the health emergency caused by COVID-19 that has affected every country in one way or another. And that Tijuana is the future. We're going to now have a panel on the economic outlook who will talk to us about the present and, of course, the future of the economy. A very promising panel with top-notch presenters. Please like our presentation and share our content. Before we get into it, we have a message from our sponsor, Arcus Nexus, a cutting-edge company in software development with 275 associates and offices in Monterrey, Aguascalientes, Irvine, California, and headquartered proudly in Tijuana, Baja California. They focus on product growth services, technology innovation, and software development. Arcus Nexus is a key strategic partner for IT companies that compete in the U.S. market. We are joined by Rebecca Greenspan, defender of human rights. She has contributed to center the world's attention on reducing inequality, gender equality, and using the Southern Cone to achieve sustainable development goals and others. Before being at the UN, she was the president of Costa Rica and also served as Secretary of Housing, Secretary of Economic and Social Affairs, and Vice or Undersecretary of Finance. She also has managed the International Institute for the Environment and Development. So we now welcome Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary from ECLAC, the UN Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. She has led the institution as a center for excellence and research applied to public policies on sustainable development and as a technical cooperation liaison for officers, as well as Jose Angel Gurria, Secretary General for OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Gurria says that OECD is one of the pillars for world governance. He has a degree in economic sciences and as well as a doctorate from the UK. He has honorary titles from the University of Mexico Valley, the Rey Juan Carlos University, the Madrid European University, and the Gratislavic University. Good friends, how is everyone? What a pleasure to be with all of you. Well, today we have an amazing panel that we hope that you will enjoy quite a bit. We have amazing personalities who are experts on different issues. And today we will focus, however, on 3 issues that are very pertinent to all of you. Thank you for joining us. And even though they have already been introduced, I would like to very briefly, if I may, ask each of them to introduce themselves, starting with Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena. Thank you so much, my dear Carlos. First and foremost, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I want to very quickly introduce myself. I want to focus on some of the core issues that will provide context to our panel, I feel. And I hope that you are already seeing my screen. Very quickly, I just wanted to speak about the opportunities that Mexico has, both facing north and south, but particularly north. We need to realize that this is the worst crisis in a century. We're going to have a decrease in growth of minus 9.2%. 232 billion people will fall into poverty. Exports will fall by 23%. Unemployment will reach 44 million people. And informal employment will reach 54%. Different businesses will close. 2.7 formal businesses in our region will close their doors, and 40 million homes lack internet connections, as our dear Angel Gurria will no doubt mention. So, what does this crisis call upon us to do? To deeply reorganize production chains. And you, Tijuana, are located in a strategic place because there will be an in depth change to worldwide production chains. There will be new risk factors. Companies will be seeking resilience in their networks by diversifying suppliers when it comes to countries and companies. Many are talking about China plus one. Many companies will be migrating from China to our region, and you and Mexico, northern Mexico, is a strategic place because many businesses want to have nearshore suppliers and relocate products, strategic products, particularly to nearshore. So many international companies will come to Mexico without a doubt, even more so than we've already seen. And Mexico's main trade partner is the US. Here we see a map of how Mexican exports, 76.5% go to the US, and many of them are located, or many of them exist rather, to serve the United States, much less to Canada and much less to Latin America, 5.1%. So the US is the most important trade partner to Mexico, and that's why your location is so strategic. You are a market for US states. California is your nearest neighbor, which is exports to seven other states in the US, and it is the second largest exporter of Mexican products to 17 other states. And our exports went from $27 billion in 2019, which was 16% of the overall exports, and imports from Mexico were for 46 billion US dollars. So Tijuana's location next to California has to be one of the very important core issues to address. With a huge net employment, the net employment in California related to Mexico is 572,000 direct jobs. And in Tijuana, as we saw during the introductory document that DeSantis, is 143,000 jobs at 630 businesses with ties to foreign trade. We're talking about 614 billion US dollars in this industry, and they're part of the supply chain in electronics, machinery, the automotive sector, and they go back and forth several times. So we have imports and exports to and from Mexico. And these are key products. The new USMCA has been a big achievement as well. So we wanted to point out some of the modernizations under USMCA, particularly when it comes to customs and trade facilitation. We have new sector agreements, environment, small and medium businesses, anti-corruption practices, and good regulations, in addition to macro policy, are all there. These are the opportunities that USMCA provides. Stricter origin rules for the automotive industry? True. It's going to be a bit more complicated, but in the medium term, it will still be a great opportunity. Digital economy or e commerce and The new agreement also has new labor agreements that will benefit our region. Ex- Opportunities for small and medium sized businesses, anti corruption measures, and environmental protection. So, innovation will be key so that we can increase productivity, particularly in this part of Mexico. And finally, in the post COVID world, we must reconfigure what we do. We must think about the future in a different way. There will be a new economic geography. There will be North America, Europe, Asia Pacific. So, in North America, the key part of it will be the US and Mexico that can bring the rest of the region together, but they need clear policies. And I think that Tijuana and northern Baja California has shown that they have production capacity and they need to develop new strategic sectors so you can have even greater integration and facilitate technology transfer. And here we have to talk about intellectual property rights, which USMCA also includes, and also social protection. This crisis hit us while we were fragmented and exposed our structural weaknesses. And I think that we have to provide better certainty and a more inclusive and sustainable governance. I'll leave it at that for now, Carlos, for this first round. And once again, I want to reiterate that it is a great, great honor for me to be a part of this event. I was telling them that my family lives in Tijuana. My family lives in both, right? California and Tijuana. So we're a family that really knows the reality of the region and the efforts that everyone's making. So this is my message to this region I love so much. So thank you, Alicia. It's been a very quick, but very good overview of the issues we're about to address. So thank you. So now we will ask for some introductory remarks by Secretary General Rebecca Greenspan. Thank you, Carlos, and I want to say hi to the two illustrious Mexican people that are with us today. I'm only half Mexican, Carlos, because I lived in Mexico. My son lives in Mexico. He was born to a Mexican woman, so I feel a little bit part of this wonderful country, but I'm here with two great leaders, Alicia Bárcena and Angel Gurria, great friends that I love and respect so much. So it is truly a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. So let's see. To start with, I would say that in this context of COVID 19, we are living in uncertain times. And this is unknown territory. This is the worst crisis the world has faced in the last 100 years, perhaps. Angel Gurria was saying that in the 100 years that OECD has existed, this has been the worst crisis it has covered. And that exposes what I feel will finally be the start of the 21st century. I don't think centuries start chronologically. The 20th century started with the First World War. Some people said that this century started with the fall of the Twin Towers in New York. But I think that for people's lives, this marks the beginning of the 21st century. Because what has been brought to light by COVID 19 and the social and economic crisis that followed COVID was precisely our lifestyle, our day to day, our normality has changed. And it has strengthened trends that we did see before, but now have been accelerated and then have taken a different direction. And as a result, our life will never be what it was. I think those who want to go back to the way it was are wrong. And that's part of what we need to tell people because it would be taking steps backward to go back to the old normality. I mean, we as women know that very well. As women, we don't want to go back to the old normal. That used to be a normal that was full of inequality and discrimination, right? So, how do we build that new normal that is not just new, but better? Because it could be new and worse. And part of our concern, in fact, is uh, how this triple crisis, health, economic, and social crisis, could do in becoming also a political crisis that widens the gap when it comes to inequality and poverty around the world, like Alicia was saying during her introductory remarks. So, how do we keep that from happening? And keeping in mind the public that's following us today, who is a young public. There's a lot of youth, and I think that the demographic bonus that Latin America has provides a great opportunity for all of us. We have the largest cohort of young people in the history of Latin America when it comes to people between 15 and 29 years of age. A new opportunity for this new world. I don't even know what we call this generation, whether it's Z generation, millennials are already a thing of the past. I mean, you are millennials. Angela, Alicia, and I are, and they don't even have letters for our generation anymore. But we're talking about a youth that is eager to seek out new opportunities and being involved in a different way and creating new spaces for talent and innovation. And I think that that has to be a big part of our bet on the future without leaving anyone behind. The 2030 agenda says that we can't leave anyone behind, and we're concerned that a third or more of our young people could be left behind, especially in certain countries where youth unemployment is twice as high as adult unemployment. So, under this crisis, just imagine young people will no doubt also suffer a great impact. We need to rethink education. We need to talk about online this crisis means that we're not doing distance education, we're doing remote education. Most of the teachers are trained on doing online courses. So we need a lot more training, a lot more capability. And we need to keep our children and our young people in school so that they don't give up during these moments of great economic pressure. It would be terrible to even think about huge numbers of young people abandoning school and trying to enter a work market that cannot give them jobs. So that is our first task. We all know. And the thing is that we need to create new skills and systems that can very quickly train people on actual jobs that are available. And all of you have a lot of experience in this because the technology clusters and the industrial clusters and software clusters that you have developed have that capacity. These are clusters that have built great capacity in collective learning and quick training. And third, I think, and the third, I think, is that we need to create a much broader consensus. We need to be aware that politicizing things and social confrontations could be around the corner with a crisis as deep as what we have here. And thus, I think that it's very important that we have spaces for discussion and for creating consensus and to reach some basic agreements to move forward that protects everyone, that there's and that brings people out of uncertainty and income instability, but something that also looks at the long term, that sets sights on what we want to be, with a bit more hope, a little bit more encouragement for everyone. Because if we don't believe that reality can be changed, we'll never mobilize towards that end. So we need young people to be proactive and not reactive. So this is my calling on getting to getting involved on that new pact to move forward, that new covenant that our society needs. And for you, in Baja California to continue creating this vision of the future, this long term vision. Now, in closing, Carlos, I would just say that I no longer say that I'm an optimist. I used to say I was an optimist. Now I don't either say that I'm optimistic or pessimistic. Now I'm an activist rather than an optimist or a pessimist because you need to build things with effort, consistency, work, dedication, and with resolve. So this is my call for us to come together. If we're united, I think we'll be able to overcome these very uncertain and difficult times we're living through. You are quite correct, Rebecca. And I share your opinion, and you touched upon something very important. We have one of the largest young populations in recent times. Something they don't have elsewhere around the world, and that's something that we need to take advantage of. And we'll get more into that later. So now moving on, will now ask Jose Angel Gurria, the Secretary General, to make his opening remarks. My good friends, first I would like to thank Tijuana Innovadora for the invitation. I was here for their first edition, and the OECD has been involved over the years as well. So first, I want to congratulate you for what you have achieved and how you have consolidated this event, and of course, for the quality of your panelists. The COVID pandemic has caused enormous damage around the world. It is, without a doubt, the most global phenomenon we've ever seen because no country escaped it. We now have over 33 million infections and over 1 million lives have been lost. Today, we heard the dramatic news that the President of the United States and his wife had tested positive for COVID. The economic impact has been brutal. The worldwide GDP will shrink between 4.5 and 5% this year. And while this is the worldwide GDP, worldwide. And while we estimate that the world economy will come back to grow at about 5% in 2021, once again, many OECD countries will not be able to go back to their pre-crisis numbers until at least late 2021 or even 2022. So the return in 2021 will not be enough to go back to where we were at in 2019. So in other words, we will lose at least a couple of years when it comes to well-being. And that added to the numbers that Alicia shared and that Rebecca shared as far as increasing poverty and increasing disparities, inequality. Latin American countries that are members of OECD, which are Mexico, Colombia, and Costa Rica. Mexico. In Mexico, the situation was difficult even pre-pandemic, and the most recent analysis show us that the Mexican GDP will shrink by 10% in 2020 before it starts seeing a recovery in 2021 with an annual growth rate of about 3%. I saw that ECLAC is saying 9%. I hope they're right because we hope Mexico will do better than we estimate. Now, to face this crisis and bring about a solid, quick recovery, Mexico and all of Latin America will have to apply strategies that contain three elements. First, to use all of their fiscal and monetary capacity to control the virus and to support businesses and employees that have been affected. By the way, the dilemma between lives and livelihoods. So the actual live and the economy or livelihood It's a false dichotomy. What we need to do is to attack the virus and get rid of it as soon as possible. Two, we need to increase social expenditure to protect the most vulnerable. Right now, deficits and debts would have to move to a lower priority because what we need is to help those who have become victims of this crisis. And here I'm talking both about people who have contracted this disease, but also those who have fell victim to unemployment and reduction in the tourism industry and conference industry and so on. We also need to accelerate our structural reform programs, health, education, finance, the digital topic, fighting corruption, so that we can build back better, which has become a sort of slogan or war cry, so to speak, in this struggle to recover after COVID, focusing on inclusivity, sustainability, but it will also be key to take advantage of this transition to strengthen territorial development strategies. Why do I say that? Because we need to reduce regional disparities. We need to have new business hubs, new export hubs, and this has to be throughout the territory, throughout each country. Now, border cities and mega regions, binational mega regions like Tijuana and what we now know, have come to know as the Cali Baja region, will be key. Borders can no longer be seen as a division. Borders need to be understood as meeting points for communication, for innovation. Look at what happened in Tijuana. It's an excellent example. It is a city that is far from the traditional business hubs that depended mostly on tourism. And it decided to take advantage of its unique geographic position and it reinvented itself to become a manufacturing and export platform, an innovation hub. And that in turn allowed them to build a broader strategic partnership between Baja California and the counties of San Diego, Imperial, and elsewhere in Southern California, thus creating this binational mega region we know as Cali Baja. And I would add that it created what is now the technical industrial heart of NAFTA 2.0 or the USMCA as it is known today. With close to 7 million residents, we're talking about annual regional exports of over 24 billion with a B dollars, 420,000 workers in the manufacturing sector alone, plus those in the service industry and so on. Over 80 research and investigation centers. This is hugely important, more than 80 research centers in the region. The Calabaja binational mega region is one of the most significant innovation and manufacturing hubs in the world today. But in addition to that, it is important that the dynamic of these mega regions can provide opportunities for the most vulnerables that can help reduce not only regional disparities, but also the social disparities that our countries are known for. Latin America is not the poorest region in the world, but it is the most unequal. And particularly now, when the COVID 19 crisis is disproportionately affecting low income people and people in informal jobs. That is the terrible reality of our work market. Nearly 60% of all jobs in Mexico are in the informal market. As a result, we are very pleased to be able to work with this innovation platform that is changing the lives of its residents, that is promoting opportunities, that promotes social cohesion and inclusivity. Tijuana's impressive transformation and the dynamism of the Cali Baja region need to become spark plugs for inclusion, for sustainability. This is something that, to one extent or another, is already happening. But by the way, it was very difficult to get data about it. They say that you have to lay the egg, but then you also have to grow the egg, right? So that is a key challenge. We don't have enough reliable, up to date data about the experiences of this mega region. So, in this mega region, we need to tell the world its success stories. And we've done the most difficult part to do it. So now we need to boast it. We need to disseminate these success stories because then people turn their eyes to the region. Perhaps others that had never turned their gaze to the region or to the city of Tijuana, and who might, if we were able to show all the progress that has been made. At OECD, we have produced domestic reports or nationwide reports for many mega regions and also metro regions. I don't know, let's say Western Scandinavia or the tri-state metro area in Chicago, not Chicago itself, but Chicagoland, as they call it, the tri-state area. Studies on the growing importance of mega regions. And we are poised to support Cali Baja and work with the region to build this information so that we can tell that story, so that we can have a narrative, so we can tell the story that we have to tell, in other words. I will leave it at that for now so that we can start the discussion with our panelists, both females, and I'm the sole representative of the boys, of the men. And I am clearly outnumbered today. Thank you so much, Angel. I think that you provide a very interesting perspective. And with that, I will ask you a question regarding this Calibaja mega region, which was just brought up. So, Alicia, could you tell us for the Calibaja region? I mean, Angel already gave us a very interesting overview of the dynamics at play here, but what is your opinion? What is the economic outlook for Calibaja? Well, first and foremost, Calibaja today has a very interesting opportunity. First, there are 43 cities in the six northern border states in Mexico where the minimum wage has gone up. And I think that this poses a very interesting opportunity. Why has this happened? Well, because historically, productivity and growth rates had gone down in the Calibaja region. And who had taken ownership of this manufacturing? Querétaro, Aguascalientes, Mexico City, Nuevo León. And I think that in this territorial dynamic that Angel alluded to, it is very important for Cali Baja to once again have high productivity, dynamic growth, and diversified growth because Cali Baja has some elements that the other states don't have. It has beaches, so it can become a significant tourism destination. And I think that today, with the pandemic, many tourists will be looking for safe places. And I think that Cali Baja can offer that to a lot of Americans who want to travel but not that far. So I think that closeness could be very important. Another big topic will be education. I think that it is key for Cali Baja to have as a goal to have everyone digitally connected. We have proposed basic online um, basket to provide to people with internet access, a basic laptop, and it was created by a coalition of businesses, and that seems very interesting to me. So I feel that these 630 companies in Tijuana should create a social consortium, so to speak, to be digitally inclusive, to train young people and workers how to work online, as well as women. Look, women, and Rebecca was talking about this a minute ago. Women are facing very unequal conditions, and we have a lot of young women. And Mexico's northern border is very interesting. They have better work opportunities than men, females do, but they do not have an economy of care. And that's interesting. So I honestly believe that Cali Baja has a unique opportunity. It has beautiful places. It has natural beauty, which allows you to even have very developed environmental tourism. In addition to that, it has delicious food. I was a director of the National Fisheries Institute in Mexico, by the way, and the different varieties of fish and seafood that they have in the Cali Baja region is impressive. I don't know why we haven't further developed that unique fishery of the region. So, fishing, tourism, and of course, manufacturing industry and its integration with the US. But my recommendation would be to focus, yes, on education, no doubt, training, but above all, to motivate young people for creative entrepreneurship so that we can change that model. We need a more sustainable model. Calibaja also has the most significant sun exposure in the country. So we need to have more solar production. We need an energy transition. We need to also move to aquaculture and towards more sustainable cities with electric mobility, with better transit, with smarter buildings. And I think we have the industrial capacity to start going towards these novel sectors in addition to strengthening the conventional industries. So, in my opinion, this is a great time for this region to create a plan with a vision for the future that will bring everyone to the table to create a pact, a political and social pact that includes everyone's vision of the Cali Baja of the future, which I see as a wonderful, beautiful region. If you ask me today where I'd like to be, I'd love to live in the Cali Baja region. I would love that. They've made so much progress. It's so gorgeous. It has unique weather. It's got great weather. It has a lot of advantages. And we need to value them because I think that they give us the opportunity to have science and technology exchanges, including with San Diego and La Jolla institutions. We have some of the best research institutes. For example, when it comes to oceans, we have scripts. I mean, we have a lot of technical and scientific capacity we should take better advantage of. So, Carlos, I think that it is a region that has a lot of dynamic opportunities, but you have to take advantage of them. You need to move because otherwise, like I was saying, other states are overtaking some of the productivity that Calibaja used to have. I agree with you, Alicia, and that's a very interesting point. We have a lot of diversity when it comes to talent, for example, people who are very open to exploring new environments. And you mentioned some of the other aspects like food and so on. Now, I would like to know Rebecca's opinion and outlook. How do you see this binational macro region we call Cali Baja? I'm sorry, I was talking to myself. No, we all want to hear you. Open your mic. All right, so I'm going to build upon what Alicia already said and what Angel has said. Um, to start off with, I think that it can be a model for the world, this macro binational region or binational macro region, because you have built very close relationships, and it's not just trade relationships. You truly have built a whole ecosystem that includes both sides of the border. And that is priceless in and of itself. And it has been very difficult elsewhere around the world. I've worked in cooperation and development all my life, and many times we have tried to build up these border regions. And in general, they're not as prosperous as the Calibaja region has been. They haven't achieved that same integration, that joint investment. Now, also when it comes to invisible assets, which are most important in today's economy, and you have achieved all of that. So, first, I think that you already have an exceptional foundation or platform. Second, and I have to say this, do not sleep on your laurels because the world will move forward at breakneck speed like you couldn't even imagine. I just had a discussion with Haddadi, and he was saying that no one knows how far technology will go in changing our world because it's not like there was this technology leap and now we're just taking advantage of that technology innovation and what's happened in the past to get used to that leap. That is not the world we live in anymore. It is a world that endlessly innovates, that is endlessly leaping when it comes to this technology revolution we're living through. And therefore, we have to be prepared for change constantly. And I think this is where we need to wake up and realize that if what you have has worked so far, build on that because you will have to continue to change. You will have to continue innovating. You will have to continue adapting in order to remain as competitive as you have been so far. And like Alicia said, what your relative productivity is versus other regions is very important. And with that, I go back to what Angel was saying. As far as regional development strategies, you always have to have a strategy. You can't just live off of some old strategy from before. And this is where I always say that we can't forget that short and long term begin at the same time. The long term is not a series of short term things. A series of short term things in terms of planning and strategy and vision do not lead to long term. The long term vision needs to start now. And you need to adapt to that new vision. I think you have huge possibilities, huge opportunities, but there are also threats. And so you have to be prepared and be flexible and be able to adapt as this world will require. I agree that uh, having China be the only G20 economy that will be growing um, this year represents an opportunity. And like Alicia mentioned in the beginning, the fact that the nearshoring is necessary because tensions between the US and China will not disappear regardless of what happens in the upcoming elections provides an opportunity for you, right? But you have to bring it to fruition. And with that, I get to my final point, and it is that everything that we've done has to be done while we keep our region livable. So, our regional development strategy needs to be such that quality of life of every person that lives in the Cali Baja region, and in the Cali Baja region in Tijuana, uh, will continue to be high because the new economies and the new investments will require that the place where you are at is a place that is worth living in. And you need everyone's experience to become essential in your region. And I think that should be a tool to improve everybody's lives because not everybody is benefiting the same from this development. So inclusion and sustainability have to be part of the rules of the game today for a successful economic growth. Wonderful, wonderful. And going back to one of the more vivid examples we have here in our macro region, just to share one of these innovation, the International Airport Bridge CBX, where you can arrive at an airport in one country, cross through that bridge at the airport and be in another country. And this is an illustration of how integrated we are in Cali Baja, where we have this cooperation and this understanding that both of our economies are closely tied to each other. And of course, we can obtain more benefits on both sides of the border and make it even more inclusive and more expansive to other regions. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. So, I'd like to start moving to some conclusions. So, what are your opinions when it comes to the economy of the future? What is the direction we need to go in? What would be your closing statement regarding that? Angel, if you could please begin giving us your outlook, your perspective. Well, I would go back to what Rebecca said when she quoted Harari, as far as us not knowing how far technology will take us. Now, how to take advantage of technology is the key issue so that we can avoid the negative side of technology. That is, to have technology developments benefit a smaller group and for disparities to grow. And in this sense, developing skills, abilities. So in Spanglish, upskilling, reskilling. So skills are going to be absolutely crucial. Why? Because the region is moving towards it's moving more and more towards activities that require more technology content. My brother and his wife, by the way, live in Tijuana, and they're enthusiastic collaborators of the Tijuana Innovadora, Innovative Tijuana organization. They have three daughters. All three daughters are engineers in different areas of engineering. And they're all working on innovation projects at businesses that are taking advantage of the comparative edge of the region and that are innovating and that are progressing. And that is a great example. Alicia was saying at some point that other places like Querétaro had taken the whole aerospace industry, for example. Well, now in the region we have this big cluster of aerospace companies, so we've gotten a lot of that back. So I would say three things will be key: innovation, innovation, and guess what the third one is? It starts with I and ends in novation. Because what we need to do is to give more added value to local production, manufacturing, the more typical manufacturing in the region at these border twin plants or maquiladoras or however you want to call them, still doesn't add enough added value on the Mexico side, and it still has very little innovation created by Mexico and Mexicans for that added value. And both of my colleagues also talked about services, Rebecca and Alicia. Now we are in an economy of knowledge that use skills, more sophisticated skills and abilities to have better paying jobs too. So again, this would provide more added value to what we produce. But in addition to that, we have a privileged location. When I said that Tijuana reinvented itself, if we look at it from the U.S. side, I mean, it's obvious. It's right across the border, and taking advantage of the tensions between the U.S. and China to ensure that part of that near shoring to come to Mexico because a lot of those supply chains will go to closer places. And Tijuana is uniquely positioned for that, sure. But we are at the center of that triangle between Mexico, the US, and China. Because there's going to be so much nearshoring either. And the global value chains aren't not going to be shortened that much. I mean, after all the excitement's over, what's going to happen is that businesses will figure out what's most convenient because the solution isn't to leave a country per se, but rather to diversify your supply sources. If you have a single country that supplies either raw materials or basic inputs or commodities, you are in danger, regardless of whether that country is China or some other developed country or whether it's Vietnam or whether it's Mexico. So the solution will always be diversifying the supply chain. I remember that when the tsunami hit Japan, it was a dramatic, horrendous event, tens of thousands of lives lost, and so on. But it also paralyzed automobile production throughout the world because they produced some of the chips that went into the computers that go into the cars. But they said, hey, no problem, no problem. We have some twin plants in Thailand. And then it turned out that Thailand was flooded. I mean, all the highways were flooded. I mean, you had, cows walking in the water on the highway. So then the auto industry was halted. And the GDP of countries like Canada fell that quarter as a result. So, what's the lesson learned? And now, once again, we realized that we had a single supplier of certain things around the world during this pandemic. That were dramatically dependent, absolutely dependent on that supply. So, what to do? Well, you can't depend on a single supplier, regardless of where that supplier is located. And thus, Mexico and Tijuana, which are at the center of that important triangle, can take advantage of that. Now, everything needs to be resilient, everything needs to be inclusive, and everything has to be green, right? Those are basic requirements now. But this whole Build Back Better thing puts us in a situation where we're realizing that it is possible through some of the things that we're already manufacturing in Tijuana. So I think we have a great opportunity in the midst of this terrible economic disaster with the economic reduction worldwide, the growth of unemployment worldwide, and the cancer of informal employment that I already referred to. But now we can imagine a better future, a different future, on the one hand. And on the other, a future that is based on innovation, that is based on the digital world, and as a result, that is based in better training our workforce so that they are less vulnerable to being displaced by technology and rather to take advantage of that technology to open new work markets. Thank you so much, Angel. I think that is very complete closing comment as to the opportunities in our region. So now, Alicia, what is your perspective? Where do you think we are moving towards or should be moving towards to? Well, I'm going to quote someone that I think defined Cali Baja as follows, which was Ariosto Manrique from Testa Marketing. He said something I loved. He said, "This is a rare, disruptive, and eclectic border region," which is true. That is to say, it is a binational macro region like no other in the world. I truly believe that. I don't think there's another region like it in the world where everyone's bilingual and they cross back and forth every day and where the border is being erased more and more. And on the Mexico side, we have so many beautiful things. And we do need to seek out more diversification. In Baja, we have Guadalupe Valley with world renowned wine, delicious wines, really. They have great food. And dolphins and tuna are very smart because they turn right there in the Pacific. So they stay on, south of the border. And I'm telling you because I've watched it. Baja lobsters. With the flour tortillas. Oh, Jesus, don't get me started. But what I'm getting at is that we need to work all this together because I think that Calibaja is a region where we could develop what I call infrastructure for life. An infrastructure for life that includes health, first and foremost, complete access to healthcare and well being, but also to a healthy environment, but also access to clean water, but also access to self care. A macro region that is more livable, that is safer, and I think a lot of strides have been made in this regard. I was the first undersecretary of the environment, and I had the drama of the signing of the cross border agreement between Tijuana and Imperial Valley. Because it so happened that Tijuana raw sewage ended up going to Imperial Beach. And Reagan had his house in Imperial Beach, so it created a huge scandal back then. Anyway, I got to work on that and seeing the sister cities and reaching the first environmental agreement that was completely rare back then, 1984, between the US and Mexico. And I think that that led to a lot of opportunities. Well, I don't know if that led to it, but that area is completely different from what it was back in 1984. Let me tell you some of its advantages. First, wages, costs of living, and infrastructure costs that are attractive. Two, the closeness to innovation centers. I think that what Angel said is very important, but they're right there in San Diego. La Jolla, for example, there are very renowned research centers. And we also have great universities on both sides of the border, and we have these industrial clusters, and they're not just production clusters when it comes to supply chain, but they're also clusters of development and training. And of course, I believe that they have a lot of energy sources, and that's significant. I think there's a lot of potential for solar in the Cali Baja region. And I would also further develop tourism. But above all, what I would do is to give more opportunities to young men and women who are entrepreneurs so that they can find new alternatives in what I would call the transforming new reality. We don't want to go back. We want to create a new world. And I think that we are in Grange's between worlds, between that world that is dying, that new world that is being born, and we are in the middle of it. But young people need to be our stars, the people that take the lead and make Calibaja into a land of opportunity, because I think they're right there. And I think that's the direction we need to take. Carlos, once again, thank you very much. It is truly an honor to share this panel with Angel Gurria and Rebecca Greenspan and you, Carlos, and everyone who is a part of Tijuana is the future. Thank you, Alicia. I think you also greatly summarized the opportunities for our macro region. Thank you again. So, Rebecca, we'll close with you. What do you see as crucial core activities for the future of the economy of this beautiful region? Rebecca, your mic. Again. I did it again. Well, first, I think that the new economy has the uniqueness of having colors. Angel talked about green economy. When I was a student, there was no colors to the economy. So now we have the green economy and the blue economy too, right? Because it's the economy of the oceans as well. And that economy has to be sustainable. We have a great opportunity before us, as Angel and Alicia already said, when it comes to renewables. That's the direction we need to go in, and we need to make the necessary investments to make that possible. I believe in the white economy, which is the economy of care. And I believe in the orange economy, which is the economy of creativity and of innovation. And so I think that that's the direction we need to go. And of course, I believe in industry and value chains, but I think that industry itself, even manufacturing, is including more and more added value due to innovation and talent and knowledge in their supply chain rather than by the actual price of what surrounds that innovation value. So I think that this rainbow economy will be the new economy, this economy with different colors. I also believe in public private partnerships. And you are an example of that. And I think that what we need in order to move to a second generation of public private partnerships is to have transparency and accountability at all times because we cannot have the public lose trust in us. They need to believe that what we're doing is ethical and that it will benefit everyone. So, transparency and accountability in public private partnerships. But we need a dialogue. We need to preserve that public private discussion. And third, I believe in changing the business model. I think that the business of the future, the business of our youth, will no longer be businesses that think about the bottom line above all, of extracting value. I believe in new businesses that want to contribute value, purpose driven companies, companies that know that they need to be prosperous and sustainable in the market, of course, and they need to be possible in the market economy, but that also as part of their core goals and foundational goals, they include ethical behavior and being environmentally friendly. I think that it's one step beyond business social responsibility because it's not about thinking about social responsibility after the fact as a business, but rather having a different model of what production is, of what that process is, to be more inclusive and more sustainable. And I believe that we will only meet the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, if we undergo this paradigm shift that aligns all the different stakeholders, the community, government, and market can start heading in the same direction. And we need to create incentives for that change, and we need to establish rules of the game that will make these companies as desirable as the companies of the past, which will also have to start doing their reconversion. So, in closing, I think that we have a new economy around the corner, and it won't be about what we do exclusively, but rather how we do it, how all of the stakeholders will have to behave in order to prevail in an economy that, as stated in the 2030 agenda, is more inclusive and more sustainable. And I'll leave it at that, Carlos. But before I go, I want to thank you, like Alicia and Angel said, thank you, Mexico, for adopting me. I feel included as an honorary citizen of this great country, and I feel part of this great region of Cali Baja and of Tijuana that have already started that reconversion, that transformation that gives us optimism and gives us hope, and that also, I hope, uh, will be a model that will be followed by other regions around the world. Thank you so much, Rebecca. So, my dear friends, now you have heard from experts from different corners of the world that were a part of today's panel and talk to us about all the opportunities and advantages that we have. And that brings us to the end of our panel. I truly believe that it has been a series of very interesting experiences and contributions, which we are very grateful for. So, on behalf of the 2020 edition of Tijuana Innovadora, we wish you the best. Alicia, thank you very much for your time and for your valuable contribution and the expertise you shared today. Rebecca, what can I tell you? That spirit with which you have conveyed your experience has been wonderful. You leave us with great teachings and we'll put them to work. And Angel, what can I tell you? Here we are at the Boys Club in this panel. Thank you so much for sharing all of the experience you have with us today. My friends, we wish you the best. Be well. And with that, we close the panel. Thank you. We want to thank the participants of this discussion on the economy, making history together at Tijuana is the future.
Es una empresa punta de lanza en la industria de desarrollo de software. Hoy tiene presencia en Monterrey, Aguascalientes, Irving y su sede principal en Tijuana. Nuestra pasión es trabajar con proyectos que nos reten a ser creativos e innovadores. Orgullosamente tijuanense, Arcus Nexus se suma al movimiento de Tijuana Innovadora, con la firme convicción de que el talento mexicano no tiene fronteras.
Bueno, pues nuevamente muchas gracias a nuestros panelistas y
Thank you
gracias a
to our
ustedes por
panelists
seguir
and thank
conectados
you
con
for
Tijuana es el
continue
futuro.
being
Les
with
recuerdo
us
que
in, at
Arcus Nexus
Tijuana
es una
is the
empresa
future.
punta
I
de
remind
lanza
you that
en la industria de desarrollo de software
Nexus
con
is
235
in the
colaboradores y
industry
presencia en
of
Monterrey,
software
Aguascalientes, Irvine,
development
California y
company
su sede
in
principal
Aguascalientes
aquí en
and Irvine,
Tijuana, Baja
California,
California.
and its
Sus
main
enfoques
headquarters here in
son
Baja California.
servicios de
They're,
crecimiento de
they
productos de
focused
innovación
on
tecnológica y adquisición de
innovation,
equipos de desarrollo de software.
production,
Arcus
and
Nexus es
development
un
of
valioso socio
software.
estratégico para
Arcus
empresas de
Nexus is a
tecnología que
valuable
compiten en
strategic
el
partner
mercado
that
de Estados
compete in
Unidos.
the U.S.
Estamos en
market.
el
We
segundo día de
are on the
actividades del foro
second day of
digital
activities of
más grande de
the
México, Tijuana
largest
es el
online
futuro.
forum in Mexico. Tijuana is the future.
El sorbo de información que necesitas para iniciar tu día. Lo tenemos aquí. Te contamos lo que sucede en las ciudades de tu casa y en el trayecto a tu trabajo. Primer sorbo, lunes a viernes, por A más 21.2 y por radio en la 800 AM de Grupo Cadena. Te esperamos. El
We're celebrating a decade of Tijuana Innovadora with this forum called Tijuana is the Future. We thank the Association of Northeast Hotels for their efforts on making this possible. From the first edition in Tijuana Innovadora, we have paid close attention to the binational topics. Within the context of the presentation of the book Michael Malone, the third country, San Diego and Tijuana, we will have the next panel, which is called A Story of Two Cities. It is an honor to present Luis Herrera Lazos from the Copan Group. He has been the director of the Intelligence School for National Security, CISEN. With us today, we have Alan Person. He's a senior counselor with senior member for the Center for the Belfer Center in Harvard University, global fellow for the Center of International Scholars in Washington. The third panelist that is going to join us is Mr. Riegas. He is a part of the city. He has a lot of experience with binational affairs. He's a doctor in political sciences and international affairs. With us today, we also have Daniel Millán, internationalist in the media and public diplomacy. From the University of New World, he's a doctor with a master in from the United Kingdom as in international affairs, and from February 2019, he has been the General Director of Economical Affairs. He has also been the General Director of International Media at the Presidency. Ambassador Marcela Celorio is in charge of moderating this panel. Thank you so much for accepting this invitation, and let's get started. Desde Los Ángeles es un honor para mí que me hayan invitado a moderar este maravilloso panel, porque en este panel hay mucha experiencia, mucho conocimiento y principalmente se trata de colegas maravillosos y amigos. Vamos a aprender lo que está sucediendo en la frontera, particularmente en la frontera de San Diego y Tijuana. El nombre de este panel es La visión de Tijuana y San Diego, la historia de dos ciudades. Para comenzar con esta conversación, voy a pedirle a Alan que nos digan por qué un neoyorquino vino a conocer a la frontera. ¿Qué sucedió ahí, Alan? Cuéntanos. Gracias, embajadora Solario. Me encanta estar aquí con mis colegas. Pero para responder a tu pregunta, tengo que remontarme hace 30 años, cuando todo comenzó. Este panel resulta de la publicación del libro El Tercer País, San Diego, Tijuana, dos ciudades, dos países, una comunidad. Se trata de la gente de Tijuana y San Diego que lo hizo posible. Pero como todos nosotros sabemos, en los 90, cuando todo esto comenzó, no se trataba de una comunidad binacional, sino más bien se trataba de vecinos distantes. Como sucede en cualquier periodo de historia, es una combinación de eventos que hace que la gente colabore. Y de hecho yo terminé involucrado por accidente en esta historia de Tijuana y San Diego en 1993. Estaba trabajando como fiscal general en el sur de California, cerca de en la región Tijuana-San Diego, y como parte de eso, de pronto fui presentado con asuntos fronterizos, y como neoyorquino no estaba muy familiarizado con eventos fronterizos, pero en 1993 y 1994, cuando llegué a la región de San Diego y Tijuana, fueron años muy importantes porque el Tratado de Libre Comercio, o NAFTA en inglés, cambió por completo la economía y la economía en Estados Unidos y México y su relación binacional. El presidente Salinas y el presidente H.W. Bush fueron los que firmaron esto inicialmente, y nos encontramos movilizándonos de una relación que era de vecinos distantes a una relación en la que el día de hoy el intercambio entre Estados Unidos y México es impresionante. El problema de la frontera era, ¿cómo vamos a asegurar la frontera? ¿Cómo la vamos a hacer segura? Porque igual que ahora, y particularmente en los años 90, es como resultado de la migración mexicana del centro y sur de México hacia esta frontera, estaban haciendo esta frontera insegura. Pero ¿cómo íbamos a crear la infraestructura para combatir esto? contábamos con 42 garitas para ir y venir entre México y Estados Unidos. ¿Cómo íbamos a hacer que esto funcionara de manera eficiente para que pudiéramos lidiar con lo que anticipábamos, que era un intercambio increíble? Las personalidades que trabajaron entonces resultaron ser eh, un grupo de personas que se alinearon con historias. El señor se conectó con el señor Ángel Guría, que era el secretario de Economía, y Juan Rebolledo, creo que fue el que tuvo el buen sentido de conocer, traer al señor Lazo como cónsul general a San Diego, y teníamos estas dos personalidades, comenzando con el presidente Cedillo de Mexicali en Baja California, y el presidente Clinton, que implementó esta nueva relación en un momento de mucha crisis. El asesinato en Tijuana de Donaldo Colosio era un momento sin precedente. Teníamos a, a un diplomático que también era una personalidad académica y era un chilango que no conocía muy bien la frontera. Y los dos comenzamos sin mucho conocimiento, pero con mucho deseo. Y comenzamos esta historia. Así fue como surgió Marcela. Muchísimas gracias, Alan. Y quisiera decir que estoy completamente de acuerdo contigo de que Luis Herrera Lazo fue un cónsul general excelente en San Diego. Y recuerdo esto en el Centro de Estudios México-Estados Unidos en la Universidad de San Diego, California. Era muy generoso con todos los estudiantes tuvo un gran desempeño ahí. Y quisiera preguntarte, Luis, desde la perspectiva mexicana, ¿cómo era este inicio de los noventas cuando, y tú estabas ahí, tú comenzaste la colaboración con las autoridades estadounidenses? Very good morning, Ambassador. You moved me. It is a pleasure being here with you today. And going back to what Alan Bersin was saying a moment ago, I think that a series of circumstances and coincidences created a favorable scenario. So we had great possibilities at the border. Let me put it this way. On the one hand, we had the challenges that we had to face. And on the other side, we had the will or from the government and the institutional mechanisms that were needed. And we started with three challenges. We had in a group of Mexicans in its majority with an important number, and also some Central Americans that were infiltrated in Mexican troops. That was a very delicate topic, and it was complicated. And I think that's one of the topics where political will on both parts was fundamental to come to a strategy where this we could address these circumstances. Kids were left at the border. All these minors would be just left there. Women, they would be left anywhere at the border. And they were returned in one site, which was the Otay port of entry. And the coordination with the different Mexican institutions for these returns with government institutionals, NGOs, and religious institutions. those were one of the first and most important challenges under which we advanced a lot. And we advanced a lot thanks to the sensibility of local authorities. And we have to acknowledge this, headed by Alan, to be able to advance with this objective. Our second challenge was the crossing, facilitating the crossings, which is very complicated in San Diego and Tijuana. This is the port of entry with the most circulation in the world. And in the same way, we were facing waiting times of 3 hours. And we had to work together. And you're not going to believe this, but in the year of 96, we were able to accomplish at the peak time of the day, the wait time for vehicles was not over 15 minutes. We accomplished it. What does this mean? When I got to San Diego, there were 12 gates open from 24. When we talked about this, 22 gates were opened. The number of agents and all of these was a result of the will of collaboration on the other side of the border, and certainly of the coordination of the different agencies. And what what we had as part of our responsibility, Alan and myself, was coordinating agencies on both sides of the border so that we could accomplish our objectives. And then our third challenge is cooperation and the how to do it. What mechanism do we undergo? When Alan and I got to the border, there was a federal mechanism. Federal authorities were there and only to address emergency. We took out the emergency part and we incorporated state, local, and federal agencies. And then that mechanism and that border linked became way better, not only to facilitate crossings, but also for cooperation in trading to see how we could coordinate all of these things better. So that mechanism is the institutional coordination. We had issues, but we have the political will to advance. And we started building what we needed to accomplish this. And I will leave it at that, Ambassador. Definitely, Luis.
Thank you so much, Luis. I always love your comments because you force me to say what I always say, that consulates are not just happenstance. We're not just reinventing the wheel. Consular function and the consular role has existed for over 100 years, and it follows certain development and a certain process. So it's very important to remember what we were doing then in order to see what we have now. So that political will and that is interaction and between agencies and that champion Juan Rebolledo, who was one of my best bosses, who had the vision of creating these border liaison mechanisms, that although they no longer exist, they set the basis for that discussion that continues until today at an even deeper level. Now I would like to move to, because we can't just address it from the official perspective. We have a great academic with us too, Jorge Chiavon, who not only writes and lives in that abstract world, imagining how things could be, but rather he has also lived the border reality. He studied there. So Jorge, please tell us, how did you get to that border and how do you live this border phenomenon? Thank you so much, Ambassador. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of this panel, not only because I have a lot of great experts here, but they're also dear friends. We have a Mexican saying that says that if you want to know somebody, you have to live with them for a month. And I would say that if you want to know the border, you have to live there your whole life. And for someone from Mexico City like me, the border became a part of my life when I started doing my doctoral studies at the University of California, San Diego back in 1995. As a person from Mexico City, I was interested in understanding the US Mexico relationship. And of course, my vision was very centralized. It dealt with Mexico City and Washington, D.C. There was a great error. When I got to the border to do my doctorate at UCSD and working very closely with the Center for U.S. Mexico Studies created by Wayne Cornelius, I started understanding the huge complexities of this bilateral relation. And there I understood that if you truly want to help to much greater understanding between our two nations and facilitating bilateral collaboration as a result, you must understand the complexities of the relationship, not just between our two capitals, but all the relationship of all the relevant stakeholders in this bilateral relationship. And since then, and I've been working on it for 25 years now. This was 1995. I started talking about multi-level diplomacy. And multi-level diplomacy is the approach of Mexican foreign relations to take advantage of a political reality in the United States. The US political system is one of the most democratic, but also one of the most porous, economically, politically, socially, with a series of checks and balances that enables for political decisions to not just be made in Washington, but they're made by, while they're made out in Washington, but it's not just the executive, it's the different um, branches and by the states. What I learned importantly in San Diego is that multi-level scale. So what Washington does is not the only part that's relevant, also what states and cities do, particularly when it comes to the border region. And that's where I realized that whatever happens in the border affects the relationship between Washington and Mexico City more versus how much the relationship between Mexico and Washington, D.C. affects the border. So it's not just political stakeholders we're talking about, but the social stakeholders in that bilateral relation that you need to understand. So that multi-level diplomacy that is done through the largest consular network that any country has abroad, which is the Mexican network of 50 consulates in the US alone, that allows you to create these strategic partners with local and state agencies, but also with social stakeholders, business people, universities, NGOs, faith organizations, a super active public diplomacy. And since all politics are local politics in the US, Mexico has been able to maintain a balance in its bilateral relation and diminish that great disparity in political power by using this multi-level diplomacy. So how important is that to Mexico? Hugely important. They say that in politics, and I would say that in love too. Priorities are measured in budgets. What you invest in is what actually matters to you. When we look at the budget and the staff at Mexico's foreign relations, we see that almost 50% of the budget and the staff focuses on North America. Obviously, in this network of 50 consulates in the United States and 5 more in Canada. But what few people know, because not everybody knows the details, of those 50 consulates, about 50% of the staff and 50% of the budget is dedicated to the border, to the 4 U.S. border states, California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, where, for example, just in the case of Texas, we have 11 consulates. In California, we have 10 consulates. And that speaks to the huge investment of Mexico with the U.S., but with the border specifically, because that's where we have our compatriots and that's where we have the financial, social, and economic investments. So to understand the border, you have to live it, and you have to understand how relevant it is in the bilateral relations between the U.S. and Mexico, and also in Mexico's foreign policy in general. Thank you so much. Jorge, I love that. Before I move to Daniel, I love that you said that talked about this multi-level diplomacy and how it operates in the border, and how what happens at the border impacts priorities in Washington, D.C. and Mexico City. Could you give us an example of that? I could give you a lot of examples. I think that the most important example is when it comes to migration. At the end of the day, as we know, there has been a substantial increase or a substantial hardening of immigration policy in the US, beginning 15 years ago, basically. And therefore, Mexico has dedicated itself to guaranteeing the human rights of migrants and guaranteeing due process during detention and deportation proceedings. And the best example in terms of that bilateral relationship and the complexity of the relationship and the frictions that can happen, and also the public policy priorities, are on both sides of this. And very quickly, when it comes to trade, I mean, 90% of the trade between the US and Mexico crosses that land border. Less than 10% arrives to maritime ports. So the economic heart then of the bilateral relationship between our two countries is at these land ports of entry. If the border doesn't permit quick, smooth crossing of exports and imports, it will affect both countries equally. So the border is the beating heart of the bilateral relationship between the US and Mexico. Thank you, Jorge. Now, Daniel, Dr. Daniel Millan, you are the only person out of us five who hasn't lived in the border region in Tijuana, San Diego. And that puts us at a kind of advantage. But what's most important is that you are at the headquarters of foreign affairs. So you are at that core where the policies for the US Mexico bilateral relations are created, the border policies are created. I worked at Foreign Affairs, and I remember I worked behind the desk designing policies, and then you get to the border and you realize that you have to make a lot of adjustments. But I would love to hear your perspective because you're the one that knows what's going on at Mexico's foreign affairs and what are the goals of the current administration when it comes to the border. So please share that vision with us. Thank you so much, Ambassador Marcela. At Mexico's foreign affairs, for many years, as you know, we have been focusing on promoting, one, the protection of our compatriots along the US Mexico border, and also to contribute, because of the very special economic relationship, to the development of the economy of our border states. This notion of a third country is very unique, and we've said that several times. The four US border states and the six Mexican border states that make up the border region would be the fourth largest economic power in the world. We have 15 million residents on both sides of the border. And I think that for many years, not beginning with this administration, but for several presidential administrations in Mexico, our foreign affairs has been focusing on protecting those migrants and their rights. And I think that Mexico City vision was reinforced when President López Obrador took office. The new president, as you remember, is the one that asked for taxes in the border region to be reduced, which wasn't happenstance. Through our Secretariat of Domestic Development, he has directed investment in Ciudad Juárez and Nogales to improve life conditions along the border. Our residents on the Mexico side many times feel that they have the burden of containing immigration without enjoying any benefits. So that's been one of the new priorities. Now, when it comes to protection and the U.S. side, Jorge Schiavone already alluded to this when he's talked about that your priorities are where your budget is. And also, you can measure it by the quality of its representatives. Mexico sending some of its best ambassadors to the border region, to LA, to San Diego, to El Paso. And I think this shows the commitment. And the vision, as Jorge already, is what Jorge already stated. One, direct negotiations between Mexico's Foreign Affairs and the U.S. Secretary of State. That is, between Mexico City and Washington, D.C., when it comes to issues surrounding immigration and the border. But at the end of the day, I think there's a lot of space that is given to consuls like you so that they can promote and live this reality, because we know these communities depend on each other and connected to each other, that have very close economic, cultural ties. And so I think that we've had a good strategy for several years to, one, not get in the way of the good work that's being done at the border, and two, and I think it was already mentioned briefly, to take advantage of these relationships with local stakeholders, with mayors, with state governors, to leverage the disparities that exist between our two countries and two governments. So, as a summary, I would say that it's a very respectable strategy, and it's about trying to understand the dynamic of what happens at the border. It's basically just that. Well, thank you so much, Daniel. And you touched on something very important, which is giving us room to operate as the representatives of Mexico abroad, as consuls. So, Luis, could you tell us more about this room to maneuver? Because, you bring your personality to your position. And Luis, you yourself were saying que la relación que forjaste con Alan Bersin y todo lo que has logrado y esa voluntad política que existía. Pero creo que hemos sido audaces en esos términos, en cuanto a nuestra capacidad de alzar más nuestra voz y de tener mayor libertad de celebrar estos convenios con nuestras contrapartes. No sé si coincides, Luis.
Sí, Marcela, con mucho gusto, embajador.
Sure, Marcela.
Me recordaste
A pleasure to do so, Ambassador. You just reminded me that one of the high officials was telling me the only limit to what you can do as a consul is your budgetary limit. So, yeah, the consul general, the ambassador, is given certain freedoms so they can apply whatever style or rhythm or features to their role in their jurisdiction. Of course, to advance the goals and objectives that, as Daniel stated, are set by centrally by Mexico's Foreign Affairs, the counterpart to the U.S. Department of State. However, I think that that room to operate, and this happened to me when I got to San Diego, having come from a vertical monolithical structure, which is Mexico's federal government, and it hasn't changed, by the way, where you knew that whatever Washington, Mexico City said is what's going to happen at the border. But then coming to the border, I realized that that wasn't so. And that, in fact, U.S. local authorities started creating a relationship with us and vice versa. And it greatly surprised me that we had this difference between what happened in Washington, what happened at the border. And that had to do with that closeness and that knowledge that Jorge brought up. And that's what you gain from being on site. This isn't something that you can see from Mexico City, Tlatelolco. You can only understand it if you're there, interacting with the stakeholders. I think that one of the most important decisions that we made together with Alan Bersin in San Diego, after a very critical event, you have a very critical security incident. I'll tell you about it very quickly because I think it symbolizes what the border was and what it could be. There was a shooting of a Border Patrol agent who was shot from south of the border, from the Mexico side, so right at the border from the south side, over at the Zapata Canyon area. This U.S. Border Patrol agent was shot from Mexico. So we immediately got a call. I think at 3 a.m. I got a call from Alan Bersin saying, "Hey, we have a problem. So we got together to look into what was going on, or what had happened, rather. And I remember that one of the agreements we made was that we would only offer communication through a sole message. So there wasn't going to be a US version and a Mexico version of the communique. It was going to be joint. And from that, we started working on a strategy to improve safety and security along the border, institutionalizing a series of rules and mechanisms for incidents at the border related to safety and security. And that was interesting because then we delved into something that we proposed to Washington City and Mexico City. I sent my version to Juan Rebolledo, who was the undersecretary, and Juan Rebolledo told me, hey, this goes beyond uh, my power of decision, so I need to ask the secretary, Jose Angel Bolia, now our Secretary General of OECD. And I was greatly surprised because 2 hours later I get a call because everything had to happen quickly. So I get a call 2 hours later and he tells me, look, the secretary says for you to decide because you're the only one that really knows what's going on and what consequences this could have. So that space to maneuver that you alluded to, Marcela, I think that when it is well understood by our central offices means exactly that. It's not that, hey, do whatever you want. Hey, you have room to run. No, we still need to act as a country and as foreign relations, depending on the circumstances as it is understood locally. And from that, I will get to my next comment later. No, you're absolutely right, Luis. I've lived through that. And it's very important to have the responsibility and professionalism to be able to respond to what is asked for us. Y ahora voy a plantearle a Alan, y perdón, Alan, sé que es un tema sumamente sensible y complejo, y ofrezco disculpa de antemano, pero creo que tenemos que abordarlo. Recuerdo que en los 90, durante la administración Clinton, se inició con la construcción del muro fronterizo. La operación Guardián, ¿recuerdas la operación Guardián? ¿Cuál es la diferencia entre ese muro, esa cerca que se comenzó a construir en los 90 y el de ahora, del siglo XXI? Bien, es una cuestión de simbolismo y funcionalidad. Y en mi caso, cuando estaba colaborando con ambos Luises, con el zar fronterizo Janet Reno, y cuando volví durante la administración Obama, de hecho construimos 700 millas de barreras y cercos fronterizos, pero en todos los casos, perdón, adaptándonos a las circunstancias de la localidad. Siempre se hizo con una finalidad táctica, estratégica, para alejar a las personas de las grandes ciudades. Eso tuvo ciertas consecuencias, definitivamente, pero siempre existió un elemento de cuál es la funcionalidad en materia de control migratorio y a un poco menor grado cómo incide en la relación bilateral entre nuestros países. En este caso estamos hablando de algo totalmente distinto con el muro que el presidente planteó hace 4 años. Y francamente los que sabemos lo que existía antes y lo que existe hoy reconocemos que muy poco de este nuevo muro, de Matamoros hasta San Diego, del Golfo hasta el Pacífico, muy poco de ese muro es en realidad nuevo y se ha construido. El dinero que se ha gastado ha sido para reforzar muros ya existentes. Pero esa es parte de la política de hoy. El muro es un símbolo de división, es un símbolo de separación. Y francamente, se trata más de un mensaje político que de una vertiente táctica para gestionar la frontera. Y esa es la gran diferencia de entonces a ahora. Y yo tengo una pregunta igualmente sensible para replantearle a usted, embajador, y a Daniel, y a Jorge, y a mi hermano Luis. Y es la siguiente. Siempre logramos todo cuando Marcela, usted fue cónsul, y Luis, antes de usted, siempre logramos las cosas a través del diálogo, mediante abordar el problema y comenzar a resolverlo. Y aunque debo decir que la relación entre nuestros dos presidentes hoy es increíble, yo tengo la impresión que no tiene la finalidad de generar diálogo y discusión, sino más bien un reconocimiento por parte de ambos líderes inteligentes, respecto de la realidad política. Y no obstante que la simetría en nuestra relación siempre ha existido, parece que la relación a largo plazo exige el tipo de diplomacia que usted y Luis y Jorge y Daniel mencionaban. Porque de hecho, toda esta historia de San Diego, Tijuana, esta idea de la relación local que da forma a la relación federal después de décadas y décadas, hoy lo opuesto es cierto. Y es cuestión de confianza. Y es una función de la voluntad política, of good faith political will. Y eso es lo que yo comentaría. Hoy, al presentarse alguna problemática y lo que pueda presentarse a futuro en los Estados Unidos, deberemos volver a una situación en que tenemos metodologías y espacios mutuos en los que no sea uno u otro lado el que decida unilateralmente esta relación de poder. Coincido. Y creo que todos también coincidimos en que necesitamos infraestructura, necesitamos gestionar la frontera. Porque recordarás, Alan, en 2018 ocurrieron estas caravanas migrantes inéditas, sin precedentes. Y si volteamos la mirada a la franja fronteriza, fuimos más eficientes en atender la situación en Tijuana, San Diego, sin infringir derechos humanos y preservando el flujo de personas, the flow of goods and services. Y porque en el recuerdo colectivo, si hablamos de un muro o un cerco, nos parece por naturaleza que algo está mal. Pero de alguna forma tenemos que enviar un mensaje correcto, un mensaje verídico, porque tenemos que gestionar la frontera. Esa es la realidad. Entonces, ¿cómo lo hacemos, Alan? Exactamente como indicaba Daniel. Cuando tenemos a funcionarios federales de México y por ende en la Secretaría de Estado en San Diego, representando a los Estados Unidos y a Tijuana, que reconozcan que no lo pueden hacer sin la comunidad local. Porque en todos los casos, las relaciones que forjó esta comunidad única binacional, this single binational community en Tijuana y San Diego, es algo que forjó la gente local en ambos lados de la frontera, con el apoyo de los funcionarios federales. Pero a fin de cuentas es una función, como mencionaba Jorge, de política y relaciones locales. Y creo que es así como se ha hecho. ¿Y por qué la frontera funciona en San Diego, Tijuana? Y el motivo por el cual todas las innovaciones que hoy caracterizan a la franja fronteriza México-Estados Unidos en cuanto al flujo de bienes y personas que se inventaron en Tijuana, San Diego. Piensen en las implicaciones del programa Sentry o de contar o de permitir más bien el ingreso a ciudadanos mexicanos al programa Global Entry, la creación del puente aeroportuario binacional CBX, que en mi opinión es el cruce del porvenir, pues, las caritas del futuro, donde podemos trabajar de manera eficiente, eficaz, pero con respeto mutuo. La infraestructura debe seguir a lo sustantivo, y lo sustantivo surge de las relaciones de las que platicábamos. Gracias, Alan. And now I'd like to ask our academic for advice, Dr. Chavon, because while we understand the importance of the border, that importance isn't understood by the rest of the people in our country, in either country. And I must confess, it was very difficult for me when, as you were saying, to understand the border, you need to live it. And I started calling myself a cross border consul. And my colleague said, there's no such thing as a cross border consul, Marcela. Your jurisdiction is San Diego. And I said, well, you don't understand what it means to be cross border and to be able to respond to a deeply cross border community. So I started exercising a cross border consular diplomacy, advocating, in other words, for the Cali Baja region. So I'm going to seek your advice, Jorge. How do I effectively advocate for a region that is deeply binational? Because we have public officials like our foreign affairs people, like Mr. Millan said, understands it. But what happens to the rest of the people? Well, this is like trying to teach Einstein math. You're the one that has lived it in your own skin, and you're the one that has advanced it. But just like you were talking about physical infrastructure at the border, my recommendation would be to have institutional infrastructure to manage the border. And what do I mean when I say that? Well, in order to solve the day to day border issues, it's great to do, as Luis and you, Ambassador, had already said, to have that trust relationship locally. But people change, particularly in Mexico's foreign affairs. And we need to take that additional step so that we can memorialize these cooperation mechanisms that already exist in the cross border region so that we can create that institutional infrastructure for managing the border. Something as simple as the CBX airport bridge. That is a physical infrastructure that is reflective of administrative infrastructure and cooperation to provide for the free flow, let's say, between the Tijuana airport to San Diego through that international bridge. That is the institutionalization of physical cooperation. But we need, for example, cross border institutions when it comes to safety and security for returning deported persons to manage water binationally. In short, what we need to do, and you know this well, Ambassador, is to memorialize all of this. And the only way to institutionalize it is through creating institutional infrastructure for the managing or bilateral relation. And Tijuana San Diego has understood that perfectly well. Same thing between Mexicali and Calexico, Laredo and Nuevo Laredo, between basically all of the sister cities along the border. So, speaking of institutional infrastructure, and Luis Herrera alluded to this. So, Luis, maybe you can tell us about it in greater depth. The border liaison mechanisms and the border dialogue were truly a success story in the US Mexico relations. So, tell us about it. You lived it. It gave us that opportunity to have that public official where we were able to sit at the table as equals with our U.S. counterparts, setting aside the power difference, and we could resolve issues. So, Luis, tell us more about that. Well, you've said such interesting things that it will be difficult for me to add to that. But you brought up something that I got to live through. As I was saying, I'm one of the few diplomats in the world that goes back to his home country every year. So when I went to San Diego to be the consul general of Mexico, someone told me, and wisely, and at the time I didn't understand it as clearly as I did later, but he told me, hey, it needs to be clear to you, you're not just a consul of Mexico in San Diego, you're also a consul for Tijuana. People in Tijuana are looking for you to do things for them. So, and it was true. So it's true. You were a cross-border or a trans-border or border citizen or border commuter, whatever you want to call it. But you were, and you are. And if you weren't, then you didn't understand the reality of what you needed to do in San Diego, because it's all about that interaction. When San Juan Regolia went to San Diego during that memorable visit with Janet Reno, you might remember uh, Alan Burson. And it was part of the best moments of our relation back then. And they said that the Tijuana San Diego region is a microcosm of the U.S. Mexico relations. All the good and bad things that happen in our bilateral relationships go through San Diego, Tijuana. So we needed to focus attention to find solutions or solution models for our issues, precisely at the places where these issues were manifesting themselves. Because this is not where they stem from. Issues come from centralized policies. And it goes beyond administrations because, I mean, these are, political borders, and that's not going to change in the short term, at least until well after the COVID-19. So, how do we manage the border? Well, the basic infrastructure and the technology that we have available today will be key to improve and expedite border crossings and facilitate all of the legitimate goals of a border. However, and I'll close with that, Marcela, the negative thing is when it becomes politicized. The moment you politicize border issues, you are causing great harm to border communities and to the relationship between our two countries. And that's what's going on. And respectfully, perhaps not that respectfully, Mr. Trump has done nothing but politicize the border to favor a political agenda. And whether he's right or not, it causes great harm to our border. And you see it, you live it much closer. Marcela, you were the consul in San Diego, and so you have seen the impact on the border. So politicizing the border seems one of the worst mistakes that either of our two governments could make. I don't know if that answers your question at all, but no, it does. Thank you so much. Now, before Dr. Millán, we go to you, and we go back to what you had to say. I know Alan had a comment. Thank you, Ambassador. Quería comentar brevemente respecto del punto que mencionaba Jorge acerca de la institucionalización y del último punto de Luis. El hecho es que fue muy frustrante después de que Luis y yo y muchos otros funcionarios estuvimos ahí forjando todo esto. Y en los primeros años de la administración, de las administraciones Fox y Bush, mucha de esa cooperación local, los comités que se habían creado, la interacción, dejó de ocurrir. Pero Jorge, y con frecuencia me he preguntado, ¿no necesitamos más institucionalización de los mecanismos fronterizos? Pero creo que a diferencia de la Unión Europea, que es un fenómeno de determinación política, lo singular de nuestra frontera, de esta franja, es que después llegó gente para volver a integrarlo. Llegó Marcela, llegó Remedios, Arnaud, Gómez Arnaud. Así que de una u otra forma siempre ha continuado. Y Luis tiene razón. La politización de la frontera durante la administración Trump, sin duda, es lamentable. Sin embargo, la realidad es que Trump no podía alejarse del Telecán y de México. ¿Y quién habría anticipado que el presidente López Obrador y el presidente Trump tendrían el tipo de reunión que tuvieron el 8 de julio en Washington? ¿Y quién habría anticipado que de hecho con el TEMEC, o USMCA en inglés, como tratado sucesor al Telecán, tenemos un convenio más sólido, más fuerte? Así que mi punto respecto del tema de institucionalización y de politización es que hoy es una realidad en la frontera. We are all border residents. Y quien trate de retirarse o alejarse de ese lazo que existe entre nuestra gente, ejemplificado en la frontera entre Tijuana y San Diego, pero en general entre el pueblo de México y los Estados Unidos y el pueblo estadounidense, no puedes dejarlo atrás. So, I have faith in the future. because politics doesn't matter. Well, it matters, but what means more is the feeling of the people, of our people. Thank you so much, Alan. And Dr. Millan, if you would, could you tell us more about this pragmatic politics of the administration? Because Alan says, who could have thought? But just like in previous administrations, I think uh, podríamos, we could say that, we played on the right side of history. And if one of the goals of our governments is to uh, foster development and the well-being of our people, could you share the point of view of this administration with its pragmatic policy with the U.S.? Well, thank you, Ambassador. What I could say, and what I would like to remind us of, is some of the predictions when President Lopez Obrador was first elected. Said, "Oh, they will break with the U.S. They're not going to get along because of Trump's personality. They will clash." In fact, the forecast for the US Mexico relationship was very negative, which was of concern, of course, to those of us that value this relationship and that share it. But I think the quality of the relationship between Mexico and the United States has been undervalued perhaps by observers. If we think about some of the trade disputes that are going on, for example, between the United States and some other traditional allies, and their differences on different issues, I think that the President of Mexico and our Secretary of Foreign Affairs have been very skillful in finding common ground with the U.S. so that we can have a good relationship. And this good relationship is not an end goal in and of itself, but it does enable us to protect Mexico's interests and the interest of the Mexican people, which is what you do every day, and to promote our country's interests, and of course, of our connationals abroad, but also our trade interests. Secretary of Foreign Affairs Ebrard has said so, and Marcela, you might remember that we don't have to agree on everything. We have different opinions about different things. For example, when it comes to migration, we defend the Marrakesh agreement that talks about regular, safe, controlled migration. We feel that the source of immigration is lack of opportunities for development, and that's why we're investing in Central America with our own funds, and that's also why we're promoting uh, investment in some of the sending regions in Central America and Mexico. But we also know that there is a reality, and that is that we live next to a country that is very important to us. And it's not just very important to us and home to perhaps 20% of our population, if we count first, second, and third generation Mexicans in the US. But it is also a much more powerful country with a much larger economy. So I think that Mexico's foreign policy with the US has been very valuable because it has protected Mexico's interests, our national interests, by finding common ground and by uh, working on a work agenda rather than an ideological agenda. And I think that in that sense, it has been an intelligent bet, and the results speak for themselves. Thank you very much, Mr. Millán. So I will now ask each of you, in the few minutes we have left, to very quickly, in 1 minute tops, minute and a half, you can share some thoughts when it comes to the border, but something that's more proactive, looking towards the future, because history is very important, sure, but the future is even more important. So let's start with you, Dr. Mijan, and then we'll close with Alan. So we'll go in opposite direction of how we started. Well, thank you very much. As you said, I have the advantage and disadvantage of just being a visitor to the border region. Every time I go there, I feel at home, I feel very happy, and I'm always surprised by its dynamics, by how strong its economy is, by how bicultural people are, because of all the talent that you see and breathe in cities like Tijuana. So, from Central Mexico, I want to reiterate that we are committed to continuing to support the work that the consuls and our people abroad are doing and the associations of immigrants are doing. So, please know that you have people here who admire you, who respect you, and who are your allies. Thank you so much for your constant support, Mr. Mijan, both personally and from the rest of the team. My dear Dr. Schiavone, whether we like it or not, Mexico is the number one trade partner of the U.S., and Mexicans are the largest minority in the U.S. And the U.S. is the number one trade partner for Mexico, and they're also the largest minority, quote unquote, in Mexico. And what does that mean? It forces us and calls upon us to work for the benefit of our community. Like Alan was saying, Trump couldn't just withdraw from NAFTA because it's hugely important to both countries. Same thing when it comes to the border. We cannot ignore the huge importance of this binational, bicultural, bilingual community that has been created in this third country, which is the US Mexico border region. Its bonds and its union are so strong and so great that nothing could set them apart. Thank you so much, Doctor. My dear doctor, colleague, and friend, Luis Herrera Lazo, your thoughts. Dear Ambassador, I'll close by telling you a story. The year was 1996, and it was the Republican National Convention in San Diego. We did a joint campaign together with the people of Tijuana to try to attract some of the people that are going to the Republican convention. And that's how Tijuana Innovadora was born. That's why I bring it up. That's when we started talking with Pepe Galicot and Mr. Urria and other people in Tijuana. Alan Berzin and myself invested a lot of time on working with the communities. And so I just want to say the communities have a history. And that history is the history of how to better understand things and do them better. So I would suggest Mexico's Foreign Affairs and everyone else to learn about that history. Get to know those local stakeholders. Get to know the perspective of these organizations. But the border works better, even when it comes to public safety, if locals are involved. It's the only way. I want to congratulate Tijuana Innovadora, Innovative Tijuana. I feel very honored to have been a part of this group. And I'm sorry for saying this, but particularly with Alan Berzin, because he was my partner back in the day. But also Marcela, my colleague, my friend, Jorge Schiavon, Danny Millán. A pleasure to be with all of you. Thank you so much, Luis. Mi querido Alan, su turno para cerrar. Sus últimos comentarios. Sure. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank Tijuana Innovadora, the ambassador, colleagues. Look, San Diego Tijuana has taught us that the flows are more important than the border. We must maintain or preserve the respect of our sovereignty. But what's most important is the flows of people, of goods, of culture, of history, as it has happened here in the San Diego Tijuana region. Esta es la historia o el relato del tercer país, dos ciudades en dos países que se han convertido en una sola comunidad binacional. Les agradezco por esta fabulosa exploración el día de hoy de cómo surgió y cuáles son sus implicaciones para el futuro. But it is necessary to keep in mind, Ambassador, that we are all border residents. That is true, and I am a cross-border consul. Con diplomacia transfronteriza, diplomacia transfronteriza consular, estamos conscientes de ellos. I want to thank my dear Jose Galicot for the opportunity to moderate this fantastic panel with all of you. It is truly a privilege to get to hear you and learn from you. Thank you so very much. And I love the slogan for this fifth edition of Tijuana Innovadora, saying Tijuana is the future. The border is the future. Thank you all very much. We want to thank our distinguished panelists for sharing their vision of the border. There are so many shared stories between our cities. And while there are differences, we always have to highlight what brings us together. I want to remind you that can find the book, The Third Country, San Diego, Tijuana, A Tale of Two Cities at Barnes & Noble and in Mexican bookstores. Thank you.
San Diego and Tijuana, two countries, two cities, one community. This third country at the border was created by everyday people on both sides, in spite of barriers put up by their parent countries. It has developed its own distinct culture, style, and attitude of cross-cultural cooperation that has become a model for the two nations and for the world. Enjoy Tijuana Innovadora 2020 and read El Tercer País. They both bring a message of hope for our troubled times.
Y con este panel binacional es como avanzamos hacia el cierre de
We're
una
going to
jornada más de
continue
Tijuana
with
es el futuro, el
our
evento digital
Day of
más
Tijuana
grande
is the
de
future,
México. Y
the
antes de
largest
seguir con
online
nuestro
event
programa,
in Mexico. And before we
agradecemos el
continue with our program,
patrocinio
we
de
thank the
Universidad
sponsorship of
Politécnica de Baja California
Universidad
y de
Politécnica de Baja
Televisa,
California
información y
and
entretenimiento
Televisa,
para toda la
information and
región.
entertainment for
Televisa
all the region.
California nos acerca.
Televisa
También
California
agradecemos a
gets us
Uniradio.
closer together. We also
Pégate a
thank
Morning Pulsar
Uni
con Tavo
Radio, get
Ríos de lunes
together
a
with
viernes de
Morning
6
Pulsar with
a
Tavo
10 de la
Rios
mañana por
from 6 to
Pulsar
10 a.m.
107.3.
by Pulsar
Continuamos.
107.3. Let's continue.
Elaboramos contenidos que buscan ser de utilidad, de reflexión, que emocionen e informen sin falsedades, historias con otra visión, adicción política, bienestar, experiencias viajeras, norte empresarial, pasión cervecera son algunos de nuestros contenidos. Acompáñanos, te verás historias con otra visión.
No te conformes con lo que sabes. Sigue con CESUN y capacítate en nuestros diplomados, especialidades, maestrías y doctorados que te brindarán las herramientas para dar un valor agregado a tu profesión. En CESUN, sí alcanzo mis metas. No te conformes con...
We're closing our last minutes of our program today, and we're going to celebrate our 17th session of the Walk of Fame. We do this together with CDT to acknowledge the trajectory of personalities that have made our city proud. Because of their participation in recent years, we have acknowledged a lot of people from the MEGA region. The 17th edition of the Walk of Fame is dedicated to those who have been supporting us in the health sector, who have been fighting for us against COVID-19. We have a video prepared for you and we'll continue with our program. And the organizations that we included as the Walk of Fame 2020. Hi, my friends. We're at a true celebration. During many years, we have given awards to personalities in Tijuana beyond our borders. Personalities in the area of sports, medicine, studies, businesses, personalities that are good for the community. 209 personalities. Now they're known heroes from the U.S. and Tijuana who have been fighting the pandemic. We're facing this terrible disease in our community. We're fighting against it. And the ones that are at the front of this battle are the people that we want to acknowledge today. We want to thank them for what they have done. We want the community to recognize them and award them. So today we present to you the Walk of Fame with the people who have fought against the pandemic, our heroes. Without further ado, we're going to present each one of the organizations. The first mention goes for Kevin Falconet, the mayor of the city of San Diego, because he's being a leader, responding for his city, but also for Tijuana.
I grew up in Oxnard, California, a little north of Los Angeles in Ventura County. And at a young age, I was really exposed to the importance of government, working with your community, and binational relationships. My dad was assistant city manager of my hometown. My mom was very involved in civic and community affairs, and one of the programs that we were involved in at an early age was a sister city program between my hometown of Oxnard, California, and the city of Ocotlan in the state of Jalisco in Mexico. And so as a kid, I would spend some summers, weeks in the summer in Mexico with our sister city and host families in Oxnard on the alternate summers. So at a very early age, exposed to the importance, our cross culture, and the fact that we are strongest when we work together. Our relationship between San Diego and Tijuana is a strength. We are united. And I've really tried to foster that tone and spirit of cooperation and helping your neighbor. And that means both sides of the border. When I look at what we've been able to accomplish, whether it was economic projects, working together on the Cross-Border Express, expanding the San Ysidro land port of entry, what we've done, not just economically, but cross-culturally between our two cities, meeting often not just the mayors, but our city department heads as we work on issues of public safety, as we work on issues of culture, as we work on issues of tourism. And again, I think we showed the rest of the country. When we work together, San Diego and Tijuana, we are a shining example of cross-border cooperation and communication, and really being that strong beacon that shows here is a powerhouse of economic and cultural activity for the rest of the world to emulate. I think one of the things that we recognized fairly early on in this pandemic is that this virus knows no borders. And so it was up to us to really work together on a consistency of approach, both in San Diego and Tijuana, to keep people safe, to keep families safe, to keep businesses safe. With that consistency of how we approach it, I think that served our region very, very well. Spirit of cooperations in terms of PPE, face shields that we worked on together, and really that cross-share of information, supplies, our hospital system working very closely together. Again, we have families that cross, and we don't look at it as two cities, we look at it as one region. And when we work together, that's, as I said, that's when we're at our best. Our future is bright. We know that the sky is the limit. That's why we're making investments, not just for the short term, but for the long term. We view it as the better that we can communicate, the better that we can move goods and services, the better that we can cooperate economically, culturally, both our cities win and our entire region wins. I'm honored to receive this recognition, and I really want to thank the Paseo de la Fama de Tijuana Innovadora for this recognition. And I accept it on behalf of our entire city and our entire region. I'm proud of what we're able to do. The strength of our partnership lies in working together. And when I leave office, it is one of the lasting success stories that I will carry with me for a long time to come.
The Honorable Red Cross at Tijuana, who's always been helping the city under any circumstance. Approximately in 1989, I wanted to work in medicine, and I was invited to be a part of the group of paramedics at the Red Cross, and that's how I began at this many years ago. This was my initiation in this institution, and I was driving ambulances, and because I wanted to become a volunteer in the emergency room in the old Red Cross at the 11th Street. The challenge of this pandemic was that it just hit us suddenly, and it was so fast. All the cases that we were faced with, we felt that all of a sudden it just hit us in a very quick way. But and when this happens, it's very difficult for any health infrastructure, whether it is hospitals, clinics, or intensive care units, to have the capacity to serve this great number of people who were being infected. So the good news are that we were able to overcome some of these difficulties. Communication grew between paramedics and doctors so that in this case we could fight this um, emergency. The advantage of living at a binational community is, for me, the most beautiful experience that I've had in my life. Being able to enjoy the best of both worlds is great. It is a great satisfaction for me because I have friends on both sides of the border. I have knowledge in this case where Mexicans can learn from the things that are being done in San Diego, the health personnel in San Diego that has come to work with us during this pandemic, and they have also learned from the challenges that we've faced in this city. And what they also found is a great solidarity among people from Tijuana. Thank you, Tijuana Innovadora, for giving Red Cross Tijuana the opportunity of being part of the Walk of Fame or the Paseo de la Fama. It is my pride and joy being a part of Tijuana Innovadora. I'm Dr. Andres Smith, and in at the Red Cross, we're proudly from Tijuana. We're going to go to World Trading Teaching, and their mission is to serve disasters, particularly in Tijuana. Their support is very visible with the different migrant caravans. Now, with the pandemic, they help personnel at the different hospitals that are fighting COVID-19. World Central Kitchen came to Tijuana to give a service in October 2018 with the migrant caravan. Got here and they got in contact with us to see how they could help us. We group all these immigrants and we were cooking about 2,000, 3,000 meals a day. breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and it gave us a total from 18 to 19 February and March, a large number of meals. Feed doctors was a different dynamic. We were very careful about how we handled our kitchen. We supported EAMS General Hospital. We have 2 COVID clinics, one in the North Zone and one at the International Zone. For immigrants, we serve 50,000 meals to different hospitals, and we have served over 3,000 meals up today. The most important part of helping is the satisfaction of doing something for someone else. You feel very good emotionally. You're not just static, and you see that something is happening. You know, whenever something like this happens, whether it is a natural disaster, children with cancer, you cannot just stand there. You have to look for people to work with you, or being a volunteer is a way to help. And sometimes is through giving your time, some of the times is by sharing your knowledge. Living at this binational area has a lot of advantages. We know 2 ways of living, which is also one form in itself. And when it comes to helping, we really take advantage of this. We have the resource to help Tijuana, and we have so many NGOs in US, and because they have the economic capacity, they can bring this help to Tijuana. We thank the Walk of Fame, especially for having us as part of this Walk of Fame. I am Maribel Morelo. I was born in Mexico City, and I'm proudly from Tijuana. Our big round of applause for the General Hospital Tijuana, public institution which focus all of its efforts to serve all the population with COVID-19. My experience was after high school, back in '68, finishing here at the Lázaro Cárdenas High School. Most of our group decided to go to study medicine in Mexico City. I've been working at this hospital for over 30 years. That's how I started my service in this city. The biggest challenge of the pandemic is staying alive. The other challenge is accomplishing for people to stay alive. And we were able to accomplish this with the support of all the citizens in Tijuana who have given us their support in order to be able to bring this service to Tijuana. We can see how these people get to the hospital sick and they live with their family without the disease. We serve because we decide to serve, and most people here stayed here for that purpose, to serve others. The advantages of living at a binational city is that at this city we can have different kinds of technology that allows us to serve our patients. I can say that Tijuana is number 1 in different kinds of surgeries, such as plastic surgery. I thank the Walk of Fame of Tijuana, and I thank them for the acknowledgement to the doctors at the General Hospital, especially the directors at this hospital. I am Dr. Alberto Reyes Escamilla. I am the director of General Hospital in Tijuana, and I am very proud of being from Tijuana. Thank you, Jewish Family Service. They did not fall behind, and they continue giving food to the most needed, bringing meals to their home, to senior citizens, to avoid them being exposed to COVID-19.
started the work with the Jewish community initially, but the work throughout the years has expanded through other communities here in San Diego and in other parts, specifically those communities that find themselves in vulnerable situations and they're in need of assistance. I think the biggest challenge during the pandemic that we have faced and we continue to face is just being able to provide additional assistance that communities need because it's more difficult to provide services to people when you can't see them or when you're not in front of them. And particularly, for example, I can say legal services or maybe other services that we provide here, like parenting classes. It becomes a little bit more challenging to have that communication and to be able to fully assess the needs of our community. I think one of the biggest satisfaction for us is being able to try to get someone from a community to a point where they feel that they're moving their lives forward, whether it is with their immigration case, whether it is by providing them food assistance or parenting classes or any other type of service that Jewish Family Service provides. I believe that in order for a community to be a better community, we need to be able to assist them in order for people to move forward. A lot of the people that we help are people in difficult situations, and I think helping them move forward is key for the community to be able to thrive. The advantages of living in a binational area, there is two communities. San Diego and Tijuana have a history of working together and creating binational agreements to be able to help their communities. I think both communities have a lot of ties. I mean, we have a border. There is sort of like a border culture that's created. And I think that the two communities always have a lot of things in common. I want to thank Paseo de la Fama de Tijuana Innovadora for this honor. It's an honor for Jewish Family Service to be nominated. I want to thank you in behalf of the entire agency for this honor.
Thank you. Gracias.
Our acknowledgement to Rafael Fernandez de Castro, Director of the Center for Mexico-U.S. Studies at the the California University in San Diego, a solid friend of Tijuana Innovadora. I've been a Mexican academic, hardworking businessman, but I had the opportunity of serving Mexico. I worked with President Felipe Calderon, and schools of public policy really like this. And I think that's one of the things in my curriculum that really helped me. And also my experience with the government and being a part of the kitchen cabinet at the foreign policy in Mexico. I traveled all over the world with Felipe Calderon. I went to all of his meetings. I met a lot of the world leaders, such as Barack Obama, and I think that has given me a lot of topics that I can share with my students and my colleagues. And at the beginning of March, when we realized that this was going to be closed, when the dean from my school started telling me, cancel the events, I thought, maybe she had somewhat of an experience because she had lived the experience of H1N1. And I started thinking for over 2 or 3 days about what I was going to do. And I thought about different things. And we tried to do what we could, making the crisis an area of opportunity. But I could see that they had little information in Mexico, and we decided to do a series of webinars which were very successful every Friday to talk about what was going on among U.S. and Mexican citizens related to what was going on with the pandemic. I am convinced that we have to give something in return. And being a professor or a teacher, I'm always adding all the time. What I really enjoy doing is giving a hand to a student, give them professional advice. I love pushing young talent, and I enjoy seeing how they become what they want to become. And she wanted to come to San Diego because she wanted to go to Tijuana because she wanted to see the Central Americans at Baja California. So the binational region adds, when you get bored from the food in the US, you go to Tijuana, you run to the Guadalupe Valley. I want to thank Paseo de la Fama. It's a great honor. I accept this award because they're my friends, because I always feel welcome at this region, and because I'm doing everything I can to collaborate for a better integration so that people from Tijuana and San Diego continue to join efforts so that our future generations can really enjoy a binational region, so that the next crisis, because we're going to have another crisis after COVID-19, gets to us better prepared.
Now is the time to acknowledge the volunteers at the Mexican Social Security Institute that have been tirelessly helping patients who have COVID-19. The volunteers of Mexico Social Security Institute Hospital Network have always answered the call, representing today the heart of Mexico's National Social Security Institute. Mexican Social Security Institute volunteers. Well, if you ask me about the volunteer group, it was created by a group of volunteers to try and help our insured and their families. Now, one of the biggest challenges we have had is overcoming fear and to insist on asking for what we need in order to help the public health sector. We, for example, have been asking for donations of PPE that we can then transfer to either our general hospitals or our auxiliary hospitals. There are people that have huge hearts that come to us and they ask us, where do you need personal protective equipment? Where can we help? Because that is what many Tijuana people want to do. And to know that what we do has a positive impact on our community, and to honor our slogan, which is to live is to love and to serve, and wear our uniform proudly so that people know that we are part of that volunteer team who honestly want to do nothing more than help others. The advantage of being in a binational region are that, fortunately, we have a very good relationship with the U.S. They've never turned us down when we ask for things, and their help overcomes these international borders in helping public health. I want to thank the Hall of Fame in Tijuana Innovadora for allowing us this space and to disseminate what IMSS volunteers have done during the COVID-19 pandemic. I am Ms. Padilla, and we are proudly Tijuana residents helping during the COVID-19 pandemic. We're also adding the International Community Foundation to the Hall of Fame. Their mission is to inspire donations, and both domestically and internationally, with a focus on Northwestern Mexico. In light of the pandemic, and thanks to the funds that they have raised, they have been able to help Tijuana communities impacted by COVID-19. En la Fundación Internacional de la Comunidad.
supporting organizations working on health, education, and environment. So the biggest challenge that we've faced is just the acceleration and the pace of the need. I think things have happened so quickly. Right now, we're making grants in 11 countries, and there's more and more need being announced every day. And we can't be together. Our team is spread in different locations. We talk every day, and we're responding to an incredible amount of donor interest and people who just really want to help. Well, I think all of us feel an incredible sense of pride in the fact that we've been able to put almost $5 million into Mexico just since March. Our team has been working incredibly hard and has provided almost 200 grants to organizations working on emergency medical supplies, in-kind gloves and masks, food security, just providing basic food needs, organizational support for nonprofits who are struggling to pay their bills, and just being able to be responsive with a community of donors and our team. To be responsive in this time is just so providing such an on-the-ground impact, which is what we strive for every day. Living in a cross-cultural world like this, where you can speak two languages or more, where you can experience dozens of cultures and learn more about what it means to be truly international. The shared economy, which is much more diverse and resilient than many other places that are dependent on just one industry. This is such a strong place. It's such a vibrant place. And I'm so grateful to be living here. Un gran abrazo and a huge thank you to Tijuana Innovadora and the Paseo de la Fama from our whole team, our board of governors, from our whole community of donors. Thank you for recognizing the International Community Foundation this year and for supporting us during this time of our response to COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Apoyemos a Tijuana, iniciativa ciudadana
For
integrada por
Tijuana, an NGO group that works together with businesses and the Ministry of Health and contribute to supplying infrastructure, medical infrastructure and devices to help people who were impacted by COVID-19. Apoyemos a Tijuana. Let's support Tijuana. Now, at Apoyemos a Tijuana, let's support Tijuana, we were born out of a sense of fear. We started seeing what was happening elsewhere in the world. We watched the news and saw internationally how it was jumping from country to country, and we reached the conclusion that this was not going to skip Tijuana, it was not going to skip Mexico, so we needed to prepare. So we started bringing a bunch of people together, and we replaced that fear. First, we acknowledged it, and then we turned it into being proactive and doing something about it. And a lot of people started joining forces with us. In the beginning, we had no beds, we had no oxygen lines, we had no suppliers to provide PPE, we had no relationships with the large state and local medical institutions, but we started bringing more and more people together with this goodwill of just wanting to help to face the pandemic. And I just alluded to the importance of turning fear into hope. When we were taking the PPE, the personal protective equipment, to hospitals, to nurses, to doctors, to administrative assistants, medical assistants, to the maintenance people, to the cleaning crews. And we started gaining traction and synergy and creating this auxiliary hospital, the Zonki's basketball stadium. People began to believe, people started to focus on hope and being proactive and what can be. Every region has advantages and disadvantages. And we have the opportunity here in Tijuana, San Diego, Baja California, California, the US-Mexico border, to truly take advantage of our competitive edges. Apoyemos a Tijuana. Let's support Tijuana. Got great support from the International Community Foundation and its sister organization in Mexico, FIC. It was impressive how many people from Southern California came to help, and they joined Apoyemos a Tijuana. Let's help Tijuana. Let's support Tijuana. And it also gives a platform where celebrities joined in. It took us all the way to Holland, Norway. We got support and help from people we could have never imagined. And it was because of that binational synergy that we are so fortunate to have in this region. I am eternally grateful to the Tijuana Innovadora Hall of Fame. It is wonderful to have such a committed group that wants to incentivize and foster beautiful actions amongst humanity. It is a huge honor, and I very humbly accept this nomination to the Hall of Fame on behalf of everyone that participated in this project. All of the Tijuana residents, all its NGOs, businesses, foundations, individuals who have decided to do something beautiful for their city. And I think it's great that the Hall of Fame provides this acknowledgement. They did it before, and I'm sure they'll continue to do it after. So thank you for this honor and for allowing us to be involved with you. I am Cristian Carrillo, and I am a proud Tijuanan. Now, let's talk about another binational solitary institution, Border Philanthropy Partnership, whose mission is to support a network of organizations that build prosperity through leadership, collaboration, and border philanthropy between the U.S. and Mexico. During the pandemic, they have helped families, communities, and NGOs on issues such as food insecurity, loss of wages, paying rents, mortgages, and access to COVID-19 screening and medical care.
My experience that brought me to San Diego is I've been working in the nonprofit sector for over 25 years. And 11 years ago, I was looking to lead an organization to promote charitable giving in the Americas. And I discovered the U.S.-Mexico Border Philanthropy Partnership. And I was fortunate to be hired, and it allowed me to continue to work in this region with a dynamic group of volunteers that serve on our board of directors and a very engaged member network from across the 2,000-mile border region. The COVID-19 pandemic has created challenges for many organizations and families and communities along and across the border region. People need money, they need resources, they need volunteers. And so through our organization, we've been able to answer that call. We've helped raise money to respond to their needs. We've taught people how to engage the pandemic and to raise money in the United States, how to call attention to their cause and to their needs. We've also received charitable gifts on behalf of many in Tijuana and other areas of the border region. We've also been doing lots of in-kind relief. We've been working with the American Red Cross, and they've donated 6 container loads of relief supplies, portable beds, blankets, hygiene kits, towels, to help take care of the humanitarian needs. And so across Baja California, from Tijuana to Tecate to Mexicali to Rosarito and Ensenada, we've been able to help set up and establish remote clinics to do COVID-19 testing. The biggest satisfaction to helping those in need has been seeing people thrive and prosper during a pandemic. The people of Tijuana and San Diego have come together in a very generous way to help people in need at the most difficult point in their life. And it's been a true honor and a very humbling experience to be able to help be a part of that solution. Living in the San Diego-Tijuana binational region is truly amazing. You get all the good things from both countries, and you get to say you live in both areas. So you get to be a Tijuanense and you get to be a San Diegan all at the same time. On behalf of the U.S.-Mexico Border Philanthropy Partnership Board of Directors and staff team, we want to express our most heartfelt appreciation to Paseo de la Fama of Tijuana Innovadora for this wonderful recognition of our participation in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you very much for this honor. It's a pleasure to work with you.
This is About Humanity, con su incansable labor reorientando sus esfuerzos
This is, in this year, 2020, they're responding to the COVID-19 pandemic in Baja California, working together with the International Community Foundation and Apoyamos a Tijuana, launching a successful fundraising campaign to garner funds from around the world.
Elsa and Zoe created This Is About Humanity in response to a need unique to the moment of separated families. And over the course of 2 years, directed close to $1 million to over 30 organizations on both sides of the Cali-Baja border, Los Angeles, San Diego, and Tijuana. As that situation evolved and as the pandemic hit and worsened, This Is About Humanity sought to focus more specifically on responding and adapting to the needs of the vulnerable communities in Tijuana during COVID. Incredibly, and in fact, during a 4-month period in the midst of COVID, we were able to raise close to $500,000, which will be or have been distributed to over 20 organizations in Tijuana. COVID has caused tremendous change and chaos and confusion the world over, especially in terms of our cross-border communities and activities at This Is About Humanity. Even before the pandemic, the vulnerable communities with whom we work required attention and care and donations for housing, for legal services, for medical care, for food supplies. COVID transformed the need tenfold, whether it was for large communities requiring effective, safe, and affordable medical care, or for personal protective equipment for frontline responders, whether it was for medicines, for the homeless, for migrants in shelter. We feel blessed to know that the vulnerable communities that we interacted with, we've been able to support during COVID. Children who are at the Casa YMCA shelter for unaccompanied minors, pediatric and adult cancer patients who have continued to receive life-saving treatment from Fundación Castro Limón or Fundación COI, migrant families at Movimiento Juventud 2000 who have received medical care from Fronteras Unidas Pro Salud, individuals who have lost their jobs and received food assistance from Desayunador Padre Chava or Banco de Alimentos de Tijuana, patients who have successfully recovered from COVID thanks to medicine from Apoyemos a Tijuana, and frontline responders who feel safer after having received personal protective equipment at the Hospital General de Tijuana. We at This Is About Humanity are very happy to know that these vulnerable communities and others feel supported and cared for during this terrifically challenging time, and that they have the satisfaction in knowing that we at This Is About Humanity have not allowed physical limitations nor COVID to blunt our opportunities to express and support our humanity. The three of us co-founders at This Is About Humanity, Elsa, Zoe, and myself, are incredibly humbled to be included in Tijuana Innovadora's Paseo de la Fama by National Honorees 2020. As Tijuanenses, Elsa and myself, as an adopted Tijuanense, Zoe, we're honored to be recognized for our support of Tijuana way in which our cross-border citizens have responded to our calls to action, because it is truly only by pulling together, by persevering, by transcending borders, by individually and collectively giving of our time, talent, and treasure that we will come out of this stronger and more unified. Now more than ever, it is our collective humanity which will allow us to survive and thrive.
And so we get to the close of our 17th edition of the Hall of Fame. During this, Tijuana is the future. And we want to acknowledge the work that the rest of the doctors and the public sector is doing at San Diego, Tijuana, clinics and hospitals, and around the world are doing. We are not exaggerating when we say that there are our heroes. So thank you so much for saving lives, many times at the cost of your own lives. So we want to acknowledge you at this, the largest online event in Mexico. Tijuana is the future.